Sports.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Heineke pumps, steps back, flushed out of the pocket, running out of the time. It now goes down to 39-yard line, and a flag was thrown as he was hit when he went down by one of the Eagles. That is going to be a personal foul on Philadelphia. Unbelievable unforced error by the Eagles.
As the Tolos tweeted last night when trying to decide whether to spy on Filthy Radio this morning, do it. Misery loves company. So good morning, Metroplex. It's a Tolo Tuesday edition of Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan, and the 1972 Dolphins can celebrate again.
Yeah, I think they're easily the most annoying people, not team, people on the planet, the 72 Dolphins. I really want somebody to go undefeated all year just so they stop. Like, they're just very, very annoying. I didn't want the Eagles to be that team, but
what annoys you about them?
They just, where do these guys get this endless money? They played in the 70s. Like, they didn't make any money about that. Ask Drew Pierce what money was like in the 70s in the NFL. They're just flying all these games, sitting in suites. I just don't like them. Popping champagne. What is that, Andre? What do they got? It's not even champagne. It's sparkling water.
Hey, $4
sparkling
Andre.
wine, whatever the hell it's called.
$4 Andre can go a long way.
Yeah, it can. That's a hell of a hangover, though.
The Washington Commanders beat Philly in Philly last night, 32-21. This game had a lot of things. Controversy, bad referee calls. You got the Commanders with Taylor Heineke keeping Carson Wentz on the bench, probably moving forward. They're 5-5. Filthy falls to 8-1. You had a face mask penalty in this game on a turnover that went against the Eagles. They pretty much got screwed on that. Tolo's responding, what face mask? I didn't see anything. What are you talking about? And then at the end.
I hate that they can't review that, by the way.
I know.
Like, if you're going to review the fumble, why can't you review the face mask at the same time? Like, if it's there, it's there.
It's so dumb.
It's dumb.
It's so dumb. But we saved the Eagle radio call for the crying and the meltdown for the third down penalty with the late hit on Heineke that ended this thing.
Gibson in the gun. He's back. He's looking. He starts to roll. He's being chased. He goes down, and he's stopped shy of the 40. Now they're going to throw a flag. He went down, and then the Eagles merely touched him. Mike, are they going to call that penalty against the Eagles right
They
here?
are. They're going to call a personal foul against the Eagles because the quarterback gave himself up. Game's
the
over.
break just touched him. I mean, I guess by the letter of the law, he didn't do anything other than tag him. The officials should show some common sense at a time like that.
What is he talking about?
Injected it to my veins.
Do they have...
Inject it.
They don't have a replay there, I guess.
What? Is there no... can they not see a screen? I had just touched him. He merely put his hand on him.
Show some restraint, please.
He went down, and then the Eagles merely touched him.
Merely touched him. Merely touched him. Jeez, what a loser.
Troy Aikman, though, was Troy was ticking me off last night in the postgame on ESPN when he kept saying, it's a terrible way to end the game. It was the right call. Just say it's the right call. Just say, look, it may feel ticky-tacky, but that's the rule book. And that was excessive contact. Do you have a problem with the flag if you are Philadelphia or just a general sports fan that don't throw that in that moment to end it?
Do I have a problem with the flag? No, I don't have a problem with the flag. The guy was on the ground and he hit him.
He hit him late.
Now, if he just taps him, puts his hands on him, that's not a late hit.
Right.
He literally tackled him. He went down to the ground and tackled him. What are we doing here?
Because Heineke gave himself up? Is that why they already ruled him down? Because no one had touched him until he was hit.
Once a quarterback goes down the ground,
it's over.
It's considered giving yourself up for the most part, right? It's like,
look.
Now, granted, he went forward and not backwards, right? If he slid, but
look, they got screwed on the face mask fumble. There's no doubt about it. It should have been a face mask. It should have been a penalty on Washington that gave them the ball back and resulted in a field goal to pad the lead. But this was a late hit. Hey, just give it to me. Just give it to me.
Gibson in the gun. He's back. He's looking. He starts to roll. He's being chased. He goes down, and he stopped shy of the 40. Now they're going to throw a flag. He went down, and then the Eagles merely touched him. Mike, are they going to call that penalty against the Eagles right
They
here?
are. They're going to call a personal foul against the Eagles because the quarterback gave himself up. Game's over.
Break just touched him. I mean, I guess by the letter of the law,
Yes.
he didn't do anything other than tag him. The officials should show some common sense at a time like that.
So there it is. Look, the story of this game. The Eagles, in Philly, it's going to be the Flags, but the Eagles came into this game with 3 total turnovers in 8 games. That was an NFL record. 3 in 8. Last night, they turned it over 4 times, and the Commanders go in and take advantage.
I could not believe that score. And by the way, the same thing. You get the ball back with 3:20. First of all, they sleptwalked the whole first half. You get the ball back though with 3:20 to go. You got to win that game. You got to win that game. And they probably got screwed. There's no doubt. I think they got screwed on that the face mask, which would have kept the drive alive. And who knows? And who knows what happens after that? But this is the NFL. You are going to lose games that you should win, and you are probably going to win games throughout the course of the year that you should lose. And this
Say
is
that again for the Cowboy fans in the back.
Oh.
Say that one more time.
You are going to lose games you should win, and you're going to win games you should lose throughout the course of the season. It's going to happen to every team. Not every team in the NFL is 9-1. Every team's got a major flaw. Every single team has a major flaw. And what you hope is that your major flaw isn't as impactful as their major flaw.
Yeah.
That's it. Or you better hope that you have Patrick Mahomes. That's the other thing you can hope
And
for.
Kansas City lost to Indianapolis. I know the Jets have a nice record, but when the Jets beat the Bills, it was still, oh my God, who saw that coming? And the Cowboys lost to Aaron Rodgers at Lambeau up 14. This is what I kept saying yesterday. This is what I keep preaching on social media and Twitter to the Cowboy fans in absolute complete meltdowns. And then look at last night. Point made. Case closed. It's the National Football League. The Commanders, an 11-point underdog. 11. Just went into filthy and knocked off the undefeated team. The only one left, that is the league. And there's also a little bit of debate over, the Cowboys were up 14. I would rather be up 14 in the fourth and blow that and know that I was the better team than have last night's game where Philadelphia was basically down throughout in the second half. I'd rather blow a lead and know that I was on the definite way to winning than I would getting controlled and my ass kicked throughout 4 quarters of a game where the other team was leading the entire time. You blew. Yes, they blew it. There are problems with the Cowboys. But one of the things under Jason Garrett's watch was not losing games that
You should win.
you should win.
He didn't do it.
If you can do that in the National Football League, you can be over 500 every single time.
You can say what you want about Garrett. He didn't lose that game. He didn't lose games like that. Like where you should, if you should have won that game, especially at home, they were winning that game. They were like
What's the worst loss? The Cowboys or the Eagles? I'm just talking about with the opponent, the game, not for standings and everything.
The Eagles' loss is worse. I mean, now granted, Washington's better than Green Bay. Washington's 500. Like this is not this isn't like the Lions, or maybe it's been a bad example, but you know what I mean. Like they're a 500 football team. They're 5-5. It's not like, this is not like they lost to the worst team in the NFL.
Yeah.
But they also didn't lose Aaron Rodgers, and they didn't lose at home. And that's the other thing. this is a home loss.
It happens. It happens, y'all. Truckwreck.com text line is open at 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. The latest on 2 horrific tragedies. The plane crash in DFW, what actually happened, the UVA shooting. We have Stephen Jones commenting on the game. Jerry live at 8:30 this morning. And could RJ avoid the police today, unlike yesterday? It's a Tolo Tuesday. Just getting started
Show some respect.
That's a touchdown. Barely touched him.
Hit it.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it's a TD.
At 8:30 on your home of America's team. That's 105.3 The Fan. Did you avoid the popo this morning?
I did.
What was your average speed limit from 10:01 a.m. yesterday until 5 o'clock today? Was it any different?
No, not really. I generally after the show, I just keep up with the flow of traffic. Whatever the guy in front of me is doing, that's what I'll do.
What was the Bobby Belt argument when I was out?
So the Bobby argument is he will speed in the left lane, but like if you're tailgating him, he goes, you don't have a right. He goes, I don't think you have a right to go 20 over if you want to. And I'm like, well, who are you, the Dexter of speeding?
Oh,
what are you, like a vigilante? Like get out of my way, dude. Like if I want to go fast, I'm gonna go fast. You don't stop me. So he'll slow down right to the speed limit. Which it's like, okay, I'll just go around you. Like, okay, what are you gonna do about that now? So that was the argument.
And what happened yesterday?
Yesterday, I was just driving down the road on 30, and I got pulled over by the sheriff. Sheriff got me.
Big dog.
And he's like,
where at? What road?
I was on 30. I'm trying to think what exit it was. It may have been in Arlington or something like that. But he's like, where are you going? I'm like, I'm going to work.
What were you doing? A what and a what?
I think I was doing like 84 and a 70. Not too bad. I've definitely gone worse. I almost said, oh man, I'm glad you didn't catch me back there.
Yeah. Right.
But But he's like, where do you work? And I was like, I work at the radio station, yada, yada, yada. He's like, well, why are you speeding? I was like, well, I was late.
He asked you where you worked?
He did. Well, he was asked where I was going. I was going to work, and he asked where I worked. And then he's like, well, why were you late?
And you said more than just, I know you said radio station in a way.
Yeah, I told him where it was. I said I work at the fan at the radio.
And did nothing? He didn't know who you were?
No, I don't think so. I mean, he didn't say anything.
Yeah.
He goes, well, why were you running behind? And I said, do you really want to know? And he goes, yeah. And I said, well, I think I had some spicy food last night, and I was in the bathroom.
Go for the chuckle.
You got to go for the laugh. You got to go for the chuckle. Hey, look, I think if you play to the poop, then you're always gonna get a little bit of a break because they get it.
When he asked why you were running behind, that probably meant you were good.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. Like he was looking to give you a way out.
He was looking for a good excuse. If it was just I overslept, I don't think he's gonna let me go on that one. Yeah. But if there's poop involved, what are you gonna do? I said, look, it's a 30-minute drive. I was gonna hold it. I was gonna have goosebumps the entire way. So he let me go. Let me off with a warning.
Okay.
Well, I was pleased by it. I was thankful.
Because you came in, and I could be totally misreading this, but you came in kind of, it felt like you were like really taken aback that you were even pulled over, like maybe he was in the wrong.
Well, look, I mean,
it seemed like you weren't like, oh, I got lucky this morning. It was like I got pulled over.
Yeah.
Like how dare he?
Yeah, well, I live 2 doors down from a cop, and well, I've always said to him, I said, if I go to court, what do I say? He goes, well, just say, ask him, was I being a danger to society? If nobody's on the road, if literally you're the only person on the road, and you're not like going like 50 over, right? Are you really going to be in a danger to society? Like that's your out. So that was the route I was going. I was like, I wasn't being a danger. Nobody on the road. I don't want to be in a danger to anybody. That truck that's taking up 2 lanes, that's a danger to me. That's what I would have said.
All right, let's talk about the incident on Saturday that had everybody just absolutely shocked and stunned. You're an airplane guy, aviation. What the heck happened with this plane crash that has left 6 dead?
These were 2 very old airplanes. That was at the Dallas Air Show. It was at the executive airport down off 67. And this happened at like I said, the Wings over Dallas World War II Air Show. And there's no black boxes in these airplanes, which the black box is the flight data recorder where basically the NTSB, which is the Transportation Safety Board, will like be able to research exactly what happened, how this happened. Well, they don't have that. So they've got to go basically off of cell phone videos that people will turn in or that they've already been released to the media.
And everybody had their phones out.
And everybody had their phones out because it's an air show. These are great. Like, I love going to air shows. When the Blue Angels come to Alliance Airport, I can see it from my house. I can sit in my backyard and watch it. That's how close I am. And it's great. I love it. This was scary. So this big giant plane comes, flying through, and then this small one comes right over top of it out of nowhere, and they just collide. And I don't know if that plane was supposed to be there. Like, there's a lot of things that I still don't know yet what's going on with this, but it was just so scary. And obviously, everybody in there, everybody involved died. 6 people perished. And it's just the reaction from the people filming. It was like you could imagine. I could not imagine being there. My kids seeing that. Imagine my kids seeing that live. Oh
Lord.
God.
And that one plane was so much smaller.
Tiny plane. And that's mid-air collisions. Small planes are that happens when there are mid-air collisions. A lot of times they are small planes that collide for whatever reason. But usually you don't see them in an air show. Like this is, man, it was so scary.
So that is the awful event that happened locally that has taken over the top of every single news channel. This one is national. A former University of Virginia football player is in custody after a manhunt in Charlottesville after being the suspect in 3 murders, killing 3 football players and wounding 2 other students on campus late Sunday night. A junior receiver, actually 2 junior receivers and a junior defensive end were killed, and the suspect in the shooting has been identified as Christopher Darnell Jones Jr. was apprehended without incident. He was listed as a freshman running back on their 2018 roster, and 2 other students were also hospitalized, one in good condition, one in critical condition. The shooting took place on a charter bus.
Yeah, for a basketball game.
After students returned to campus from a field trip.
Yeah.
Have you seen any other motive or reasoning or any other background on this?
No, all I know is he got charged with second degree, 3 counts of second degree, and I don't know what the difference between second and first degree is.
Right.
It doesn't make any sense, but it was weird. He was
the subject of a hazing investigation, but the case was closed because witnesses would not cooperate with the process. So that's something that jumped out to me in this.
Yeah, but my first thing whenever I see football players, I'm like, okay, what's going on? Like, was there, you think brain injuries, you think everything, all these things go through my head, and then obviously it's why these players and why on a bus, how on a bus, this was a tragedy that obviously never should have taken place.
So people were notified in September that Jones had made a comment about having a gun on campus.
Mm-hmm.
And the roommate told the university he had never seen a weapon. He was later charged, though, with misdemeanor concealed weapons charges in February 2021. So that's the background. Weapon in question in the past, subject of a hazing investigation. Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm not going to speculate too much, but you can go ahead and gather up whatever you want. But more and more details will come out. But this is what happened at the University of Virginia. National story that took over. Awful.
Terrible. And I mean, I guess thank God nobody else was. This could have been, one of these another mass shooting. Like, thank God it wasn't. My goodness. I mean, you have 3 kids that are dead. I just saw they were all born in the year 2000 or later. I mean, they didn't even get a chance to have their life. I mean, you're not even alive. I mean, you're barely 20 years old.
Yeah.
That's terrible.
No easy transition. It's something we didn't get to yesterday. We'll finish off with a sports story. John Daniels has a new job.
Yeah.
He is in Tampa Bay.
Tampa. If the Royals are, what's the worst organization? Where's worst run organization in baseball? Cincinnati.
The Diamondbacks.
The Diamondbacks. No,
Awful.
They hired Banny. I like them.
All right.
Colorado. If they hire JD, it's like, okay, you got to joke around about that. When the Rays hire you, it's like, dang it.
Yeah.
Like, there's some credibility to the Rays hiring you. It's like, if you want to make fun of JD for, the last few years, fine. The rest of Major League Baseball doesn't see it that way. They see it as he oversaw the most successful run that this franchise has ever had, and they think he's a valuable asset to their organization. The Tampa Bay Rays, one of the 4 or 5 best run organizations in the sport, said, we want you advising our president.
Yep.
So the JD haters, and they take one on the chin today.
What you think about that, Mikey B? I said that, not RJ, so don't call RJ in the commercial break.
Yeah, call him in the commercial break.
Truckwreck.com text line is open live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Cowboy fallout. Dan Quinn on if the run defense can be fixed. Mike McCarthy getting a scare in the building yesterday. And Stephen Jones reacts to the loss at Lambeau. Plus, did last night make you feel that much better with what happened in Filthy against the Commanders? Peyton did spy on Eagles radio this morning. We'll play you their misery. It's all coming up for the 6 a.m. club on a Tolo Tuesday. Just getting started on the Fan.
Keep the volume. From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. Thanks for waking up with us on another chilly morning here on DFW Sports Station. Jerry Jones live at 8:30. Bobby Belt will be joining us as well at 7:20. But let's get to some Cowboys fallout after the loss of Lambeau. Peyton has been spying on Filthy Radio. We'll play you their misery at 6:20 after what happened on Monday Night Football. Mike McCarthy was asked about player frustration in the locker room. He said there was a ton of red ass, a ton of disappointment, a lot of anger. There was a lot said between a lot of people, and I love that. What about the run defense? McCarthy said we were not setting the edge well enough on these outside zone runs. Also, not enough pursuit over the top. And he said, until we take care of this run challenge, this is what it's going to be. That is what Micah Parsons said after the game. That guys need to start following their assignments, start doing what they're supposed to do. Coming into the game, the Packers ran into an 8-man box 5.3 times per game. They averaged 4.1 an attempt. All right? 4.1 yards per attempt, and they were running into an 8-man box 5.3 times per game. 4.1 on 5.3. Against the Cowboys, they ran into an 8-man box designed to stop the run 18 times, and they averaged 5.3 yards per attempt. The Cowboys knew that they were going to run. They took measures to stop it and still couldn't do it. Dan Quinn, this is the question I asked to Brad Sham. Do they have the pieces on the roster? Right? It's the Bassick-Broadus fight. Broadus wants Bassick to fix the Mavericks rebounding on the team. The pieces may not be there with Christian Wood and JaVale McGee. Dan Quinn says he believes 100% his defense has the right players to stop the run. We have the right crew to do it. He is more than certain that they will get the job done. And Stephen Jones was asked about Dan Quinn's run defense yesterday on the KMC Masterpiece.
Well, we have complete confidence in Dan Quinn. I know he's going to continue to grind on it. And certainly we can be better. We have to be better. I mean, obviously that's the way teams are going to attack us. How many times do you ever see an Aaron Rodgers game where he throws at 20 and they run at 40? Probably not very often. But we're probably going to keep seeing that, and I know Dan, he's the best of the best, and I know he'll keep going back to the drawing board with our players. We've got a great group of guys who've got a great mentality, a great play temperament, and I know this team certainly is overall that way as well, and know that we'll respond to this, and that was a very tough loss for everybody, but we just didn't get the job done. You have to give the Packers the credit.
Can you take this permission slip over here?
Oh, yeah.
I want to know if you're willing to sign this.
All right.
And you can tell the Tolos what that says.
It says DQ. That's what I like about Texas.
That I didn't write. That's what I like about Tex Alvarez DQ. Are we allowed? I'd like you to sign that permission slip if we are allowed ever around here in this city to have a Dan Quinn conversation.
Signed. Hang on.
Oh, did you sign your number at the end?
There at the bottom.
I had to put number 23
Absolutely.
there.
Signed.
Number 23. Is there anyone who has a good-looking signature?
That's pretty good.
That's awful. Mine's awful because is there anyone who takes like over 2 seconds to sign their signature? I guess that's a better way of asking.
No, you're not supposed to unless you're signing it for a football.
Because it looks so cool to sign it fast, like.
Yeah.
And then you got to end it like this. That's the way I do it, sitting here on the fan cam.
Or you do like a little curly thing at the end, like a Raleigh Fingers mustache.
Yeah.
You can do that if you want to.
All right, so you're signing that we're allowed to have a Dan Quinn conversation.
Absolutely.
You signed the permission slip.
I signed the permission slip.
Okay.
Yeah. You can have a Dan Quinn combo. Now, what are we having a conversation about? Like,
right.
what is he doing right? What is he doing wrong?
Just like, this allegedly great special elite defense.
Well, it's a good defense. And they did
2,000
Ravens.
I think he got overrated and overhyped to begin with. Like Jimmy Johnson, who joined us last week, said he thinks the defense is special. He's wrong. Now, I've always had a higher standard for special, right? Great, elite, special. And Coach Johnson is just wrong about that. But getting the run D fix, not having this end the Cowboys season as it did last year. At least it played a major part against San Francisco. And now we're about to see this stretch that Stephen Jones just talked about with Derrick Henry, Pearson Houston, the Eagles in all the different ways that they run, Saquon, who all of a sudden is Jim Brown carrying it 35 times, and Dalvin Cook this week. So I just wanted to know when we can be like, yo, Dan Quinn, right? You're the best of the best. No one else should dare look at you to hire you away from us. How are we going to get this cleaned up? How are we going to fix this? And that's what the Cowboys know is going to be coming at them moving forward. So just wanted to get your signature.
You can have my signature. We can have that conversation. I'm not gonna go after Dan Quinn. Look, the Cowboys have had the same run defense all year. They've given up 19, 17, 16, 10, 10, 17, 6.
In points?
In points. And then the last two games, they've given up quite a bit, 31 and 29. But, the run D's been bad the entire season.
Fourth worst in the league in terms of yards per game. They give up 143 per game on average. That's fourth worst in the NFL.
Now, look, here's the good news. Do we think the Eagles have a great defense?
Great?
Or a really good...
I do.
Okay. The Eagles give up more yards per carry than the Cowboys do. Or it's the same. It's like 4.8, 4.7.
Okay.
The Vikings, the Bills, the Chiefs. The Cowboys give up 4.8. They give up 4.5. I'm not worried about a third of a yard. That is not going to make or break your season. I would much rather give up big-time runs than big-time passes. Big-time runs got you a 14-point lead through 3 quarters against Green Bay. Big-time passes tied the game in a quarter. They did not lose this game because of run defense. They lost this game because of pass defense. They lost this game because, Dak got the ball back with 2:30 to go and in overtime and couldn't win. You have to win that football game. When your quarterback gets the ball back with 2 to go and to start overtime, there is zero excuse to not win that football game. None. Tom Brady wins that game. Aaron Rodgers wins that game. Patrick Mahomes wins that game. Josh Allen wins that game. John Elway wins that game. Peyton Manning wins that game. Joe Montana wins that game. Everybody wins that game. Like every quarterback worth their salt wins the game when you get the ball back with 2 minutes to go and to start overtime in a tie game. Every single one.
Mike McCarthy was also asked to explain the first interception, CeeDee Lamb, Dalton Schultz, because Michael Irvin and others said the second interception was not Dak's fault, that CeeDee should have, crossed that route over to the middle of the field instead of going up the field. Mike McCarthy, you looked at the tape. What about the first one?
I think when you look at the play, in fairness to Dalton and CD, that it's a concept that we've been running a little deeper. So and we were kind of right on the fringe of where you want to run that because schematically we got exactly what we were looking for. We were trying to obviously had the inside leverage of the linebacker. You're trying to get the first Dalton, the first guy up on the safety, and then CD comes right off of Dalton. So so with Dalton getting inside of that safety. And then CD's got to be a lot tighter there, but that's a lot tighter window to throw in. So, and that's where, at the quarterback position, you have to throw that with anticipation. You can't wait for it to clear to throw it because then now the backside's involved. So, that's a trust throw. It's an anticipation throw, like most shot plays are into the end zone. So, coverage scheme and so forth are. If you put it on the chalkboard, it's a win, but it definitely wasn't, as far as the spacing.
Broadus was talking about this in the post game. Dak in the middle of the field. He was excellent outside the numbers. Wolchuk was giving out all those stats, RJ, but Dak in the middle of the field, not good the other night. You're always talking about the way to win passing wise in the NFL when it comes to the middle of the football field.
Middle of the field. Look, you go look at that pass in the end zone, and I know that Schultz didn't clear it out, and Lamb was supposed to be in a certain spot. Man, you go watch that play a million times. I don't know where the hell the passing lane was going to be either way. Even if they cleared it the right way, I don't know where that ball was. Like that.
And even Bobby Belt, the ultimate Dak defender, said he just shouldn't have thrown that ball into that type of congestion.
Correct. And was the second one that also. Was the second one tipped?
Good question. I couldn't tell if it was tipped or it was just a duck.
That's a bad duck if it was. Holy cow. But,
yeah.
I had some people send me videos like, man, that ball's tipped. And I'm like, okay, you know what? If you slow it down, maybe it is.
Right.
And that kind of changed the narrative of it. But either way, CD didn't flatten the route out. But that first one, I know Schultz and CD had some communication issues and with Dak, but I just don't know where the throwing lane was there. I would have to. I saw the overhead shot, but not the all 22 shot. I just don't know where that was.
So I think we have another one. Bobby just texted me saying we have another audio clip to explain another interception where I think McCarthy put it more on CD. That's the Michael Irvin one, but. Part of the reason you should listen to the Love of the Star podcast, when you were out, Choppy, Broadus and Bobby were in, and they started bringing up that the Cowboy wide receivers just are not getting separation. That's why they should go out and get Odell Beckham. Both of those guys think the Cowboys will get Odell Beckham. And I was like, wait a second. We got a first-round pick that everyone lost their mind over when he fell to us in CeeDee Lamb. All y'all told me Michael Gallup was a true one. All those people have gone mysteriously quiet. Everyone told me that. And we still need to go out. Rebut.
Someone said Michael Gallup's a true one.
When I thought when we were having. Remember when I threw out last year? Like, should we play around with trading Gallup? Like you have, and some people are like, he could be a one.
I was like, push back on that. I don't think anybody's a one. I don't think anybody was. I want to drug test those people.
Okay.
I think he's a solid two. But definitely not a one. Oh, good God.
And Broadus and Bobby were watching the film, and they said they're just not getting open. Well, look at this from Pro Football Focus. The Cowboys, RJ, do not have a single receiver who ranks better than the 40th percentile in separation percentage this year. They don't have a single one. CD ranks in the 36th percentile. That's best on the team. And going back to 2018, Michael Gallup ranks 87th among 98 qualified receivers in getting separation. So there is an indictment on the receivers in terms of creating that space. Just something that I thought of when we're talking about, the interceptions and the miscommunication issues that happen. Why didn't Jason Peters rotate at left guard? Brought us in the Love the Star podcast, said he thought Jason Peters was close to done a few weeks ago. Well, Mike McCarthy said they're focusing on him at left tackle. He's been tremendous as of late. He feels really good about where Peters is, but they've been focusing on him at left tackle. And while Mike McCarthy was explaining all this to the media, they got a little scare at the Ford Center yesterday.
For instance, a player What the hell?
Some event they're trying to get going. This kind of speaker they're working on the sound.
Well, we didn't win yesterday. She knew where I was going. I'd have been the first one out the door. So
I think that was Clarence Hill explaining they were messing with the speaker system. So that noise is the beginning of every like thriller horror film or that big scene in the movie that makes you jump. It's that sound. Play it again, Peyton.
for instance, I mean, the player, what the hell?
That's it.
That's it.
Right there. You're getting your key in the lock. You're turning around. You're petrified. You're scared. And Mike McCarthy, everybody jumped yesterday as they were testing the speaker system.
Is there a more freaky sound than the purge siren? Is that it, Peyton? Is that the one?
How does it go?
Oh, it's just a big giant horn. You know, like it's
that doesn't sound too terrifying.
Oh, it's terrifying, man.
Because that means your life is over.
Yeah.
You know? There's no hope for
it.
you.
It means that they can kill you at any point. They got 12 hours or whatever it is. They have till sunup. They have till sunup to take care of business.
Okay. I haven't heard it. Is that a Yellowstone reference?
No, it's not a Yellowstone reference.
Oh, okay.
You got to get on that, man.
That was the big talk in the post-show meeting yesterday with the boss. I was like, oh, yeah, everyone's talking about season 2. And y'all were like, it's season 5.
Yeah, it's like season 5.
Yeah. Spittle said 2 hours he could not get back. That was not a rave review from the boss on Yellowstone.
You know,
let's save it. That's
okay.
a bigger discussion. The show is so big. So you ignore and avoid all other current shows, but you're in on Yellowstone. You keep up current on Yellowstone.
I mean, I haven't watched yet.
Oh,
I haven't watched this.
So why are you telling me I got? Oh, but you're up on all the seasons.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why this show?
I don't know. I started watching.
Sarah likes it.
No, she's never seen it.
Oh, never seen it.
I watched this before her. I just, you know, I've always, everybody told me I had to watch it. And it was just, I was sitting there one day and I was just scrolling through like the apps of what to watch. And I don't know if I was on vacation or what, but I decided to start watching it and I caught up on all the seasons.
So there's Inside the Star here on Sean and RJ. Bobby Belt's.
Oh yeah, that's the purge siren. Yeah, you know you're dead now.
Yeah, that other siren's worse. Much worse. Oh, that's terrifying out of nowhere. Bobby Belt and Jerry Jones coming up this morning on a Tolo Tuesday, but some Tolos wanted it. I didn't think we should do it. I didn't think we're in a position to spy on Filthy after what happened on Monday Night Football.
Oh, we're always in a position.
Peyton did spy. We'll play you the audio. And the one Cowboy advantage I think they can use from last night with the Eagles' undefeated season ending. That's next with Sean and RJ.
But let's get you over to the greatest.
When one hurts you, frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit TruckWreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Heineke pumps, steps back, flushed out of the pocket, running out of time. It now goes down the 39-yard line. And a flag was thrown as he was hit when he went down by one of the Eagles. That is going to be a personal foul on Philadelphia. Unbelievable unforced error by the Eagles.
God, the joy that brought me last night in my house watching that. Because I kept waiting for the Commanders to screw this up. I'm like, they're up by 5, one score game. Here you go. Heineke with an interception to Gardner Johnson. Jalen Hurts with the deep bomb to Quez Watkins, who inexplicably fumbled. The Eagles came into this game with only 3 turnovers in 8 games. That was an NFL record. 3 and 8. Last night they turned it over 4 times. The bad news is Jared Sandler and Bobby Belt have been fighting about Jalen Hurts on my cell phone for the past 48 hours. And, Bobby crapping all over Jalen Hurts. And last night there was like some I told you so going back and forth. And I had to step in as the judge. And I said, last night was not an indictment on Jalen Hurts, Bobby. I'm sorry. Quez Watkins fumbled a deep ball they completed. Remember Trent Dilfer saying Jalen Hurts is phenomenal throwing the deep ball? He proved it again last night. Even the interception that Washington ended up with, that was still a perfectly thrown bomb that ended up in the hands of the Eagles receiver. Ended up in the hands of the Eagles target. So Jalen Hurts, I'm not seeing a better deep ball thrower in the NFL this year. I got to go and look at Mahomes' numbers on that because Mahomes kind of quietly is back on top in terms of leading the league in touchdowns with his MVP numbers being stupid yet again. But last night was not a game to say, oh, Jalen Hurts got exposed. That was my opinion. But this is about the quarterback on the other side getting hit late in Heineke. Third down, Eagles are going to get the ball back. A late hit, automatic first down. The Commanders end the Eagles' undefeated season.
Yeah, Bobby Polian is really like he thinks quarterbacks should only be allowed to throw the football. It's funny. It's funny how that works, but that's not the only job they have. I'd much rather have Jalen Hurts than a drop back passer only.
Give me a name. Like Cousins?
Absolutely. No doubt about it. Oh, yeah, for sure. I don't have Jalen Hurts or Lamar. Those guys that are dual threats.
Dak?
Would I rather have Hurts or I'd rather have pre-injury Dak. It still remains to be seen, post-injury Dak, but Hurts does.
But Cousins, we can keep it to Cousins. He's coming up against us.
Yeah, so let's keep it to
Cousins. Like Garoppolo.
I'd rather have Hurts.
Yeah.
I'd rather have Lamar. I'd rather have Hurts. If you don't like Lamar and Jalen Hurts, that's fine. If you don't think they can throw the football, that's fine. You just sit there on that island because I don't know if Jalen Hurts and Lamar Jackson are ever going to win a Super Bowl. I don't know. I don't know if Josh Allen's ever going to win a Super Bowl. Seen his last 3 games?
Leading the league in interceptions.
He's got 9 turnovers in his last 3 games. Josh Allen runs 2. A lot. But, we give him a pass for that one.
So this was the debate last night. Tolos were tweeting and saying, can you spy on Filthy? And I was like, nah, we lost. Like, if the Cowboys beating the Packers, it could be an automatic spy. We're definitely trailing in the division by multiple games. Like, are we really in a position to laugh at someone else? You know what I mean? Are we really in a position? And I said, but we can put it up to a poll question. I'll let the Tolos decide. And the majority said, yes, please do. That it's never a wrong decision to spy on Filthy. Right. So Peyton did this morning. This was the opening of the morning show on WIP with Angelo Cataldi.
Back to reality.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the WIP Morning Show. I'm going to warn everybody now before the official start of this show. We've been joking around the last few weeks. We were riding high. We had the Eagles hadn't lost the game in over 2 months, and the Phillies run that run. There'll be no joviality today, even though we are honoring our own Al Morganti, who went into the Hall of Fame yesterday, gave a great speech. But even that is going to take a deep back seat to the frustration and anger you should be feeling this morning. Because what happened last night at Lincoln Financial Field was a massive wake-up call to an organization that's been smelling itself for the last few weeks. You know what I want to hear today? I want you to be able this morning to vent the frustration you felt for 3 hours last night when you saw a team that you root for not care as much about winning as you do,
love it.
Nor the opponent. Because Washington wanted the game more than the Eagles did.
I love the care.
Yeah,
the East Coast care.
They can't. Now, it did look like that. I'll give them that. They slept well after that first half. It looked like the Washington several names were playing a division game, and the Eagles were playing an exhibition against Team Germany. All right, that's just what it looked like on this first half. Like, they slept well after that first half, and then, but. You knew the LCD, of fans and sports talk radio is going to go to we care more.
Yeah.
And no, you don't. You don't.
And then they opened up the phone lines. And, of course, the Eagles fans.
Eagles Shirley, let's come on in here, Eagles Shirley. We're here in the Delaware Valley, and it's one of the worst days of the month of WIP.
It wouldn't be a Filthy show unless they wanted somebody's head. On a previously undefeated football team,
8-1.
They want someone's head on a platter.
Tyrone's up next from Nicetown. Tyrone, I don't think you're going to be.
Wait, from where? Noista?
Nicetown. Because he's an angry guy. So they're just, it's sarcasm. Sarcasm. From Nicetown, because they wanted to be nice, but.
Nicetown. I thought we were in Massachusetts with a Worcester, with a Noista.
Worcester.
All right, let's hear it.
Tyrone's up next from Nicetown. Tyrone, I don't think you're going to be nice today, are you?
Hell no.
Good. Come from Angry Town instead.
I'm going to just say this. The big thing that hurt the Eagles more than anything last night was the scheduling. We went on a bye to come off a bye to go back on a bye, and the whole team looked sluggish last night.
Yep.
And we still should have won the game, but Gannon got to go. He got to go. This dude got to go.
Hold on. I need to somebody to note this. At 6:32 a.m., the 8-1 Eagles are being told to release their defensive coordinator. And I'll tell you the truth.
Jonathan.
Tyrone, here's the truth. If they did it today,
no one would be upset.
I would be fine with it. I would not bother me. Because Tyrone, I hate the way he ran the defense in the first 8 victories. I didn't like it then. What? I don't like this. They don't know how to stop the run.
Clear the house. Get rid of everyone.
They're 7th best in the league in scoring defense. They give up 18.6 a game. The Cowboys are 5th best. Purge everyone. Get them out. The Cowboys are 5th best. They give up 18.2 a game. But there's it sounded like Angelo was going to make fun of the caller and insult him, and then he goes, but nobody would fight you on it, getting rid of the defensive coordinator this morning. But look, I can't make fun of this Eagles reaction too much, given the way Cowboy fans have reacted after the Lambeau game. I mean, y'all have lost your damn minds after that. The amount of freak out, the over emotion, and I want to see this morning on the truckwreck.com text line that you were wrong about the way the NFL operates. That the Philadelphia Eagles just lost to the Commanders in Philly. In Philly. And it happens to everybody. Well, great teams. Good teams got to prepare. Coach speak. They got to beat teams like the Vikings coming up on the schedule here. The Colts beat the Chiefs. The Dolphins beat the Bills. The Commanders just beat the Eagles. And the only blemish like this on the Cowboys' record is losing to Aaron Rodgers at Lambeau when you were up 14-0. So I want you to admit you were wrong about the way the NFL operates. I won't hold my breath that text will actually come true, but the overreactive freak out from many a Cowboy fan was embarrassing, is embarrassing. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. Here's what I felt good about in facing Philadelphia moving forward, and they commented on it right there. Their run defense. So Washington came in averaging 108 on the ground. They ran it for 152. Man, Brian Robinson, he runs hard. Sticking that ball out over the goal line. He, of course, is the great story that the Commanders like to use PR-wise for their own, devious defense when it comes to the Attorney General in D.C. But last night, Washington was running the football on the Eagles. The Cowboys are going to try to do that again, especially when it gets cold in these months coming up. So I felt good about that. Robinson had 26 for 86 and a touchdown, and they ran it for over $150.
Yeah, you could run on them. You could run on every team in the NFL. Only 3 teams have a yards per carry allowed under 4. You can run on every team. They're choosing that. These teams are actively choosing to allow you to run on them because they'd rather you run on them than pass. And I think that's why scoring's down. Teams are recognizing that, and they're like, all right, we're just going to run the ball. And they're just taking that, and that's so fewer possessions. The number of possessions per game is down this year, and I think this is a major part of it. Teams are actively allowing you. They want you to run. They want you to run on them. They don't want you to throw on them.
Do you look at yards per game allowed or carry?
Carry. Yards per game is just a volume. It's like that's the more rush attempts. I don't look at yards thrown per game. I look at yards per attempt, yards per carry, among other things. There's a lot of other things that you would look at. Yeah, I don't care at all about total yards per game. But it's only the only teams that allow fewer than 4 yards a carry. I'm sorry, there's 4 of them.
San Fran,
San Fran, Indy.
Buffalo?
No, Buffalo's right with us. They're basically tied with us.
Okay.
So San Fran, Indy, Tennessee, and the Rams. Then the Jets at 4. Kansas City, Buffalo, Minnesota, Tampa, Vegas, Carolina, all 4.5 yards per carry. Miami, 4.6. Seattle, 4.6. Philadelphia, Denver, 4.7. New England, 4.7. We're 4.8. So, like, the difference between us and Buffalo and Minnesota is 0.3 of a yard. So what is that? That's, what, 12 inches? You wish. It's it. It's a foot.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on Sean and RJ. It's DFW Sports Station. Is it possible, do you actually believe it's possible that a current college athlete does not know who MJ is? Are we being pranked? Are we being trolled? And man, we got dating stories everywhere. MJ's son in that relationship. Pete Davidson is at it again, and Giselle already has a new dude. Is it possible not to know who MJ is? We'll play the audio and you decide next on The Fan. But first, I know it's
Byers Barricades is a full-service provider. Take care of your project or special event, no matter the size, from start to finish. The Texas Authority and Barricade Rentals at ByersBarricades.com.
And we'll wait for later this afternoon when Alabama and Ole Miss battle in Oxford to see whether or not today will crown the SEC West. We'll find out later, but the Tigers do their job. They get the win in a close one, 13-10 over Arkansas.
All right, what a perfect connection of stories here. RJ with the full college kegger at 7:40 this morning after Bobby Bell. Latest edition of the college football playoff rankings come out tonight. But Brian Kelly and his post game after this win over Arkansas, this went viral.
Oh, yeah, it did, because, we love talking about, basketball players from the 90s. At least I do. I know you do. But Brian Kelly was talking about one of his players, Harold Perkins Jr. Now, Harold Perkins was not feeling well before this game, and then Harold Perkins went out and had like 87 sacks in this game. He was just an absolute menace in LSU's close and very unappealing 13-10 win over Arkansas. And by the way, apparently they don't know how to deal with snow very well in Arkansas because they had snow over the weekend. There was like problems galore with this, but whatever.
What did they not know how to do?
Plow the roads. Their grass looked, it was a weird look, right?
Well, they put the sprinklers on because they said the water's warmer than the temperature in the field, so it's going to melt the ice, but that's not how that really works.
No, it doesn't, because like an inch of snow is like 3 inches of water.
Yeah.
And it now became...
That's when I go and get the scalding hot water and throw it on my windshield in the morning.
Great idea. I would definitely recommend doing that. I would continue to do that if I were you. No, yeah, so like they basically created an awful playing surface, but Brian Kelly was talking about and to Harold Perkins, who was his player who was sick, had a dominating performance that made him kind of compare to a legend.
He got sick before the game, threw up, and as we were going into our team meal, team meeting, and I said, hey, MJ threw up when he had his greatest game, and he said, who's MJ? I was like, man, I am getting so old.
Okay, I'm dying to hear from Harold now. Dying to hear whether this was a troll. When is it acceptable? What's the age line where you don't have to know who MJ is? Is it different if you said Michael Jordan? Is there a possibility? Could we give you a pass if you don't know MJ versus Michael Jordan? Harold Perkins is 18 years old. He was born in September 2004, more than 7 years after the original flu game. Okay, he was born nearly a year and a half after Jordan retired. I still don't think this one is acceptable whatsoever. I don't think. First off, the Jordan logo is on all the uniforms and brands and shoes. I think the shoes make this the most unacceptable.
Yeah, if he had, if he had said Jordan, he knows. Maybe he doesn't know MJ.
MJ.
But there are also, I don't believe age is an excuse for everything.
And has anyone else has like the exclusive rights to more names that are connected to him than MJ, Jordan, Michael?
Air Jordan.
Jordan. No one else says Air, I guess. Yeah. But all three, you know exactly who it is.
You know exactly who it is.
Pretty common name, Michael.
Yeah, I don't, I wasn't alive for Wilt Chamberlain. I knew when I was 8 years old who scored 100 points. Like, just there are certain things that there's no excuse for. There's no excuse for certain, not knowing certain movies, songs, references. I never saw. I still haven't seen Casablanca, whatever the hell you call it. I still know the line. This could be a beginning of a beautiful friendship, whatever the hell it is. I still know it. I wasn't alive in 1942. I didn't see the movie. I don't watch black and white films. All right, except for Young Frankenstein. I'll watch that one. But MJ is one of those people. So is Michael Jackson. So is Elvis. So is, like in 100 years, you can't tell me you don't know who Taylor Swift is or whoever.
I want to know on the truckwreck.com text line your MJ moment. Like your kid, your wife, you didn't know, had to have it explained. I'm just curious.
I didn't know who Bono was. That's what started this whole Bono.
Well, and because he's overrated, so you wouldn't know who he is.
Well, and Bobby, because he was here for probably a month, maybe 15 days, and I said it on air. I said, I don't know who Bono is. And he called me and was like, you got to be kidding me. Yeah. You don't know who Bono is and stuff. I was like, dude, I listen to YouTube, but I don't know who the artist is.
Bono is not MJ, though.
Right.
Like, I think it's
Bobby made it seem like that.
Well, he's a moron. That's a that's a pass for you.
Yeah.
It's not MJ.
It's not. He ain't MJ. Okay, he ain't MJ. He makes bad music. So
if you said MJ to your wife or girlfriend mom, would they know? If you said MJ, not Michael Jordan, not Jordan, MJ. I don't know.
I don't know that I'd know. They would know. I don't know.
I think Amanda would know. I don't think my mom would know. And just saying MJ.
Yeah, I don't think my mom would know. My mom is the test for who's famous and who's not. If she knows who you are, you're clearly famous.
Yeah.
So that's it. Let's see. But here we go. Truckwreck.com text line. MJ is super old. Most of us don't care about him.
Don't care doesn't mean you don't know.
Correct.
You know who he is. It's not about caring. It's do you know? Are you aware?
Correct.
That was probably 337.
It was. My 6 and 7-year-old know who MJ is. No excuses. Kids of this generation don't care about anyone themselves. Perkins, after the game, said he was... Perkins' teammates. I don't know. The SEC used to have a rule where freshmen could not speak to the media, and I don't know if they still have that rule or not. Perkins' teammates said after the game he was just goofing. He's fully aware of who MJ is. I bet you he's fully aware of who Michael Jordan is. I've just wondered if he doesn't know who MJ is. Let's see.
But my dad would do this to me in terms of like prime ministers and heads of state and people in charge in other countries. Like I'd be like, all right, what's going on in the news today? And he'd drop a name and I'm like, who? And he would be so beside himself. You know, I'm not talking about like a big obvious name. I mean, I guess to other people would be obvious. And I'd be like, who is that? And he's like, you don't know the prime minister? You don't know the head, the president? You don't know this person? So he made me feel dumb in that regard. All right, so there it is. That was LSU post-game. The announcer in that clip on LSU radio said, now we have to wait for Alabama. Ole Miss versus Alabama, right?
That was this weekend, yeah. Past weekend.
What?
That was this past weekend.
Right.
Yeah.
And Alabama gets the win.
Yep.
They survive. Before the game, though, Lane Kiffin becomes even more of a legend in rehabbing his image. He sat down on the SEC network with Paul Feinbaum, and Feinbaum, back in the day, insulted Lane, like everyone did. Called him the Miley Cyrus of college football. Feinbaum then wrote this article about Nick Saban. I guess it was kind of questioning Saban and, something that would be providing motivation to the Alabama program. Listen to what Lane Kiffin did. He waited all these years to get his revenge on Paul.
Is it safe to assume that you have either heard or not heard from the GOAT this week?
Yeah, he would not be communicating in the week of a game, I don't think, to any coach. So that's to be expected. And the good thing with coach, you know what to expect. There's not going to be a lot of curveballs with him. So I was not thinking when I sent him your article about what you said, I sent to him. I knew he wouldn't respond.
So you did send it to him?
I sent it to him and Miss Terry.
Oh.
Trying to turn everybody on you.
Man, I don't want to make too much out of our relationship. I've always felt like we've gotten along, but now you're, in addition to tweeting about it, you're making sure that he didn't miss it.
Boy, they asked the Taylor Swift favorite song was Karma, so I just spent, whatever it's been, eight years or something like that, waiting for my chance to get back at you since you got me fired at USC that time for calling me Miley Cyrus. So I waited this long to turn Coach Saban against you.
So Feinbaum writes the article questioning if the Alabama dynasty is over. Lane sends it to Saban and his wife.
Yeah.
And he was just waiting to sit back on it. I love it.
That's great.
I love the petty.
Man, Lane is awesome. Lane, I can't think of another person who has had such a turnaround. I mean, A-Rod had a good turnaround. There's some.
For a little bit.
But Lane's become universally liked because he's become a heel. He was just unlikable before. Now he has embraced the heel role, and we love the heel role. We love when you admit that you're the bad guy. And he admitted it. I think it's great.
Well, he picks at Saban. That's funny.
Yeah.
Right? He makes fun of himself. He does cool things. And, he's put on a clinic in how to turn it around. He really has.
Yeah.
But Feinbaum, is there anyone else who fires more shots and gets away with it like Feinbaum? Maybe it's because of his look. Like, he says really harsh things. People should be fired. And no one has ever said that I've seen that we've played. Look at you, you egghead, glass-wearing potato face. You're gonna sit here and insult me? College football? What the heck do you know? And Paul Feinbaum has run the South for years and years and years and years. Well, this guy's sitting up there as a college football expert, calling for everybody's jobs, and I never really hear anyone snap and go off on him.
No, because, I mean, he's got the biggest voice. He has the biggest voice of the South. I mean,
think about that. If you said the voice of the South for college football, and you look at Paul Feinbaum.
Yeah, it is. I mean, he's a guy from New York City. And he's the voice of the South.
Is he from New York?
Originally, and then he moved to like Memphis when he was a kid or whatever.
He was also questioning whether A&M can afford to fire Jimbo while ripping him apart.
Which, Jimbo's, man, look, you got some major problems down there. You ain't found a quarterback. Do you think those boosters are going to be happy paying $30 million to your recruiting class to lose 5 or 6 straight?
It would cost them $86 million to fire him. $86 million? Man, I don't think you can fire him this year. I think you gotta give it one more year. Can't afford to. I mean, they might be able to afford to.
They'll find money, but because it's a good job. It's a really good job. Like they'll find a coach in 2 seconds, but holy cow, what Jimbo has done or not done there is bordering on the insane. It really is. Jimbo Fisher is doing no better. He's actually doing worse than Kevin Sumlin was. Worse. Like, you lose to Auburn, a team that just fired their coach. They brought in Cadillac Williams. And you lose to South Carolina, who everybody gets fired when they lose to South Carolina.
It's Sean and RJ. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. What's going to happen with the college football rankings tonight? The Mavs and the Stars are back in action. Filthy's perfect season is over, and the fallout in Frisco after the Cowboys at Lambeau. Headlines with Bobby Belt and Jerry Jones on the way here on Sean and RJ.
But let's get you over to Boomer Jacks, your official game day headquarters, the place for half-price bone-in wings today. Half-price.
from the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Gibson in the gun. He's back. He's looking. He starts to roll. He's being chased. He goes down, and he's stopped shy of the 40. Now they're going to throw a flag. He went down, and then the Eagles merely touched him. Mike, are they going to call that penalty against the Eagles?
Yeah, they are. They're going to call a personal foul against the Eagles because the quarterback gave himself up. Game's over.
Break just touched him. I mean, I guess by the letter of the law, he didn't do anything other than tag him. The officials should show some common sense at a time like that.
The whining and the crying in filthy on Eagles radio after they have their perfect undefeated season end at home against the Washington Commanders, 32-21. Good morning, Metroplex. It's a Tolo Tuesday here on Sean and RJ. Jerry Jones live at 8:30 this morning. The Eagles turned it over 4 times. They had turned it over 3 times in their previous 8 games. Interception from Jalen Hurts. Fumble by Quez Watkins. They got screwed. Not on that. I wonder what the ratio is from the country reacting to the Heineke hit in saying that should not have been flagged. Troy Aikman,
he went down, and then the Eagles merely touched him.
Merely. I thought that was a legitimate flag. They got screwed on the face mask fumble.
I agree.
The tight end got hurt. Dallas Goedert gets hurt. He fumbles. It was a 23-21 game with 9 minutes left. The Commanders recover. They add a field goal. Man, their kicker was outstanding last night, hitting bombs from everywhere. They get screwed. You can't review the face mask for some reason, even though you can review the fumble, but you got to pull up on that quarterback there at the end. Eagles lose.
Yeah, you got to pull up on the quarterback there. I do think they got screwed on the fumble because that was a face mask, and I just don't know why you can't review it. Why can't you?
Yeah.
Why can't you, if you're going to go review the fumble and you see a face mask, why can't you add it? It doesn't make any sense to me. It's absolutely something that they should be able to do. You know, Bill Belichick's been talking about having, changes to replay and review. And he's right. You should be, if you have challenges left, why can't you review in the final 2 minutes?
I'm looking at the Heineke play again. He kneeled down, Choppy. Like, he took a knee.
Yeah.
He wasn't trying to sell a run. Sometimes with slides, you fake slide and all that stuff. But he took a knee, and he got hit late.
Yeah.
Automatic first down.
It's an easy call. It's an automatic first down. I don't know why anybody would say that it was the Merrill Reese, the play-by-play guy.
What a homer.
I mean, you couldn't be more clueless to think that was just I just touched them. He merely touched them down. Oh.
Just when I thought Cowboy fans would be happy that the Eagles lost and that the formula of the National Football League shows you're going to have a loss like that, like they did against Green Bay, no. Can't be satisfied. You know what I'm getting on the truckwreck.com text line and Twitter at 1053SS? Makes the loss even worse because we could have been a game closer in the division. We blew it. Blew a golden opportunity to be just a few games back, and it makes the loss sting even more. Just can't be satisfied. Can't be satisfied as the Eagles fall to 8-1. The Commanders improve to 5-5. They've won 4 of their last 5 now.
Yeah, look, I mean they're a 5-5 team. They're not terrible. This is still Eagles lost to Washington is still far worse than ours at Green Bay. Far worse. Don't let anybody tell you any differently. It's far worse. They lost a home game to a team with Taylor Heineke. We lost a road game to Aaron Rodgers. Okay. Like, if you had to say right now, who's got a better chance of making the playoffs, Green Bay or Washington? There ain't a single person out there saying Washington. Not a single one.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. And I feel like Carson Wentz just buried even more down the road for this football team. Not that Heineke is not the answer. I had some doofus tweet me last night, Heineke over Dak Prescott. I don't know whether it's just a Dak hater or a troll, but
simmer down.
Gavin Dawson saying that the Cowboys would have won Sunday with Cooper Rush at quarterback. Take care of the football, ball control. Ball control. So that's Dawson. Someone had to do it, and it was our very own on the G-Bag Nation going to the well. Stephen Jones was on with the KMC masterpiece, and he was asked about this Cowboys run defense. Is Dan Quinn going to be able to make these adjustments?
Well, we have complete confidence in Dan Quinn. I know he's going to continue to grind on it, and certainly we can be better. We have to be better. I mean, obviously that's the way teams are going to attack us. How many times do you ever see an Aaron Rodgers game where he throws at 20 and they run at 40? Probably not very often. Yeah. But we're probably going to keep seeing that. And I know Dan, he's the best of the best, and I know he'll keep going back to the drawing board with our players. We've got a great group of guys who've got a great mentality, a great play temperament, and I know this team certainly is overall that way as well. And know that we'll respond to this, and that was a very tough loss for everybody, but we just didn't get the job done. You have to give the Packers the credit.
Advanced stats showed that the Cowboys, they loaded up the box, right? On average, the Packers ran into an 8-man box 5 times per game this year. The Cowboys loaded the box with 8 men 18 times. The Packers came in averaging 4.1 against 8-man boxes, against us 5.3. So the Cowboys, they knew it was coming. They still could not stop it. Dan Quinn yesterday said he believes they have the right crew to do it. More on what the Cowboys were saying yesterday with Bobby Belt at 7:20. Mike McCarthy said there was a ton of red ass after the game. Disappointment, a lot of anger. There was a lot said between a lot of people, and he absolutely loves that.
I thought he was saying that because they got spanked. Could be. Look, that was not the best.
But they didn't get spanked.
No, they didn't get spanked. They got spanked in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
They got spanked then. Other than that, I mean, they were in control of that game through 3 quarters. This is not a panic. It's not a day to panic. And neither was yesterday.
It's like some would rather have just straight up been down the entire game and lost versus blow a 14-point lead. I'd rather.
I get that. I get it. I wouldn't, but I get it.
I'd rather be up and know that yes, better. I let one slip away, but I was the better team. Mm-hmm. I was winning the game. I would rather have that.
I totally agree. I would rather know that I am, because when you're up 28-14 entering the fourth quarter on the road, I already know who the better team is. Final score or not, I already know who the better team is. So, and look, you knew the Cowboys knew they were the better team going in, and they know they're the better team leaving. They lost the game. Philadelphia lost last night to Washington. You think Philadelphia is questioning whether they're better than the Commanders?
Around the rest of the NFL here in headlines here on Sean and RJ before the Expressway, when we go commercial free to the end of the hour. Jim Irsay, this guy, just shut up. You got one win over the Raiders, and Irsay goes on Twitter, the Colts owner. All you critics, you criticize all of us in the NFL for losing. When we make moves to win, you act so righteous. Who you crapping? Just win, baby. So a little shot right there at the Raiders and Mark and Al Davis. Mark Davis, I thought, with a very good measured statement when it comes to Josh McDaniels, saying, look, people in today's world want instant gratification. The guy's coached 9 games. We're 2-7. We've lost 6 one-score games with the ball and a chance to win at the end. I gave him my vote of confidence when I signed him to a contract to be coach of the Raiders. Rome was not built in a day.
No, it was burned down in a day.
That was Mark Davis trying to calm the Josh McDaniels hype and fire. And Bill Belichick, he wants coaches' challenges allowed with under 2 minutes. And a lot of this is coming from the Buffalo Bills completion that they had in the Vikings game. It was there on the sideline with Gabe Davis. He had a 20-yard catch with 17 seconds left. It wasn't reviewed, and he did not have possession. The ball hit the ground. It should not have counted for Buffalo, and Bill Belichick said there's been other examples, and he wants coaches' challenges allowed with under 2 minutes left.
Real quick on the Josh McDaniels thing.
And the Bills defense had 12 men on the field for the overtime stop on Dalvin Cook.
You have to be able to review these things. You can't just, say, well, arbitrarily there's less than 2 minutes to go.
Yeah.
Which, why is there a 2-minute warning anyway? Why do they have that? They don't have it in college. I don't get it. Like, why is there a 2-minute warning? 6 of the last 7 first-round picks of the Raiders have been cut. 7 of their last 9 PFF defensive grades for the year have been 22nd or lower. They have not had a scoring defense in the top 20 since 2014. This ain't all on Josh McDaniels. Now, Josh McDaniels stinks and probably shouldn't be a coach. But this ain't all on him. That organization, John Gruden, killed that organization. Killed it. Though you can't survive. And they just traded 2 first-round picks for Devontae. So basically, they haven't had a first-round pick in 5 years because they've cut them all. One's in jail, and then they just traded the 2 for Devontae. Like, they're thin. They're thin, man. They're like the Rams. There's no difference with the Rams and them with the amount of thin they have because they got rid of all their first-round picks.
Mavs and Stars back in action tonight. The Mavs are going to host the Clippers at the AAC. Clippers, who many had winning the Western Conference, being right there with Golden State. They're 8-6 on the season. The Mavs are 7-5. Tip-off at home at 7:30. The Stars on the road at Tampa tonight with the puck drop at 6 p.m. And the latest edition of the college football playoff rankings. We go on with an instant replay of last week.
I would assume it's an instant replay. Michigan won handily. Ohio State won handily, and Georgia won handily, and Tennessee won handily, and TCU won. They were in control of that game. It wasn't the final score of that game was not a handled, but they were in control of that football game, after halftime in the second half. I don't think they will change anything. I don't think they'll ding TCU for that. It was a road win as an underdog. I don't think they'll ding them. By the way,
that's not dingable.
I said I don't think they'll ding it. Yeah, it's not dingable.
Yeah, it's not even consideration, right? I mean, why would that
who
even
knows?
be thought of?
The committee, who knows? What the hell they're going to do. I will say this. This says TCU is a 3-point favorite at Baylor this week. They play at Baylor, and they're a 3-point favorite. Interested to see USC's jump. Keep an eye on them. Keep an eye on USC. If they win out, could they sneak in?
The failure level this year for Alabama is what?
Man, I would love to fail and go 10-2. They're 9th in the nation. They'll probably be 7th tonight. I would love to fail and be the 7th team in the country. So I would say it's, for Alabama on a scale of 1 to 10, it's probably a 6 or a 7. For everybody else on a scale of 1 to 10, it's a 0. Like A&M failed. Y'all were top 10. You ain't going to make a bowl. That's failing. I can't say Alabama basically going to end the season 10-2 is a failure. That's a bit much for me.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on Sean and RJ. It's DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for being a Tolo. Man, I'm about to make a Cowboy contract. I'm about to make people sign. I'm about to make people sign at 8 o'clock this morning before Jerry Jones at 8:30. I'm going to draw this up. I'm going to draw this up on Twitter at 1053SS, and we're going to put you on the record at 8 o'clock this morning. RJ with the college football kegger at 7:40. It's the second part of the expressway after Bobby Belt. What was that alarm scare yesterday at the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco? Mike McCarthy, Dan Quinn explaining what happened. Let's start moving it forward to the Minnesota Vikings with some Lambeau recaps as well. Bobby Belt inside the Star with Sean and RJ next.
Let's get your carpet clean. Cleanway Greenway.
start of the Expressway here on Sean and RJ. We are commercial free till the top of the hour. RJ's college football kegger is coming up after Bobby Belt, our Cowboys insider right now, and I'm drawing up my Dallas Cowboys contract. I'm tired. I always want to put people on the record.
Yeah.
We get put on the record. I have to apologize. Choppy sometimes does, admits when he's wrong, and there's just way too much chirping.
Correction. I admit when I'm not right.
8 o'clock. And then Jerry Jones live at 8:30 this morning. Just keep stuffing those eggs down your throat.
Man, it was a tough one to get down. Felt like a Neanderthal out there. I have an egg maker and left it at my house, and the other one broke. So I had to go the old school route with a pot of boiling water. I felt like a Neanderthal.
Cowboys insider Bobby Belt joining us on the Diamond Factory hotline here on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Bobby.
Good morning. I want to let y'all know Peyton Russell lied to you when he said his MJ moment was Bono. That's not the answer for him. He didn't know who Freddie Mercury was. That's his answer.
Is Freddie Mercury a bigger sin than Bono?
100%.
Yeah, that's like 30 years before my time, though, right? I get a free pass.
No, 30 years.
But the movie was so good.
The movie, greatest frontman in music history. It's you had an out. You had an out with Bono. Freddie Mercury, you got no out.
Bobby, what area, like what topic would you be the most ignorant in, like if it was a famous person? Music, you're good. I assume you're pretty good at movies, obviously sports. Like, where do you feel the most, where would you get caught in this topic? What genre?
See, that's the thing. I feel like I'm pretty pop culture aware for the most part. Like, my dad was like a DJ growing up, and so like I was always I'm just saying. So like pop culture was always like a thing, and I've always been a big movie buff and everything else. It's probably genres of music, like alternative rock. The only time I can remember somebody bringing up somebody's name and everybody was shocked I didn't know who it was I didn't know who Gavin Rossdale was from Bush. And I didn't know that Bush was a band. And so that was my biggest blind spot.
Really?
But otherwise, I feel like I can, I feel like I have a pretty good handle on just about anybody else.
Okay. What happened yesterday? Well, I guess let's start off with this. What was this noise disturbance that shook Mike McCarthy yesterday at the presser?
For instance, I mean, a player, what the hell?
Some event they're trying to get going. This kind of speaker here, we're going to sound.
Well, we didn't win yesterday, so you know where I was going. I'd have been the first one out the door. So,
what was that?
It's just some speaker squelch, as Chill referenced there. They were trying to do some sound check thing, and that sound came banging through and freaked Mike McCarthy out a little bit. Like you can see on the video I tweeted, he does jump.
How could you not?
But, I don't blame him. But yeah, it'll catch you off guard. And I'm sure he's already, he mentioned he was already kind of on edge.
Yeah.
A little irritable yesterday.
Yeah, give us the recap of the mood yesterday from everybody.
So I think that, he was clearly, post-game you hear him and he's angry. Like it's much more angry post-game. Yesterday, I think with some time passed, just a little bit more, kind of down about it, a little irritable. And he told us yesterday, he's like, I haven't slept. I'm tired. I'm irritable. Don't feel in a great mood. He's like, but I mean, overall, I think that he was
living the morning show life. He finally woke up at 4 a.m. and drank 3 cups of coffee out there in Wisconsin.
Yeah, yesterday I think he was in a better mood. But clearly you could tell it bugged him. And he owned up to the importance of the Green Bay thing. He, for the most part, had mentioned all week that, yeah, sure, it's going to be great to go home, but, we're focused on winning the game. He said yesterday, like, I'm not going to lie, that was an important game to me. And it obviously didn't go the way we wanted, and we're frustrated with that. And as he said, I think he said it 2 or 3 times, he was like, on to Minnesota. He pulled the Belichick. He's like, it's on to Minnesota. And so I think that they are just ready to – it was a very tough scene in the locker, as we talked about yesterday. And I think that there was a lot of frustration – and a lot of unhappiness, and I think they're all, as a group, just ready to put it in the rearview mirror and look ahead.
What did Dan Quinn have to say?
It was interesting. Dan Quinn always steps out there and does a, kind of a recap before taking any questions. Normally the coaches walk up there and you just launch into a David Moore question, but on this one, he steps up there and he usually launches into a recap of the game. Like, thought we did some great things yesterday. I talked to the guys, and then it goes into question mode. As Calvin Watkins timed it, I believe it was 27 seconds was his opening statement, and that's the shortest one by far that he's had all year. And so I think that, there was clearly frustration with how the secondary played from Dan Quinn and how the run defense was and how these perimeter runs have been a problem for them. But, I think the message was they can be better. They believe they can do it with the personnel that they have. And Dan Quinn said, like, we've got the guys. We've got the guys to be better at this, and we're going to be better at it. And so, Dan's always a very optimistic coach. I mean, he'll address things whenever they're not going well, but I think he always has optimism that they have ways to improve it. And, this is the same personnel they've had all year. And he's had to do some things to try and, cobble together a run defense with some smoke and mirrors that's probably not ever been very good. And now I think you're just seeing teams finding ways to try and attack it, and they're going to have to adjust to it.
All right, I love what you did with Broadus with the on the Love of the Star podcast. You guys actually, instead of just saying they need to fix it, you gave some ideas. So give us some X's and O's ideas on how the run defense can be improved.
Yeah, because, you're not going to be able to, trade deadlines passed, you're not going to be able to go out and make any deals for any, studs to fix this defense. There's nobody. Yeah, well, look, you've already got Jonathan Hankins. I think Jonathan Hankins helps your run game more than Sue would. And
How
Sue,
has
again,
Hankins
he doesn't
been?
really. He's been fine. Broadus pointed out the strip sack from DeMarcus Lawrence on Aaron Rodgers. There's a bit of an assist there from Jonathan Hankins, who just drove the guard right back into Aaron Rodgers. And so statistically, they've looked better with Jonathan Hankins on the field against the run. And so I think that he's definitely been a help for them, and he's played all right so far. I think that if you're looking at areas where you can fix this team with the personnel you have, or at least some things you can try out, it may not work, but it's just some stuff you can try out.
Yeah.
I think the first thing would be Trayvon Diggs plays pretty much exclusively on the right side of the defense. DeMarcus Lawrence plays pretty much exclusively on the left side of the defense. Get them on the same side, because you've had issues with Dante Fowler, Dorrance Armstrong, Terrell Basham in his first game back had issues against the run. If you've already got trouble sealing the edge there, and then the guy in the secondary who's going to have to come up and run support is Diggs, balance it a little. Play DeMarcus Lawrence on the right, defensive end, or flip Trayvon Diggs over to left corner. Just change things up a little bit, give it a little bit more balance so that your best run defender on the edge, your best guy to seal things off, is on that same side as Trayvon Diggs. Because on the right side, if Kelvin Joseph has to play for Anthony Brown, who we'll see if Anthony Brown's going to be able to get ready to play this week, but Anthony Brown will come up, or Kelvin Joseph, for the criticisms of him, he'll come up and run support. He'll play run support really well. I think the issues with Kelvin Joseph are more his coverage and everything else, and his technique, and just the growing pains of a young corner. But when it comes to coming up and playing physical and run support, Kelvin Joseph will do that. And so I think that put him on the right side where you've had some issues sealing the edge, flip the corners, and I think you've got improvement right there. I think,
but real quick,
because
Bobby,
that defense, yeah.
If let's just say Diggs is better at the side he's currently playing, and Tank is better at the side he's currently playing, why would you change that up to stop the run? Why would
because you gave up 200 yards rushing,
and you gave up 11 and a half yards of pass. Like, the passing game is more important. Stopping the pass is more important than stopping the run. Nobody cares about stopping the run.
But
the Cowboys allow the same yards per carry as the Eagles. They allow a 0.3 more yards per carry than the Vikings and the Bills. I don't care. They didn't lose that game because they couldn't stop the run. They lost that game because they gave up a 14-point fourth quarter lead because they were thrown all over the field.
Yeah, and they were able to extend drives and make those throws happen because they ran the ball down the field, Chop. They were able to keep those drives going.
So you'd rather stop the run than the pass?
Absolutely. What's that?
You'd rather stop the run than the pass?
No, I think that you've got the personnel in large part to stop the pass regardless of what side of the field they're on. I don't think there's a difference between Diggs playing left corner and right corner, Chop. Like, I do think there's a difference between Diggs playing with run ceiling help on the right edge versus run ceiling help on the left edge. Diggs can play left or right. I don't give a damn. I don't think that matters. But DeMarcus Lawrence makes a difference. And so put DeMarcus Lawrence and Trayvon Diggs on the same side. This isn't about, well, gosh, if you just flip Trayvon Diggs, all of a sudden you're not going to be able to cover anybody. Flip him over to that side and balance things out a little bit. And then I think on that right defensive end, because your veterans have not done well over there. Dorrance Armstrong hasn't been good. Dante Fowler hasn't been good. The Aaron Jones touchdown run is on Dante Fowler. You've got everybody else running twists on the defensive line. Quentin Bohanna goes up, fills his gap correctly. Dante Fowler's just trying to rush around the edge. Dante Fowler's supposed to twist inside, and if he does, he's right there in the hole to stop Aaron Jones. And I think when you hear Micah Parsons talking about guys freelancing and kind of doing their own thing and how frustrating that is, I think he's talking, I think that's one of the plays he's talking about, because everybody was where they were supposed to be, including Micah Parsons, who then had to leave his spot to go chase Aaron Jones through the hole, and they ended up scoring. If Dante Fowler's there, that's a 2-yard gain. Maybe it's a stop for nothing. So I think that Dante Fowler, Dorrance Armstrong, Terrell Basham, the veterans struggling there, play the younger guys. Right now, Sam Williams is a better run defender to me than those three. I think that Chauncey Golston is a better run defender than those three. Start working those guys in there. I don't think you're getting so much in the pass rushing from those three that you can't afford to get the benefit from Sam Williams and Chauncey Golston. I mean, gosh, Sam Williams has shown he can rush and he can play the run. So if you don't want to play Golston because you don't think he can rush the passers, well, fine. But put Sam Williams in there a little bit more at least. Give him some reps there. And then I think the other issue is, and this one's a little bit more complicated because he's coming off of neck surgery and he's had to change some things up. Get Damone Clark more reps. Don't leave Micah just locked into playing linebacker. Like, let Micah freelance. Let Micah do what he's doing. When Micah is not lined up at linebacker, then have Damone Clark in there with Leighton Vander Esch, because Leighton Vander Esch and DeMarcus Lawrence, I think, are the only two good run defenders on the team right now, or really consistent run defenders. And I know there have been some people, I've seen it before on the fan text, I've seen it on Twitter, people saying, what are you seeing with Leighton Vander Esch? I don't know how to, I don't know what to say to y'all. I mean, he's good in run defense. I'm sorry if you don't see it that way. Like, there's not really the same statistics that I can throw at you of like, well, here are all the statistics on how he does his assignment and goes into run fits. I can't present that to you, but I'm telling you, the tape shows he's playing the run pretty well. The other night, he was okay. It wasn't great, but he was also banged up. He had gotten hurt earlier in the game. But Damone Clark coming off that injury, I know they don't want to play him a ton. They had to against Chicago. He played 33 reps. When they had a chance to game plan for it, they only had him in there for 7 because I think they were just they want to ease him back. You know, that's a serious injury that he was coming off of. And so I think Clark is better right now than Anthony Barr. Anthony Barr's just not been good. And so have Vander Esch and Clark play more reps at linebacker. And I think whatever you're doing at any time, that determines where Micah Parsons is. So if you've got Golston, you've got Sam Williams in on the edge, all right, then Mike is standing up at linebacker. Doesn't mean he can't rush. He can still rush from there, but he can rush or he can play the run or whatever else. And then when Damone Clark is in at linebacker, that's when Micah Parsons lines up just straight on the edge. But I think those are things that it may not fix it, but those are at least things that you can try out. Those are things that are worth at least exploring to see if your run defense can improve.
And that is what you get if you check in with the Love of the Star podcast with Bobby Bell and Brian Broaddus. Bobby joining us here on Sean and RJ on the Diamond Factory Hotline, 105.3 The Fan. Anything else interesting come from yesterday?
I mean, you had Kellen Moore and Mike McCarthy both ultimately put that second interception on CD. And so basically this is the read. And I know I think everybody has kind of figured it out so far. But the idea is that imagine you've got the center of the field Dak Prescott's looking out at. If there's 2 safeties playing up there and the middle is open, CD is supposed to just kind of bend that route into a post. It's not a sharp turn. It's bend it to a post, and then you can drop the ball in between the safeties. If there's a single safety play in the middle, then the idea is that CD is supposed to cut sharply across, get in front of his face, and then you can complete the ball there. It's what you saw in overtime. The catch CD made in overtime was the same exact read, and CD read it correctly, Dak read it correctly, and they were able to match up on that. And Kellen Moore, I know there have been some people saying if you're struggling with these, take these out of the game plan. Kellen Moore pushed back on that yesterday and said that, they've run this with success 2 to 3 times a game, every game this season. And that they hit these plays all the time. They've hit them all the time for these first 3 years that they've been together. It just happened that read wasn't good. The Chicago read wasn't good, the one that got intercepted. And they had those issues there. But he said that they had a nice long talk on the sideline, and he thinks they both see it the same way now. But ultimately, I think the responsibility for them went to CD. That CD should have made that a sharper cut, but ultimately, I mean, that's just a single blemish on what was a really, really great game from CD.
I've seen some people online question and say that you cannot trust CD Lamb as a route runner. Do you buy into that?
That's a tough question. I don't think you can say you can't trust him as a route runner. I think he's a good route runner. I think he's got good releases.
Like he knows where he's supposed to be.
Yeah, it's just the read. It's a couple times we've seen these times where he doesn't seem to read it correctly, and that's an issue. And so look, Dez didn't run a lot of option routes because of the reads. They just wanted him to basically stay on his routes.
Yeah.
They didn't have a lot of these. Let's see, make sure you're seeing the same thing as Tony, because of these sorts of issues.
Yeah.
So I think that they've just got to make sure they're on the same page and understanding what they're seeing with the safeties. It feels like a pretty simple read. I don't know why he saw it differently, but ultimately he made the right call in overtime. I think that you see pretty consistently another issue, and Mike McCarthy got asked about this yesterday. You see these issues where like Dalton Schultz and CeeDee Lamb end up like 2 yards within each other on some of these routes. And so that's another issue, is just spacing and route depth and things like that. And so, look, I think that's something that CeeDee Lamb will have to work on. I'm sure it's something that Robert Prince is working on with him. But ultimately, however you get it done, they all, as a receiving core, need to get open more. They're all not getting open enough. And I think that, that's whether that's route running or whatever else, like you've got to do better getting open.
Yeah, these numbers came out to support you and brought us again. They don't have a single receiver who ranks better than the 40th percentile in separation percentage. CD ranks in the 36th percentile, and Gallup since 2018 ranks 87th among 98 qualified receivers. Also, Bobby, did you fight Gavin Dawson yesterday on G-Bag when he said they would have won this game with Cooper Rush at quarterback?
Crazy.
No, luckily he said that after I had gotten off the air. I think he said it sort of trolling, I think. But I mean, no. We had a nice amicable discussion about the quarterback, because I mean, look, at the end of the day, Dak wasn't good enough on Sunday. Like, that's not something that we have to debate. He's got to be better, and he knows that. And he's going to have to prove now, because this is pretty consistently, he's going to have to prove that he can play in these cold weather games.
And that wasn't even that cold, was it?
I mean, it was by the time that game
was too scared to go in the bleachers.
All right.
I wasn't scared. I ain't never scared. But here's the thing: is that I think that game with the wind chill was pretty consistently under 30. So I mean, it was in like the upper 20s, is what it felt like. And he's had, if the game dips below 50, he's had some trouble in the past.
All right, let's finish.
Statistics show.
Let's finish with this with a poll question. I put it out. It's at 105.3 SS. I'm putting everybody on the record. I'm naming names. I want it out there. On today, November 15th, I know that the Dallas Cowboys are A, not making the playoffs, B,
I would love to see who votes for that.
B, will make but exit in round one and done, C, can still make or win the Super Bowl. Everyone is going to fill this out at 8 o'clock this morning. Bobby, how are you voting?
Man, they make the playoffs for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I think.
Okay, what do y'all say back to the argument hey, we're sitting here with third in the NFC East. We're in trouble now.
I mean, they're 6-3. 6-3 is going to make the postseason. Even if they go 500 the rest of the way, they're what, 10-7? That's getting in.
Okay,
10-7 gets in.
I mean, you've got Jaguars still on your schedule, Texans, Colts. So like, I mean, they're going to be fine. They'll make the playoffs. I think whether they get out of the first round, because they're going to have to go on the road, whether they get out of the first round will depend a lot on who they get and who they're matching up against. So I'll say they're definitely in. Who they go up against, I don't know. It's tough to say. I'll say for now, given that the NFC's weak, I'll say they at least get out of the first round, though. But that could all depend on who they get in the first round.
Yeah, I think they get in easily.
Save it for 8.
Yeah.
Save it for 8. You're the co-host. So you got to get the big opinion at 8 o'clock.
Big opinion.
Thank you, Bobby. Great stuff.
I love you all.
Bobby Belt on the Diamond Factory Hotline. That's at 8. Jerry Jones at 8:30. It's time for the college football kegger.
College football!
Second down and 5. They hand it off again. Miller running room across the 30. Bounces it outside 35, 40. There he goes! Down the sideline! 30, 20, 10. Kendrick, 75 yards, scores.
Brian Asher's with the call. TCU Radio Network. They win. 17-10.
Yeah.
Over the Longhorns. Sark coming up small in big spots again. I got to say, Arch Manning might not have to redshirt if Quinn's going to play that way. That was not a good performance by him. He's been inconsistent. Now, granted, he's only played in about a half dozen, college football games. So
yeah,
give him a minute. But
where are we at with this Longhorn season? 6-4.
I mean, this is what the Longhorns do.
They were 18th before this loss.
I've long said, nobody, the Texas Longhorns football program is the most underachieving and disappointing football program, not just this year, I'm talking in general, in college football history. They're in the best recruiting state. They are the number one university in terms of revenue, in terms of basically everything in the football field. And they have one title since Vietnam, and it took Superman to do it. Seriously, there is no more disappointing program in sports than the University of Texas football team. I don't even think it's particularly close. No, it's not close. And they disappointed again. They were a 7-point favorite over TCU, and they disappointed. They disappointed me. Because I'm rooting against TCU. I need Tennessee to get into the Final Four.
And I'm rooting against Texas, so ha, ha, ha.
There you go.
Ha, 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 ha.
So TCU wins 17-10. They are at Baylor this week, who just got absolutely destroyed by K-State 31-3. TCU somehow only a 3-point favorite in this game, but that's where it sits right there. K-State wins that one 31-3. West Virginia tops Oklahoma 23-20. Oak State 20-14 over Iowa State, and Texas Tech 43-28 over Kansas. There was another upset in the top 10, Sean, or an upset, I should say. Another game in the top 10 featuring a team that was on the outside looking in, but one that had a real good path to the Final Four. That was the University of Oregon, and they were taking on the Huskies of Washington.
Huskies will rush 3. There's a snap to Bo Nix. He drops back to the 50. He steps up in the pocket. He's going to heave it downfield. It's incomplete. It falls incomplete. And purple jerseys spill onto the field at Autzen Stadium. The Huskies have upset the 6th-ranked Oregon Ducks. Washington 37, Oregon 34.
So a couple of transfer quarterbacks were in this game, Bo Nix and Michael Penix. Washington upsets Oregon 37-34. The Oregon Ducks were number 6. But they had a clear path. They went out, and a lot of people thought they could have snuck in to the Final Four as a one-loss Power 5 conference champion. So now USC looks to be the lone hope for the Pac-12 to get in. The rest of the top 5, all the top 5, won. Georgia rolled, Ohio State rolled, Michigan rolled, Tennessee rolled. Auburn, man, they topped A&M 13-10. Jimbo is not going bowling this year. There is no bowl game for the Aggies. They started out as a top 10 team, and they're not going to go bowling now. Cadillac Williams is the interim head coach of Auburn. Remember Cadillac? Carnell Cadillac Williams.
Yeah.
Tampa Bay, right? Played for the Bucks.
Yes. Same backfield as?
Ronnie Brown in college.
Yep.
You want to get yourself a coach who loves his university the way Cadillac does.
You just won your first game as the Auburn head football coach. How does that feel?
All glory go to God. God is good. I'm so appreciative of this Auburn family. These fans, they showed up and showed out, man. The energy. The atmosphere here. Man, I just think I'm so appreciative for this institution. I'm forever indebted to it. I love serving these young men, man. It's coaching staff. It's bigger than me. It's just not my show, man. We are together. We family. So, I'm excited.
Wow.
Man, he's cool. That's a cool little clip there. And I don't know if he's going to be the long-term answer there. Maybe Dion is. Who knows, right? But like get you a coach who loves the school. Like you want to be able to recruit. You got to recruit. You got to show. Recruits can see through the BS. You got to be able to show that you love it there. I think it's a big part of recruiting. SMU tops USF 41-23, UAB 41-21 over UNT. LSU tops Arkansas 13-10, and Bama
eliminated Bama.
They eliminated Bama
from SEC title game contention.
They did with that win. Bama knew they were out before they even took the field, and they still won, which is good. I thought they were going to just give this one up because Ole Miss had a lot to play for still. 30-24, Bama tops Ole Miss. So this week, a couple of big games. Number 4, TCU at Baylor. TCU is a 3-point favorite. Number 21, Illinois is at number 3, Michigan. And then number 8, USC is at number 12, UCLA. USC is really the only hope the Pac-12 has to get into the Final Four now. Now, of course, what do we have tonight? Tonight, Sean, is the next episode of the College Football Playoff Committee rankings.
Yes.
I think this is going to be the most predictable one of the bunch.
Chalky.
It's going to be very chalky. Georgia's going to be 1. Ohio State's going to be 2. Michigan's going to be 3. TCU's going to be 4. Tennessee's going to be 5. I guess the only question is LSU going to be number 6? I assume they are. I assume LSU will be 6, and then USC will be 7. I mean, that's really it, right? There's not much more. Now, LSU did themselves no favors. I don't think they beat an Arkansas team that had just lost to Liberty the week before. Liberty scored more points on Arkansas than LSU did. I'm sorry, and I'm sorry, Bros, but you cannot make the Final Four as a 2-loss team when you're not that. Like they can't make it. They're not as good. They cannot make it. Thankfully, we have Georgia to run them out of the building. Other than that,
but first year for Brian Kelly.
That's a success.
I mean, this thing started off as a disaster.
Yeah, lost to Florida State. They couldn't get the guys at the blocked field goal, whatever.
Fun of twirling videos with recruits.
The twirling videos. The reporter saying maybe if you win a game, I'll show up.
The fake accent.
My family.
I mean, the success.
Guys, he's a good coach.
I mean, they'd be killing for Brian Kelly in College Station, right? Or in Austin.
I think you would. I think you absolutely be killing for Brian Kelly. But, he is going to the SEC championship game in his first year.
Wow.
In a year in which Alabama was thought to have one of their best teams of all time. And they didn't. I want to put this A&M thing into perspective for you a little bit.
Yeah.
So they lose 13-10. They've lost 6 straight games.
Ugh.
So 24/7 Sports does a talent composite, okay, based on recruiting rankings and all that stuff. They are number 4 in the nation in overall talent.
Like current team.
They've lost 6 straight. The other teams in the top 5 have 3 combined losses this year. And the Aggies have lost 6 straight. Like, I don't know how you can have this much talent and look as absolutely lifeless, hopeless, inept, whatever you want to use, as A&M does. And this is squarely on the fact that they don't have a quarterback and their head coach is just not getting the job done right now.
How much does this epic, legendary recruiting class buy him time?
Well, I guess my follow-up to that is, how good is Arch? How fast? When he gets there next year or whenever, right? I mean, honestly, or Quinn, to be honest with you. I don't know how much time it buys him.
Why does that matter? They're not going to be in the SEC next year.
Well, they might. You never know, right? But, they keep tabs. They're right down the street.
Yeah.
A&M still.
So what you're telling me, if the Longhorns ball out, then Jimbo quicker to the exit?
I think if the Longhorns sit there and they ball out with Sark, who you got there after you, it might speed things up. But he's not going to go this year. They're not firing him this year. If Jimbo has another bad year next year, they're going to fire him regardless of Texas. But I think it just may speed things up and get him done in the middle of the season. So there are 8 teams really that have a chance for the national championship or for the Final Four. Georgia is one of those teams. Ohio State, Michigan, TCU, all those teams, if they win out, any of those teams win out, and they're going to be in. Obviously, Ohio State and Michigan play, so the loser of that game, assuming it's not – if Ohio State loses, I think they got a chance to stay in. If Michigan loses, their non-conference is awful. I don't think they have a chance to stay in. So those 4, Tennessee, LSU has a chance, although I don't think they should, but they do. USC has a chance if they win out, and Clemson has a chance if they win out. There'll be a one-loss ACC champ. They have a chance, not a good one, but they'll have a shot.
College football kegger every Tuesday at this time with Ralph James Choppy here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. 877-881-1053 to hit us up. What would you do with Jimbo? You know the money situation. You know the buyout. You know all the factors. You're the AD. What are you doing?
I'm going to keep him because the number one thing that he does well is recruit. And the easiest way to get good is to get great players in. I would keep him. They need
ain't talking too much now. A lot of barking in the offseason. Real loud.
A lot of barking. He needs a better quarterback, though. He needs a better quarterback. Wegman is, he's a 5-star. He's a 5-star, but don't give me this freshman stuff. Do you see what Drake May's doing at Carolina? Drake May is, without question, the best quarterback in the country. I don't even think it's an argument. He's going to be the number 1 pick. If he was coming out this year, he's a freshman. And if he was in this year's draft, there's no way he's not the number 1 pick.
I also, speaking of 5-stars, I can't forget my godson's possible new team, unless TCU and Texas Tech step up. Still waiting for you, Coach Dykes and McGuire. Vanderbilt won their first SEC game since 2019. I was driving to Midlothian, and I'm hearing Will Chambers literally puking on the air as my godson's Commodores beat Kentucky, ending Vanderbilt's 26-game conference losing streak.
Man, that's
and Will was sick.
You can only go up from here. Sean.
I'm always around Will for devastating Kentucky moments. It's glorious. It's fantastic. I was in an Alba limo with him for a fan hang, football season, and Saturday I was listening as Vandy beat him in the SEC.
That was a bad loss, man. You can't lose to Vandy. You just can't.
Jerry Jones at 8:30, but I'm fed up. I'm sick and tired of some of the Cowboy fans. It's time for the Cowboys contract. I want you to put it on the record next. You know the Cowboys are what for the remainder of the season after the loss against the Packers. Cowboys contract time after this.
But let's get you over to Platinum Ford Gilchrist Automotive. Proud to announce the new location between I-20 and Highway.
free Odyssey app.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Handoff Robinson, stretching towards the goal line. Will he get there? Puts his hand over the goal line. Touchdown! Touchdown, Washington! What a second effort by Robinson.
What did last night do to your seesaw of football emotions with the Cowboys and the NFC East? First time the Eagles trailed all year at halftime. First time all year that they had that many turnovers in a game. They turned it over 4 times. They had 3 in 8 games coming in, and they lose to the Commanders. I know they're crying about the calls in Filthy this morning. Washington wins on the road, 32-21. Peyton spied on Filthy Radio. We'll bring it to you in the final hour of the show after Jerry Jones. But I tweeted out, I told you this is the National Football League. You could have a much worse loss than the Cowboys to Aaron Rodgers at Lambeau when you were in control of the game, up 14 points. That loss last night, if the Cowboys just lost to the Commanders in Arlington, the freakout would be much louder, much more insane. But many on my timeline have punted on the season. Many have said, same old Cowboys, last 25 years. You want to use the last 25 years to judge this team? Okay, let's put it on the record. 877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line. And you know where I'm at on Twitter, at 1053SS. RJ always does his weekly NFL overreactions or not. And I want to see how much you're overreacting or not to the Cowboys losing moving forward. The Cowboys won't make the playoffs. They will, but another early exit, one and done. Or they can still make or win the Super Bowl. You know, my 2 questions before y'all answer are this. When we did mid-season grades last week, and RJ, I can only speak for Twitter. I handle the Twitter during the show. You handle the fan text mostly. When we were giving A's to the Cowboys, did you see a lot of people fighting that? Did you see a lot of people saying, no, fluke, no, you're overgrading, no, it's really a B-, no, they're really an average team? When we put them in the top 5 of our power rankings week after week, do we get called out for that? Have you been seeing that in the last month while this winning has been taking place? Have you been seeing people on that machine call them frauds before the Packer loss? What have you seen?
No.
I've
seen Super Bowl or the Eagles. They're going to win the division, or they'll beat the Eagles. I have not seen frauds. Now there are people who think that there are people who don't like the quarterback.
Sure.
And they think that they're capped, but no, I have not seen anything remotely showing that.
Right. So no show, I know no station, interacts more and tries to get the opinion back from the Tolos, the fans, taking calls, texts, and tweets. If you didn't say it before the Packer game, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. You're an overreaction fanatic. Because things have gotten out of control with some of y'all. Season done. Time to rebuild. Fire the head coach. Did anyone question McCarthy or Dan Quinn's status before the Green Bay game? And are you willing to take back what you said after the Packer loss, after you saw the Commanders beat the Eagles? I'm going to vote C. I'm going to vote C in this. The Cowboys can still make and even win the Super Bowl. I am not going to change my mind on what this team has been because they blew a 14-point lead at Lambeau. They are better than the New York Giants. I think they can beat the Eagles. I'm a little worried about San Fran, and we got a fun game coming up against the Vikings. On a neutral field, I would still probably take the Cowboys over Minnesota. You could call me crazy. I'm not going to change my mind. The run defense is a problem. I'm more worried about it than RJ is. But in terms of not making the playoffs, eliminated round one, can still make it to the Super Bowl, I'm going to vote C. What are you voting?
I wish there was a D. She said. Which is that they will make the playoffs, win a game, but that's it.
Okay.
Because that's where I would go. But the options given, I will go C. Because anybody who makes the playoffs,
especially in this conference,
this is a crapshoot, man. Anybody can make the Super Bowl for the most part. Now, I don't think Seattle can. I don't think the Giants can, but I think just about everybody else can.
What is a successful season for this team?
The Cowboys?
Yeah, what's a successful season? I was asked this by our buddy Zach Gelb on CBS Sports Radio.
Wow.
What is a successful season defined as?
You got to win at least one playoff game.
I agree.
At least one. I don't think the regular season record means as much because, to beat 12-5 from last year, I don't think that matters, but it matters what you do in the postseason. Dak has to prove that he can win another postseason game.
Even though you're starting off on the road. You're going to start off on the road. You still have to win a playoff game.
You're going to start against either Tampa Bay or Seattle, Minnesota. You should be able to beat those teams.
Wow, very confident statement by you.
Again, I'll defer back to what Bobby said. Who are they playing? If they go in the first round and they play Tom Brady on the road, I'm not going to lose my mind if they lose that playoff game. If they go play Geno Smith on the road, I will be upset if they lose. If they go play Minnesota on the road, I'm not going to be upset if they lose. And if they play Philly on the road, I'm not going to be upset if they lose. Okay. I think a lot of it depends on who you play. Green Bay is going to have a chance to make the postseason. Like they can get hot. They could easily get hot. Now, they're not going to win the division, so we don't have to worry about them in the first round. But Green Bay could pick somebody off. I don't think it's crazy to think that. You're going to play a road game. And you're going to play against either Seattle or Tampa right now. And if it's either one of those two teams, I will take Seattle all day, obviously. Get me away from Tom Brady.
Peyton, how would you vote? Won't make the playoffs, will, but round one exit, can still make the Super Bowl.
I'm going to go C, can still win the Super Bowl. I think the NFC is very wide open, as you just saw last night. I think the Cowboys can definitely win a road playoff game. I have them winning at least one playoff game, so I'm with RJ if there was like a B.2.
Okay, you want me to put out another poll?
No. We can
I can change it.
No.
I can change it.
Can you edit it? Did Elon put that in there yet?
Oh, man. It was
verified people, though.
Sweet. What is up with the status of Twitter now?
Well, apparently Twitter Blue was an idea for 48 hours. Some people purchased it. You may know a few. But I don't think it's around anymore. Because, people are devious. Are you familiar with Eli Lilly?
No.
Eli Lilly's a pharmaceutical company. Somebody made a fake Eli Lilly Twitter account with a verified check mark. And Eli Lilly said, we would like to announce that insulin is now free. And their stock went from $380 a share to $280 a share or whatever. And they lost billions in minutes.
Wow.
In minutes. And, Eli Lilly is, not happy. And they're like, Elon Musk for $8 basically lost millions in advertisers, or Twitter did, whatever. And now they're saying we're probably going to put a pause on this whole Twitter Blue thing or the verification, the pay for verification. So if you've got it for another month.
Jerry Jones live at 8:30. I just want to test, overreaction or not, how much you're changing your mind after the Packer loss. Because I didn't see any B's or C's when we were grading their first half, and I didn't see any insults when we had them top 5 in the power rankings. So you want to jump ship after that game? Okay, let's put it on the record. And we'll be on the record as well here on the home of America's team. John Daniels is back, and there's no Christmas this year, apparently, at the Sharif house. What? Very unfortunate, sad news, unless Atolo can bail me out. All of that next, right here on The Fan.
Let's get you over to carsforkids.org.
Minnesota, and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel. And Frankel, there's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Jerry Jones is coming up live at 8:30. Wonder what he has to say to his new buddy, Stephen A. Smith, who said that Jerry hasn't gotten his money's worth out of Dak Prescott. Wonder what Jerry has to say to that at 8:30. Are the answers to the run defense on this team? Why isn't Odell signed? Why isn't Odell Beckham on this roster yet? So Jerry, after the Packers loss, coming up live in about 10 minutes. Mavs and Stars back in action tonight. Mavs are going to host the Clippers. Stars are going to be on the road, of course, with the puck drop at 6 p.m. at Tampa Bay. And speaking of Tampa Bay, John Daniels is now a member of the Rays.
Yes, he is. He is a senior advisor to the president. Whatever that means. I said this earlier. If the Rockies or like the Reds, somebody like that hired him, the same job, you could snicker. When the Rays or the Astros or the Dodgers or the A's, like the best run teams in the sport, hire you and pinpoint you that they want you advising their president, that's a credibility boost. And it is it's a shot to the chin to the JD haters, the ones who wanted him gone. Now, that doesn't mean he didn't deserve to lose his job because he had plenty of time to get it working.
Right.
But it does mean that everybody who said he doesn't know what he's doing is wrong. Or at least they can't really say much about it today or yesterday. JD got hired by the Rays, arguably the best run organization in the sport, to be an advisor and help out with baseball decision making.
Got a little holiday problem.
I love helping people out with problems.
Apparently,
I can't get problems out of my own body, but I like people helping them.
So apparently, now my wife does not ask for very much.
No.
Okay. When she suggests something once, maybe twice, 3 times, she wants it. A family photo shoot. She's desperate to get a family photo shoot. Apparently, photography is the field to go into because the prices for 15 minutes of some of these photographers,
a sitting fee.
Holy crap.
Yeah. Go to a mall. Get it done like that in the mall.
It's insane. So she always brings up a photo session. I'm like, go ahead. You want a photo session? Book it. You've mentioned it enough. I get it. The latest thing that she's mentioned multiple times is Christmas lights. Have you
not done them?
I've never had Christmas lights put up on my home.
Oh, my God.
Do you even do a tree inside?
I do a tree.
Okay.
Sorry, Peyton.
Scrooge McShawn over here without the lights. My lights have been up for 3 weeks.
Okay. You've had kids for 10 years.
I have, that's true.
I think kids, in your case, accelerates the lights being put up. And Peyton, the butlers and the help in your case, explains the lights being put up.
They did it 4 weeks ago,
Yeah, the earlier you do it, the cheaper it is.
Well, that's the problem.
Yeah, now you're going to pay $300 at least.
$300 would be a steal.
Well, that's just to put them up. Like, you also got to buy the lights too, right?
I don't know. So she keeps sending me numbers. I saw this truck in the neighborhood. I saw these people. Can you ask them? Can you this? Can you that? So I'm outsourcing Christmas lights people. This is the text I just got back. Will you need rooftop halfway or all around?
Oh, no. You want the trim.
I don't know what that means. I just said halfway. That sounds cheaper. Half. Give me the price quotes for half. Half up the roof. I don't need it in the back of the house or whatever. I don't have lights, by the way. Okay. If you want to install and remove the lights, if you provide them, the cost will be $480.
And that's to what he said if you want to remove them?
Yeah, remove the lights if I provide. So put them up and take them down. My lights, $480. Number 2, if they provide the lights, non-LED, and take them down after putting them up, they provide the non-LED lights, $680. And if I want LED lights, installation and removal, 880. $880, 680, 480. As apparently you do have to get these put up. I'm in the rush now. I'm it's like ordering pizza and wings on Super Bowl Sunday an hour before kickoff. Apparently it's way too late to wait to put them up in the middle of November. So that's where I'm at. Christmas lights getting put up, photography. That's the business to go into.
All right, I think we have this thing solved here, Peyton. We could do this, Sean, for $149.
Oh yeah?
Go to Home Depot, buy an 18-foot Werner ladder.
No,
and do it yourself.
Out.
I'll do it for $300.
Next, you'll do it for $300.
$300.
You put them up at your house?
No.
Why not?
Because someone might do it for me.
Okay, so you have people come, right, to do it for you. So, But look, the pricing of this. So how do you get yours put up?
So I got a guy who comes, he puts them up, and it's $75 to put them up, $75 to take them down.
What?
And I bought my own lights. He does it every year. And he's in my phone simply as Kevin Christmas Lights.
How did you find him?
He did the neighbors, and I was like, okay, can you do mine too? And he goes, yeah. And I said, he says, yeah, sure. I said, how much? He goes, $75 to put them up, $75 to take them down if you've got your own lights.
What lights did you buy?
I think they're called the candy cane lights. Red, white, red, white, red, white.
How much were they?
Not much. Maybe, let's see. Because I'm a corner house. So I had to do one peak. I have 2 peaks of the roof.
Yeah.
3. 1, 2, 3, and then the side.
All right. I'm going to ask Jerry
So
about
not
this.
much.
I'm going to ask Jerry about this. I'm going to see if his people can help me out.
Gold lights? You want gold lights up there?
Any chance Jerry doesn't have Christmas lights put up at the Jones residence? Let's figure out what the Cowboys are after this loss at Lambeau. Jerry Jones, next on The Fan.
Well, let's get you over to QC Kinetics. Going there today. Going to go say hi to the folks over at QC Kinetics. Cannot be more thankful and more indebted to what they have done to help me out.
to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you here on Sean and RJ. It's DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Jerry. How are you?
Hey, Sean, RJ. Still, it's time to move on, but that was a tough loss up there the other night. And when you saw a game like we all saw last night between Washington and Philadelphia, you realize how important each of these games are, each of these opportunities are. And that was a missed opportunity. We overall will have to overcome, really, in a lot of different ways, whether it's our one loss or whether it's, frankly, our ability to build. But I think Coach said it best after the game. He said this is such a hard thing to have played and to end up on this end of the score. We've got to build on it. We've got to make something good out of this and be a better team for it. And that's a real challenge for everybody.
Yeah, Jerry, does last night's game make you feel a little bit better about, you know how hard it is to win week to week in the NFL. Does last night's game make your game a little bit easier to swallow?
Well, it does. I don't know that it does that, but it just reminds me again, which I don't need reminded, just how even this thing is, just how, I'm not going to say hard one more time, but just how competitive it is in the NFL. There's 75,000 football players playing in college out here right now this year. We'll draft about 400 of them, 500 of them. There'll be 150 left in about 2.5 years out of the 75,000 or so that are playing out there today. Those guys won't be out on that field unless they're hellacious football players. And boy, when you got that makeup that you're playing against, you got a chance to come out there disappointed. That's how it does the other night.
Jerry, the fourth down, did you agree with going for it there, or would you have taken the field goal or attempted the field goal, I should say?
Listen, the fact that but the fact it's debatable gives me all that I need. We've been running the ball really well. And but we had, in my mind, every opportunity to make those plays. I can go back through, we all can, and there are 5 times during those last 2 possessions that this game could have been iced away. And we didn't the 5 times, the fumble on the sideline. We were so close to having that fumble that would have iced the game for us in my mind. So, this is one of those you can beat yourself up. You got to be careful. Body language is such a big deal, and it certainly is really relative to a player's game. And you got to be careful overdoing this thing on beating yourself up. You want to improve, you want to get better, but you need to get this one behind you.
Jerry, last year you had told us that there were some issues with the wide receivers and the route running. They weren't running some of the right routes, and it was causing some interceptions from Dak. We saw 2 interceptions in this game where it looked like the wide receivers could have been at fault. What is the issue with the communication, with the routes, with Dak and the wide receivers, if there is any?
Well, those both those routes I think you're referring to were faith routes. You have got to have faith in that the receiver's seeing the same thing you are if you're the quarterback, and that you're going to basically react to what the safety's doing, and in this case flatten out and go across on a flatter trajectory. And that didn't happen for us, but the route we'd had success with it. Had another time we had real success with it in the ball game. But you generally step back and say, "Oh my God, throwing a pass in the middle, what a risky thing to do." But that's one of our best routes. We're good at it. We practice it a lot. We just didn't execute it.
Jerry Jones with us.
It was us with not executing it. It was not executing. Now, by the way, C.D. Lamb, for instance, had the best game that I've ever seen him play, and so for the Cowboys. And and man, is that encouraging to see him playing at that particular level. He except for the connection on those two interceptions. Except for that, CD played the best I've ever seen him play, or I don't know that anybody can play better.
Jerry, does CD's performance alter your thinking or change your mind about maybe getting a certain wide receiver out there in Odell Beckham?
I don't think so. I don't think so. A talent like Beckham is additive, and it just stacks on top of whatever. Now, we thought a lot of CD. Your question was, does the performance? No, we thought and think a lot of what he's capable of being for this team. And Beckham is really the whole nature of it is, can he get us substantively above where we are? And the answer is we'll see how that is.
Yeah, Jerry, my follow-up, I heard the Packer crowd, some of the Cowboy fans that showed up chanting Odell, sign Odell. Why isn't this just done yet?
Well, first of all, we've got, in this particular case, excuse me, in this particular case, start by asking, why is it that you're able to sign him? Ask that question. Why? Well, because he's not on the team. At this time of year, a player of that caliber, that's rare. Trading's over. Well, it is because we're dealing with a situation where he's free, but potentially very capable of helping a team right now win and him play at a high level. But that'll tell you alone it is a rarefied set of circumstances, and those are don't just happen, or this wouldn't be possible.
Jerry Jones with Sean and RJ on the Fan. Mike McCarthy did not sound happy with the officiating afterwards, Jerry. Tolbert offsides, McGovern hold, CD possible pass interference. Did you have a major problem with the way the officiating may have decided the Packer game?
The point is that if I'm going to allude to last night because we saw that game controversially played with some discussion relative to the officiating. And obviously we want to be very careful here with how we say that. It's a tough job out there for those guys. You usually haven't played a football game if you don't have several calls that you'd like to have go your way. That didn't.
You don't think that your Halloween costume contributed to any of this, do you?
Well, the point is that if it did, I don't want to do any more by means of this basic radio show or anything else. I don't want to do anything more to create that overhang.
Jerry, Micah talked about the run defense afterwards. Assignments need to be followed. Mike McCarthy yesterday said teams are just going to keep doing this until we prove we can stop it. Is the run defense the Achilles heel of the Cowboys?
No, I think really you can step back and look at a big mountain and that may be notorious to climb or challenging to climb. Man, stopping the running game is, I've been hearing that as long as I've heard the word football. So you've got to get it down when when the teams get it to where they're executing it pretty good. It's quite a formidable thing to win a football game against a team that can really run the ball. And we're playing one this weekend, and that's we jumped right out of the frying pan into the fire here as far as a challenge of how to address the running game when we play Minnesota. So, it's here. It's going to be here from here on out as we work hopefully into the playoffs. From here on out, it's going to be the one consistent is you got to stop the running game.
Jerry, do you feel confident that the answers to stop the running game are on your roster, or do you wish you maybe had done a little bit more during the trade deadline besides Hankins to address it?
Well, I think that we've got the personnel to play defense at a level that could really give us success as we go forward. I really do. Now, that's a wordy answer, but the answer is yes. I think we're in really good shape. We've got good depth. We're, as of this morning, we're in great shape injury-wise across the board on our defense. Actually got a little help on the way coming. And so I feel real good about our defense. And, man, I like the way we're coached. I like the way we are basically addressing, if you will, the run and how to stop the run. You know, I immediately always go to, well, if you can't stop the run, it must mean you're being big boyed in the middle, or that be an issue. I don't believe that's the case here. I think we've got a combinations of things. We get the right fits, right execution, which we can do. We have the players to do it. We can be better than we were the other night.
Jerry, did you like how Micah was used in this game? It looks like he had about a dozen pass rushes. The rest of the time he was either in coverage or at linebacker. How do you prefer him to be used?
Well, I just want Micah to be Micah, and he can impact the game at any designated addressing any part of the other team's game. He can do that. We all know that. That's tried to say. But more importantly, we did not think that Rodgers was going to throw the ball a lot, and he didn't. And we did think they were going to run a lot, and they did. And so that's how he was deployed, and I understand the reasons that he was where he was logistically during the game, and don't have an issue with that.
Jerry Jones, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you, every Tuesday with Sean and RJ. Jerry, a lot of fans are extra angry because, you know, how could we look like this off the bye week? We had extra time to prepare. In all your experience in the league, what do you expect? Do you expect a lot more coming off a bye week, or is that a little bit overblown?
No, it is not overblown, and you do need to be rested when your bye comes. You need to take advantage of it and get some rest. We were able to do that. Mike is excellent at recognizing downtime as very important. We got downtime rest. You'd like to, I know you're going to point to it and say, well, however you did it, you need to do it another way because it didn't work. And that's pretty harsh, but still, that was disappointing to be in the shape we're in. I do look at availability on a team, on an overall team. The classic was winning games with Rush when we didn't have Dak Prescott available. And, boy, when you can suit up and have your best available, then you expect to have the result, which would be positive. When you don't do that, then you say, they're on top of that. We had them all out there. That happened to us last year in the playoffs, and that's a more bitter pill.
Speaking of quarterback, yesterday your friend, which we're still very disturbed over, Jerry, Stephen A. Smith. Are you still claiming him as your buddy over there?
Well, I haven't. I might need to get tuned in with any of his latest. I run hot and cold on him.
All right.
Oh, man.
Yesterday, I think you're going to be cold. Yesterday, he said Jerry Jones has not gotten his money's worth out of Dak Prescott. He could be this team's weak link. What would you say back to Stephen A?
I can say that's not correct. The reason that, not the reason, that's unfair to Dak, unfair to all the other players on the team, but the strength that I look at of our chance to win a championship is Dak and his leadership at that position. But his leadership, but because he plays that position, let me say it that way. And so I would not, and he didn't expect me to, I'm sure, but I don't think that's accurate. Dak brings us the separator But now, does that mean that Dak's going to win every game or make every comeback or every key situation? You can answer that one. Of course not. But by the same token, if you were constructing the possibility of competing for a Super Bowl, I would start on this team. I would start right there with Dak. He's that integral to us really being able to have the year we want to have.
Jerry, did you look at the box score and say, a little bit too heavy with the pass attempts, 46 pass attempts versus the way you were running it on the ground, or were you okay with the way the game played out with Pollard running without Zeke?
Well, you said it in your question. The game played out that way. The intent was to have more balance. And if you wanted to second guess some of those throws we made at the end, and make them runs, then you would say you might have had a different result. But I know what we were trying to do in the game, and it was to have a balanced run, pass and attack, as opposed to what we had. We had more plans for that to be more even.
Jerry, last one, because some people are saying we're being way too overconfident for being third place in the division. How are you looking at the standings right now in the NFC? How are you looking at possible forecasts, where you guys are, how things are setting up for you at 6-3?
Well, if you really looked at it right now, and I'm only on this because like several million people, I've watched it last night. But here we are at 6-3. We're at the position we're in our division, but yet we're in the playoffs. And it's certainly possible for teams. I'm not going to be tried, but we've got key division games left. But we also have the possibility of not winning the division and being in the playoffs. And that's not how we want to do it. That's not the way we're going to plan on doing it. But that's how I look at it. It's kind of the way you saw it on the board after the game last night between the Washington team and the Eagles. You saw us sitting there numbered up in the playoff. Now, that's really just something to look at, because the reality is we've got all these games. We've got all these games head-to-head, and this thing will change completely.
Jerry, are your Christmas lights up right now?
Yes, they are.
Okay.
They absolutely are. They're every place that I can flip a switch that's going to have a light has got a light. And, I start early on that and really stay late. I keep them up late, too. But I'm one of these guys that could keep them on year-round, really.
Oh, I agree with that one. I definitely could. Are you a white light guy, or do you go red and white, like the candy cane, or that weird green, blue, red, yellow kind of light thing that we see people have?
Yeah, you may have covered the gambit now. I know some more are out there, but, I'm a traditional guy, really. I got to see the traditional multicolored celebration. I really, if I had to be one or the other, but my grounds usually are basically white, and just when I'm talking outside trees or anything like that, we get involved. And of course, around the Cowboys, it's blue.
Yes, sir.
Right,
He's got all of them. Thank you so much for the Radio Gold as always. Best of luck this week. Have a good week, and we'll talk to you on Friday, Jerry. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. All right. Bye-bye.
Jerry Jones, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. He'll be on KMC Friday at 10:30. I just want to be able to start a sentence in life.
There you go.
With
my grounds.
My grounds.
See, success is not a boat. It's when you could say
my grounds.
My grounds.
Man. I looked right at Choppy after he said that.
My grounds. I love it.
My grounds. All right, any major takeaways?
Man, I don't think you wanted to call anybody out, in particular early on, and talk about the wide receivers and the communication. But man, it's clear there is, and there has been for 2 years now, an issue with the wide receivers either running the right or the wrong route, or wide receiver and quarterback not being on the same page when it comes to recognizing if it's got to be a hot or not, and that seems to be a problem. I'm sure every team goes through this. I'm sure the Chiefs have this problem. I'm sure the Bills have this problem. I'm sure Tom Brady has had this problem in the past. And we don't watch 70 plays of everybody else's offense. I'm sure there's the same issues everywhere, but, you know, you look at your team more close than any, and it just sucks that it has to go through it.
Let's play the Stephen A. clip that we asked Jerry about that the father-in-law sent me yesterday on ESPN.
When the brother's gotten $95 million over the last 2 years,
right,
you got to show up. And you damn sure can't have the backup looking better than you. The backup's QBR is over 9 points better than Dak Prescott, for crying out loud. You got 6 touchdowns and 4 interceptions in the 4 games that you played. All right? The reality is that more is expected. So it's not that Dak Prescott can't play, RC. It's not that he's not a damn good talent. It's not that I'm sitting there and retroactively talking about how he don't deserve his money, which is utterly ridiculous because he deserved it when he's got it. But with those with that money comes expectations. And I'm going to say this, and I'll give it to you. Jerry Jones has not gotten his money's worth out of Dak Prescott.
Wow.
I'm going to say that. And it ain't just because he's my Libra buddy. The fact of the matter is, he's right. You understand? If he feels that way. He has not gotten his money's worth from Dak Prescott because the Dallas Cowboys go where Dak Prescott takes them.
I mean, this year, he was been hurt, so yeah, he probably hasn't gotten his money's worth out of Dak this year.
Cooper Rush didn't look better than Dak Prescott.
No, he didn't.
When you got to pay attention to how certain people approach arguments. The argument for Cooper Rush is he wouldn't have thrown those picks. My counterback is, would Cooper have made the other throws? No. I don't want my quarterback the first thing. Now, some people do with this special defense that y'all overrated. I don't want to start talking about my quarterback with he's not gonna throw those 2 interceptions. I want to know what plays you're gonna make. I want to know what big time throws you're capable of. And Cooper Rush couldn't make the throws that Dak made the other day on Sunday. They did score 28 points.
Yeah, they scored 28. Like let's just stop the insanity here with some of this. Okay, they scored 28 points. Cooper Rush, to his credit, was going downfield. Okay, he was not a check down quarterback. Not this year, at least. He was last year, but this year he was not. He was tremendous. He ain't better than Dak, though.
Let's get back into it at 9:20. Your Jerry Jones takeaways. Let's go around the rest of the NFL, including Peyton spying on filthy radio after they lost to the Commanders last night. Misery loves company. Let's check in with Filthy. Peyton spied on him. Next. Final hour on Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan. But first,
MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Gibson and the gun. He's back. He's looking. He starts to roll. He's being chased. He goes down, and he's stopped shy of the 40. Now they're going to throw a flag. He went down, and then the Eagles merely touched him. Mike, are they going to call that penalty against the Eagles right now?
They're going to call a personal foul against the Eagles because the quarterback gave himself up. Game's
Put on the
over.
break, just touched him. I mean, I guess by the letter of the law, he didn't do anything other than tag him.
Oh.
The officials should show some common sense at a time like that.
Wow.
You should show some LASIK.
And some non-homerism. That was Eagles radio after the Commanders went into filthy and ruined the undefeated season. The 1972 Dolphins can celebrate yet again. This is Sean and RJ. That was more than a fist pump with Choppy on the fan cam in that chair on a Tolo Tuesday after Jerry Jones just put us on TV immediately.
Yeah, he did, man. Right there.
They're quick.
Yeah, they are. They got our name spelled right, too. They got our name spelled right.
Yeah.
It's good.
Thank you, guys. Congratulations on that. So, last night, Philly turns the ball over 4 times. Ask Jerry if that loss, and again, I know I'm going to get tough guy sports fan. I don't feel better after other people losing. I worry about my business. Did last night's game make you feel better about the Cowboys losing at Lambeau? It should.
I mean, look.
Or did it make you feel worse because we blew a chance to make up ground in the division?
Well, that's a bummer.
You're not winning the division anyway.
No, that's a bummer. You're probably not going to win the division at this point anyway. That loss kind of killed it.
Still a long time. Still a long season left.
A lot of season to go. I think what this did
because you said the Cowboys are not losing another game.
I don't believe they are. I said that last week though, but I really meant this week. Look, I think they're going to beat Philadelphia. I think they're a better team than Philadelphia.
You still feel that way?
I do. I like Philly, but man, I don't know. Maybe Philly is better. I think they're so close. I think what the Cowboys have is, when the Cowboys have their full complement of players, they beat the NFC East. They just beat up on the NFC East, and I suspect they'll beat Philadelphia when they come here. But what did it do? I mean, I don't feel terrible about the loss to Green Bay. They lost to Aaron Rodgers. Now, yeah, Aaron Rodgers had lost 5 straight games or whatever.
And the Packers have stunk.
And they have stunk. They have. But guess what? He finally figured something out with a wide receiver of his.
Or the wide receiver figured out how not to drop it.
Or the wide receiver figured out how to catch passes. So maybe the Packers weren't as bad as their record was. Like, if you were to say right now, if I were to tell you right now, the Green Bay Packers will make the playoffs, you will say what to me?
I would say no. I would think that they're done. That Sunday's win was fluky. The Cowboys forgot that Christian Watson was killing them, and they converted 2 picks into 14 turnovers. I would say that they would not make the playoffs. You're going to get 3 out of the East. The Vikings are winning that division. And then
the Vikings are winning.
You got to do math from there on out.
You got to do math from everywhere else. Look, they're behind Washington. Washington's 500. I fully expect the Packers to finish with a better record than the football team.
Like, I may even pick the Bears to beat the Packers tomorrow if it was a neutral field. I might.
Okay. So I'm trying to think here.
Who's better right now, Green Bay or Tampa Bay? Better. Not playoff path. Who's better?
I would think Tampa is better.
I would barely go Tampa as well. But what was your point going to be about the Packers?
Well, look, I mean, the Packers are better. I think they're a better team than Washington. I think our loss is better than the Eagles' loss. Whether
the
or not
Eagles' loss last night was worse.
It was worse. It was at home, and it was against Taylor Heineke.
I just think it should show those that have been freaking out since Sunday. It's a fact of the National Football League. This is going to happen to you at least once. Now, It hasn't happened to the Vikings this year. Look at Minnesota with all their other games. It didn't happen until Philly until last night. It happened to Kansas City. It has happened to Baltimore. It's happened to Buffalo. So why do you think that you are above the formula of the National Football League? And your bad loss was up 14 on the road in their save the season game.
Yeah.
I'm not saying the Cowboys don't have issues and problems. They do. There are bad matchups to avoid. This list of running backs, in my opinion, is scary. RJ isn't freaking out as much about the run defense, but last night should make you pump the brakes a little bit. That was a worse loss than what we experienced.
Yeah, look, the run. I don't think the run defense is good. It's not good at all. But I'm not scared of that gauntlet known as the AFC South. With I know you're going to have Jonathan Taylor, who's a good player. I know you're going to have
Pierce,
and I know you're going to have Etienne. I know you're going to have Derrick Henry.
You ain't scared of that?
Because I'm not scared of the overall teams. I mean, maybe Tennessee, maybe, but none of the other. If they win those games outside of Tennessee, if they beat Indy, Jacksonville, and Houston by less than a combined 30, I'd be disappointed. Like, they should blow those teams out, running offense or not, or run defense or not. So yeah, is there worry? Of course, there's worry. I mean, they're a flawed football team. Everybody's flawed.
Who got cheated more, the Cowboys or the Eagles? As last night, you had a Dallas Goedert face mask fumble. They go back to look at the fumble, but not the face mask. I mean, come on. Philly got screwed on that play. That was bad, and Goddard got hurt. And then they are melting down, as you heard. Play that Eagles play-by-play one more time, Peyton. Let me just, I just want to soak it, inject it into my veins after it happened to that ugly green color.
Gibson in the gun. He's back. He's looking. He starts to roll. He's being chased. He goes down, and he's stopped shy of the 40. Now they're going to throw a flag. He went down, and then the Eagles merely touched him. Mike, are they going to call that penalty against the Eagles right here?
They are. They're going to call a personal foul against the Eagles because the quarterback gave himself up. Game's over.
Break just touched him. I mean, I guess by the letter of the law, he didn't do anything other than tag him. The officials should show some common sense at a time like that.
I'm blown away.
That was a penalty.
Of course it was.
Heineke took a knee. I was actually getting ticked off at Aikman that he wasn't having a stronger opinion afterwards when he was doing the recap with Scott Van Pelt. He's like, yeah, it's unfortunate, and the referee, it was the right call. Okay, it was the right call. We don't have to dance around it. It was the right call. Heineke took a clear knee, and two Eagles hit him. Automatic first down, and it was 3rd and 7.
He went down, and then the Eagles merely touched him.
Merely touched him. No.
Who got screwed more, Cowboys or the Eagles by the refs?
The Eagles on the Goddard one got screwed more, I think.
Okay, more than Jair Alexander against Lamb.
Yeah, because that's a judgment call. The face mask and the fumble, those are not judgments. Those are pretty black and white. I think the Eagles got. How about this? The Cowboys got screwed more by the refs. The Eagles got screwed more by the rules. There's no way to sugarcoat it. Goddard got a face mask, which would have negated the fumble. That's their ball. Alexander interfered. I believe. There's a question about that.
Right. I agree.
So I think it's the Cowboys got screwed over by the officials. Yeah, but they've got to change that rule. You've got to be able to review things that aren't necessarily reviewable. I believe.
So last night, some Tolas wanted Peyton to spy on Filthy Radio. We got 2 clips for you as Angelo Cataldi and the morning team on WIP opened up the misery after last night.
Back to reality.
Reality. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the WIP Morning Show. I'm going to warn everybody now before the official start of this show. We've been joking around the last few weeks. We were riding high. We had the Eagles hadn't lost the game at over 2 months, and the Phillies run that run. There'll be no joviality today, even though we are honoring our own Al Morganti, who went into the Hall of Fame yesterday, gave a great speech. But even that is going to take a deep back seat to the frustration and anger you should be feeling this morning. because what happened last night at Lincoln Financial Field was a massive wake-up call to an organization that's been smelling itself for the last few weeks. You know what I want to hear today? I want you to be able this morning to vent the frustration you felt for 3 hours last night when you saw a team that you root for not care as much about winning as you do, nor the opponent, because Washington wanted the game more than the Eagles did.
They wanted it more.
They wanted it more.
Ran into a team that cared more. Forget about that fluke turnover, Quez Watkins with the fumble. Forget about that weird interception where Hurts actually threw another deep dime. This guy's lethal, looking like prime Russell Wilson throwing up the deep ball. Forget about just a natural letdown you're going to have during an NFL season. We want heads on a platter. Open up the phone lines and filthy after their first loss to fire someone.
Tyrone's up next from Nicetown. Tyrone, I don't think you're going to be nice today, are you?
Hell no.
Good. Come from Angry Town instead.
I'm going to just say this. The big thing that hurt the Eagles more than anything last night was the scheduling. We went on a bye to come off a bye to go back on the bye, and the whole team looked sluggish last night.
Yep.
And we still should have won the game, but Gannon got to go. He got to go. This dude got to go.
Hold on. I need to somebody to note this. At 6:32 a.m., the 8-1 Eagles being told to release their defensive coordinator. And I'll tell you the truth.
Jonathan.
Tyrone, here's the truth. If they did it today,
no one would be upset.
I would be fine with it. It would not bother me. Because Tyrone, I hate the way he ran the defense in the first 8 victories. I didn't like it then. I don't like this. They don't know how to stop the run.
Blow it up. Just blow it all up.
I thought he was going to blast the caller. Like, mark it down. 8-1, and you want to fire the D coordinator. You're giving up 18 points a game.
But he agreed with him.
But no one would complain. No. Nobody would argue.
Nobody.
Nobody
would argue.
Yes. And Peyton, apparently you butchered the cities in that county.
Yeah, apparently
in that area.
I regret not going to Philadelphia for a few months to know all the landmarks out there. I didn't know Nicetown was an actual landmark. I thought they were just making fun of the guy.
In actual town.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In actual town.
You should know these things.
So there it is. Look, the biggest, within the game takeaway for the Cowboys' purposes was, for me, how the Commanders ran the football. I felt very encouraged about that. Robinson was running hard. The Commanders went into the game averaging 108 on the ground. They ran for 152. They just said it on Filthy Radio right there. They just said it. Run D has been a problem throughout the entire year, just like us. So maybe the Cowboys-Eagles matchup, second, maybe a third one, comes down to that. Who could take advantage of the run weakness on both sides? So that was Monday Night Football. If the playoffs started today, as we asked Jerry Jones to look at the forecast, the Cowboys would be the 6th seed.
Taking on Seattle.
The Seattle Seahawks.
Or San Fran.
Who made me look stupid in my power rankings. Give me Seattle all day long.
Oh, all day.
Right?
If you play Seattle, you have to win that game. If you play Tampa, Tom Brady on the road, I'm not going to lose my mind if you lose that football game. I'm just not going to look good.
I don't care about that. I saw Kevin Gray tweet it out. I fought with Sandler. I was like, I know it's easy. Everyone, don't let Tom get hot. Don't let the Bucs wake up. They're not a threat. They don't have enough. That ship has sailed.
Don't have enough what?
Don't have enough to be dangerous. Like all time. I've seen enough. I've seen enough 10 games in. I'm not going to go, don't let Tom get in. This could be the run. This could be another magical run. I'm selling that thought, whether you think that's a hot take or not. Nice win against Seattle, but
yeah, like what do they not have?
They have all-time bad running game, and because I have Tom in fantasy, they don't have a throwing threat either. If he throws for 2 touchdowns in a game, like that's his peak. That's his max. They don't have an explosive, scary passing game. They cannot run the football, and I have to go and check out their defensive numbers. I'm eliminating them as a serious, scary threat. Part of the reason why I still say the Cowboys can make the Super Bowl out of the conference. That's just me.
They'd be favored over us in a playoff game. I don't know if they win it, but they'd be favored.
You think right now, tomorrow, neutral field, Tampa would be favored? Right now, tomorrow, neutral field?
Neutral field, I don't know. But in Tampa, in a playoff game, yes, they would be. Yeah, I don't know about neutral field. They'd be close.
Let's do some Cowboys buy or sell. Overreactions or not. RJ Choppy has them for you next on the home of America's team. Oh, by the way, Rolando Blackman on today with KMC at 12:20 during the Expressway. Rolando Blackman, 12:20 on KMC. Cowboy overreactions or not, next. But look, this is not. My use of Stephen A. Smith to Jerry live on TV right now. Can we tap into this, Peyton? I want to put it on First Take. But when Jerry was on, I was like, Stephen A., they want to use us all the time? Let's use Stephen A. to ask the Dak question. My father-in-law, I'll do this with the text line sometimes, right? What do you say to the fan? What do you say to those? And Jerry always answers it. He knows the storylines. But yesterday, Stephen A. was saying that Jerry has not gotten his money out of Dak, and Dak could be the weak link. So earlier in the show, I was like, your buddy, Stephen A. Smith, Jerry. And he's like, I run hot and cold. I don't know about that. I run hot and
cold on him.
Your buddy, Stephen A. said Dak is not bringing it. He's stinking. What do you say to that? And Jerry gave his, quarterback defense answer. So I think they're playing that and talking about it right now on TV. I knew that would work to get us on there.
So, look, they finally got our names on there. Maybe they said it.
It alternates a little bit. Goes back and forth, back and forth. All right, some of your other... By the way, let's just answer that question. Has Jerry gotten his money out of the deal?
Yeah.
Has Dak lived up to the contract?
Since Dak signed that contract, he is 18-8.
Whoa, you had those numbers quick.
It's math. It's first grade math, matter of fact.
18-8.
12-5 plus, what is it this year? 6-3. Did I do that right? Is that 18-8? Jesus. Yeah, it is.
You just told us how easy it was.
Please don't embarrass myself now.
Yeah,
he's 18-8 since he signed the contract. And one of those years, he was coming back from a wicked injury. Yeah, he's gotten his money's worth so far. I mean, how are you going to say? How are you going to say that he paid the guy? He's played one full season under the contract. How are you going to say that he didn't get his money's worth? You can't make that determination yet. It's been 1 year. He's played one season under the contract. That was last year. The year before, he was hurt. How are you going to say that?
Has he played in the last year like a $40 million quarterback?
Yeah, yes. He's been fine.
But fine isn't 40.
40 is the going rate for fine. 50 is the going rate for elite.
Okay. It's like this question that just got tweeted to us. I'm waiting for Monday. Actually, Friday, Thursday. It'll happen maybe even today. Would you rather have Dak or Cousins for the remainder of the year? Dak or Cousins for the next 2 years? That's going to be the question leading up to this Minnesota game.
You're right. And hang on. I gotta say, I am an idiot.
Oh,
okay. Dak's not 6-3 this year,
and
they had some other dude quarterbacking them. But I'm not going to name his name because I don't want to start that contraband that Dawson did.
Dawson's saying the Cowboys would have beat the Packers if Cooper Rush was a QB.
Yeah.
Come on.
Okay. So
come on, Gavin.
He's like, I don't know, 15-7 or whatever, right? Or whatever. I have to go figure it out.
And the question is that 40 mil justified in that? Look, first half of last year, he even played above it. First half MVP. Didn't happen in the second half. And this year so far, in his games, everyone totally just forgot the performance that he had at home when he started off for 4 straight touchdowns in that first half. Everyone totally forgot about that, right? Against the Bears. But this year he's been what? He returned against the Lions. They won 24-6. Played the Bears and then the Packer game where he was not very good. B minus?
Dak's season?
B?
Yeah. Yeah. A B. Look, people are coming in, saying, has this guy lived up to the contract? This guy. Since Patrick Mahomes signed his deal, he's 1-1 in the playoffs. Like that's what everybody judges him on, right?
Yeah, but the numbers, he's lived up to it. He's always the MVP.
He's always the MVP. But Dak's not Patrick Mahomes. So don't compare him to Patrick Mahomes. We can't compare him to Patrick Mahomes. This is not. It's way, way too early to be remotely concerned as to whether he's lived up to the contract or not.
Okay.
Way too early. Like it's what was it, a 5-year deal? At least can we at least get a 40% of the contract being complete?
Oh, 40. We got to wait 40.
Well, that's the end of this year. Right? It's a 5-year deal. This the end of this year will be 40% of the contract.
You got the PFF grades? 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. Yeah, I want to know what happened from Pro Football Focus.
All right.
I know the highest graded defensive player.
Do you?
Yeah, it's got to be Tank.
Okay. Not Tank. It's close. He's second.
Diggs?
Diggs got a 56.9.
Okay. What was Tank's?
72.8. The highest graded defensive player was a 73.4.
Go ahead, just name him.
Van Der Esch.
Who?
He had an 82 tackle grade. That's what really boosted him. His coverage grade was a 70. His run defense was a 70. His pass rush was just a 54. Micah was third. Take a guess how many pass rushes Micah had.
3?
9.
9.
He had 38 snaps in run defense.
I want to say this, and you're going to get mad. The Cowboys were picture perfect in their game plan. They were perfect in what they anticipated. I would like to see his rushes in the fourth quarter. I'd like to see that because Jerry just told us they thought Green Bay was going to run it. The Cowboys thought Green Bay was going to run. Yes, they were absolutely correct with it. He had 11 pass attempts after 3 quarters. So put Micah on the second level, trying to chase down Aaron Jones and Dillon. Like, their game prep was correct. How many times did he rush in the fourth quarter? That's what I'm interested in. Can I get you to agree with me that because Rodgers threw it 11 times in 3 quarters, having Micah try to stop the run was the smart play? That they saw what was coming correctly?
Well, I would say no, because they didn't know he was only going to throw it 11 times through 3 quarters.
They knew he was not going to throw a lot. Jerry just told us.
I don't know, how they could have known that.
Because we can't stop the run. The only chance they have, the Green Bay, is to run the football because they haven't been able to throw. They score 17 points a game. So that's how they knew it. They knew. Broadus talked about it all week long. Their only chance was to pound it down our throats, which they did at the beginning of the game. So the Cowboys were like, let's keep them on the second level to stop the run. That's why I want to get the fourth quarter numbers.
Well,
because if you didn't start rushing Rodgers with Micah in the fourth when you knew they were going to have to throw to come back, that's a problem.
I'll say this. If they put Micah as a linebacker to stop the run,
yeah, maybe he definitely shouldn't play linebacker.
Then he never should play linebacker again.
Man.
I'll tell you that. Although his run defense grade was a 75. Fowler was next. Sam Williams. Clark.
Get Sam on the field more. Get Sam and Clark on the field more per Bobby Belt and Brian Broaddus.
Osa. Curse. Dorrance Armstrong. And then Diggs.
All right. Who was at the very bottom? What was Anthony Brown?
He was at the very bottom. He only played 23 snaps?
Yeah, he got concussed somehow.
Right. He got concussed. Yeah, he only played 23 snaps. He was at the very bottom. Bohanna.
What was his grade?
25. Bohanna.
Damn.
Bland.
Oh!
And Donovan Wilson were just ahead.
What was Bland's grade?
49.
I'm surprised it was
49.
even that high. Okay. Offensively? Pollard, CD, 1 and 2. Or are we gonna
Of the starters, CD was 1. Malik Davis was number 1 overall.
Ooh, Malik.
He had an 81. CD, 77. Terrence Steele, 73. Then Dak, 72. 72 is not good for quarterbacks.
Oh. So
most of the quarterbacks find themselves in the 80s.
Okay. QBR 72 would be fantastic.
Tremendous. Schultz, 71. Zach Martin, 69. Pollard, 66. McGovern,
66.
Gallup, 62. Tyler Smith, 61. Badez. And then Noah Brown was last for starters at 45. Tolbert was last overall with a 42.
Have we talked about a first rounder that plays such an important position as little as Tyler Smith has been talked about this year? Never talked about. The left tackle of the Dallas Cowboys, a first-round pick replacing Tyron Smith. He never gets discussed whatsoever. So,
Yeah, by the way, real quick, so a 72 quarterback grade would be good enough for the year for 17th. So, like, most of the quarterbacks, Tua, Mahomes, both over 90. Allen, 89. Geno, 86. Hurts, 85. Dalton, 80. Burrow, 80. Lamar, 80. Rodgers, 80. Brady, 78. Jacoby, 77. He only played a couple games. I just played 9. Herbert, 76. So you're getting, those are, 72 is not a great number for a quarterback. I don't know why quarterbacks get higher numbers generally, but they do.
all right, there it is, the PFF grading. Jerry Jones as well on a Tolo Tuesday edition here of Sean and RJ. Let's crosstalk with the fellas. We got Rolando Blackman coming up and crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece. Everybody in studio right after this. But first, let's get you on over to Trajan Wealth. Hey, hopefully the worst of it is over in terms of the markets. But you never stop needing guidance. At least that's the way I view things. I didn't go to business school. I don't know. Here on your home of the Dallas Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan, Kevin Hagelin, Mike Bassick, and Corey Majors.
I'm not ready to mess things up today. I know you always look at me.
Mouth made a movement as if you were ready to speak. Did I misread that?
No, I was just getting excited for crosstalk.
Yeah, you were. Sure.
I like this crosstalk.
Oh! As opposed?
That is not what I meant. That is not what I meant.
Hey,
Don't try to stir it up.
Sean says the chaos that is crosstalk is always kind of it's kind of stressful to have more people now. You've been doing your thing for a while. Do you feel that way whenever we go into crosstalk with them, that it's kind of stressful chaos, or is it planned?
No, I think the thing with crosstalk is sometimes everybody wants to participate, which can be difficult, and sometimes nobody wants to participate, which is more difficult.
Yeah,
so
like trying to figure out who's ready to take the pass today. Yeah.
What's coming up?
We do have Mike asks all the football questions at 11 this morning, but also I think the big fun thing we're doing today, Rolando Blackman joins us at 12:20 during the lunch rush, during the expressway. We're really looking forward to talking to him. There's a big feature on him in D Magazine. If you haven't read it, you should. It's pretty interesting about. I'm really interested in the way he grew up in basketball and how that affects how he approaches the kids that he sees now that can't dribble, and how he goes about that with them. So it's going to be a lot of fun talking to him today.
Which loss was worse, the Eagles or the Cowboys?
Yeah, we were kind of kicking that around before the show. I think it's the Eagles because they were bigger favorites and they were a home team, but neither one is good. And I think it's David Hellman that I saw, welcome to the slop, where every team in the NFL has a bad loss now.
Yeah.
It's just the thing that's frustrating and I can't get out of my mind, and it's never going to change, is you win that game against Green Bay, you now control your destiny to be the number one seed in the NFC.
Why do Cowboy fans think that they're above what NFL reality of the facts you're going to lose a game like this?
Do you think
why are we just above it?
I don't think it's Cowboys fans. I think that's all of fandom is you can't help but say, but if this one thing would have happened, even though it wasn't going to.
I'm just saying.
No, I know why.
Why?
And it's because I was listening to y'all's interview with Sean and RJ this morning with Jerry. Jerry will not admit anything's wrong.
Right.
Jerry could barely talk this morning and never said, he cleared his throat multiple times and never said, guys, I got this going on today. He just fought right through it. He will never. Cowboys fans kind of do follow in tow with Jerry Jones, where everything's fine. We're on the positive side of it. We could win the Super Bowl tomorrow. That's the mentality.
Good business owner. It's a good business owner.
He is selling constantly. He hopped on with us Friday. Hey, I love Green Bay. I love that my team is like, please bring more talent in here, which I do agree with on a lot of levels because of Bill Parcells. But it's because Jerry Jones. He won't admit anything's wrong, and Cowboys fans are like, that's fine. We'll stay blind to it.
Which team got screwed by the referees more, the Cowboys or the Eagles?
Cowboys.
Is it the hit on Heineke that's got you focused, or the face mask?
Both.
I think the Eagles.
I think the Heineke one was legit. Obviously, the Eagles got screwed on the face mask.
The face mask was really, really bad. That was a more egregious call than lack of PI or whatever else. So I would probably say the Eagles.
Okay. And everyone.
Is that what you think?
Look, I think that the Eagles got screwed by a bad rule that you can't review. You can't find things on review that you weren't asking to review or whatever.
Have you heard the logic of why they say you can't do that? Is because they think I've
never heard that.
Yeah, we've heard Steven talk about this before, and then I think it was Troy Vincent who might have said something about it. He goes, "You're reviewing a subjective call, so what makes you think when you see it again that subjective nature is going to change?" Which I don't entirely agree with, but he's arguing that it's subjective, not objective, hence the rulings probably won't change as much as you think.
Because you can't see every... I don't get it.
Well, no, I get that like on certain call. A face mask is not subjective.
Right.
Yeah, you would have seen it and been like,
Right.
That's not subjective.
They can't see everything in real time.
Yeah.
So you get the added benefit.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why being an official sucks. You can't see every... We sit there on the third replay and go, oh!
Yeah.
Yeah!
And you're an idiot for not seeing that. And you're like,
for not seeing that.
But we knew we saw what a disaster the PI stuff was.
Well, they wouldn't reverse anything.
They didn't reverse it.
Because it made them look bad.
But should we review the McGovern hold? That's where I think it gets too messy.
Too technical.
Because that's the subjective. That and PI, because then you'd be like, well, then there's that happens on every single play.
Face mask, though, that is not
No, you're
that
right.
is not subjective.
You're right. And that was bad.
All right. My poll question.
Okay.
Today, you know for a fact that the Dallas Cowboys, A, won't make the playoffs.
Why are you saying that?
B, will make it, but one and done, round one exit. Will not win a playoff game. C, they can still make or win the Super Bowl. How would you vote?
I would vote C. I definitely would not vote A. I understand every single person who votes B. I totally get it. But
B and C is 50 and 44%. So eliminated round one like last year, 50%. Can still make the Super Bowl, 44%, 5%, they won't make the playoffs.
Yeah, since you said can, I think I'm more apt to go in the direction of C, but like I said, I get everybody who voted for option B.
I would be like in between B and C. If you made me vote there, I would vote make the playoffs and lose in the first round. But right now, I think they have a chance to make the playoffs. I think that's in. They're going to make the playoffs.
Yeah.
I think they can beat, let's just say, Seattle or Tampa in the first round, but then I think they lose in the next round. So that's where I would
Who
vote
else are you
B.
afraid of in the NFC besides Philly?
And to go along
Minnesota.
with that, and to go along with that, that's why I'm intrigued by the nature of the NFLs, because everyone is like down on the Cowboys, and I totally get that. If they go into Minnesota and win, is that going to get back all of it? Are people going to be like, holy crap, you just beat the team that was 8-1
for 4 days?
Yeah, and then we'll freak, and then we'll freak out about the Giants, and yeah. No, I think you're right.
Yeah, I think I can. Because
we know where you're voting.
So many different things could happen, though. Like, I mean, the Eagles just lost, and we thought going into last night they would never lose. Like, there was this idea that nothing could happen. Well, Joey's the only one. Joey predicted that the Raiders would give the Eagles their first loss on last week.
He beat me in fantasy too.
He also predicted the wrong team in that, but he got it right that they would get their first loss. So good job on Joey. But the whole, there's every team that's even close to it right now still has a chance to make or win the Super Bowl. And we don't know enough about the bad teams yet. Like the bad teams that are kind of faking being a good team right now. We don't know enough about them yet.
All right, which one are you the most amazed or interested in? You have to pick one.
Ooh.
Giselle could already be dating someone else.
The jiu-jitsu instructor.
The jiu-jitsu instructor. Pete Davidson with another smoke show. How do you say her last name?
I don't know. Who is it?
Emily
Radzikowski.
Oh, the girl that got famous for being hot.
Yes.
How dare you?
That's seriously how she got famous.
Or Larsa Pippen is definitely in a romantic relationship with Michael Jordan's son.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, man. I was not aware of that.
You weren't aware of that?
Yeah,
no. And Michael wins again?
Oh man!
But doesn't Scotty have the opportunity to just be like, whatever, man? Like I have 1,000 that look and
The
act
Pete
like her.
Davidson thing just dumbfounds me because
gotta be huge.
His dong.
Yeah.
Does a woman really I mean,
have you remotely been around women?
No, I mean, what do they sacrifice on the looks level for that?
And talent.
I mean, he has money though, right?
Does he have talent?
No, that's what I'm saying. They're sacrificing in the talent level too.
Like you can be let's just say you have a Davidson, but you can be a what on the look scale, and they come swarming to you still.
What do you think he is on the look scale? Like a 3?
Yeah.
Like I mean, there are people like I know Sarah thinks he's sexy as hell.
That's bad.
Yeah.
That's bad news for you.
His net worth
really.
is like $8
Yeah,
million.
it really is because
yeah,
no one
his-
thinks Pete Davidson's remotely attractive on Earth.
I think you're wrong. Ask him, man. I think you're wrong. I think a lot of women find him
'Cause they
attractive.
kinda like think
because
his
they find
personality.
funny is attractive.
No, but I'm saying his looks. Like, is he a good-looking man? That's what I mean.
Well, yeah, okay.
Like
No.
if Justin Timberlake's walking down the street,
Right.
but you don't know who Justin Timberlake is, and he's walking with Pete Davidson down the street, and they're just normal guys.
Yeah.
I think every woman would go, well, that's a very attractive man in Justin Timberlake.
Yeah.
That dude he's walking next to is ugly. I mean, I hate
He's a
saying
You would
that.
agree with that, right?
I don't find him attractive, but somebody does. I know like these women just keep fawning over him.
Because of his personality.
He's got tattoos.
his approach.
He's awkward.
They can
They're
change
just
him.
if I can fix that guy.
Yeah.
That's the
They-
first thing.
That's
they
a
love
good point.
vulnerable. They love vulnerable.
That's a good point. I could fix
Tattoos
him.
and- oh man, he looks like he's stoned right now.
It's pretty simple. He's got the lock and the key. You make a couple of jokes, and the next thing you know, they're naked. That's how it works.
Wow. I mean, he's not funny, but I'm curious about that.
Oh, I like the continuous Pete Davidson digs.
Yeah, no, I don't get Pete Davidson as an employable human in the field of entertainment. I just don't.
His Taco Bell commercial is definitely not funny.
Yeah, but he's got to be rocking with something, and maybe
owns
Corey's
a-
right.
he
Could
owns
be
a
the
bar?
money.
Does he?
He owns a bar. He also has what are those? He has a ferry, and that he and what's his name that's married to Scarlett Johansson bought together.
Colin Jost?
Like
yeah,
that
him and- yeah.
takes cars across the water?
Yeah, they got a ferry. They were like, it's a piece of junk, but they
Yeah.
were like, we have a boat out in the harbor now.
You
so.
didn't think he was awkward funny on SNL?
No, because I just think he did the exact same thing every single time. And then I did see some people will text in and be like, "Are you aware of what happened to his dad?" Yes, and that is very, very sad. I don't necessarily know.
You think women are lining up because his dad died 9/11?
I don't know about that,
fix
but
you.
maybe
I can fix you.
can
You're
fix
hurt.
you.
You're broken. I'm
I
here
mean,
for
I'm
you.
I'm happy for him because holy cow,
He was in Marmaduke.
He is approaching Jeter territory.
He seems like a good dude.
I guess.
Is
I
it
don't
like,
know.
Is it Steve Buscemi that has the teeth?
Yeah,
and his-
Rangers analyst.
That's not. That's a different person.
Is
Yes.
that right? Like,
He was,
like I
Nucky
feel
Thompson
like
in,
him and Pete Davidson are in the same category, but and I don't know his whole life. I don't know Buscemi's whole life.
He's
and his,
talented.
right? But I'm just saying, and I will say Pete Davidson is talented. He's just not way up there. Like he's middle level, and Buscemi's kind of mid level, like actor, like good actor, but not like Denzel Washington or Tom Hanks or anything like that.
I
And if
Am
we
the
just
Walrus.
heard Buscemi was just pulling every piece that there was in LA, we'd be like, wait, this isn't making sense.
Yeah. Did you have a teammate like that?
So I guess my vote is that.
No, but it would be like I can't like I hate saying this because now my kid calls them pubes. There's a dude on the Phoenix Suns who his hair is just pubic hair on his head, and so I called them pubes, and so now like so when Phoenix Suns are playing this guy, then my son says, "Oh, he's in the game," and I'm like, "Well, I maybe not should have nicknamed him that."
Nice work
but
with you, Mike.
it would
You don't have to elaborate.
it would be like if he was the guy on the Suns pulling the most.
Yeah.
And you're like, but what about Chris Paul? Like Chris Paul's a very good-looking guy. I would say Devin Booker's a good-looking guy, and they're both superstars somewhat in the NBA. But that's not a bad word, is it? Why are you saying that's a bad word?
It's just 9:56 in the morning. I don't know.
We're back tomorrow morning. Playmaker.
I mean, we probably run 73 commercials about cleaning up your pubic area.
Oh my god!
I just don't know about like saying that the
Actually-
guy's head looks like it. I don't know, like putting it on the player's head. But you're right. We do talk about
makes
that
a fair
stuff.
point.
The KMC masterpiece is up next, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, asking the questions that matter, like would you like to see Mike be a nurse, and also how much did you pay or will you pay to get Christmas lights put up?
Two things, Mike. First off, I'm gonna go with you first on
Okay,
this.
you tell me.
I have a Cowboys question.
Does it need to be a naughty nurse, or like with Mike, or is it just
a regular functional nurse
showing up and he has a thermometer and a
My wife has
stethoscope?
major issues, which I think a lot of parents are dealing with this, and also companies, is she has a lot of people out sick. The flu is tremendous right now. Like, it is going around very strong. And so she has multiple people out of her office. She was already completely booked going into this day, and that doesn't include all the parents that are going to call. In fact, our kid is probably going to school for a half a day and then coming home because we're just trying to get him through part of the day because he's sick. And I think a lot of kids are sick right now. So there's probably going to be 10 to 15 parents call in and say, we got to come see you. Our kid's not feeling well. And she doesn't have any more time, but it's tough to turn down kids that are they're sick. They're not feeling well. So she's like, I'm totally booked, going to get more, don't know where I'm going to fit them in, and don't have the people here to really see them. So she's just going to fight through it. So at times, I've always been frustrated with this. I think probably a lot of listeners are. Sometimes when you have an 11 o'clock appointment with a doctor and it's noon and you haven't been seen, you're like, what the hell's going on?
Oh, all the time, yeah.
And so that's what the hell is going on, is at this point. Shorthanded and totally booked, and now people are calling in, bringing in their children that aren't feeling well.
Still prefer the idea of naughty nurse Mike, though.
So my wife asked me if I could be a nurse today and not go in and do sports talk radio. And I said, I can, but I don't know. I guess I could take the weight of the child and the temperature of the child and then say a real person who knows what the hell's going on. We'll see.
Maybe a real doctor. You're a real person, Mike.
Basic
I
kids.
believe in you.
And then the other thing, Kevin, is my new favorite Twitter thing, and I just tweeted this out, and it got a response from Sean already, is seeing people tweet their pictures of their Christmas lights from their house and how much they paid to get them put up or how much it costs or whatever. This is awesome. So if you're out there in the world today and you want to tweet at 1053SS and show him your Christmas lights, that man right there loves Christmas maybe more than anybody, Kevin. There's no way there's a hair, a shred of Grinch in that guy.
Wow.
And he loves Christmas lights, and he wants to see your Christmas lights. He did tweet me back, Kevin, and he said, why do you have to be an a-hole after such a lovely crosstalk? And so I just wanted to let everybody know, send more Christmas lights so that he can have more joy and more holiday cheer in his soul. That's the way that Sean Shreve.
I don't know if you totally interpreted that accurately.
I get that guy. I totally do.
From the 214, I pay $600 for home lights, just the front outline. I was shocked when I learned how much it was, because like when we were kids, is my mom would just give us like, I don't know, she would be like, well, you get to live here, so go put these lights up in the bushes.
Yeah.
Or maybe you would get $10 and you thought it was the greatest day that had ever happened.
But you didn't line the house, did you?
No, we just like put them up in the bushes and it was definitely looked like a kid did it. You know, you weren't like, that was professionally done. And then eventually they evolved to the net that you could throw over the bushes,
love the net.
which at first I was like, how the hell is that precision there? And they're like, oh, it's just a net. And I thought that was wild. And yeah, when I learned how much it was to get somebody to climb up
I'm miserable at this.
Yes.
They have it perfectly lined.
That person's
line by line.
amazing.
Yeah.
And then, but it makes sense because like they go up on the roof and everything to hang the lights. It's just kind of jarring when you hear that $600, whatever the amount that you're paying for it is.
Yeah, for
or
sure.
Maybe you
man.
just do it yourself.
Yeah, or you get have you seen the lights? You just stick the stake in the ground and it shoots lights at your house and it looks like it's all set up.
The Starlight?
Yeah.
Is your question, have I heard of the Starlight? Yes.
Do you have
Is your
Star
question,
Wars
do I
things on
have
yours?
one Starlight? No. Do I have two Starlights? Yes. Would I still like more Starlights? Of course I would, Corey. Was that your question?
Absolutely it
I think
was.
the Starlight is badass if you want to know something about me as a person. And if you think it's trashy, well, I can live with that too.
Don't worry about it.
All right. So my Cowboys question is, all right, so it's a fact. Dak and the Cowboys have got to be better on third down. Like, that's just a thing that we all need to accept. Now, the question is, how can they do it, or do you think it's achievable? Now, I started researching this because you brought this up yesterday, Corey, is there was a stat from ESPN Stats and Info
Yes, that's where I got it from.
Dak went 4 of 12 for 49 yards and 2 interceptions on 3rd and 4th down Sunday. So I think we can all agree across the board that is very bad. Prescott has completed an NFL low 43.3% of his passes on 3rd and 4th down this year. With 1 touchdown and 3 interceptions. And here's the part that brings in the buzzword name. No QB has posted a completion percentage that low on those downs since Tim Tebow in 2011.
Dude's a winner. Like I don't know what your problem. Are you trying to show this stat as a negative against maybe one of the greatest winners of all time that never got a chance to show his worth in the NFL?
I feel like he did get a chance, and maybe people were like, that's okay.
He won a playoff game.
Yeah, no, he did.
And then never got another shot at it.
I don't know if that is totally how I thought that played out as well. But the point is, it's been really bad.
Greatest quarterback in college football history.
Okay,
that's probably
I'm
right.
not here to argue with any of that. But would we all agree we would prefer our professional quarterback not be Tim Tebow?
I see where you're going. You're going to make a debate that Cooper Rush is 4-1 and Dak is 2-2.
No, that is not what I'm doing at all.
I like where you're going with this.
No, I hate where you're going with this. This is going to be a long-ass day. This is the first segment. Here's the thing. Dak has historically been really good on 3rd down. So I decided to look down the years with Dak. So this year, the Cowboys are 24th in the league in 3rd down conversion rate at 37%. So that is poor. So you're talking about the bottom 4th of the league. But in Dak's 5 other full years, here's how he finished. 10th, 2nd, 15th, 6th, and 9th. That's an average of 8. So we go from bottom quarter to fringe top quarter of the league at 43.1%. He was only below 40% conversion rate on 3rd down one time. And even then it was 39.83. So if you want to round up, you can make an argument. He has never had a complete season where they're at 40% or lower. And I know you might be thinking like, 37% is not that far away. But in the NFL, that is a huge difference of 3 percentage points that could move you way up. And he has averaged 43% across his career. So we're way down.
I do think this is a playoff team. I think if you...
Oh, yeah, me too.
If you're looking at the Cowboys and go, well, they're not going to make the playoffs, I think you need to look at where the 7 seed is right now in the NFC and who the 8 seeds are. If the Cowboys finish 9-8, they're making it. And they're going to finish better than 9-8. I think this goes into your playoff chances. Is that... I assume come playoff time, remember the San Francisco game last year, you're going to be in a battle. It's really tough that you're going to actually face a team in the playoffs that has a horrible defense, that you're going to be able to say, man, I think 30's easy. Can we get to 40? It could happen in the flow of a game, but it's going to be a battle to get first downs. It's going to be a battle to get touchdowns. They're not going to come easy in the playoffs. And so when you look at if you struggle on 3rd down / struggle on 4th and short, how are you going to get by? I know the first one might not be the toughest matchup, Seattle or Tampa Bay or San Francisco. And we've seen what San Francisco did to us last year in the playoffs. And now they have to hand the ball off to Christian McCaffrey 20 times against us this upcoming time if you play them in the first round. So I look at this stat and I go, it's interesting. The reason I think it has to get better is it has to prove to Cowboy fans that you can win in the playoffs. And if this doesn't get much better, how do you expect to win in the playoffs if on 3rd and 4th down you really struggle to convert?
I will say, Kevin, going to look at what they did against Green Bay late in that game.
Right.
Here's one of my suggestions.
Okay.
If you need 4 yards or 3 yards or 2 yards, don't call for a play that requires a lot of time in the pocket.
Yeah.
That requires a lot of time. You need 3 yards, not 15.
Yeah.
So why do you have 3 receivers that are running? You have one that's running 15, one running 20, and another one in the end zone, and then you have 2 guys that are very easily picked up by linebackers going in the flats. That's not a good play call there to set Dak up for success. You need to call something that's going to get the yards you need.
Okay, so would you be better
and not short of the sticks either?
Sure. Okay, I agree. That feels like the most infuriating play in football, or perhaps the flag coming out on the big play that you know is a hole deep down in your heart.
Or not coming out whenever pass interference was clear.
Yeah, maybe.
Very clear.
Maybe. So you would prefer a stagger pattern of maybe like even your 5, 10, 15 yards as opposed to your 15, 20 end
hell,
zone.
a rub route that gets a receiver open, something that's going to get a receiver open quickly and not allow them to sit back in coverage and sit on you, and also pressure. Offensive line had to hold up too late there, and while you wanted Dak to take off and have a lane to run through, he didn't, man. So that play, that fourth down play specifically, was poorly executed. I think they were still very emotionally frustrated by what happened on the non-pass interference before.
The other thing, man, that really does irritate you.
No, not necessarily. I still think the Cowboys were. But the when it comes to this third and fourth down, like, there is something to be said for what Kellen Moore is frequently calling.
Yeah.
And then there's also something to be said of Dak has to be. Hell, the Shanahans talked about it, Kevin. I don't know if y'all got a chance to listen to that audio. At some point, you can run all over the place, but at some point, to win a championship, you have to be in the pocket and make big-time throws. And the best quarterbacks have delivered on those moments. Whenever a team thinks, man, we got them right where we want them, they make the throws that say, no, you don't have us anywhere. We got you.
The other thing I would really like to see, I don't know if you think this falls more immediately on Kellen Moore or perhaps Mike McCarthy, or maybe they just need to collaborate together, is there has to be times in the game, spots in the field, etc., where you go to third down and understand, is this a 2 down or a 1 down scenario?
Yeah.
I know that caught my attention in the overtime, but let's say it's the second quarter. You're at the opponent's 45-yard line, and there's still 8 minutes and the game's tied, or whatever the specific scenario is. I don't think it should be too difficult to go have those guys collaborate and be like, is this a 2 down scenario or a 1 down scenario? And then you adjust your play call accordingly. Because if it's 3rd and 4 and you know, hey, we're going for it, you might adjust accordingly. You might open up a run play for consideration. I'm not saying you have to run the ball, but you might have that for consideration. Or if you're like, no, if we don't make it, we're punting.
Yeah, I think my understanding in the history of Aaron Rodgers is that he wants 2 plays.
Sure.
Give me 2 plays before we go back out there after this timeout. That way I know I have this play, and then the next play we're going to hurry up and we're going to make this happen. So I think that's a great option there. But Dak has to be better in these situations, clearly, and the Cowboys have to be able to provide him the things that he does well to get them there.
Now, we got a whole lot of feedback about the Christmas lights, including 2 people that are legitimately angry that we don't put up our own Christmas lights. I do apologize if that bothers you. I do not.
I cannot do the house. Like, I don't want to die. I don't want to get paralyzed. Like, I'm not getting on a second floor and then putting a ladder on it on the roof and then trying to line the house.
It's going to be like Chevy Chase style.
Yeah, I love the house being lined for Christmas, but I am scared to do it myself because I have before and come close to falling. And at that point, I said, what am I doing?
From the 214, I'm a Christmas light installer. We aren't cheap. $450 a foot. I did see somebody say
$450 a foot?
$4.50 a foot. I saw other people
you have 100 feet.
in the $3.50 range. I don't know what the appropriate rate is for that. Then we've got a fan, Casey. She's awesome. She said, I'm about to spend $700 and then locked in for $325 for the next 2 years. Then 214, mine was $600 for the first year, now $275 per year after. And that is a frequent thing I have noticed is you get the one price for the first year because it also comes with like getting the lights and everything. And then after that, it's probably closer to about half price every year going forward. And then something we need to figure out real quick, Corey. How much credit does Joey get for the Eagles losing? Because he did boldly proclaim in the combo platter that the Eagles were going down. Now, is it true that he said to the Raiders? Yes, that is true. And then the Colts? Yes. However, we eventually landed with the Commanders, and he said the Eagles are going down, and that's what happened.
He did stick to that, once we figured out what the schedule was. So I will stick with 100% credit that he gets there. Because he predicted they would lose. Like, that was the most important factor out of the entire thing was he did predict they would lose. So do they play the Raiders this year? Nobody really knows the answer to that question.
Maybe.
But I guess that would be their second loss based on Joey's continued projections.
I'll tell you this.
Lose the rest of the year.
Yeah, if it's the Raiders or the Colts, I'm predicting them to lose now for sure because of Joey's confidence there. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Plus, forget London. How would you like to see more of the NFL in Germany? All of it next right here on The Fan.
It is the holiday.
And Prescott will fake it to Pollard, back to throw, deep left, Lamb, 10, 5, walk it in, touchdown, CeeDee Lamb.
KC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Positivity Joey running our board today, and I love it. Right now, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How's it going?
It's going better now that I see it doesn't matter how good your team is, they're going to get a garbage loss on their record in the NFL.
It happens, right?
Yeah.
You always lose one you shouldn't lose, and I think last night was a perfect example, especially playing at home, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And so we were kind of discussing which loss was worst, and I said the Eagles because they lost at home. I realized that neither one of the teams that Eagles or Cowboys lost to were the best, although if Washington was in another division, they could be tied for first place. I'm still frustrated that Aaron Rodgers and the Packers season is still alive because Aaron Rodgers has had the Cowboys number multiple times, and I just wanted us to be the ones that put their season down.
Well, it was set up, right? It was ready to go down, and the Cowboys let him out of jail.
Yeah.
And the shame of this thing is you scored 28 points.
Yeah.
No matter, what happened, interceptions, this play, that play, you scored 28 points and you lost. There's only two other teams this past week that lost when scoring at least 28
and
points.
The Bears are one of them.
The Bears were one of them, and Buffalo in overtime was another. Both of those teams scored 30 and got beat. All the other teams that scored 28 or more won their games, including Washington. It puts up, 32?
Yeah.
Seriously? So that was 5 teams that had 28 or more won, and only two others lost other than the Cowboys. So, we can complain about, third downs, interceptions. They scored 28 points.
Yeah.
I don't care where you score them. They scored 28 and got beat.
Yeah.
So this defense has to get it together if this team's going to go forward.
Well,
I'm thinking if you score 25 to 30 points in a game, you ought to win.
I agree.
So, Mickey, did you feel like from Mike McCarthy's press conference yesterday, he is saying we are now going to be more concerned about rushing lanes and not concerned about getting to the quarterback. If you get to the quarterback on first and second down, congratulations, but you're only going to do it by staying in your lanes first.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's kind of been, what the, I think, philosophy has been for the last, several weeks. When you see them giving up this many rushing yards, over more than 100 in 7 of 9 games, and more than 200 in like 3. You can't win that way. And we've seen this before when the defense cannot stop the run. At some point, it's going to cost you. And, it didn't cost you against the Bears because their defense was pathetic.
Right.
But it cost you in this, and you knew it was going to happen. That's the bad part, because if you looked at the Packers' history of running the football, they were averaging 131 yards a game. And 3 times they had at least 199 yards, which means the other 2 were 200. Well, now they got 3 200-yard rushing games. So you knew that going in. And if you looked at where the Bears were having a field day running the ball, it was that toss pitch to the outside. The defensive ends have to do a better job of holding down the edge. And it's the right edge of the defense that has faltered. They can't seem to find a defensive end over there who will consistently play the run, who will hold down the edge. You cannot get caved in inside. And to me, the other thing is, and maybe this had more to do with losing Anthony Barr, because in a couple of the previous games, when teams go 2 tight ends, the Cowboys were playing 3 linebackers. Well, they didn't do that I saw in this game. And the Bears were in 2 linebackers and 2 tight ends and 3 tight ends over and over and over again. And the Cowboys were out there with their 3 safeties and 2 linebackers. So if they're, everybody's worried about getting another wide receiver, maybe they should have worried about getting another linebacker or getting Anthony Barr healthy, because that's where teams are taking advantage of him.
The red ass part that happened in the locker room where everybody was yelling at each other. McCarthy likes it, but there's a fine line between finger pointing and like a constructive. We got to get better at this stuff.
Well, no, it wasn't finger pointing. It was guys on defense, just kind of airing their frustration with each other.
Micah Parsons called it disgusting.
Well, it was disgusting. Yeah. I mean, it was. He didn't point out, this guy or that guy. That was disgusting. He was talking about the entire group, right? And he was right. And he said it was bad, and it was bad. I'm sure when he's sitting there and he's seeing offensive linemen come off the line of scrimmage scot-free to muscle up with him, I bet that gets frustrating. And so, they had too many times guys on the defensive line got washed out. And the linebackers, it's a mismatch, right? 320 against 250. Who's going to win? So, I was standing there, and it was mostly the kind of the secondary guys that were doing all the squawking kind of out loud in the locker room. And I'm with McCarthy. Yeah, you ought to be frustrated. You ought to be pissed at each other. You just got to do a better job of concentrating on stopping the run. Because what do you think Minnesota's going to do?
They're going to try and run the ball, I believe.
Right? Well, you knew that.
But they also have an
elite
wide receiver to beat you down too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, I got another one for you, Mickey, off of that. And I know you're talking about running, but I noticed on one of the plays they had nobody lined up to the left side, a wide receiver, Green Bay, and it looked like Diggs wanted to go to the other side, and he decided not to. And I'm sure because they don't know when Aaron Rodgers is going to snap the ball. He's a genius at all right, they're starting to move and are confused. I'm going to snap it now before they can get set. And that was one of the plays where Sammy Watkins caught a ball that Kelvin Joseph covered him well. He never saw the ball, and the ball got into Watkins for about, let's say 15 yards. Are they going to make sure to just line Justin Jefferson away from Diggs, and then now we also have an issue with Justin Jefferson coming up?
No, because if you were after Anthony Brown went out, they had Diggs following Lazard. Because they thought he was the biggest threat. And they basically shut him down until he caught the pass there at the end. Sometimes, and you know what? I've asked that question before because I never understood when an offense would motion the wide receiver on one side of the field to the other, and it would create an imbalance, and the one corner would stay there with no corner over there, and it's just the defense they call it, and they're probably in zone at that point. When he doesn't follow them, that basically is telling the quarterback they're in zone. That's why they put guys in motion a lot. And if he's fouled, then they know it's in man. So, yeah, I've seen that before, and I never understood it because they get 2 wide receivers to the one side, and it's like, well, now the safety kind of shadows over there. The linebacker kind of gets in the way, and the guy in the slot. So, yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about because I remember the play where Diggs was on that side. But for the majority of the game, especially when they went 3 wide, he was – he was the guy that was on Lazard. So, and that's another thing that gets overlooked is you lose Anthony Brown, and now you got a rookie starting in the slot at cornerback, and now you got Kelvin Joseph coming in who has not played very much cornerback, and they got to hope that Anthony Brown gets out of concussion protocol in time to play because otherwise – you're going to have Bland and Kelvin Joseph out there starting against that wide receiver core. And yeah, that'll be a very difficult chore with the amount of times we know that, not only does Minnesota want to run the ball, they want to throw deep an awful lot with Kirk Cousins.
Appreciate the detail very much today, sir. Let's catch up again tomorrow.
Okay, sounds good.
We're the KNC Master.
Bye, Mickey.
Yeah, I guess I should have said that. Thank you. Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. And I actually want to transition over to this. Forget London. What would you think about more NFL football in Germany so you get reactions like this?
Listen to this, dude. They're all singing it, dude, at the top of their lungs.
I'm telling you, man, the game was fine, but the atmosphere, Tom Brady said that the Munich game was one of the greatest football experiences he's ever had. And if you talk about fever for the NFL, they had 3 million ticket requests for that game. That stadium.
Did you say with an M?
With an M.
Holy
that stadium
geez.
does not hold 3 million, of course.
Why not?
Because of physics. I don't know.
I heard you can build extra things out of shipping containers.
That is true with unfortunate side effects. But yeah, they had 3 million people, and then the commissioner has said they will have at least 4 games in Germany through 2025. And so I started to look up some flight information just to check. You know how much we've talked about, like, does the NFL eventually want to expand out to London?
Yes.
Did you know, and I checked from Dallas, Los Angeles, and New York, just as kind of like my hubs across the United States. The flight to Germany, to Munich specifically, as opposed to London, is 1 hour longer. Now, I get it. It's a long flight either way, but it's only an hour longer. So if you were going to expand, maybe you should consider that as an expansion destination.
How long is the flight then, Kevin, you said?
It depends on where.
Okay, Dallas.
It depends on where you're leaving for. It's approximately 10 hours and then 9 hours and then 10 hours, I believe, or 10 hours and then 11 hours.
Because they flew from Seattle.
Yeah.
Like, think about that for a second.
It's actually...
is it faster from Seattle?
I think it's the same because I think you go a different direction. Well, like you go a different direction from Seattle as opposed to New York.
Mm-hmm.
But the flights are about the same.
That's wild. That is, look at you going and doing some stuff like that, trying to make sure people know things. Do you want to know why they were singing that song?
Because they love West Virginia.
Yeah, that's the weird part.
Yeah. So it's a popular sing-along song for Oktoberfest in Munich. So at the events that are going on, people get drunk and it's an easy song to sing. And you're just sitting there drinking Oktoberfest beers and you're like, yeah, country road, take me home. So there you go.
And somebody said go to a West Virginia game, but like at least that makes more sense to me. Like we're in West Virginia, but in Germany, that would not have been my first guess.
Go to a Wisconsin game and watch them play what's the song?
Sweet Home Alabama.
No, they were doing it at Green Bay.
It's not.
Jump around.
Oh, okay.
Jump around.
So I think that they would be epically fascinating, and they're going to have 4 games in Germany through 2025. So it looks like 1 per year. So they're going to try this out a little bit more, and I can't help but wonder if the ticket requests remain up there, and they're already thinking about potential expansion for London and Mexico City. I am curious where this will actually take the NFL, not like in the next year or two, but over years and years and years. And then a couple more quick notes for you from that game. Did you see Devin White flew out to Germany just a few hours after finding out that his dad had died?
Oh, I did not. I knew Fournette had problems with his passport,
yeah.
But I didn't know that about Devin White.
And then Tom Brady fell 3 passes short of matching Aaron Rodgers for the longest consecutive run without an interception. And he's
only have 2 this year, bro.
Yeah.
1 in the first game and 1 in this most recent game.
Yeah, absolutely. And so he fell just a little shy of that record. However, they did win the game. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Pasek.
Houston fires their GM and the Rangers general manager takes another job.
Yeah.
Next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it's a TD. by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is racing to finish the year #1 in the nation. They're leading the way by never charging more than MSRP. Plus, they always pay full market value for your current vehicle. Find new roads. Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. Peace-a-thon is a week from tomorrow. Maybe we'll do a segment tomorrow about Peace-a-thon with Derek Holland. But right now, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Basak.
All right, so first baseball nugget, which happened over the weekend, is John Daniels is back in the game. John Daniels, who was relieved of his duties mid-season from the Rangers, which was very shocking to, I think, everybody in the organization and everybody outside the organization.
I was in the hospital. We had just had Noah.
Oh, are you okay?
And so I'm fine. We had just had Noah, and somebody called and asked about something else entirely. And they were like, oh, yeah, can you believe the JD thing? And I was like, oh, yeah, he needs to be careful because now that Woody's gone. And they're like, no, he just got fired. I was like, what? And so I was shocked by that. But also him taking another job, doesn't that kind of put to rest this ridiculous narrative that some folks tried to start that he was going to retire anyway?
Well, that's what I was going to talk about here is it's interesting that he's doing this now. Usually as senior advisors, because I'll say this, like, I think people don't want to hear this because they were so mad, and maybe people don't even know who he is now, but John Hart used to be the general manager of the Rangers. He was with me in Cleveland. I was here in Texas when he was here in Texas, and I like John Hart, but I understand why the majority of Ranger fans do not like John Hart. John Hart was a senior advisor to John Daniels.
Yeah.
And I don't think people really knew that, but I mean, they had a relationship. He would call on John Hart a few times, I'm sure, and ask his assessment and evaluation of certain players or how to maybe talk to this general manager or who's really in charge of this organization as a young general manager that John Daniels was at the time. So John Daniels does go to Tampa, and it makes me wonder that question of, you heard that he probably was just going to retire at the end of 2022, let Chris Young take over. I don't know if he would become president too, but let Chris Young, it's your ship now. I've retired.
2024, we'll see.
And it makes me think, was he going to leave the Rangers organization?
And that's why I don't buy it. I didn't buy it then, and maybe he was going to transition into that spot, and I'm all for that. But, like, make no mistake about it. This wasn't an early retirement. He got fired.
Yeah. And it makes me also wonder, will John Daniels be a general manager / president either or in the near future?
Yeah.
As in, yes, you just got fired. I mean, honestly, I think he does have a good name around baseball, but I also think his resume of the last 6 years of Rangers baseball also hurts him a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't think teams could immediately sell. We've hired John Daniels as general manager, president of our organization, because I do think quite a few fans and media would go, wait a second. I understand 2009 through about 2016. What about 2017 through 2022?
Yep.
What happened there, and is he still good at this?
It is amazing. I, of course, because of that, probably went too far into the comments. And depending on what side you're on, there are people who are like, good luck. And there are other people who are like, God, what a steal. We just got one of the smartest, most respected people in baseball. And I was like, the shine's kind of off on him, man.
Yeah. So, senior advisor, pretty much it is what it is. You're advising. You don't really make decisions, but you kind of influence decisions, or you might help out if you have a good relationship with a certain agent or a certain organization, and the Tampa general manager or president doesn't. Then maybe you have JD step in there and help out with the situation, whether it's a current player on your team or trying to get a player in the offseason or trying to get a trade through that you feel like there's an impasse, and maybe a John Daniels can help out with that. So I totally get why Tampa would want him as a senior advisor. I just wonder how quickly he could become a general manager or president again. And I might be told, hey, he doesn't want to do that anymore. But
if he did, do you think that's going to happen?
If he wants to be a general manager, president again, I do believe somebody will hire him to be a general manager and president. I'm not saying anytime soon, maybe next offseason his name starts getting brought up again.
Yeah.
But I think that having kind of a year off, the other thing too is he's going to go to a team, Tampa. I do think Tampa's constructed to win 90-plus games next year.
Yeah.
He's going to a very good team with very limited funds. They can't really keep all their best players around for a long time, but I do think he's going to a good organization. The most shocking news that happened
this was shocking
is I don't think many people are following this because it's football season. The Houston Astros fired their general manager.
I mean, they didn't do that great this year. They just won the World Series. And remember, they also, when they brought back Dusty Baker, they were like, we've been evaluating. And I was like, evaluating what? You won the World Series. Like, bring him back.
And I get where Dusty Baker, you could see him retiring. I believe he's 74 years old. So it's not like, and you brought him in because you had an S show happening with the cheating scandal going into COVID. Obviously, you didn't know it was going to go into COVID, but then, you get that, and you're like, we have to have a guy that can steady the ship, a guy that's been around for a long time that can handle this, and Dusty Baker has been great at that. And there's a lot of talent on that team. And I get that the Houston general manager hasn't had to make a whole bunch of tough decisions lately because the people before him really set up this thing perfectly. I mean, think about what they have in place, and what they do have in place is whoever takes over, and I'm sorry if it's already been named that this is now the general manager. I didn't see that yet, that it's been official that they've hired somebody as their general manager. I was on Houston's page on MLB Trade Rumors, and I didn't see, like, it's official. He's the new general manager. Maybe I missed that, and I'm sorry if I am, but I just found that going, wow, that's amazing. Now, Houston, real quick, because that's a major competition for the Texas Rangers. They're going after Anthony Rizzo. So can you imagine that lineup adding Anthony Rizzo into the middle of it?
No, I don't want to either.
So they are going to go strong after Anthony Rizzo. Now, the other rumor is Justin Verlander might not be a Houston Astro next year. He's really looking for a major payday. And the Astros, like we said, going into the playoffs.
3 years, you think?
I don't know. I think at least 2.
Yeah.
But at over $40 million a year.
Sure.
And he said, hey, man, the 2 New York teams, the Mets, the Yankees, and the Dodgers look like viable places for me to go to. The other thing that I don't know is he does have a very famous wife. And I don't know Kate Upton's career, like where it's at and everything, but Houston might not be the best place to be living long-term as a model. I don't know that. I don't know the model world.
That's an interesting point.
But if he's looking at New York and L.A., does that make more sense for his family and his wife that Kate Upton is in New York or L.A. living full-time and maybe has more job opportunities? I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there. And then Houston does have 7 quality starting pitchers. So if they lose Justin Verlander, they're down to 6 quality starting pitchers. Now, Verlander is their best. You could argue that Framber Valdez has become their best. But last year, his ERA, he's probably going to win the Cy Young here pretty soon when those awards come out. The next thing that I have to say, though, about the Mets possibly pursuing Justin Verlander, I'm hearing that they might not be pursuing as hard as you think Jake DeGrom. And the Rangers might be pursuing Jake DeGrom the hardest. That's great for the Rangers. But then let's ask this question, who I was talking to a former Mets farm director over the weekend, who it's interesting how we still have a relationship. I won't get into that, but he's like, hey, what does it say if the Mets aren't going that hard after Jacob DeGrom, who they've groomed, who they've had, and they might not be willing to go to that like $45 million mark?
I think it
because of his injury history.
I think it tells you why you have a shot at him. Like, otherwise, unless you're going to overpay or take a risk, why would people come to the Rangers? Like, Semien and Seager didn't come to the Rangers because they're like, oh, this is the best place to win. No, we paid them the most money. Yeah. Jacob DeGrom's not going to come here because we give him the best chance to win. It's going to be because we took a risk on him and probably gave him the most money.
Why did Yu Darvish come here? Because he had no other choice. Like,
you won the bidding.
Yeah, like the Rangers with free agency, it has to be something extreme that they really don't have another choice other than take that and make it money.
If you're lucky, you're paying him $1.5 million a start.
Yeah.
If he makes 30 starts, what if he makes 15 starts?
And that
$3 million a start.
That is a possibility. If it's 2012, I'd be like, come on down. But we are where we are, and if he comes here, it's going to be because we gave him the most money.
And I will be super excited. Do not get me wrong as I end this. I will be pumped up if the Rangers get Jacob DeGrom, but there are warning signs out there right now about Jacob DeGrom. DeGrom.
We're the KNC masterpiece right here on that's confusing. On 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Mike asks all the football questions right here on 105.3 The Fan.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget, at 12:20, we will have Dallas Mavericks. I'm going to go ahead and say icon. Rolando Blackman is going to be joining the show. But right now, it's time for Mike to ask all of the football questions.
I'm coming in hot, just like a fajita. All right, you ready? Why does Dak play his best against the NFC East?
Will you be mad if I say in years past it's because I feel like usually this division has not been that great, and so easier competition leads to better results?
That's partially valid. Jason Garrett was very good against the NFC East.
He cared a lot about division games.
Yeah, his career against the NFC East, which Mike McCarthy's career against Minnesota, their division up there, he was insanely good against the division. But the Jason Garrett was very good against this division, and I think it's because he understood the simple rule that Bill Parcells instilled, I think, in the Cowboys, in Steven and Jerry back in the day, and that is you prepare your season to play them first. Because you have 6 games against your division, those are the most important ones, and I think it started there. And I think then the other part is Kevin's right. He, familiarity with the opponent, but they were also bad opponents at the time.
Is that where you land on it, or is there another hypothesis in the works? Because, I mean, that would be different this year, though, by the way. This year, the division is clearly a monster.
Right, and I'm going there. I'm just wondering, like last night, Jalen Hurts, for example, and I won't talk to it because there's another question there. My next question is, will it continue? So you just you led me there. You led me in 2 different directions, and I was about to go into Jalen Hurts, but I have a question about him, which will lead me into another question is, will Dak continue to dominate the NFC East this year?
I think he will, and I think we're going to break away from my perspective or the narrative that he beat up on crap division teams. I think they will continue to win against this much improved division.
Okay, so
and that's all of them, including Philly.
Just so you get an idea, they do have the short rest, but the home game on Thanksgiving against the Giants.
Yep.
They have the home game against Philadelphia on Christmas Eve. I hope there's not a night. There's no way that's a night flex because that's a Saturday game. Because I'm like, that'll really in a weird way, I say ruin Christmas Eve.
That would be tough.
Because it gets tough to watch that game.
Yeah.
There's just so much family.
Your aunt's talking to you, and you're like, sit her down.
And the last game of the year is at Washington. So right now, the Cowboys are 2-1 in the division, and 2 out of the next 3 are at home, where you have New York and Philly at home, and the last game of the year is at Washington.
Yeah. I think they will win. I think they can win those games.
I do think in a weird way he's gained confidence through, I agree with all y'all's answers here and all your theories is, I think he's gained confidence through the years playing those teams. And there's something mentally that when you see those jerseys, when you see those teams, you go, oh, I'm good against those teams. And there's just this confidence. Not that you don't prepare, because then you'll find yourself losing. You prepare, and they know what you do. You know what they do the best because you play them twice every year. But I do think Dak, when he sees those 3 different jerseys and helmets, he says, oh, this is my game. I play the best against these guys.
The Aaron Rodgers, I think, feels that way against the Cowboys.
Yep.
Elvis Andrus, whenever he went to hit in Cleveland, was the destroyer of baseballs. And I don't know how to explain it, Kevin. It's like you go in there and you're like, field's the same. All these things are the same. Why are you so different when this happens?
I just wanted to throw this Aaron Rodgers stat out because it makes me very sad.
Okay. And why are you doing it? Why are you doing this to everybody else?
That's a good question. His highest passer rating of the season was 131.1.
That's pretty good.
It is, but he hadn't hit triple digits since week 3. And on Sunday, he was 146.7. So there's that.
Good for him. All right. How much did that hurt MVP chances of Jalen Hurts last night?
I think it drops him. You know who the person I think it paves the way for is actually
Heineke?
Tua.
Oh.
Not look, I do not want to rule out the candidacy. By the way, Taylor Heineke is so nice. They're
He's
like,
awesome.
oh yeah, what about Carson Wentz coming back? And he's like, you know what? If they call on me to win football games, I'll be there. When in reality, he should have been. Are you freaking kidding me? There's no way in hell he would have won that game. I think it paves the way. I do not think it drops him further than 3rd or 4th right now, but I think it paves the way for Tua to potentially be 2nd in this list behind Mahomes.
Corey, before you answer, I'm going to add to that with this next question. How much does primetime games mean to your MVP or awards?
Oh, I think it's huge because the other voters get to see it. They're detailing that game even more. Generally, guys that are playing and competing for that, you're looking around going, okay, I'll see a game here and there, and you're watching highlights. A lot of people are into it a lot more nowadays, especially with, you go to a Cowboys game, there's 15 TVs on, and they all have every game on that's going on before the Cowboys game, so you're getting to watch a lot of them. But I do think the prime time, not that it's because it's a bigger moment, just that they're all eyeballs watching what this guy's doing, and the popularity of the player stands out.
Next question. I stick on the Philadelphia Eagles, and this is more of a future thing. Do you know that there's a good chance at this point that they end up with Will Anderson of Alabama? He is considered. Now, look, what Micah Parsons has done, sometimes what you're built up to do and what you do are totally different. Will Anderson is built up to be the next Micah Parsons, and Micah Parsons wasn't even built to be like the next Lawrence Taylor. He's ending up being spectacular, but the Philadelphia Eagles at the end of this season could find themselves with the best defensive football player in a long time out of a draft.
And by the way, to your point, he is more hyped up as a prospect than Micah Parsons by far. There are multiple people. No, I'm not saying that that's going to project, but there are multiple people who think even though the top 3 picks might be quarterback, the number 1 pick in this draft should be Will Anderson. That terrifies me.
So, Corey, I'm going to follow it up with another question to you with this. If right now Houston, Las Vegas, and Carolina have picks 1, 2, and 3, who is most likely to pass up on a quarterback in the first 3 picks? Philly has the 4th pick through New Orleans.
Houston, Las Vegas. I'm sorry, who was the last team?
Carolina.
I think the second team would pass.
You think Houston, Vegas sticks with Carr?
I think Houston, yes, because they have a lot of money invested, but I don't know what his contract looks like, but I think
No, you can get out after this year, no problem.
But the thing is with Houston, they wanted to give Davis Mills another run. They were like, man, maybe we found a guy later in the draft that could be that guy. I think they're starting to see, it's not quite it. And then but they still have to build the rest of the team, so they have a problem where they need to build. Why would you get the quarterback now when you need to get that quarterback later, probably? But Vegas, definitely, I would say that they would be more likely to pass because they have Anderson. They have a franchise quarterback.
Okay, do you think, just real quick, Mike, because I think that's a really intriguing question.
And Derek Carr's not really the problem there.
And I agree that Vegas is the most likely to not take a quarterback, but do you think they're likely to not do it? Let's take off the table that we had to pick which one is least likely to skip out on a quarterback. You're saying you do not believe Vegas will take a quarterback?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Just because they have a franchise quarterback right now.
I wonder if they would trade that pick then.
Now, I think that's a great question.
That's a good question.
Because if a team needs a quarterback, they trade up, right? If you need a quarterback. Now, here's the issue. The New Orleans Saints, I don't know when they're going to start winning. Now, and Vegas could win a few games because talent-wise, they shouldn't be this bad. I get that Vegas is probably not a playoff team, but coming into the year, you thought they're going to be around 500 or better. Now, they're not going to get around 500, but they could still win 3 or 4 more games the rest of the way and push themselves out of a top 3 pick.
I don't know if this is the direction you're going, but my nightmare scenario is that Vegas and Carolina figure it out and New Orleans keeps inching up because then Philadelphia can trade away if they want, because it looks like it's going to be, Stroud, Young, Levis, whatever order you think. You can get a lot of assets for that.
Kevin, I want to add this too. Devontae Adams signed with them specifically or went to them specifically to get that big contract, obviously, but he wanted to play with Derek. And I know when you're owning a team, you don't let those things get in the way, but Vegas also has bad ownership. So I think that's another factor in Derek Carr being. They wanted to see those two together for a while.
One possible hope for you, Mike, or for all of us is the Rams just put Cooper Kupp on IR, so maybe they can continue to crap it up and get past.
And that's the good news. I think you need to start rooting for the Saints pretty hard if you're a Cowboys fan.
Yeah.
Whether you like the Saints or don't like, you need them to win games. So here's their schedule real quick, and I'll move on to another question. They do have a home game against the Rams coming up, which looks very favorable to the Saints at this point with their injuries. But then it's at San Francisco, at Tampa Bay, versus Atlanta, at Cleveland. That will be with Deshaun Watson now playing, at Philadelphia, and then home against Carolina to finish off. I think they could possibly win their 3 home games, but their road games at San Fran, at Tampa, at Cleveland, and at Philadelphia look like L's on the board, and then you only have the home games where you have a chance to win. So
6-11 kind of feels like maybe a best case scenario.
The other thing too is you just wonder with Philadelphia how well they're playing is would they just trade, let's just say the 4th or 5th pick, their first round pick, let's just say it's somewhere between 28 and 32, and another pick and move up from number 4 to number 2 or number 4 to number 3 to make sure that they get this franchise-changing defensive player.
You know what's interesting about that? I still don't know if you're going to have to do that because people are so strong on the top of this quarterback class. I think they might be able to just sit there and take Will Anderson wherever they want.
All right, let's talk about... go ahead.
Within reason.
Yeah. All right, so let's ask the question about the back end of the playoff picture right now, because I think this needs to be a question, because I think Cowboy fans overreacted to the loss, being at 6-3 and moving down to the 6th seed. Right now, the 7 seed is San Francisco at 5-4, and Washington, with the surprising win last night, is at 5-5 and out of the playoffs. I'm going to give you the 3 wild card teams, and you tell me who's most likely to not make the playoffs, and then who's most likely to jump into the playoffs. Right now, it's New York, Cowboys, and 49ers as the wild card teams. The 3 teams that are just out are Washington, Green Bay, and the Atlanta Falcons, or you could also say the Arizona Cardinals. Do you feel like any one of those teams that is out is going to push their way into the playoffs?
I don't on the NFC side. If I had to pick, though, I guess statistically I would say the 49ers, which actually might be the scariest of the bunch. But you kept the Packers alive. I guess that would be my concern, is now the Packers flipped the switch. But I actually do think that could be your playoffs right there.
And I guess you could include Seattle and Tampa, obviously losing the division to Atlanta or to San Francisco and falling into a wild card situation. But, Corey, before you answer, I'll just say I think the 7 teams that are in will be the 7 teams in.
I can see the Packers doing it too. I'm wondering, like, the Cowboys, I think, can move up to 5,
right,
over the Giants.
Oh, sure.
I think,
Me too.
I think that could happen, and I'm trying to figure out, like, if any of those other teams. No, I think that the Packers would be the most likely to be able to take a step into this thing. I don't think any other team can.
And who would you say is going to lose their playoff spot if the Packers sneak their way in?
Ooh, I'll say Giants.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll say the Giants.
guy.
I understand that. Maybe they're not quite ready to win at this level yet with that quarterback.
I know that's the one we're most concerned about over here in Cowboys land, but let's go to the AFC and let's look at, as we're pretty much more than halfway through the season with 7 to 8 games left for teams. Right now, your playoff teams that are in the wild card are the Jets at 5, the Bills at 6, and the Patriots at 7. That would put all 4 teams right now in the AFC East in the playoffs, as the Dolphins are the 2 seed at 7-3.
Wild.
The teams that are just out, Chargers and Bengals. Really, those are the only 2 teams that look like they have a chance to make the playoffs. Which
one?
one?
Out the Colts right now.
Well, they're
'Cause Jim
4-5-1.
Irsay is an asshat.
And so I would say Chargers, Bengals. Who can eliminate one of the AFC East teams and get in, and
Bengals.
why?
See, yeah, this one seems a lot clearer to me. I think it's the Bengals, and they take the spot of the Patriots. I know you might think I would say the Jets, but even with Zach Wilson not playing particularly well, they have been doing very well.
I think the Bengals could take the spot of the Ravens, and then the Ravens are vying for re-entry into the playoffs somewhere.
Last question. I have more.
The Jets are really happening? This is really happening?
I don't get it.
what will be the record of the 7 seeds? It'll be over 500. Do you think it's 9? Do you think it's 10 wins? What do you think when you look at this? You'd say the Bengals have to get to, or the let's say the Packers or the 49ers or the Giants have to get to this to stay in the playoffs.
I do think it's going to end up being 9. I know right now, especially in the NFC, there's projections that you'll have to go 10-7. I think 9-8 will find a way to get it done.
I'm starting to think, Mike, that question's interesting. What are going to be the records of the number 1 seed? Is interesting too.
I have literally my last question is not maybe the record, but which team is more likely to hold on to the 1 seed, KC or Philly? Philly does hold the tiebreaker over Minnesota.
I think it's going to end up being Philly.
You really think so?
And KC loses the 1 seed?
I think Kansas City does, and I think the Eagles stand a chance to lose it late
to
Cowboys.
Oh.
Or Vikings.
Okay, well, I like the Cowboys.
The Cowboys are going to be the reason that it happens.
I think both of them hold on to it, but I think Philly's got a better chance to hold the number 1 seed.
Still can't believe you're counting out the Colts.
Excellent. I definitely am counting out the Colts.
Football questions are over.
Those were excellent football questions. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's go around the NFC East, including more about that shocking upset from last night. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Coming up on the
Also brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. So frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
Hurt steps up time, takes a shot down the center of the field. And that one is picked off by Derek Forrest. They were looking for A.J. Brown. He's up and running at the 15-20. Got a blocker at the 35-40. They've got a flag down, but he's out to the 45-yard line. What a pick by Derek Forrest.
Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time to go across and around the NFC East. You guys want to start with the Eagles, the Commanders, the Giants, or the Cowboys?
Start off with those losers.
The
Eagles, not the Cowboys.
Yeah. So
they lost.
Yeah, Cowboys didn't lose yesterday.
Yeah. And one of the crippling reasons the Eagles lost yesterday was turnovers, and it is shocking. Is the Eagles have a positive turnover ratio of plus 15 going into the game. That was first in the NFL. And they were trying to make history last night. If they would have had a positive turnover ratio, they would have joined the 1958 Colts as the only teams in NFL history to pull that off. The Colts won the NFL championship that year. Well, guess what? That didn't happen last night as the Commanders tried their best and turned the ball over twice. But the Eagles were like, don't worry about it, and turned the ball over 4 times. And even if you don't include that debacle on the last play that led to a touchdown and made the score look a little bit more lopsided than it would have been otherwise, they still would have lost the turnover margin. And I do believe that the Eagles turned the ball over more in that game than they had all season.
Wow.
Like, total.
Wow, that's pretty impressive. How much do you think the Goddard injury affected them and affects them in the future?
You know, and I do think it matters because Dallas Goedert had the highest yards after catch of all tight ends in the league this year. And so that is problematic, though probably not entirely unexpected, right?
What do you mean? Because he always gets hurt?
Yeah, at some point you thought maybe that would happen.
Well, it affects my fantasy team, Kevin. I did have him on my team. So
okay, well,
go find a new
I
tight
have
end
terrible
at this
news for
point.
you. It's looking like he's probably going to be out a couple of weeks.
Oh, darn.
NFL.com says extended time. I don't know what that means quite yet, but you could probably count on 2 to 3 weeks, and then we'll find out if they put him on the IR, like what happened with Cooper Kupp. Then obviously you're looking at 4 weeks.
I think if it lasts longer than 4 hours, you have to call a doctor.
That's a fact.
How many people, 877, just, I really want to see, 877
Have you ever actually had to call the doctor?
Have you ever had to call the doctor or been worried because it's been 4 hours?
From an... Can I say it?
From extended time.
Can you say that on air?
I don't know.
Don't say it.
Joey says it's fine.
Joey wasn't listening.
All right.
He was doing something else.
Also, Jalen Hurts, he did have a rushing touchdown, so congratulations for him. It didn't actually matter in helping them win the game, but Jalen Hurts became the 4th quarterback in NFL history with 20-plus rushing touchdowns over his first 3 seasons. So congratulations to him for that. However, again, they still lost. So congratulations, and even more so to Washington. The Eagles, if they would have won, they would have moved that all-time series at home to 43, 43, and 3.
Whoa.
But they lost.
They
and
lose.
So now it's 42, 44, and 3, and we can never have nice things.
Mike, you're right. They're losers against Washington. That's just the fact of it.
Washington plays well against them. Styles make fights, matchups make interesting upsets, and this is one of them. Another injury concern for the Eagles, and this was before the game, is they put Avonte Maddox on injured reserve. And so that's another injury with Maddox and Goddard, is they're looking at multiple injuries that they're facing. All right, you guys want to go to the Commanders, the Giants, or the Cowboys?
Let's go to the Giants next, as they are next in the division.
Because, we're in 3rd place now.
Okay, that actually is...
I mean, that's the way that the standings are, Kevin.
Yes, that is true, and that is fair. Is Saquon Barkley, he had his contract talks tabled for the foreseeable future. It looks like it'll be for the rest of the regular season. However, he followed back with, I want to be a Giant for life.
You go ahead and mark that, Joey. I would appreciate if you could hold on to that for us for the future.
Do you think I can make the argument that I can say, like, tall or fat Giant? for life. And
If that's how you want to approach that, yeah.
I would rather be that than
a New York Giant?
Yeah.
Wow, man.
You know who really wants to be on their team for
They have a
life?
rich history.
Is Martin Perez, because he accepted his qualifying offer. I know that's not around the NFC.
Is that
East.
$19.5 million?
$19.65 million.
All right.
Because supposedly that news came out last night that he was going to do so unless the market changed overnight. And I was like, oh man, that's so intense. The market did not change overnight. So Martin Perez back 1 year, $19.65 million.
He had until about 3 p.m. today to accept that to protect him from the Rule 5 draft.
Ooh.
No.
I did see some that there needed to be protection from the Rule 5 draft.
Wouldn't he become a free agent then?
Yeah, the Rule 5 draft is different. That's for minor leaguers.
Give me a second.
Okay.
I will find out the information on that.
All right.
We're in around the NFC East.
Okay, so back to the NFC East is Daniel Jones, also trying to figure out his contract. He had a very efficient Daniel Jones-esque effort, 13 for 17 for 197 yards. Darius Slayton led the team with 95 yards receiving and a score. So the Giants now up to 7-2.
So with Daniel Jones, and I know this goes into more of the NFL, is this going to be the most accumulated rushing yards in the history of the NFL from quarterbacks?
First season?
When you talk about Daniel Jones, Jalen Hurts, now Justin Fields is running for 50 to
Lamar
100
Jackson.
games. Lamar
Yeah.
Jackson is still there. I just feel like more and more guys are now
That's an
running
interesting
for
question.
50 to 100 yards a game, where it used to be just, hey, Michael Vick does this. Well, who else? No,
Yeah.
not anybody else. Randall Cunningham does this, but not really anybody else.
And when you factor in that Justin Fields is threatening the record that Lamar Jackson set, and Lamar Jackson is having more than 7 yards a carry, and then all this other stuff, you might be onto something right there. By the way, the Giants only took him a minute to decide that they hate Kenny Golladay again. He was back in the lineup on Sunday. He missed 4 games with a knee injury. He spent most of the day on the bench. He dropped a pass before halftime, and they told him, you know what, buddy? Keep supporting the team in the second half. You can go and grab a seat on the bench.
I want to know what's going on. I want to know what the conversations are like. Like, are they texting back and forth about how much they hate each other? Does one throw a stinky jersey in the other one's face, one time?
Do you
and
have
now
that
it's
kind of
over?
conversation going with anybody that you actively discuss how much
I
you guys
text
don't
back and
get
forth
along?
with people about
like you and
things.
Joey or something?
No, Joey and I get along. I think his fear of you is really starting to grow now, because I told him, I was like, hey, don't
make mistakes. And it
don't
won't
let
be an
Kevin
issue.
find out about this, and I'll protect you. And then all of a sudden you found out about it anyway. No, not really. I guess Walchuk and I always have beef.
Sure.
Yeah.
Now, they replaced Kenny Golladay with Isaiah Hodgins, who was, of course, a well-known 6th-round pick in 2020.
Nobody knew that.
So
not a single person
man,
knew this.
They really do not care for Kenny Golladay. All right, do you want to go with the Commanders or the Cowboys?
Cowboys are in third.
Cowboys are in third. The Cowboys' opening touchdown drive in the second quarter against the Packers, which, of course, they still lost, was 17 plays. The last time they had a drive that was 17 plays or longer that ended in a touchdown was October 19th, 2020 against Arizona, and that drive went 18 plays. After throwing for 265 yards on Sunday, Dak Prescott surpassed Roger Staubach for the third most passing yards in franchise history.
So he's better than Roger Staubach.
I don't. That is not what I'm saying whatsoever.
I guess that's the truth.
The game was a lot different then.
When you pass for more yards than somebody, it makes you better.
You do not believe that because...
So you're saying it was a different time.
It was, but like not in the negative connotation. I feel like it was a different time. It's taken on a really, really negative connotation. I don't mean that when it comes to Roger Staubach and Dak Prescott.
You just have to look at the sediment in the rocks and then
Makes a lot of
determine how
sense.
many billions of years ago.
No, I could just tell
the
you
rings in a tree, bro.
the older years in the 70s that Staubach was playing. Those are the years. You don't have
Nobody was throwing the football.
You don't
then.
have to dig any rocks up to figure this out.
Nobody was throwing the football.
No,
then.
they were.
The Cowboys just chose
they just
not
didn't
to.
throw the ball as much.
They didn't trust him. They're like, here's the ball, Robert Newhouse.
No,
Here's the ball, Tony
that
D.
is not what I'm saying whatsoever, though both of those were quality players.
Roger didn't trust himself, is what you're saying.
Man, he he trusts himself with everything, as he should. Run a business, no problem.
Yeah.
Save the not save the military, but be great in the military, no problem. Maybe he did save.
Throw
the
a first pitch strike from the rubber.
I asked him to save our country in 2015.
Yeah.
We were at the Army-Navy game, and we got to interview him, and I said, Roger, what's your thoughts about running for president? Because it looked like Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton were going to run, and I thought those were two horrible candidates.
Sure.
And I was like, hey, Roger, I'll vote for you. And I actually did. I wrote him in on the ballot. I don't know if he got more than one vote, but I voted for Roger for president in 2016.
It was your fault.
Now, are you ready to go to the Commanders? What an interesting way to put that. Not like have better candidates, but like you should have voted for
Hey,
one
voters,
of them.
y'all are the ones screwing everything up.
Roger almost started answering my question, and then he took about 3 seconds, kind of stuttered a little bit, and was like, I'm not answering that question. Moving on, I'm not running for president.
But he was like, maybe I could. Nope,
I gotta be a
can't do it.
senator for.
Not always.
Not always.
Is all right. You ready to talk some about the Commanders? All right, for the Commanders,
Yes.
not only, thanks, Corey, not only did they win the game 32-21, but do you realize, actually, I want to go and fire off that final call, cut number 4, because it was a wild play to end the game that actually broke a Washington streak.
Snap to Hurts. Throws underneath. Caught by Watkins, thrown to Smith. He's trying to throw it backwards. He's hit by Cam Curl. That is picked up by Casey Toohill in the end zone. It's a defensive touchdown to end the game. An exclamation point to end an undefeated season of the Eagles.
Now, the score was 26-21, and Washington's last 5 games had been decided by 5 points or fewer. So we're about to jump that up to 6. But they get the touchdown at the end of the game. They are victorious.
Was the over already hit? Somebody asked me that. I didn't know. I knew it was 11 points was the spread, so obviously Washington covered that easy, won the game. But somebody said, hey, did that just hit the over? And I was like, I don't know, because if the over-under was, let's say, 48, then that was a huge touchdown in that situation.
That is a good question. I did not actually know the over-under going into it. It looks like it was 43.5 points.
There you go.
They had already hit.
Gone over.
Jahan Dotson made his return for the first time since suffering a hamstring injury against the Cowboys in Week 4. He had 1 catch for 14 yards.
Wow. Who led their team in receiving, Kevin?
The
Do you happen to
man
know
who
that?
led their team in receiving, Terry McLaurin, 8 catches, 128 yards on a very efficient 11 targets. That dude is really, really good.
Did Wentz lose his job again?
Yes.
Well, to be determined, because like I said, they asked Heineke afterwards. I don't know how you look at this game and go, well, you're back in, Carson. I don't know why that would happen.
I mean, Heineke's not a great quarterback. He's better than Carson Wentz. And they still have problems there. I still want to see McLaurin with a really good quarterback because I think that dude is just that kind of a player. But man, the Washington Commanders have a lot of personnel issues in that place.
Indeed,
I didn't want to correct myself real quick, Kevin. This is from Kennedy Landry. The 40-man roster for the Rangers is at 34 right now.
Yes.
The deadline for Perez was at 3 today. The deadline to protect from the Rule 5 draft for all the Rule 5 draft is at 4. So I was reading those together earlier.
Martin Perez would be pretty angry. I qualify for free agency, and they're like, you qualify for the Rule 5
Not that
draft.
Jack Leiter's not available for this yet, but you'd have to protect Jack Leiter today, because if not, then he's in the Rule 5 draft. Somebody would take him, keep him on the team, and you'd lose him forever.
Owen White, Acuna, Dustin Harris, Cole Winn, Antoine Kelly, Ornealis, Avery Weems, Zach Kent, and Mason Englehart are the 9 that they need to protect right now.
Okay.
And then the last thing around the NFC East is we're bringing you all the sports info. The Commanders are expected to activate Chase Young for Sunday. I know there was some thought that maybe he could have played last night, but it looks like he will be good to go and be back for Sunday's game. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Could the Rams go down as the worst defending Super Bowl champions ever? We'll do it next right here on the Fan.
If you're tired of suffering with Snap to McCoy, looking left. It's a fade left corner of the end zone. A.J. Green with a great grab, touchdown! The A.J. Green of old is back. He's made two incredible grabs.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. In case you missed the news, Martin Perez is in fact accepting his qualifying offer of $19.65 million. So he is back with the Rangers for the upcoming season. Now, You heard the highlight. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip.
Hot biscuits with honey.
And we start with...
Are you a honey or jelly guy on your biscuits?
I like both, actually. If I had to pick one, I think I would go honey.
Jelly.
Okay. All jellies?
Strawberry jelly is the best, but I'll accept grape.
I think grape is the only acceptable jelly.
Is grape jelly even made from fruit?
What difference does that make? What does it taste like?
It tastes good.
I don't care what it's
Purple.
made from.
It tastes like
obviously.
purple.
Exactly.
Oh,
Exactly. Now, on the Cardinals front, Zach Ertz is done for the season with a knee injury. So tough
All
run.
the tight ends are falling apart.
Absolutely. Dallas Goedert going to be out for it looks like significant time, and Zach Ertz done for the year.
Have you given an update? And if I missed it, I'm sorry for not listening well. Sometimes I don't. Is Hawkinson okay? Did he get hurt during that game, or am I crazy?
I didn't see an injury. It
Yeah.
looked like a bad fall.
Yeah, I'll go back and check on that.
Okay.
I have not seen an injury designation for him yet, though.
Because there's a lot of things that worry me about the Vikings.
Oh,
All
yeah.
it took was one game for the Cowboys. Not one game, but to go, how are we supposed to cover all these things?
Oh, exactly. And it was the juxtaposition of we also lost to the Packers while they went out and beat the Bills. That you're like,
Losing
uh-oh.
Anthony Brown, not a great thing either there, man. Even if he wasn't having the best year,
Sure.
you saw the Cowboys made a huge adjustment once they realized we don't have a guy that we think can cover the opposing's best receiver.
Now, do you want to go? I want to go with the Rams and throw this out there. Is it possible that the Los Angeles Rams could be the worst defending Super Bowl champion ever? I want to run this exercise. Right now, they're 3-6. Next up, on the road against the Saints.
All right.
Win or loss?
Loss. And mostly because I want the Saints to do well.
That's fair.
That's me being
It's a little
biased
bit
to
of a
Cowboys.
toss-up, but I go Saints on that one, too.
On the road against the Chiefs.
That's an L.
Host the Seahawks.
I lean towards L.
Yeah, that's a loss.
Host the Raiders.
Win.
Yeah, let's go with they'll win one of the two. They'll either beat the Saints or the Raiders.
At the Packers.
I think L. The other thing, too, is how much motivation is there once you know your season's over?
That's a great point. Host the Broncos.
Maybe they can.
I think they can win that game.
Yeah. I mean, they only have to score 13 points.
Yeah, they're losing by 2 points in that game, but there's only a total of 8 points scored.
That's a great math question. What's the final score,
Boy,
kids?
I have a friend who's a Broncos fan, and he's not like a serious Broncos fan, but he's a Broncos fan. He's like, so what happened to Russell Wilson?
You know what? I got a number on Russell Wilson in just a second that just might blow your mind then. And then they finish up at the Chargers, at the Seahawks.
I think they lose to the Chargers, and I think they lose to the Seahawks again.
Okay, that potentially puts them at 5-12 or 6-11. The worst record ever for a defending Super Bowl champion is 6-10, and that was the Broncos the year after John Elway retired and Terrell Davis missed most of the year with a torn ACL.
Well, I mean, essentially, Cam Akers has missed most of the season with I'm just not playing for you guys.
Matthew Stafford.
And
probably
Matthew
should have
Stafford's
retired.
retiring.
And now Cooper Kupp's on the IR.
Emotionally or physically.
Well, and because of the Matthew Stafford trade, which they wouldn't take back, it's Detroit Lions pick.
Yeah.
So whatever, if they lose all these games, they don't benefit from it. Probably not till 2033, I think, is the next time.
Which is the perfect opportunity for McVay to be like, see you guys later. Right? The team, like we ran our course on this. Time for y'all to rebuild now.
And I still think, that's Sean Payton did. I still think they should be lauded as heroes.
Yes.
If you won a Super Bowl, if you told me the Cowboys are going to suck for the next 8 years, but we win a Super Bowl this year, I'd be like, that's fine.
And like I said, I know they're not going to do this, but they might, since they traded all their picks to try to win a championship, and they did. Why not now that you know that it's over? You can't do it today, but why not in the offseason start unloading Aaron Donald, start unloading all of your assets and pick up as many picks as possible? And that's the best way to rebuild, because what's the point of having Aaron Donald around the next 2 to 3 years? What's the point of Matthew Stafford being around the next year or two? What's the point of having, I'm drawing a blank on their great cornerback. Ramsey. Like, what's the point? Cooper Kupp got hurt. That hurts you a little bit in your trade market, but maybe not. And so I just think that they have enough assets now. You trade all of them away, take as many cap hits as you want the next 2 years, and accrue as many picks as you want. And then maybe 4 years from now, you're back to being a competitive team.
Now, I want you guys, we're going to transition to the Raiders. I want you guys to hear this statement and count the lies in your head and tell me what the answer you get is.
In your head, don't say it out loud.
This
or
is
you'll beat us up.
This is from Mark Davis. As far as Josh McDaniels goes, I have no issues. I'm getting in your head.
Okay.
I'm getting to know him a lot better. When you sign someone to a contract, don't you expect him to fulfill the contract? I like Josh. I think he's doing a fantastic job. That's why I hired him. We did an exhaustive search and found the person we believe is going to bring the Raiders to greatness.
I got 6.
6?
I had 4.
Yeah.
Wow.
You want me to read?
Yes.
Okay. Start again.
As far as Josh goes, I have no issues.
1.
I'm getting to know him better.
2.
Oh,
I don't think he knows him at all.
When you sign someone to a contract, don't you expect him
3.
to fulfill the whole contract?
Never expected that.
I like Josh.
4.
I think he's doing a fantastic
5.
job. That should count as like 8 lies right there. They're 2 and 7. He's doing a fantastic
And then the
job.
whole long one,
Yeah.
that was
He's
that
doing
was
a bad
6.
job.
That's why I hired him. He's going to bring the Raiders back to greatness.
6 lies. And if you get 6
Wow.
lies, that means it's one whole lie.
What's the lie to word ratio where it becomes unacceptable? Now I
Oh,
get,
man. We'll
I
have to
get,
ask Chop that question.
That's a great point because I get you should be like no lying is unacceptable or no lying is acceptable, but
Choppy clearly disagrees with that.
that is a great point. I would
That
love
is, you
to
know
know
what?
his
During
answer for that.
Peace-a-thon, we should definitely sit down and ask him like the whole concept of lying.
Yeah,
There it is, the anatomy of a lie. We can just discuss lying with Choppy.
I am in on that. Now on the flip side, the Saints, they realize that they've been terrible, so they're going to do something about it. Is Dennis Allen, their head coach, said, I think we got to look at everything. Yeah, we got to look at everything, and that will be a process we go through as we get ready for the Rams. So Andy Dalton has started the last 7 games. They've not done super great, and in their last 2 games total, they've scored 23 points. And so it looks like they might be ready to make a quarterback switch.
And they're going back to Winston?
Maybe.
Maybe they're going to, who was the guy that Jan Book?
I think they
Is he
got,
still with
but
them?
they got rid of him, right?
Oh, man, who's their
So-
third
I think it's
guy?
Ian Eagle.
No, that is not right either.
Oh, yeah, he's with the Eagles.
Yeah.
Ian Book is now with the Eagles.
So now, of course, you have to call him Ian Eagles.
Ian
and then
Kinsler.
Mike.
Ian Kinsler didn't play second base
That
for the
is-
Rangers.
That is true. I thought for sure when we said Ian Eagle, you were going to tell me about Louis Gossett Jr. helping that kid go get his dad back from.
Oh, is
Yeah.
it Taysom time again?
Here's a tape, kid.
I got to go
Yeah.
pick up Taysom.
If you're
as
listening
my-
to this, I'm probably dead. But go do it for the family.
How many people just text in 877-881-1053? Yes or no? Have you seen the movie Iron Eagle? Because it truly is incredible. I've seen it like at least 8
I
times.
feel like you have to be 37 or older
Yeah.
to have watched it. And if you did like it at the time. It was like a Top Gun spinoff.
Yes, it was kind of a bootleg Top Gun. I could see that. All right, J.J. Watt is a man of
Mystery.
the people.
Okay. Yep.
And that too. Then the Cardinals game, they probably got screwed from a defensive touchdown.
Man, did he pick wrong when he tried to go to a good team.
Yeah, because it looked like it was
It looked
gonna
good
be-
last year at this time, but
Is J.J. Watt looks like he should have had a scoop and score for the touchdown, and it did not work out that way. So somebody sent a tweet to J.J. Watt and said, the refs blew that play dead when they shouldn't have, and I should have won $1,000 because they had Arizona on the money line, James Conner scoring a touchdown and a defensive touchdown to turn a $27 bet into a parlay of $1,000. J.J. Watt retweeted him and said, yeah, you got screwed. We both did, but I got you. DM me your address. So it sounds like he's just going to give that fella $1,000.
Well, that's really nice of him.
welcome to my brain audience. What do you like better, parfaits or soft serve? You said parlay, but in my head, I went parfait.
Is it parfait ice cream with fruit
No,
on
it's
it?
yogurt with fruit and nuts.
And like granola.
Yeah, and granola.
I'll take soft serve.
Soft serve's king. I don't know why
Way,
this-
way better than parfaits.
Yeah, I mean, well, I just soft serve's so much fun. Yeah, I'll take
Does he
soft
like
serve.
doing the woo?
Yeah, I get to do it myself.
All right.
When you go to Brahms, do you get soft serve or do you get ice cream?
I get the mix with the candy
What?
in it.
Well,
Oh,
first
you're-
off,
you're
I get
getting
a
a
burger and I get the fries, and their chili is very underrated as well.
All right. That's all I got. Now
Okay.
back to football.
All right. Is ESPN radically overestimating the interest in this? Next week, the XFL is going to hold their draft, and ESPN is going to put out a special Path to the XFL draft.
Why?
I don't know.
Because they need something to broadcast. Like
Yeah.
this tells me that they've run out of content.
This is the end. Forget ESPN 8 with the axe throwing and all the other cool stuff. You think this is the end of content?
Yeah,
They're
that's
like,
it.
this is the last thing.
I'll
that
watch
exists.
axe throwing. I'll watch log sawing.
Yeah.
I'll watch those things. I will not watch the XFL.
All the lumberjacking events.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm a huge lumberjacking fan.
I will stick longer with what Corey said than a minor league football game.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mike. This is somewhere where Mike and I think are on the same page here. And I did ask Glazer. I was like, while we were in California, Kevin, hanging out, I was like, hey, is the XFL going to last? And he did say this. Anything Dwayne The Rock Johnson touches seems to turn to gold. He just seems to have a really good. He does. Even think
Except
of
for
it,
Young Rock.
the game plan.
Nobody watches
people
that.
still watch the game plan movie. What? Why? People still watch Tooth Fairy and love it.
I've got a lot of Iron Eagle updates for
What?
you. By the way, also from the 2054, when you do Peace-a-thon, can you bid on items through the website? Yes, we will have more information about that tomorrow. But yeah, have you seen Iron Eagle? Yes. I'm 35. I'm 30, and no, I haven't. I'm 31. No, I've never even heard of it.
That's
From the
cutoff,
469, hell yes. It did not age well, though.
No, it
that's
didn't.
followed immediately by great movie. Yes, hell yes. And then somebody said crappy, which again, it's been a minute since I've seen it. And then somebody said it, and I also watched 5 minutes of the sequel. Iron Eagle 2 immediately pisses you off like in the first 10 minutes. And that
I don't
is
know
very
if I've
fair.
seen
Okay.
Iron Eagle 2.
Well, it might hurt your feelings if you
This
watch
is something
it.
we need to do as a show.
Watch Iron Eagle.
Yeah, we need to get Studio Movie Grill to set up a viewing, and we'll
Yeah.
just do it as a station event.
Surely that guy who played like the main kid, not Louis
Let's show
Gossett
up.
Jr.
But don't you have to watch
would be
one
there.
first?
All right, let's watch both of them. Let's make it an all-day event.
Could we get Louis Gossett Jr.?
Hell yeah, we could.
That-
Alive?
I think so.
Ooh,
That would
that's a
be
question.
awesome.
What about the kid?
The kids? What's he doing?
We have a better chance at that.
Yeah, no,
that's
you're
like
right.
getting Johnny Lawrence from Karate Kid till they did the Netflix thing, and then it's
You're
like,
right.
dang it, like he's really popular now.
The last thing I wanted to throw out is, and this happened over the weekend, the NFL is going to honor John Madden on Thanksgiving.
Actually, Jason Gedrick's been in a couple of different things.
Has he?
Like he was.
So you're saying we can't get him?
He was in Summer Catch.
Okay. That's not a thing.
What do you mean that's
No,
not a thing?
That's not a thing that would prevent us from getting
I
him.
think he was also a murderer in a season of Bosch.
Okay,
I'm
I
glad
think you should
finish that sentence.
I think you should reset the way you say those things.
Remember the guy that was picking people up and taking them to that place and killing them in Bosch?
Yes.
Yeah, he was a murderer.
If it happened in the first 3 seasons,
They
then
made
all
a
three
movie about the
seasons were
Cape
the same,
Cod
and I had to
League.
stop. We're the KNC masterpiece.
Isn't that what Summer Catch is?
Yes.
I love it.
He loves it because Jessica Biel comes out of the
And
pool.
it's about baseball.
And coming up next, how much, if at all, did the loss to Green Bay change your perception of the Cowboys? And can they get it all back with a win over Minnesota? We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
It has the From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. How much, if at all, did the loss to the Green Bay Packers change your perception of the Cowboys, and can a win over Minnesota get it all back? Twofold question, 877-881-1053.
A win over Minnesota, get back the perception that the Cowboys can win it all.
Yeah. Or whatever your perception was of the team before that.
So my perception of this team was that I still didn't quite understand what they were yet, and after the game against Green Bay, I still don't. Like, I thought, I'm probably in a more difficult place, because early in that game, I was like, what is this offense doing?
Right.
Why are they not attacking? And maybe they were trying to set up to create the ability to attack, but there were routes that I was like, why are we even doing this part of the game? And then, so I'm walking away from this going, I still don't have complete faith or trust in this offense. On the other side of it, I have a little less faith in the defense because their secondary got beat up, man. Their secondary got beat up, not in a sense that they just sat there and gave up 400 yards passing, but they gave up huge plays that they don't typically give up. And I know you've been kicking Anthony Brown in the teeth for a while now, Kevin.
Not undeservedly.
But him not being on the field actually is worse, considering their depth at this point. Like, to the point where they gave up on their defense and moved Diggs and said, we're doing this. So the defense, I hear what Mike McCarthy's saying when it comes to, hey, this is a privilege. If y'all love rushing the passer. Y'all love it. And, I think that is one of the things, is they get to a point where they're undisciplined in some of the things that they want to do. But now you guys are going to have to wait on that. Y'all have to do this first before you can go do this, because this was making up for the lack of in those areas at first.
And as you might imagine, people are kind of all over the board here. From the 214, they weren't feeling super good about the Cowboys to begin with. The loss to the Packers does not change my perception of the Cowboys at all. I still think Dak is below average as a quarterback, and that game solidifies it. A good quarterback wins that game. From the 214, the loss to Green Bay is no big deal. I'm confident. And then they said wink, wink, which makes me believe that perhaps they are not confident. From the 972, the loss individually is not a big deal. It does make me scared of specific playoff matchups against run-heavy teams. And they cited Philadelphia and San Francisco. And, Micah said it was that the performance was awful, and it's something they're going to have to fix. And then a wave of people came in and said they actually feel better because of what happened last night. And you see that on every, I know it's the cliche, but any given Sunday, or in this case, Monday night, you could have a bad matchup or a bad night, and it can cost you. And so there is now a contingent of people who believe that they don't feel as bad because the Eagles lost to the Commanders. My contention to go along with all of this is, I think the loss to Green Bay is bad. I think it's a bad loss. But you're going up against the Minnesota team that I now think, if you want to argue they're the second or third best team in the league, I think you can have that argument. I would probably slot them definitely not at 2, but if you wanted to make that argument, I think you could. If the Cowboys go on the road and win that game, then are people like, oh, well, okay.
Yeah, especially that it looks like that's going to be a path that you might have to take to the playoffs. Because if you do lose this game by 7 or more, and you feel like the last 3 to 4 minutes you're not really in it, then you're going to, well, how in the world are we supposed to do this in January?
Yeah.
And if you go up there and win, and then you go, hey, you beat Philadelphia on Christmas Eve, and I don't want to say run the table, but if you maybe only lose one more game and it can't be in division, it has to be an out-of-division game, then maybe there's a chance that you could find yourself at 13-4 and the 1 seed, or 13-4 and the 2 seed. So I do think this is a big test game, and it will give the Cowboy fan a lot of confidence or very little confidence. And the reason I say very little is because of the history of the Cowboys. Because for 26 years? 27 years, there hasn't been really much to say, oh yeah, but the Cowboys end up winning.
Yeah.
The Cowboys end up losing and not really getting close to where you want them to get to. So it'll be a huge game for, I'm speaking for myself. I'll just speak for myself. It'll be a huge game for me. If the Cowboys lose this game and they lose it by 3 points, a late field goal, or they come back and score a touchdown under 2 minutes to go, I'll go, you had a good chance to win, just didn't go your way. I can see this or that going your way and beating Minnesota the next time you face them. But if you lose this game 30-20, I'm going to be like, well, okay, so the Cowboys are going to make the playoffs, probably losing the first round.
Yeah.
If not, they're losing in the second round.
To answer your question, though, from my perspective of will a win over Minnesota change it? No.
Okay, tell me more
because
about
I expect the Cowboys to be in that category. I actually that's where I put them is in that status area. And in that area, you see that those good teams beat each other all the time. I'm putting them there already, and I'm not taking them out of it because of what happened against Green Bay. I still think that they can be one of those good teams that ends the season with a really good record. And what happens in the playoffs, that's depending on opponent and lots of different things there. But I already put the Cowboys in that top 7 category of teams in the NFL. So if they beat Minnesota, then they should be. They're a good team. They should be beating teams like that. And if they lose to them, it's like, well, I mean, that's a good team that they lost to. So they're in that category. This is like Buffalo and all those other teams that are fighting over there in the NFC or the AFC.
Yeah.
There are a bunch of really good teams there. And I'm not saying that because Buffalo loses to Kansas City that that's it for them. Well, because Kansas City's a good team. You're going to have another opportunity to match up with them eventually. How Mike's right though. How they play this game is going to be a bigger factor, and I think they're going to. I really wanted Kevin because of so much of this is McCarthy's place. They want to go win this for the coach. They have an opportunity to show Odell, look, this is what you're coming into when you walk into this place. Those are some really good motivational things that could have worked in their favor this week, and for whatever reason, it didn't succeed for them.
The interesting thing, and one of the reasons I think it's interesting is it just doesn't jive with what Vegas is saying right now. And I know there's always a Cowboys tax in Vegas, but the Cowboys are favored by 1 point going on the road into this game against a team with a better record. And
I'm surprised it didn't change more. It went from 2-1.
Yeah, exactly. And 59% of the picks so far on ESPN are coming in on the Cowboys. And then you see things like this, which is fair. If you can't stop a rookie wide receiver, how are you going to stop Justin Jefferson? And then people are like, well, if you can't stop the run, how are you going to fare against the Vikings? And I think those are very fair concerns because, you go up against a Vikings team that you feel like could run the ball, but then also go up against maybe one of the best 2 receivers in the NFL right now with a thinned out potential secondary, depending on how Anthony Brown progresses during the week. That is concerning.
Dalvin Cook is not like he's running for 140 yards a game.
Yeah. That's true.
I mean, he's in that 90 range, and maybe they want to save him, a little more for playoffs or whatnot. They can run the ball though, and they know that they run one direction. They're running left side. All right, like that's what you go look at what the Packers did so well. They ran very well to the left side. I don't know exactly who they're running at, Kevin, but I think we got some ideas there.
Yeah.
And so they know. I think that Minnesota's going to try the same thing. This is just the desire of the Cowboys to want to stop it. Do they want to prove a point this week? They can do that. Now, Jefferson, different category. This could be, if they play it right, Kevin, this could be one of the most fun things to watch, is the Justin Jefferson-Diggs matchup. Like, this could be an absolute blast if every time we look up, those two are playing against each other. And then who's stopping Thielen? Like there are some weapons there to work with.
Yeah.
But I guess I'm less concerned about, they said rookie wide receiver. You're dealing with Aaron Rodgers still. Don't forget about that. That's back-to-back MVPs. We are also dealing with Kirk Cousins here. Kirk Cousins has a tendency to do some things that get Mike. I think it was 3:00 whenever I was like, oh, Kirk's crapping the bed right now. Like, I felt like it was that point in the game where that game had turned over to a 3:00 game, and I was like, look, this is where Kirk Cousins does this stuff.
They told him on the sidelines, hey, they've just changed all the games that are over to your game. So this is like millions.
He's like, I can't take that level of pressure.
As long as hundreds of thousands are watching, I'm a good quarterback.
And then we get this from the 903 after the loss to the Packers. Thank you for not wasting the rest of my year. I'm out. And I think that goes to your point, Mike. I'm surprised. I think you could make a very good argument going into the game against the Packers that the Cowboys were a top 4 or 5 team in the NFL.
Power ranked 4 on all 3 of the rankings I did.
And so they lost this game. It's a bad loss, to be sure. But it feels like what I think, Mike, is people were just waiting for either other shoe to drop, and they were just waiting for a reason to not believe.
And I understand where they're coming from. Like I've talked about, I'm a little bit indifferent on the Cowboys this year. I'm watching all the games. I don't want to say cheering for them, but they're the team I'm hoping that wins. That loss didn't really affect me and like, oh no, this is a horrible team now. The Cowboys, to me, have proven they're a good team. They have flaws. There's teams that are better than them in the NFL, but not a lot of teams. They should be a playoff team. If they get the right matchup, if they play great, they can win. But I think you just saw, I thought the Cowboys played pretty good Sunday. Maybe average, but they didn't play below average. They played average to good. I thought the Packers played great. And so you saw that even an average to below average team, if they play great and you only play average to a little bit above average, you're going to lose. You don't have Patrick Mahomes or Josh Allen. I'm sorry to the Dak fans. I think he's a good quarterback, but you don't have a future Hall of Famer. You don't have an elite, just this dude's a top 5 quarterback. I don't care what he did last week, that can bail you out of situations. He's not a guy that can bail you out if your team isn't playing well.
And then this might be the most important thing. I know this probably reaches a lot of people from the 940. The Cowboys need to win on Sunday. My girlfriend is meeting my parents for the first time and watching the game with us, so I need to be in a good mood.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You can't just turn the game off during this time afterwards? What? And listen to it, obviously, but like the TV, just don't look at it.
But the point is, it's going to affect his mood, not his attention span. It's the mood. And they're like, well, I don't know. What do you want us to have for dinner? As opposed to, hey, whatever.
You're going to have to smoke a blunt.
Oh, my.
I'm not suggesting it, but you got to
Feels
find.
like you just did.
That's a weird thing to do in front of your girlfriend's parents.
Are we sure?
Unless,
who knows?
But I think you got to find ways. That's one way to remain calm. There are other ways. Do some yoga that morning. Mike always does yoga. He's a calm man. Just
I did do yoga this morning on the second floor.
How you feeling?
Good.
See, whenever you do things,
I'm trying to get into a routine of getting here earlier and doing yoga and then doing 10 minutes of the elliptical and doing some weights.
There you go.
Which takes about 40 minutes. So I'm 2-0 so far this week.
Look at you. I'm proud of you, Mike.
And then you have felt more upbeat. So
thanks.
That's tremendous.
Taylor Swift with me?
Maybe.
Taylor Swift tickets, Kevin, in New Jersey.
How's it looking? New Jersey.
Section 3, row 29.
Section
3, row 29, $11,480.
What?
Section 8, row 9,
what?
$12,628 on StubHub.
Is she coming to?
She is coming to Dallas. She's going to be at AT&T. Two
Arlington?
nights. 2 nights. But I was just looking. That's freaking New Jersey, bro.
So didn't her whole album, like every song, go top 20 on the, like she owned the whole list from 1 to 10 or something at
So
one
basically,
point?
if you're going to want to go to this concert, you
have
need
to
to
sell
be
a
prepared
child.
to hit the bank.
Yeah.
Or
rob a bank. Yep.
Corey's more controversial. Not rob a bank, go to the bank.
You said hit a bank. So
That is
I thought you meant
fair.
rob.
That is a good point.
We should have a bank robber on our show.
Give me a minute.
All right, we'll see if we can. Would you set up the question like that? Hey, would you rob a bank to go see Taylor Swift? And he's like, oh man, sit on the floor for sure. Like, I don't think that's going to be the outcome, but we will see. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with Dallas Mavericks great Rolando Blackman. Plus, could you chain smoke and finish a marathon? All of that next right here on The Fan.
All right, first let's talk about
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. True to Texas, Classic Chevrolet is driven to do what's right. That's why they never charge more than MSRP. Plus, they still pay full market value for your trade. Find new roads. Visit Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference.
Blackman with the ball, head of the key, pressured by Jordan. Blackman fakes on Jordan, right of the lane, fadeaway shot, good from 18 feet. Rolando Blackman has 6.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Going to talk with Rolando Blackman in just 1 minute. But before we get to that, a couple other notes for you. Adam Schefter dropped this yesterday, and I thought it was worth checking out, is there are now 5 open investigations against Dan Snyder or the Commanders, and the thought is that that's why he's going to end up selling the team sooner rather than later. So, we went back a couple weeks ago with our conversation with Jerry Jones about, hey, could they be looking for finance stuff for the stadium and everything? I think those investigations, combined with a lack of ability to get the stadium done, is why he's going to sell. So it's looking more and more like we are moving that direction, that it's not a minority sale or refinancing or anything like that to get capital for a new stadium. He is going to sell the team. And then also the NFL is looking to expand out even more, doing games in France and Spain going forward. But right now, on the line, Dallas Mavericks great Rolando Blackman. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, and it is a good afternoon. Sun or shine, as long as you're feeling good like I am, everything is good.
Man, love it. We love your positivity. We love every time that we've had you on. And this time, not that we wouldn't want to just talk to you anyway, but we were all reading that profile article in D Magazine and would love to kind of pick your brain about a couple of different aspects about that if everyone hasn't had the chance to read it just yet.
Definitely. Would love to talk about that. That's something that's part of my life, and for sure I've been living it.
Now, to start with, I was hoping you could describe, and again, I know this is all walked through in the piece in D Magazine, and I believe it's Ben Swanger. If you get the opportunity to go read it, it's really excellent. Could you describe to the people who know you from the Mavericks, love you for everything you contributed to this Metroplex, how you got to the United States to begin with? Because it was a lengthy journey.
You know, the important factor to note is that growing up in Panama in the 60s, as far as that's concerned, all my family in Panama, my grandmother and her 7 kids were moving up into the United States from 1959 on. Her, my grandmother, my abuelita, my grandmother and her son started to move here. And then everybody started to go down one at a time. Well, in 1967, it was time for Rolando. But before that, my grandmother said that I would probably get a better education and some things would happen for me in a better way. So she applied 3 years earlier for a student visa to come to the United States to go to school. So here it is, in 1967, came this red piece of paper out of the envelope that had my name on it and the application to being able to fulfill that I could come up to see her in Brooklyn, New York, to go to school in the United States for my education. So that's how I got here. My grandmother applied, and I got a chance to do that, waited 3 years, and here I was as an 8-year-old coming to the USA to go to school.
Ro, were you scared? Were you excited when you got that?
No, I was excited because I was coming into a place where family members were already. They were here since '59, and my grandmother, her eldest son, another son, another daughter, and so I was coming in where there was, she had 7 kids. The only one that was left over there was my mother in Panama in '67. So everybody else was in New York, building their lives, getting jobs, putting themselves into proper place. So I was excited. I was excited to go to school and to really have the opportunity for what my grandmother said would be an opportunity.
Man, I was reading this story, and you explained the first time you went and got the basketball in your hands, and you went out there, and you weren't good. And I think we've all, like, as a dad, I've been, coached a lot of teams.
What were the people yelling at him, Corey?
Hey, get off the court. And I've seen this, Rolando. Like, I've seen kids get a ball or they get up to play for baseball, and they run to the wrong base, and they don't know what they're doing. And you explained that part of you were dribbling the ball off everything, and you didn't quite know how until somebody said, I want to show you, and that's we always say this, Kevin, with hockey fans and soccer fans. Don't make fun of the new fans. Teach them.
Yes.
Show them the way. Let them become fans with you. And I love that part of this story because you learned and became a great player. And then on top of that, like, you now spend time with kids that are learning and developing, and you get to see those kids do the exact same thing. Do you treat it kind of the same way because of the way you learned?
All the way. It's important not to destroy a young spirit and a young mind. It's very important. That's a living thing inside of a person's mind. You could crack their minds or crack the things that would make them great adults, strong adults later on. The internal mind and the spirit to being able to try things, to being able to ask questions, to being able to meet challenges. An adult can do so much for a kid. So as for me, growing up, I played soccer from when I was 4 years old. And when I got to the United States, nobody was using their hands. In Brooklyn, New York, those kids were all hooping. I was in the corner of the park for 2 years myself, kicking the soccer ball around. And I was very good at soccer, the forward position, the scoring forward position. But nobody was playing any soccer. But the important thing is when I got on that court, those guys were going off. I grabbed the basketball and I started running with it. And they said, that's traveling. I didn't know what traveling was. I did it again, and they threw me off the court. Like, get off the court. And they took my ball that I brought there.
Oh, no.
And they took my ball and put me on the sideline. And I watched them play for 3 hours. And then but at least they gave me my ball back and told me I was a scrub, get off the court. But the important factor was I kept trying to play, but I needed the external help, which is exactly what adults can do for kids, especially those who don't know. When someone doesn't know something, you have to apply yourself to help them gather the information. You can't be a know-it-all, or even have a bad attitude in teaching, or have this kind of a gruffy kind of a thing like, you should know this, you should know that, or why don't you do the you gotta let the person learn at their pace and really have the opportunity to know that they have a trusted person giving them information that will help them. So that's what I got from my man Ted Gustus, who saw me behind that fence and asked me if I wanted to play. I can tell you what, I'm getting goosebumps right now sitting here at home, just remembering the thought process of looking at this guy. And he brought me around to court number 6, which had guys just like me, dribbling the ball off the court, dribbling the ball off your foot, throwing the ball, and it goes over the basket. You know, it was just guys that couldn't play the game that well. But he taught us every day, guys, Monday through Saturday, taught us every day and gave us a chance to come through while asking us questions about our schoolwork, making sure that our diction was well, making sure that we're speaking, making sure that we're trying to follow a societal rule that would help us later on, instituting those things that my mother talked about, but there was someone in the street doing the same things. I wouldn't have made it without it. Because the streets rule. They can go past any politician's good advertising, or somebody's talking, or some people are sitting around a dinner table talking about how they would do it and what they would have done and what their family has done, and all of the things that are pompous that don't mean for anything when you don't actually get into the street and actually try to do things that help people in their daily lives and the survival of what they do and how their lives are, not your life, their lives. Help them at their level, not think about stuff that you can just espouse verbally that sound good, but doesn't have anything to do with the day-to-day lives of those people who don't have.
Well, when it comes to your high school time, Ro, and this is kind of in the top of the article, it talks about you were depressed because your freshman and sophomore year, you didn't even make a high school basketball team, and so had to keep fighting and clawing. So kind of two-part question. Talk about how that felt, and then eventually you get to your senior year, and you're so good that colleges actually want you to play basketball.
You have ways, and people know this all around Dallas. I've met so many different great people and people all throughout the whole thing. You know, the pain of going after something and not getting it. It's actually real pain when people say, "Oh, it's okay, I didn't do it." It's okay. It's not okay when you really want something and you can't attain it, and you go out there like I was I was in the 7th grade and I had that little number on my back, and you try out, you run up and down that court, you try to pass, you try to hit shots, you try to make, and then you turn around and you get cut. It's like, okay, you got cut, I got cut, and I couldn't make the tag. And then you come back again after working the rest of the year, 8th grade, come back, cut again. And then the thing for me, you kept working. I kept working. And then I went to the 9th grade. I thought I was pretty good, could play the game, and I got cut. That year was a year spent in, like, I swear to you, it had to be like clinical depression. I don't remember anything. I just remember a cloud over my head. I remember the guy's jacket at a game I went to. I remember a guy's jacket. I remember a couple of my science classes and my English class at school, and I don't remember anything. I remember getting out of the school. I remember graduation where I was leaving to go to 10th grade at Grady High School. I remember that. I don't remember anything else. I just was in the house. I was practicing basketball, and I was going home. I was sitting in the room, doing my chores, doing my stuff, doing my schoolwork, and not coming back outside except to play basketball. That was it. So it was a tough time. But at the end of the day, like I said, you got to have angels. You've got to have somebody, guys. You cannot do it on your own. You're not strong enough as a human being to just be plowing through without having someone who cares, an angel out there that's in your corner that can set you right, give you the proper mentality, which what Ted Gustus did for me, and had the opportunity to keep teaching me the game, keep giving me the prospect. And I just kept working. I just put my head down, did my schoolwork. I was lucky at the time, though, fellas, because at the time I was playing basketball. I was an altar boy in the Episcopal Church for the 3.5, 4 years, and I was taking taekwondo during that time. So I was doing taekwondo, I was going to church, I was playing basketball, and I was going to school. That's it, and that's all I was doing. So all I had was a basketball in my hand. I was reading my schoolwork. I was taking taekwondo, and I was being an altar boy from from all the way from Thursday through Sunday, going down to the church. So it was a blissful time at that time, but it was all just painful, but it was consistent to what I wanted to do, was to be on a basketball team, and that's what I was carrying through. You have a choice. You could quit and do bad things, because it's easy to do that in Brooklyn, New York. It's easy around you. So, but I just had Ted, I had my mom, and I had the blissfulness of having these other things to do to keep my mind where it's supposed to be.
Now, we're talking with Rolando Blackman right here on 105.3 The Fan. One of the things reading the article that I hadn't realized, and then I figured it out why I didn't realize this, is you made the 1980 Olympic basketball team, but then this was one of the games where the United States boycotted the Olympics. While we're talking about positive and negative kind of mixed into one, what was that roller coaster of emotions like?
Hey, listen, just because you just brought it up again, and right now, what you just brought up again was a searing cut through my heart again. Okay,
sorry.
You have to know, but I laugh about it, but you have to know and understand that when you come from a place like Panama City, Panama, where there was about 2 million people at the time when I left it, 2.5 million people, and come to New York, and you go through all of this family stuff and getting the abuse was really, really rough, and you go through all the cutting, all the stuff that goes through, and you go through. And you fight, but then you all of a sudden you get really good. You get really good, and you come out and you go to Rupp Arena and you see the top. You see the top people in all the world are there, and you make the team. Not only do you make the team, you're the starting shooting guard on the 1980 Olympic basketball team. And next thing you know, you hear, "Well, we might not go because the Russians are in Afghanistan." What? Like. What does that have to do with what? That they're okay? Okay. So what does that have to do with us going to Moscow and beating them down and getting this gold medal? But it's just one of those things you learn when you learn about interoperable politics, and you learn about social life, and you learn about all of those things. So listen, guys, every time there's an Olympics, and those people come around from Uruguay, from this country, from that country, and their team is carrying the flag, and they're walking around the track with the flag. I'm there sitting there once again every 4 years in pain of the accomplishment, and then missing the opportunity to represent the United States as one of the participants on a team. I went out and made the team. So it's just a matter of what they call life. It's life, but it's all these accomplishable pieces in the puzzle. That's why it keeps me focused even today. It keeps me ravenous, because I understand even with good comes the bad, but you can never stop, never, and continue to go on each and every day.
Rolando Blackman gracing our airwaves here today on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. And Mike Bassick knows that a little bit too, having qualified for the Olympics and then not quite getting to go with the team. Mike, I know we kind of helped that just a little bit by getting you a bronze medal, so that kind of helped just a little bit.
Right.
But we understand that experience a little bit. This is a two-piecer here for me, Rolando. When you were playing, who was your favorite person to play against? And I don't want to make this too much about this current Mavs team and Luka, but right now, who's your favorite matchup to watch Luka play against?
Ooh, my goodness! I'm watching Luka all the time, each and every game, and it's so tremendous and so entertaining to watch an elite player. It's something that's special. You're watching someone that has all the skills and is already an all-time great. How great will he be? My goodness, please give me the opportunity to watch his whole career so that I can be there once again to bear witness to this greatness that we're watching. I think I like watching Luka play against any team that thinks they can guard him one-on-one. I like watching that, and I love what these teams are doing now. Also, too, is that they're giving him a mode of operation with the rest of the teams and trying to double team him, trying to get him to move the ball early. They're trying different trickery things that are going on all throughout, and he's solving the puzzle. He's solving the puzzle, getting the ball to the open players. Anytime you can distort a defense the way he can with his presence and skills, it's a wonderful thing to be on the other end, to be able to get at the other end of those passes with an advantage catching that ball. So I just like to watch him because I see the multiple opportunities he has, not only to score, but also to get his teammates involved and the impact he makes on the game. So I just sit there and I just sit there. Sometimes I'm home, sometimes I'm at the games, sometimes I watch the games after I do my work at the arena, but I come home and I check out the moves and check out the thought process, and I just hope that the jumper is going, because if the jumper is going, no matter what the other team does, it's all over.
I just want to let you know we're kind of watching the fan text while we do this interview, and there's so many people jumping in talking about going to your
camps.
Yeah, going to your basketball camps, and then also one person who said out in Plano that you invited people to Cheddar's afterwards, and you treated them to lunch or dinner or whatever. So many people having like super positive memories with you. And I was just kind of curious, like we talked about this article and I definitely encourage people to go check it out. But at the beginning of the article, you talk about like growing up and you and your sister having to like break up like actual fights between your parents. Do you ever reflect on like you went from there to not knowing the game to making the Olympic team, being in the NBA, and just all of these amazing things with your life?
Well, I just know that that I'm not the only one who's going through that. I know probably a lot of kids who are in different households in poverty or whatever the situation is are going through a disruptive time sometimes with their parents as far as all of that's concerned. Mom and dad are fighting like crazy like mine did all the time. I don't know, since I can remember, I remember big fights happening all the time and consistently. And then when you try to break it up, you get hurt in between all of that. You get beat down, and it's a terrible thing for a kid in your mind. But I think at the end of the day, what I always had, like I said before, was the love and care of people outside of that. But I always had good guidance, though. Got people who would guide me. And then again, once again, I wasn't a knucklehead. I chose to listen to the people who said to go to school, who said that would help me, who said that would give me an opportunity and a pathway to move forward if I started with the educational path. And the educational path is what I started with. And that led me to a lot of other things with the basketball, with the school. I graduated from Kansas State University. I'm a UN ambassador to the Office of Drugs and Crime, Human Trafficking, Child Soldiering. On my expertise levels, I've been with the UN now for over the last 10 years. So when you talk about different things that are going on worldwide, I've been all over the world on UN missions and also just traveling, is that you have to understand that all these things I've done comes from just being able to be inquisitive into what's happening. But I tell you what, guys, the young part of all that beatdown is exactly what gives me my edge today. So I can't take it away. I wouldn't change it or anything like that, too, because I'll look a fool in the eye. And he has to understand that be careful here. Be careful. Because I'm a nice guy, and I love being nice. I care for people. I care for people all the time. I can feel for people when I'm with them and talking to them and understanding who they are, what they do, what I do. But I'm not the one. That's the thing about it. I'm not the one. So don't try to hurt me or hurt my family, or else there's another guy inside that'll be unleashed on you. Because I had to go through that in the streets of Brooklyn, New York, just to get from home to school, back to home, go to the store, go to that. It's not the player, dude. So understand what's happening, and I keep that with me every day. I keep that with me, and it makes it part of me. But it's something that I keep dormant because I don't need him. But he's there. So the important thing is that's what helps me on the court, on the basketball court when I was playing. All those things. I'm not afraid of some dude screaming in the stands. Well, what are you going to do to me? Just because the guy has a white uniform on, you think he has an advantage over me? Are you serious? Those are the attitudes and things that helped me as I grew and as I came through the pain to being able to acquiesce to the things that I needed socially to be able to move forward. But I always had the guidance. I always had a love. I always had angels, people who cared enough to stop and give me a few words of encouragement. And that's what helped me throughout. I couldn't do it by myself. Society helped me. And through that, I try to do the same today because it's important what you put your hand on a kid and give them the advice that they need and the opportunity that goes through that whole situation. It's really important that we all be social and really try to help the next person, because that's the only way we make it, and we're better that way.
And Ro, just to give you a personal story, I can remember being 10 or 11 years old, and Coach Bacon, who I believe was the coach at Lincoln at the time, and you were at a camp in Duncanville. I grew up in Duncanville, and I remember going to Coach Bacon, and Rolando Blackman was the special guest at that. And I mean, you're one of the people in my life that I love basketball. It's my favorite sport. I ended up playing professional baseball, but I love basketball, and you're one of the main reasons why I love basketball.
Blessings, man. Coach Bacon is my friend till today. He's one of my best friends, a super guy, fantastic basketball mind, and a guy that cares and understands exactly what the game is all about, that kind of a thing. And it's a wonderful thing. During my time with the camps, it was never a star camp for me. I was there all day, making sure that I touched the kids, know their names, got the chance to meet the family, and just have the opportunity really just to be ingrained inside of society. I am part of society. I have all these accolades, all these things that I've garnered and gained, but it was through the help of other people. People were there to help me. I moved in that direction, and they moved with me. And it wasn't just me. It was a whole group of people all the time. So I try to give that back wherever I go. I'm here in Dallas, Fort Worth, and wherever I go in the world on my UN missions, it's a special thing for me to be a part of something special and to be a part of internal to society and its growth, which I love to do very much.
I'm sure there's a lot of compelling answers to this, but I'm curious, since you mentioned your UN mission work. My wife has done a lot of mission work. Is there any particular place or places that stood out to you that you traveled to?
Well, I mean, what stands out to me is different places in the Congo, in Africa, stand out to me. Different places like in Nairobi, Sierra Leone, Cote d'Ivoire, different places in the Middle East like Jordan, Egypt. I've been through so many different places in Beirut. It's a wonderful situation to see different living systems and different systems of life, different thought processes, different religions, different ways of doing things as far as the life is concerned, and then come back to my USA life and understand what works, what doesn't, what's moved forward, and just to see that people all over the world are all the same. They want to have a good job, they want to feed their families, they want to practice their religions in peace, they want to have the opportunity to see their children flourish. All of us are all the same in that aspect. And at the end of the day, if you're going to live in a different country and someone's doing something different somewhere else, then let them. The important thing is that we have what we have here in the United States, and let's keep an eye on what's going on here in the USA so we can now be what it's supposed to be, and that's the United States of America. And let's get back to being united so that we can be the most powerful and best country, because we are. I travel the world, and we're the best if we can stay united. If we break apart and fight and don't see that we're the best out of all the countries now and come apart, then we're not the best. So then that's what the whole portionality of the whole thing is. That's what my travel has taught me.
Man, this is just so beautiful. And I know I'm going to jump back to your Olympic team in 1980 that didn't get to go to the Olympics. And through this article, Ro, I started researching a little bit more about that 1980 team. I had no clue that Mark Aguirre was on that team. Isaiah Thomas was on that team. You guys went around and I guess played against NBA All-Star teams instead of getting to go to the Olympics. Can you talk more about that? And did you develop a special relationship with maybe a player on that team during your time?
Well, that was fun. I mean, that was so much fun. We were all young and really ravenous, and really had a pissed offness to us also too in those games, because we were like, look, man, this is what we had right now to go play against these NBA teams and try to go out there and beat them to show that we're really good players. So it's just a lot of fun getting together with Mark, who was the number one pick here, and showing the skills. I mean, we had Sam Bowie when Sam Bowie was Sam Bowie. Man, from Kentucky, can shoot the ball and can go to the top of the square, catching lob passes. I mean, Isaiah Thomas was the point guard. Darnell Valentine. We had all kinds of people that could play the game on that team, and it was just fun playing against the NBA teams. And I think the only one that beat us was the smart team of Lenny Wilkins out in Seattle, because Lenny Wilkins was smart. He put 4 members of his team on the team. So they were running plays and running around all over the place. And it was like, so these guys came and they beat us by a few points, but it was fun to beat everybody else, including all the Magic Johnson-led teams in Indianapolis and all the rest of the teams that we really served them really well, so that they can know that here we come for sure. And that was the most fun part about the whole thing, to be able to show our wares and get out on that court and really have fun and playing the game we love.
And Ro, could you further the story in D Magazine where once you make the Olympic team, if I have this correct, and you can correct the story here, that's when you found out you weren't a United States citizen?
You know what's funny about that? Now let me tell you now. What's funny about that? You know, of course, at 1967. Now you can imagine now. 1967, immigration was big here in the United States. They were getting people from all over the place. Manufacturing was wonderful. People, my family members were changing jobs. They're like, this job is, well, we had a job here at the manufacturer, and then this guy was paying like $10 more, so they would change to that manufacturer, this and that and the other. They had all these different types of jobs and different types of things. So they were getting immigrants from all over. And I'm saying to have legal immigrants, people who came in legally to being able to get a job and to work and to put these things together. It was wonderful. But the idea is that every piece of paper I signed, guys, every piece of paper I signed with my name, Rolando Antonio Blackman, put my address on there, and then they had the little thing on the bottom said, U.S. citizen. I looked at that. I said, shoot, heck yeah. I put that stroke in there, U.S. citizen. So every piece of paper that the U.S. would have on me had me signing yes for the U.S. citizenship. But I didn't know I was an immigrant. I was an immigrant that had to still apply for citizenship. So I went all the way through school, signing stuff, putting stuff together, everything. And every time I would sign it as an American citizen. So I went to the Olympics. I went to Rupp Arena in Kentucky as an American citizen and whooped them real good, got on the team. And the next thing you know, we didn't go. And I found out like a couple of years later, we didn't go. A couple of years later that I still had to apply. So I actually got my citizenship officially right here in Dallas at the downtown courthouse in 1986. 1986, I fully became an American citizen. Well, I was always an American citizen in my heart from when I first got here. So the important factor was all I did was put the paperwork together late, but everything was always in place for me right from the beginning.
Man, talking with you is always a real joy, and we're going to have to go, which makes me very sad because this has been tremendous. The article is tremendous, and I really encourage everybody to go read it, and I can't thank you for your time enough today.
Thanks a lot, guys. I get a chance to learn a little bit more about the full life, Rolando. So at the end of the day, I'm here. You'll see me in the street somewhere. Don't forget to say hello. Don't drop your head.
There you go,
Yes,
Rolando.
Yes, sir.
Rolando Blackman
Man,
with one last piece of excellent advice. I like somebody's comment. They go, "Man, Ro a dog."
Yeah,
He's
he is.
like, and
Yeah.
like I love. He goes, "Don't confuse that as the player."
Yeah.
Rolando Blackman.
And
That's
it
a whole
says in that
different deal.
story, I mean, in that article, he said, I was walking to the court with 2 samurai swords, and that's when that player came out was, I'm not going down without a fight today.
It really is an excellent article, and I'm glad it
Yeah.
facilitated that conversation.
Thank you to Jess, who found this article for you, who sent it to me, and then we got to talk to Rolando about this. And I was just thinking as interview ends is the Mavericks are so lucky to have Rolando Blackman as kind of their first superstar. I think Mark Aguirre was right there with them. In the end, it ended bad with Mark going to Detroit. But like you have Rolando Blackman, just what an unbelievable human being he is. And then it took a decade, but then followed up by Dirk. So the people who represent your organization, Rolando Blackman, Dirk Nowitzki. I know there's other people like Derek Harper and Brad Davis. But I mean, Rolando, your first superstar, then Dirk takes it over, and then hopefully Luka can carry the torch too. Just a really fortunate thing, and just really one of my favorite interviews of all time right there.
Awesome. I love hearing that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Man, how do you even follow that?
That is a great point.
I guess with Stephen A. Smith getting called out by Sean Sharif and a little bit of conversation that goes along with that next on the Fan.
Hey, look, finally. From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. If you missed our interview with Rolando Blackman from the 214, that was the best interview ever. From the 469, best interview ever from another 469. Great segment, guys. Really, from the 817, great interview, guys. Really appreciate you guys rocking with us. I thought that was a lot of fun. Now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin Hagelin. We do have some auction items in the studio with us for Peace-a-thon right now.
Thank you to Ricky for those.
We will be, I had tweeted it out on Twitter in the Majors. I tweeted out a picture of the pole dancing squirrel, and there's a lamp to go along with it. And it's
that
awesome.
lamp is awesome.
Yeah, if you want to go check out the picture of the pole dancing squirrel, it's on in the Majors right now, and they will be available next Wednesday. We'll talk more about that tomorrow, but for sure next Wednesday is when we're getting that thing rolling and really looking forward to it. Now, here's my question, and we'll get back to it in just a moment. What is the one thing in your life, or maybe you've had this happen a lot of times, where you wanted to do something and you accomplished it, or you just simply because you wanted to do it? 877-881-1053, and I'll explain more of that in just a few minutes. I want everybody to kind of think about those moments where I just wanted to do this, and therefore I did it, because Rolando Blackman kind of inspired this conversation. But this morning, I was listening to Sean and RJ.
Have a radio show.
I'm not lying. That is one of the things. I was listening to Sean and RJ as they were talking with Jerry Jones this morning, and I do love it seems like there's a really good relationship with Sean and Jerry over the years. They've built this together. Although, I mean, it's pretty clear he loves hopping on with our show. Like, he just absolutely adores it. But he was asked about Stephen A. Smith, who said that Jerry Jones is not getting his money's worth out of the contract he signed with Dak Prescott. And over the last 2 years now, Kevin, how much has he made? Because he made how much that's 3 years. He made that much in the franchise tag year.
He's made, I think, like about $120 million in actual cash. I know the cap doesn't count the same, but about $120 in actual cash.
Okay, and then he missed most of that season in the franchise year.
Yep.
Played last year. They did not get past the first playoff game for them. And then this year, he's missed a few games. Stephen A. Smith says, look, Jerry Jones has not gotten his money's worth out of Dak.
Whoa.
This is Jerry Jones' response to that.
I can say that's not correct. The reason that, not the reason, that's unfair to Dak, unfair to all the other players on the team, but the strength that I look at of our chance to win a championship is Dak and his leadership at that position. But his leadership, but because he plays that position. Let me say it that way. And so I would not, and he didn't expect me to, I'm sure, but I don't think that's accurate. Dak brings us the separator. But now, does that mean that Dak's going to win every game or make every comeback or every key situation? You can answer that one. Of course not. But by the same token, if you were constructing the possibility of competing for a Super Bowl, I would start on this team. I would start right there with Dak. He's that integral to us really being able to have the year we want to have.
You know, that's a really savvy part of that answer, too. And he goes, I'm not going to agree with that, as he probably wouldn't think I would. Like, I like that he's attuned enough to know, but like, he's not going to think I'm going to be like, oh, yeah, he's right.
And Stephen A. also called Dak Prescott the weak link on the team. And that's kind of where Jerry was like, well, hold on, that's incorrect. Whoa. And I loved the way that Sean said, like, put all that up. And he was like, I don't know how you feel about this Stephen A. Smith guy. And he was like, I run hot and cold with that guy, as you could guess.
Sure.
But do you think that Dak is the weak link on this team? Does anybody think that?
No.
Do you think?
I'd say run defense is the weakest
weak link right now.
We think that Dak is a top 10 to 15 quarterback.
Right.
But maybe like you could have better quarterback play, and having leadership qualities is great. I mean, that locker room does need somebody. I feel like Mike is the guy, but like they need somebody to follow. I still just want Dak to be a top 5 quarterback and be, one of those guys that's leading a team because his play on the field is the most important thing.
And I think that's where things get kind of complicated for folks, is because if he was a top 5 quarterback, then I think you would be maybe the favorite or one of the 2 favorites for Super Bowl. And that's not where we sit right now.
Now, Mike, one of the things that Newey Scruggs told me and you while we were out in Oxnard was...
There's some people smoking weed over there?
No, that wasn't what he was saying. He said, it's a big responsibility. He said he never realized it until he was in it. But interviewing Jerry Jones is not a local radio show interview.
My God.
It is a national interview. Every single week, bam, there it is. Jerry Jones right now on ESPN, because where did that audio come from, Kevin?
105.3 The Fan. You know what's interesting about that is people think that your interview needs to be operated in their format because of that. They're like, why did you not ask this question for a story I'm working on? I'm like, we're also trying to do.
That's your story, bro. Yeah, no, we're trying to entertain our audience for one. And I'm not necessarily trying to make headlines, but headlines come out of it every single time we talk with Jerry Jones. Well, Stephen A. Smith, I guess, heard the audio from Jerry Jones this morning about and said, I guess, the way he took it is that Sean was trying to drive a wedge between Jerry Jones and Stephen A. Smith.
To be fair, you could see how Sean would be the guy to be the wedge buster, right?
Yes.
Like, you could see that,
Absolutely. Right? Here is Stephen A. Smith with his remarks based on what happened with Jerry this morning.
First of all, let me say this. What was that? What would that radio say? That 105.3.
You know what it is.
105. Let me tell y'all something. Let me tell y'all something out there. You can't divide me and Jerry. You can try. You can't divide me and my Libra brother. It ain't going to work. Now, I understand Jerry Jones got to take that posture. He's got to take that posture. But he's the one cutting that check, not me. He's the one that's been waiting for a Super Bowl championship, not me. He's the one that doled out $95 million over the last 2 years for that quarterback, not me. So he could take that position and y'all could listen to exactly what he's saying. And I'm not saying he's lying, but what else is he supposed to say? Is he supposed to sit up there and say, in Rush, I trust? I don't care about Dak Prescott. Is that what he's supposed to say? 105 The Fan, stop it. The fact of the matter is, Jerry Jones is going to take the posture that he's going to take because he has no choice. Listen, I don't have anything against. That's my brother right there. It's them damn Cowboy fans that get on my nerves. But Jerry Jones, he should run hot and cold because it looks like I'm rooting against the Cowboys. I'm not rooting against them. I'm rooting for the misery of that damn sorry, nauseating, disgusting fan base.
Okay, you can shut that guy off now. I'm done listening to that crap.
I know that real quick. I just wonder if that's why he always chooses Ja over Luka. I just wonder if he's just like, I know that those fans are probably Cowboy fans.
I like the idea that we can just shorten up names.
105 The Fan.
So, I mean, when A. Smith was talking just a second ago, I thought he made some interesting points, and all I know is Jerry Jones is on 105.3 The Fan a lot more than he talks to Stephen A. Smith. So, when you're talking about who can split up who, I mean, he's here a lot more.
Yeah, we could definitely do it. I did appreciate Joy Taylor throwing out there. Hey, or it's Molly Karen?
Is it Molly?
Molly,
yeah,
throwing out there. Hey,
you know what it is.
It's 105.3 The Fan. And
we're in here listening to the interview live. As long as we're not on the air, we all put on the Odyssey app, put on 105.3 The Fan, and listen to the Jerry Jones interview because they're going to take the top 3 clips from the interview on Tuesday and Friday and then use it on ESPN shows for the next 24 hours.
And I have no doubt that A. Smith has an open invitation to be on with Sean and RJ at any point. That would be Sean's favorite thing that's ever happened.
He would love it. Actually, he had him under the Super Bowl once, and I think he caught up with him for a second. I think at Houston while we were down there. And he loved it.
Can I throw this, Corey, into what Jerry Jones said? He is right on this, whether you like it or not. Dak is their path to the championship. It's very tough. It has happened, but it's very tough to have a quarterback just play average and end up winning a championship. They do. Even Joe Flacco, who was somewhat of an average or above average quarterback, but not a great quarterback, he then, in a weird way,
Had a great
elevated
run.
his run. And,
Yeah.
and Eli somewhat, too. I do know that, yes, the defense, you can sometimes carry a Trent Dilfer to a championship. But it's Jerry's not wrong in that he's our path to the championship. Dak's going to have to, once you make the playoffs,
Have to be that
elevate
guy.
himself into, oh my gosh, is he the best quarterback in the NFL right now?
Man, that is, that's significantly similar to netminder in hockey in the playoffs. If you have that hockey goaltender that just goes on that, Eddie
gonna
Belfour did it,
happen.
right? Dak Prescott. Like, when quarterbacks do that, that's the difference maker. I wanted to say thank you to Stephen A. Smith for giving national credit.
A. Smith?
For giving national credit to 105.3 The Fan, or I guess, the rest of their show for making that happen.
S.A. Smith.
Yeah.
That sounds pretty cool.
That's really cool.
Then
'cause
you really have no clue who we're talking about.
Sean and RJ love the national appeal. Like, they're really good at that.
true.
And so,
Yeah.
they, like, that's awesome too that they, they get that moment to have that happen. That's really cool. I appreciate their, the rest of the people on the show who know what the station's name is. That's awesome too.
Now, somebody asked this question from the 469. Can you get Stephen A. on an interview, maybe with Jerry? We gave that open invitation last year,
Yeah.
and it was declined.
Also, somebody said if you ever play another Stephen A. clip, I'll quit y'all. That's probably the last one I'll ever request. The only reason I played it is because they were talking about our station.
Okay.
That's the only, we very scarcely play Stephen A. Smith stuff or the Skip Bay stuff.
Do you have to shorten his name too?
Skip Bay is what his name is from now on. Now, the reason I asked the question earlier about when was the last time or the thing that's been the biggest factor in you just wanted to get it. You just wanted something. I want the Cowboys to want. I know they're talented and I know they're good and they might desire it a little bit. But whenever you want something, there's nothing that'll drive you more than wanting something so badly you can taste it. And I say that because I read Rolando Blackman's story and he talked about, I wanted to play basketball.
Yeah.
And nothing would stop him. He got cut, he didn't make it, all these things. He kept trying. When you want something so badly, no matter how many times you get knocked down by something, you'll keep trying for it. And that's why I want this Cowboys team to want, not just to be like, hey, we're good and all that stuff, and we're here for it. No, want to go kick everybody's ass. That's when you're a different team and you have a different mindset and a different approach to the way you get ready for something.
I do think it's a great point, Corey, but I just think it's so tough. It's the only team probably in the world where you don't have to win and you get all the extras.
Yeah, you can want for nothing. Yeah,
I think Dak does want to win. I think Zeke or whoever you want to name, Micah Parsons wants to win. And Micah Parsons is only in his 1.5 season so far. But when we just saw a commercial, Sleep Number, or whoever it is, Campbell Soup, what like Dak has to probably say no because he's like, dude, I already represent 6 things. I can't even do another commercial. I'm making so many millions of dollars off the field. And a lot of that usually comes with winning a championship or at least playing in multiple championships or winning MVPs. And so when you're doing all this, because he's on way more than Lamar Jackson. He's on, I don't know who's on more, Patrick Mahomes or Dak Prescott on commercials on Sundays.
Man, it's kind of almost even there.
Right,
Yeah.
and so
Mahomes is far more successful at football right now.
Patrick Mahomes would have never playing quarterback for the Kansas City Chiefs is a nothing position in the United States of America unless you win the MVP, win the Super Bowl, you're in other Super Bowls, you're top 3 in MVP voting every year. That's how Patrick Mahomes has gotten his fame. And so Dak has gotten his fame through being good. Mm-hmm. He has been good, but that's it. All you have to do is be the Cowboys quarterback, be good, and Dak at the end of his career, he's literally going to make over $200 million after his career's over just being an analyst for NFL somewhere, whether it's on CBS or Fox or Amazon or wherever it goes to. Dak has a built-in by the time he's done, it might be a $30 million a year deal because of Troy Aikman, because of Tony Romo, because of Jason Witten, because of Daryl Johnston, because of Michael Irvin. Just go down the list of you can do whatever you want and you never have to really get the ultimate goal. I'm not saying he doesn't want a championship. It's just tough to want when you're given everything that's given being a Dallas Cowboy.
Totally get that. I mean, just listen to Rose's story. You know, like he wanted because there was a lot of tough stuff that he had to deal with to get to that point. Very good analysis, Mike.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, college football on a Tuesday. Who needs offense? TCU can win with their defense as well. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Man, I got to tell you about the Diamond Factory.
3rd down and 10 at the 31. Duggan sees pressure coming up the middle. Max gets picked up, throws it off his back foot in the end zone. He's got a man wide open, and it's caught for the touchdown. Quentin Johnston.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. TCU showing, if you didn't already believe, that they belong in that top 4. They defeat Texas in the game that offense forgot. Here are some amazing stats for you from that game. 96% of the money for that game hit the over.
Oh, wow.
Which was 65 points.
Oh.
At halftime, it was 3-0.
I was with Derek Holland at the Mavs game, and he's like, I bet the over on that one.
Yeah, well, good news. You're not alone. By the way, better news. Derek Holland will be on the show throughout tomorrow, but TCU won 17-10. Here are some of the offensive numbers. In the first half, the two teams combined for 140 yards, which is the fewest in any half of a Big 12 game since 2009. 39 of those yards came in the first quarter, which were the fewest combined total yards in a first quarter in any Division I game this season. TCU hadn't given up less than 24 points since playing Tarleton in September. So this is an important game for them. Texas scored 3 offensive points. Now, they got the turnover touchdown that obviously tightened the game up, 17-10 TCU, but Texas scored only 3 offensive points. Quinn Ewers had a really tough night, 17 of 39 for 171 yards, no touchdowns, and a pick.
So after that, was it the Alabama game? What game did he?
Yeah, Alabama.
That
he got hurt in that game.
Like,
right,
the first
but
game?
everybody was kind of like, oh my gosh, he is the real deal. From that point,
He was really great in the Oklahoma game against the Oklahoma defense.
Yeah.
Is god-awful.
So this is for UT fans. I'm not a UT hater or a UT fan. Are you guys disappointed with Quinn Ewers? Is it considered his freshman year?
Yeah.
Like he doesn't seem to be, after that moment, he doesn't seem to be anything special now. I know things can change, but then he has Manning coming right behind him.
Mike, you were at the game. You were at the
I did.
basketball game. How much have you watched of him?
Quinn Ewers?
Yeah.
Highlights of him.
I just of what I've observed. This is just my take on the kid. There was so much hype, it's hard to live up to, for
Sure.
one. Like there's and plus you're going to Austin, which is like that's another
Where
place.
potential goes to die.
Okay, Kevin, stop. As an
Okay.
OU fan, I'm going to try and be unbiased here.
Don't worry, I have negative things about A&M ready to go too.
I think the dude has a big time arm. Like that.
He
that
does,
shows is he
for
does
sure.
have a big time arm. But Sam Darnold did too, and that was my problem with Sam Darnold was he has the arm, but he doesn't have all the other things that go along with it. I think he can make big time throws, and UT is going to bail quickly, especially if Arch is on the way. But I think he's not playing at the level I expected when it comes to those throws. The arm's there, the throws aren't, and it affected Bijan because they couldn't do anything in the running game either.
Man, I really thought Bijan was going to be the key for them if they were going to win that game. And also, I know there are some people who still believe that Quinn Ewers is not 100% healthy.
That was my question is that shoulder still bothering him a little bit? Because he looks different than he looked at the first part of that Bama game.
It's tough to say because everyone is saying that he's good to go, but I feel like this might be a thing where you find out after the season,
Like Zeke at the end of last year?
Yes, exactly.
Hey, he's fine. Everything's fine. And then the season
he's
hey,
hurt.
guess what? The reason he wasn't good and everybody's saying things on radio and we were telling him they were wrong.
His QBR is 46th in the nation. He has 13 touchdowns versus 6 interceptions, and his completion percentage is 55%.
If you're going to do the things that he's done, taking the steps that he's taken to get where he is at this moment, though, you have to deliver.
Yeah.
And otherwise, that criticism is going to fester and be what it is. But you left high school early. You went to Ohio State.
You didn't play
left there because you
Yeah.
weren't playing. Coming to UT, where now they're expecting you to be the savior.
And
you
it's
gotta
been
deliver.
a long time
You have
since
to
he's
deliver.
played a lot of football.
Yeah.
But the good news for TCU is counts
That's
down
awesome.
to 3.
Yeah.
You got to win 2 more regular season games and win the Big 12 championship, and you're in. Like, you're a lock. Now,
I'm still scared about that. I know, I hear what you're saying, and you're probably right. I guess, and I can't remember what year it was, 2014, 2015, the Baylor TCU thing, and I know they both had one loss.
It's this Saturday.
and the other issue there that they ran into is I do not believe
Ohio
that year
State.
they had a conference championship game
True.
either. And so that is the good news.
But TCU doesn't have, Tennessee won't be part of the championship game, right? Because Georgia will be in it.
That's
And
true.
so if Tennessee wins out.
I totally hear what you're saying. I do not think they can get that through of a one-loss, no conference championship game playing team above an undefeated team. Now, make
I
no
think
mistake.
you're going to be right. I just worry.
If TCU loses, they're cooked. But
Right.
if they beat Baylor, Iowa State, and then, whether you rematch with K-State or whatever the case might be, is you're good, but you have to keep winning. So 3 more games for TCU to win, and they're in. Now, you brought up Tennessee. Tennessee put up 724 yards of offense, which is a new program record in their 66-24 win over Missouri. Hendon Hooker, 355 passing yards, 3 passing touchdowns, and a rushing touchdown. He has been phenomenal this season. I know the struggles against Georgia where he was pressured, but he's been phenomenal this season. Also phenomenal.
Where is he in the Heisman?
He's got to be like
stretch
top
right now.
4?
I guess, Stroud has been right up there at the top all season, and that hasn't changed very much. But Hooker and Bryce Young, Blake Corum, those guys have got to be in very interesting places with where they are in the Heisman race right now.
Yeah, I kind of wonder about Drake May.
Haynes King?
Well, not. No,
Does that change for you?
No, I would not. I would give you astronomical odds for that.
Is it CJ Stroud's to lose, you think?
I do think
Okay.
that, but I think Hendon Hooker's probably 2nd, 3rd, 4th.
Gotcha.
I kind of wonder about Bo Nix just a little
And-
bit. I know Oregon's gone under the radar, especially since they lost.
And I know that Hooker's fallen now into the first round, it looks like. I know things can change, and he could keep going higher and higher, but it looks like he might now be a top 20 pick in this NFL draft.
I think it's possible. One of the things working against him, oddly enough, is his age.
Yeah, he's like 50.
No, he's
like 20.
He's like Bernard James of the Dallas
No,
Mavericks.
he's not.
He's Chris Winkie.
He's 24, and
Yeah.
he turns 25 in January. So
You're
look,
drafted.
Yeah, and I'm not saying don't
That's
draft
fine,
him.
Dude, come on, it's a quarterback. Quarterbacks live
I
forever.
feel like that does get a little bit iffy on taking him in the first round.
Now, in the SEC, LSU defeated Arkansas 13-10 to clinch a spot in the SEC championship game. Harold Perkins, who I have complicated thoughts about because he's awesome. I don't feel great about him being awesome since he said he was going to go to A&M for 2 seconds, but it clearly seems like he made a better decision in going to LSU. He had the flu before the game, and then he had 4 sacks and 2 forced fumbles.
Man, that seems pretty good.
And also, it seems like maybe he didn't know who Michael Jordan was. That's the insinuation. That was the insinuation. Is
Maybe he knows who Michael B. Jordan is.
Oh, that
Michael
is a great
A. Jordan
point.
or Michael J. Jordan.
Yeah,
because
man.
His middle name's Jeffrey.
I'll just say this. I have never seen Twitter say one person's name as much as I saw his name being tweeted over the weekend. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Like, I just looked up and it was just like, I loved the Hellman line of everybody else rides the bus. This guy
Right.
flies home. And so I appreciated that.
And
Was LSU supposed to be this good?
no,
Like, they've really surprised a lot of people. Even
it's been a hell of a season for them.
okay.
Now, then again, sometimes where you think you'll be at the beginning of the year doesn't quite work out with where things end up. As Texas A&M dropped to a robust 3-7, meaning
Oh yeah, they were ranked. They were probably ranked 6 to start the
they
year.
were
weren't
ranked 6. Now check this out, and this just brings it all together if you want to argue and be mad about things. Texas A&M is the highest ranked preseason team to miss out on a bowl in more than a decade. The last team to do it, the University of Texas in 2010, as they were ranked number 5 and failed to make a bowl. So
Classic A&M following in UT's footsteps.
man, who's coming to whose conference now?
What do they do?
It's going to be Texas.
Is it just because they're young? I've heard that A&M's now young because of things. Are
That-
they going to bounce back?
That
and be
excuses some of the losses. And I know last week was their flu game where they lost like half their roster, but I'm not going to excuse youth for being 3-7. Now, is it also they probably should have switched quarterbacks way sooner, but I would have thought they would be 6-4. This is, I don't know.
This is hold on. I'm sorry. There's lots of things I want to say here, but this is the news that I needed to get out.
Okay. A&M stinks right now.
This is NFL. Actually, not even NFL news. This is minor league football news.
Oh, XFL.
The Seattle Sea Dragons select
cool,
Ben DiNucci in the XFL.
Oh my God!
Is he really behind those Dallas hats?
Yes, that's his business company.
Wow.
I just wanted to throw that out there, Kevin.
Why is he even
Ben
playing
DiNucci.
football? He just needs to spell cities upside down.
I don't know.
Ben DiNucci is going to your favorite football league,
the Sea Dragons. Good job for him. Now I'm going to take you to Division III football because I know that is what you have been waiting for. The Mount Union Purple Raiders. It wasn't looking great for them, but if we can go to cut number 9, sometimes things can turn around.
Plunk is going to look to throw. They've got 4 out there looking to throw. Downfield pass is going to be... Oh my God, it was off the head of a BW player and into the hands of Mount Union, and they win with no time left. Oh my goodness. Can you believe it?
Now,
he's definitely calling that from an office building somewhere else, not near that stadium.
I wonder if that's Eric Plunk's son, who is on the rookie card of Jose Canseco in 1986.
Did it also sound like he might have just finished up a recording segment for Rick and Morty?
Yes.
Okay, I was just curious about that. But the amazingly named Braxton Plunk threw a Hail Mary that bounced off a defender from Baldwin Wallace. Yes, that's a place. And scored the touchdown. So the Mount Union Purple Raiders win. The Mount Union Purple Raiders win their 33rd conference title in stunning fashion, because I know that's what you're here for.
Why did you repeat that?
I just think that's a cool
By the way,
name. The Purple Raiders.
That A&M's having such a bad year. They end the season versus LSU, so that's a home game,
Yeah,
right?
that's a loss. They're going to beat Massachusetts.
If you wanted to go to that game, LSU's obviously ranked right now 6-7 in the country, whichever one you want to believe. How much do you think it would cost to get into that game now that A&M has become such a bad team?
$115.
$215.
It's $102, but doesn't that seem high? Like
A&M people are loyal. They are loyal.
I wonder if I could go to that game for like 30 or 40 bucks.
Maybe.
Nope, can't
do it. Is Vanderbilt, as long as we're talking about smaller programs or, maybe in this case, not super successful programs at Vanderbilt, they won their first SEC game since 2019. They defeated Kentucky. And then if you want to get excited, tomorrow we got Derek Holland jumping on the show. Michigan is now 10-0 for the first time since 2006. As the undefeated march to that game against Ohio State continues.
And to continue college on a Tuesday, are you just going to plop down at 8:30 and watch your Dukies play KU?
I am very excited about that game.
Should I be watching somebody? I know I'll be watching the Mavs for the most part, but
the issue is Duke still doesn't have their 2 best players back. Because
way to sell.
Okay, I mean, but they've still got other players, but 2 of their best players, one's not back and the other one's been working his way back from injury. So
are they both freshmen?
Yes. So I'm not sure about that.
So much for the 8:30 Duke versus KU matchup.
You should still check it out. I think it's a close spread. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
What's up, everybody?
Chevrolet and Grapevine is racing to finish the year #1 in the nation. They're leading the way by never charging more than MSRP. Plus, they always pay full market value for your current vehicle. Find new roads, classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan right now, brought to you by D&M Leasing. It is time for our chit chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Excellent, Hagee. How are you?
I am doing very, very well. Thank you, gentlemen, very much. I don't know if you've already talked about this. I think I only saw it last night. Did you see the marathoner from China who finished his marathon while also smoking cigarettes and did it in 3.5 hours? Is that the most impressive athletic feat you've ever seen? And is it more impressive than the stripper pole squirrel?
If Carter would like to zoom in on the stripper pole squirrel for the Twitch audience and the YouTube audience out there right now, I will move it into the shot. This is the stripper pole squirrel that will be auctioned off for Peace-a-thon.
It's a very valuable item.
Yeah, it is.
It is, yes.
Yeah. Very popular.
By the way, I have a price for you.
Viral hit.
Cheech and Chong. I'll tell you.
Thanks, buddy.
Yeah, I went ahead and I valued it and we figured it out, so I'll get that to you.
That's our autographs, right?
Yes. No, we have, I'm telling you, and we're going to get into depth about this tomorrow. We have stuff from Cheech and Chong, Seeger, Simeon, Sagan, Zeke, Dak, Dirk, Luca, Micah, Nick and Sam's
Logano.
house painting. We just got somebody that's going to set up that they'll do your will for you. Joey Logano, like all kinds of crazy stuff. And that squirrel.
I was going to say, but the headliner is still the stripper squirrel, right?
For sure.
That's the hottest of the commodities.
Absolutely.
Totally get it.
Don't you mean my stripper squirrels?
Do you mean hottest in terms of price or hottest in terms of, you know?
Both. See the glutes.
Yeah.
You really can. That is an in-shape squirrel right there.
Now, that is an impressive item, but I'm also impressed by the guy who just kept smoking cigarettes and still finished his marathon.
You know, my buddy was like that, and he ran like the Paris Marathon in the Army. You know, I think a lot of those Army guys are kind of built like that. I don't know if this guy has a military background, but, you know, some people, like the cigarettes don't bother them that much.
Yeah.
You know, I always felt like even when I wasn't smoking, if I went into like a smoky club back in the day and I came out, I felt like I was hacking up a lung for 2 days. You know,
Golden Corral.
I just wasn't built for it, but some people are magically, and it is very impressive. It might be more impressive than like an obese basketball player who can get up and down the court and handle it. You know?
Yeah, it's an outstanding feat. I don't know if it's something that you can really develop, or I feel like that's just kind of God given. You get out of
Luka
the
has
bed
it,
in the morning
you know?
with that, right?
I think Luka absolutely.
John Daly has
Score 40 a night smoking some darts.
Some people too that can just basically just roll through the darts broad. It's like it's nothing for their entire lives, and you don't even see it like in their skin or anything
because
it's supposed to age you, and you can see it. And some people defy that, and they still have amazing skin at like 70.
And they'll insinuate that if you stop doing that stuff, like John Daly would have been better. And then other people are like, I don't know, man. I think him chugging those beers.
Where it really shows is in the teeth. And my father can rip through these things like nobody knows, man. I mean, he is a pro. But I'll tell you, the Europeans know how to do it, and that's where Luka gets it from.
I mean, John Daly's not European, and I think that he's a great reference point on that. And I think for some of them, it's not a hindrance.
We've got one American. Woo!
we might have.
Are we bragging about this?
He's a little bit. There's some hubris involved with that, but it might be a PED for somebody like this marathon guy. He might actually be worse off had he not ripped through heaters that day.
How many people are going to be better off now that Mike Tyson and Evander Holyfield have teamed up to create Holy Ears, the edibles in the shape of an ear?
Oh my gosh.
I've got some pre-orders in.
Yeah. Mike Tyson.
Pick him up at training
The
camp.
whole ear, that's a big
That's my gift
gummy.
for Lucius for the holidays.
They could size down the ear. It doesn't have to be. It can be in the shape of an ear without being the size of an ear.
They actually went ahead, and it is the exact Holyfield
I saw those
ear.
pictures.
It is.
And Mike Tyson was like, if I would have had this cannabis back then, I wouldn't have been
They
his
got it
ear.
straight from Chris Arnold, because Chris Arnold is the one that
Ooh-wee.
rescued the ear that day from the ring.
Right.
And
I've never heard that story.
See, I
haven't?
want
Oh,
the
you
I want the
should.
chunk of the ear that Tyson bit. That's what I want. A molding of that chunk.
You
Man,
know?
what could we get for
more
that for
like
our
a
auction?
gummy size?
Yeah, like some gummies of that, a full chocolate.
Oh, I thought you
of
meant
full
you
ear.
wanted the chunk of the actual ear. I was like, that's going to cost you.
No, an edible molded from that.
Okay,
because that's
okay.
what Tyson bit into.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
Not the other part of the ear.
Would that be
was
like a
new.
Hershey Kiss kind of a size, or what do you think?
Yeah, maybe like a Tootsie Roll.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Can we get
Is
the
the smaller
that
one?
off for Pizzathon? Like, is the
I don't know if I have access to those things.
how much would that go for?
Can we get it signed?
Can
you
the
value that?
authorities
How
might
much
wanna
will it
see
go
ya.
for? Still less than the
Hey.
squirrel strip.
Those Tyson edibles are a little different.
I'll tell you what, if I can find that chunk of ear, I can damn sure get it signed. If I have the wherewithal to find that piece of ear, I can convince somebody to autograph.
Legend has it, it's still in Tyson's mouth.
Oh my goodness.
He's been using it
Go
as a
get it.
dip for 30 years.
I don't know if I
He's just
100
chewing and spitting and chewing and spitting.
I don't know if I believe all of that. Now,
Legend has.
we were asking people this question is yesterday it was doom and gloom, Cowboys fans ready to just be done with it all. How much did your perception change off of that game, and do you think they could get it all back with a win over Minnesota?
Oh, hell yeah. I'm crotch first confidence today, baby.
Okay.
We're back.
Crotch First Tuesday?
We were, living in the break of death there, almost
That's terrifying.
just hanging on by a thread. And now, just 2 games back again, and you get to play the Eagles again on Christmas Eve. So you got a shot.
I think if you check the tape over the last 3 years, after wins where they get ran all over, I'm like, well, that's fine. We can celebrate this, but this is the reason you're going to lose in the playoffs.
Yeah.
So I've been here for a while. I still think there's a chance they could have an inspired game. They could have takeaways and win 2 playoff games and end up in the NFC title game. I just wouldn't bet on the team that has a horrible run defense. To make it through 2 games in January, especially when you look at the field, it's a bunch of really good running teams you're going to face. So probably, maybe if it changed me at all, I went from losing in the divisional round to probably losing in the wild card round.
Kind of feel like watching. It gave me a point. Like I was thinking, man, the Commanders really did a great job of playing run defense against the Cowboys. And then, so that's something you're going to have to deal with now going forward. I think there's some team. I think this division is going to be fascinating how it really shakes out because each other having to play.
Do you think there's any shot? I know statistically and mathematically it's really tough. Do you think there's any chance all 4 could get into the playoffs?
Man, there's always a shot,
right?
I'd like to you guys to tell me how. Okay. Handicap the division now after what you saw last night. Do you feel any different about the Commanders? Do you feel any different about the Giants? Do you feel any different about the Cowboys? I think
the Commanders are a respectable team.
See,
I still have it a Philly, Cowboys, Giants, Commanders. By the time we get to the end of the year,
Mike, take the playoff, take the Cowboys out of it, and give me and rank the division how you see it now.
I would still go by record right now, and I think Philly's the best.
Yeah.
And then I would go, even though I don't really care for the Giants, they're freaking 7-2.
Dabes keeps doing it.
Yeah.
And then I would go Washington. If I add the Cowboys, I'd go Philly, Dallas, New York, Washington.
I think I would go Philly, Commanders, Giants. I mean, just because.
I mean, they played the Vikings really tight the week before, too.
That's the thing about it is,
would you go back to Wentz or would you stay with Heineken?
There's no way in hell I'm playing Wentz.
Agreed.
Not at 5
No, you got to stick with Heine, man.
Yeah, you got to.
4-1 in their last 5.
You would have a revolt on that organization if that happened.
You watch the all 22. If the Cowboys just stay in their gaps, do they become an average run defense?
I think that the thing that's hurting them right now, Mike, is because I don't think the defensive coordinator is particularly feels like he can go toe-to-toe with anybody up front. And so now he's having to move. He's having to twist. I said it yesterday in the Krusty's Corner. If you look at the long run that Jones had that ended up at a touchdown where he was untouched, they're running a twist stunt on one side, and they're trying to get it to where the ball was. If in fact Fowler twists inside, it's probably a gain of 3. Instead, he doesn't run the twist, and now it's out the gate. So they're having to do things. They don't probably feel too confident that they can play toe-to-toe with somebody and say, okay, let's just take on blocks and see what we can do. There's a lot of movement of the front and things like that. So, my confidence level, if he's starting to do things where he's having to move the front, boy, they better quickly figure out that hey, we better play what he's asking us to play, because if we try and play hero ball here, we're going to give up a lot more runs.
Still, I know it's be a smaller piece, but still wish Ridgeway was here at all.
I don't think it's the inside. It's the problem. When I watch the All-22, it's because with Hankins did a heck of a job on the Tank Lawrence sack strip fumble thing. He drove the guard completely back into Rodgers, and so I don't think it's the problem with Bohanna and Hankins and those guys. I think it's legitimately what's going on at your right defensive end that's been a big problem there.
And you're right, but big picture, yeah. I mean, I think losing Ridgeway, that was a foolish one right there.
Well, considering you kept the wide receiver on, considering you kept
that's one that they'll probably regret, because he's a solid player and he was a difference maker last night. And a big reason they were able to win that game with that forced fumble.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always, Heggie. Thanks for asking.
All right.
Right out of the gates. Takeaways from Jerry this morning with Sean and RJ. Cryptic answer on Odell Beckham Jr. and his thoughts on Dak.
All right. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say, I heart stripper squirrels, Kevin.
Man, for the right price, why the heck not?
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Listen.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
It is hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a good one. Hope you're staying warm out there. Let's talk sports. General at your service. If you see me, bear me. NA. There's Brian Broaddus. Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cup. There's Wolchuk and Chiafalo. They're yucking it up over here. You can see them on the fan cam. We're already having a good time. There's Carter Freeman in his Boomer Sooner t-shirt, coordinating your video back there. 105throughthefan.com, Twitch and YouTube. 3 different ways to watch us. Lots of different ways to listen. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Like the 817 says, fix the Odyssey app. You can listen on Twitch or YouTube. I do want to let you know, we've been trying hard to work fix the Odyssey app, and we fixed it for most phones. But some phones, they're just not doing right with the app. So they continue to work on the bugs. It's a really weird issue because the other stations along our Odyssey corporation aren't having the problems that we do for some reason with just a couple of different models of phone. So my best suggestion after years of troubleshooting is to try the Twitch or the YouTube app. How the hell you guys doing, though? Everybody good?
Fantastic. It's a TD Tuesday. Eagles just took that L Monday Night Football. Feel like we're all bouncing back in a big way. Sometimes you take the L, but then you bounce back. Today's bounce back day, boys.
Yeah, Eagles fumbled twice in the fourth quarter. Brandon Graham with a horrible penalty on Heineke to close the game. I don't know what he was thinking. And Philadelphia loses to Washington. They give the division, they give the conference a little bit of a crack in the window here. It does make you feel better.
Yeah, absolutely it does. And you know, but it's also, that's kind of, I'm now worried about the Commanders have kind of figured out with playing with Heineke at quarterback seems to be pretty good for them. They got some nice weapons.
Yeah, they're winning games
and
now.
Robinson back, the running back, after what
Scoring
he went
points.
through, shooting, getting shot through the leg and playing this season and all that, man, that's a team that you kind of keep an eye on. They're 5-5 right now, sitting right behind you.
Yeah, they could absolutely play a role in the division. I don't know if they're going to be a playoff team, but they could be. It wouldn't be the biggest surprise in the world. You got to be worried about them beating you, though, if you're any of these teams, because it's a very viable a team there, especially with their ability to stop the run, which is pretty dang rare. But Philly now sitting at 8-1. You're really just a weekend like they should have had. You know, that's the thing that stinks. It's a missed opportunity.
Yeah.
Is you're looking at it like, cool, we're not out of it, but it's like, dang, if they could have just beaten the Packers, now you'd truly be in control of your destiny, Wolchuk.
Gosh dang it. Yeah, and Jerry said it this morning too. You know, it's just every single game just means so much. And especially you felt like you let one slip away.
Yeah.
And then you see what happened with the Eagles last night, and it just reinforces it and makes you feel that much worse about it. Now, it's always great to see the Eagles lose. Big reason why, finally turn the football over.
Yeah.
We've been talking about that. That's a team that's just not turned the ball over. They've consistently won the turnover margin. Maybe they start to come back to the pack a little bit.
Well, it was a very unlucky sequence of events that led to that second fumble.
The Goddard face mask. Ooh,
that was the Goddard face mask. You're right about that.
Beautiful.
It was incredible turn of events.
I was happy about it.
It really felt like Philadelphia kind of dominated the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
You know, they had established we're the better team and we should win this game, but every time he turned around, it's like Jerry said this morning, there were 5 different events that prevented the Cowboys from winning, and it was very similar for preventing the Eagles from winning. Does it feel like the chance to win the division is back open? Absolutely, though, because it reminds you that Philadelphia is very mortal as well, and they can lose to a 500 team as well. To me, you know, you got to go out the next couple of weeks and really make a statement by beating Minnesota and then beating New York. And if you can do that, then I think they will have, you know, made a big enough impression on me. But that is a tall order of business right now. Okay, for Washington, they're 5-5. They are getting Chase Young back this week, and they are thinking wild card. I'm sure it's got to be exciting, especially with the rumors that Snyder could sell the team and everything. Maybe the fans are actually, you know, up for a little more Commanders football right about now. But you do have Seattle and San Francisco, and it's going to be tough to imagine one of them falling far enough to open up the window for Washington. Okay, Jerry this morning on OBJ, it was a cryptic answer. He pointed to the fact that OBJ is a free agent that can really help a team, and used the word rarity, which made me feel like Odell Beckham Jr. knows the position that he's in. You could turn, the favorites to win it. So to me, it really sounded like Jerry Jones is mindful that Odell Beckham Jr. isn't just going to sign for nothing. He is going to extract maximum value, whether that's salary this year or a longer term deal, right? He's giving you the opportunity to win the Super Bowl. What are you willing to give him? It's not a guy who's coming like, oh, can I please play for the Cowboys at the end of my career? It's a guy who's a rarity and he knows it. There's only one way to get a game-changing wide receiver right now. The trade deadline has passed, and Odell Beckham Jr. is sitting in quite a high leverage position.
It's one of those things where it's the Cowboys, outside of course, their inability to stop the run right now, might be their biggest glaring weakness and biggest need. NFL or ESPN put out offseason needs, projecting ahead with half the season left to go, and the Cowboys is wide receiver. And you've got the ability to go and address that right now if you want to go and sign Odell Beckham Jr. And there is questions of how soon can he be available for you. But as we talked about last week, you're kind of projecting this to try and help you for the postseason. I think no matter what happened against Green Bay, we all still feel like don't overreact. This is a playoff team. The Cowboys should be in the playoffs. You still have a chance at the division after what happened last night. You've got to play good football and just focus week to week on what's in front of you. But this is a necessary move for this football team.
It is. You're right. And, speaking of next week and how this team gets on the right track, Jerry was asked about Dak Prescott, and he said, the strength in our chances to win a championship is Dak. That was the strong statement. He said, does that mean he's going to win every game or make a comeback? Of course not. But if you're constructing the possibility of competing in a Super Bowl, I'd start right there with Dak. And I agree. Your upside is significantly higher with Dak. But to me, here's the caveat in that. You got to run the right game plan. Your chances to win drop very significantly the more times you're passing. Just don't do it. Two of your 3 losses have been with throwing the ball way more against Tampa and then against Green Bay than the other games. Is Cooper Rush with the right game plan better than Dak with the wrong game plan?
I would say there's evidence of that. I would say there's absolute evidence of that.
Yeah.
And
that's on Kellen.
Yeah, and that's exactly right. That to me, this is where I think that, and as well as Malik Davis played in this football game, not having Ezekiel Elliott, I think, hurts you. Because once you built a 14-point lead, it shouldn't have been about throwing the football anymore. Yeah. It should have been about, we're going to just keep running the football and making the Packers have to defend the physicality that we're going to play with. And that's something that I don't feel like was, but yeah, there's a game plan. There is a way to win NFL games playing with Cooper Rush at quarterback against good teams, against the Cincinnati Bengals, against the New York Giants. There's a way to win games. The Washington Commanders, there's ways to win games. So yeah, if Dak has the wrong game plan or it sets up wrong for him, yeah, your chances of victory are probably not very good.
Yeah, 817 just hits it. We want Dak with the rush game plan. That's all I'm saying. Dak's a bus driver, and that game showed it. Dak's not been good this year, says the 214. I think he was really good in the last 3 quarters against the Lions and against the Bears. 469, rush is trash. And you're right. But with the right game plan, just as the Commanders showed last night, trash quarterbacks can win somehow in this NFL because teams have figured out a way to take the passing abilities of the good quarterbacks. They're like, well, we're just not going to let your good quarterback have a game today. So the way to win is a little bit different. You dudes are overreacting, says the 469. Okay, well, if they go out with a Patrick Mahomes or Tom Brady game plan for the next 2 games and lose those, which I believe they will if they show up with a Patrick Mahomes game plan, and you're sitting at 2-4 with Dak and 4-1 without him, I don't think it's going to be an overreaction right now.
Nope.
Maybe it is to you right now, but I mean the crazy thing is Dak can play so inconsistent, and you're just folding your arms like whatever. Dak's great. Dak's good. Ha ha ha. You're an idiot for talking like that. How dare you even entertain the idea? I'm just saying Dak with the wrong game plan is going to get you beat. Cooper Rush, trash quarterback with the right game plan, wins games. It's clear right now for Kellen Moore and Mike McCarthy to realize this. We gave Mike McCarthy and Kellen a lot of credit for adjusting the game plan to get the job done. We assumed they would continue on with the same thing, but to me, it's now becoming clear after the first couple of games of shaking the rust off, they think Dak is Peyton Manning again. And that's a big part of the reason that they threw enough passes to make enough mistakes to give the Green Bay Packers a bad team. You know, Cooper Rush can beat bad teams on 5-game losing streaks. I'm very sure of that. So we'll see. You know, we'll see how aware the Cowboys want to be of this dynamic, or if they want to continue to believe that Dak Prescott's a guy that can, you know, pass them to victory every Sunday.
Well, you had your defense helping you quite a bit more during that. You really start to lean on your defense a ton, and I don't know if the defense is heading in a positive direction right now, or if we're starting to get a little bit more nervous about what the defense is going to be able to help you to do, because your defense was winning all of those games for you when Cooper Rush was just there to not screw it up.
Right.
But now
not turn the ball over.
Right. And then he did turn it over. Cooper Rush is still
you
going to have games
the
where
one
he
game.
does.
Yeah, you got beat the one game that he turned it over.
Yeah, still going to have those.
I think that's what complimentary football does for your defense, though.
Yeah.
That your defense is playing worse because you're not playing as much complimentary football. That's part of it. The other part of it is teams are figuring out more and more they can run all over you, right? So how do you keep your defense fresh for the fourth quarter? Keep running the ball. Mm-hmm. Keep that clock going. Play games that are 2 hours and 40 minutes. And have you guys doing an extra 2 segments on the post-game show.
Happy to after a victory.
Yeah, that's Broadus' real reason why he doesn't want Cooper Rush starting at quarterback. It's just like, you're leaving me. It's a 3-hour post-game, not a 3-hour and 20-minute one. When Cooper Rush is the quarterback, we're going 3:20. This is bull bleep. Let's go throw interceptions with Dak, please. Let's get some overtimes here.
I also don't think, Gavin, you're campaigning to have Rush start. I think you're just campaigning to have
that style of football,
that game plan with Dak quarterback,
like we saw in 2016.
Right. I just want,
best Dak we've ever seen.
Right, and I don't want that to be taken out of context, because I do think we have some texts coming in like you're trying to push for Rush. I don't think that's what you're trying to do whatsoever.
No.
I think you're just trying to say that game plan worked, and just because you have Dak Prescott doesn't mean you need to go ahead and go away from that. And that is something that we talked about, and we were a little nervous about them doing. Throwing the football 46 times was too much.
It's a knee-jerk reaction from the Dak super fan that as soon as you start making sense, they have to throw back at you and put into your words an idea that doesn't make sense so they can think you're an idiot. Oh, you think this. It's like, no, I'm just making a lot of sense about how the Cowboys should be approaching offensive football. And, you know, I think that triggers a lot of people.
And the numbers showed it yesterday. The Tolos did the research themselves. Dak is 6-14 in games where he throws the ball in his career more than 40 times. In fact, most quarterbacks, unless you're a Hall of Famer, unless you're Peyton Manning and Tom Brady, you don't have winning records when you throw the football more than 40 times. You've got to be rare. You've got to be all-time special. And I love Dak, but Dak isn't all-time special.
Yeah, there's even all-time special guys who are well under 500 in that. Like it's a collection of guys on one hand that have been able to pull it off. And the farther you go down that list, the more average it becomes. And Dak, when it comes to throwing 40 times or more, is right around Carson Palmer and Matt Stafford, which is pretty good. You know, I'd say in the grand scheme of quarterback history, that's not a bad collection to be in, but it's like 30% win percentage. Right? And Brady's up at like 55. Mahomes is ungodly at like 75 somehow because he's come into the NFL and started so hot.
Yeah, and you do see the Cowboys right now as being a team that more often than not on a 2nd and long situation is still running the ball. They're still running the ball on early downs at a much higher rate than it would be expected. So they're still doing those things. I think a lot of it comes into, it's not necessarily that you passed, but how did you go about doing it? Because there are ways to pass the ball that are hugely beneficial to Dak. And it's similar to like that with Cooper Rush, but Dak's obviously much better. You can still do more with Dak, but they still too often for me are just, hey, let's be very stagnant and let's just go shotgun and we'll just drop back and we'll trust our quarterback to see into 7 secondary members and make the right throw and make it accurately. And that's not something that he is great at doing it. And most of these quarterbacks in the league we're finding out are not good at doing that. So Kellen Moore, it's not to me about just turn around and hand the ball off, turn around and hand the ball off, stay in 2nd and 10, stay in 3rd and 8, and make Dak bail you out of 3rd and long like he did all of 2016. To me, it's just throw the ball in ways that are helpful to your quarterback and your playmakers. Don't be stagnant. Don't just go shotgun drop back. How many times did we see Kellen Moore selling the heavy personnel? We're running the ball, but it's play action Cooper Rush, and he's throwing the ball down the field.
I hear you.
You got to be able to do some of that stuff. You have to have more creativity,
no doubt,
to your passing game.
Amen
and
to
make
that.
it easier on your quarterback.
But I don't think
don't just turn around and hand it off 50 times a game.
I don't think you have a coordinator that is capable of it.
No, you don't. Not to this point.
Well, he found that gear once already this season when Cooper Rush was there. I'm just asking that you find it again. I'm not going to give up on him. You know, maybe this was the game that showed it. Like, we didn't believe the Packers would switch to run dominant.
They sure didn't. They were telling me after the game,
Yeah, but if they lost 5 in a row, and they were embarrassed enough to be like, well, damn, we got to run it a lot.
Yeah.
Okay, Anthony Brown could play Sunday against the Vikings. Concussion. Him and Jordan Lewis being out, I think, is a factor as well with all the breakdowns that we saw with Bland and Joseph out there. Mavs game night, they host the Clippers. Kawhi Leonard still not back. A report from the Mavs trade market, they're not interested in trading for Ben Simmons. Sources telling Mark Stein. Dallas has been mentioned previously as a potential team who could pursue him, but Steiny's saying no, forget about it.
I think Ben Simmons is interested in the Mavs more than the Mavs are interested in Ben Simmons.
Yes, that is something that we had heard last week, right?
Yep,
okay,
absolutely.
We got the G-Bag of the day coming up at 2:30. A sports hodgepodge is on deck when we come back, guys. Where are we going to go podging?
Well, we do have the most athletic man in the world that we need to show some respects to, and we have to pay our condolences to this guy's bowels. That's next.
All right, welcome back, Nation. It is time now for a sports hodgepodge. Here they are, Wolchuk and Chiafalo.
Thank you very much, General. Got some local stories. Then we got some fun sports hodgepodge stuff for you. How about Martin Perez? He has accepted the Rangers qualifying offer. He's now going to earn $19.65 million as he's back with the Rangers. So John Gray and Martin Perez, along with Jake Odorizzi, will be your top 3 starters as of right now. We'll see what happens with the rest of the market. Certainly the Rangers are still in play for DeGrom, Rodon, Verlander's out there, and then maybe a trade. And then, my goodness, the numbers for this monster game between the Cowboys and Packers on TV.
What happened?
Overtime thriller on Sunday, 29.2 million viewers on Fox. Wow. It is the most watched NFL game on any network this season. The Cowboys are still king.
Wow, that's
Dang
incredible.
right they are. Makes sense, especially when you couple the fact that it's the Packers.
Yep.
That's monster
2
brands.
legendary franchises.
Going into overtime, NFL game of the week. Yeah, and especially when it's like, what was the alternative at that point? It was Colt McCoy versus John Skelton, I believe.
There was some bad ball going on.
And then Jeff Saturday and the Colts.
Oh, that's right. And
Jeff
then
Saturday in the park. Yeah.
You had the disgrace to football bowl going on between McDaniels and Saturday. That's amazing.
You know, every time you say Rodon, I think of a Godzilla character that he's like battling.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Am I right about that?
I think you
it was
are.
it was. I thought. Back,
Yes.
Yeah.
Rodon.
Yeah. I wonder whose side he's on. You know, it was always the thing. It was kind of crazy.
Rodon get the best of him?
Yeah, they make these crazy ass sounds. There's this goddamn. And every time you say it, I'm thinking that's a Godzilla movie going on right there.
That's amazing.
Godzilla. Maybe I wonder if that's his nickname. You should go to Baseball Reference and see what his nickname is.
Oh, Martins?
Because if
or
no, Rodon's, right? Rodon's.
Oh, okay, I got it.
Rodon's the one that is synonymous for Broadus in his brain with Godzilla.
Yeah.
So maybe he's got the
He's
Godzilla.
the Godzilla of baseball.
I think they call him like Rodan, but I get Rodon. I get it. You know,
that's
spelled out, it's all the same.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking. I'm like, man, all right, pretty cool. Back in the day, those were really cool. Those things, black and white.
Yeah, Rodon was flying around. You could see the strings, but you did not care.
Mothra.
You know, yeah.
Mothra was a problem, you know, and the way that Godzilla got across the water was amazing. I mean, he was swimming quite well.
His nickname is just Los.
Los?
Oh, really?
Nothing super cool there.
All right.
Wow.
Let's change that if he gets here.
Shout out to all the Loses out there. Good Lord.
Los is not a character that Godzilla
Are
fought.
you getting tingly? Does that get you excited?
There's nothing amazing about Los.
Right?
No, I mean,
regular ass Los.
it is. It's definitely not special like Godzilla would have been.
No, Godzilla would be badass.
All right, not so badass was on the Eurosport channel where the UK Billiards Championship, aka the Snooker Championship, was taking place.
Yeah.
And it was a really heavyweight bout between 2 supreme snooker players, one of them being Mark Williams, but he did end up taking the L to Jamie Clark, unfortunately, in the UK Championship after losing 6-3.
Tough competitor.
Hate that guy.
Got snookered. He did. And at one point during the championship bout, you see Mark Williams after
trying to cheat.
No, not trying to cheat. He's running. He runs out of the room, and everybody's kind of wondering what's going on. And he had a case of the food poisonings. And so my guy Mark Williams was trying to have like his MJ flu game. This is in the championship, and so Mark's like, obviously, I came here for a reason. I have to do this. But there was some level of food poisoning that he was dealing with. So you see him during the match, just as soon as he hits one of the balls, he drops the stick and bails for the bathroom, and he ends up losing, and he ends up constantly going in and out because he
sounds unsanitary,
crushing him. Yeah, it's a
That
terrible
damn
situation.
pub food he was probably eating, right?
All the fish and chips and vinegar.
Yeah. They were backfiring on him
for having that haggis or something like that. Something he ate.
Well, afterwards he says, quote, "That was probably the worst I've ever felt trying to play a snooker match. If it wasn't for such a big tournament, I don't think I would have come back after the interval. I started the match with a pair of boxer shorts, and by frame 3, I didn't have them anymore. If you see a pair in the bin, they're mine."
He's free balling out there.
That's amazing. He's got the ridded tux pants on? Is that what he's working with? Did we wear tuxes doing this?
Yeah,
thing?
let me see. Yeah, he is. He's all dolled up. He looks incredible. It's like a 3-piece suit. He's got the vest on. He's got the bow tie. But his composure began to sort of seep out of him a little bit there.
Could you say leaning over the table? Would that have been hard to kind of maintain? I mean, is that the problem?
I think so.
You're leaning over?
Well, I think the problem is just generally that your bowels are actively playing defense against you doing anything other than sitting on the porcelain throne.
Yeah.
And then if it's, I don't know if he was dealing with any vomiting situation, but it was definitely coming out of the back end in a way that had him basically just throwing in the towel, literally throwing in the boxers and saying, you know what, Jamie Clark, you have it this time. Yes. Congratulations on your UK Snooker Championship, sir. So do feel bad for that guy. Hagee mentioned this gentleman during crosstalk earlier, Uncle Chen, the 50-year-old runner who completed a marathon.
Uncle Chen.
Okay. 50 years old. He completes the marathon in 3 hours and 28 minutes, which is more than an hour under your average mark for a 15-year-old male runner. The difference between Uncle Chen and your traditional marathon runners that the entire duration of the 3 hour and 20-minute marathon running for Uncle Chen, he was just powering through heaters.
Dang. I can't imagine that. Yeah, that's just
supposed to not be good for the lungs.
Was he sponsored by
the heart? We don't.
Was he sponsored by Lucky Strike or something like that? Camels,
Marlboro.
He might be now. I mean, at this point, he's a proper legend, and he deserves every single endorsement that comes his way.
Yeah. Definitely Newport. They always had cats playing basketball.
Yeah, exactly.
If they're smoking, he was like, "This is not mixing. What's going on here?" It's like hanging out, smoking cigarettes, playing basketball. You know what we do?
That's a foul. That's a foul. No, it's not. No, it's not.
Dude,
free throws, they're all like lighting up on the
dunking a basketball with a dart in your mouth would be one of the most legendary moments of all time. Like we think it's the MJ tongue out, it's actually the Uncle Chen dart dunk.
They actually changed the NBA
that should
logo.
be on the walls of every childhood basketball fan.
And it's not sticking straight; it's just hanging there a little bit. It's relaxed.
One slight gust of wind, and that thing is gone.
It's like a modern day Marlboro man. You know, that's what that is right there. I'd jump on that if I was Marlboro, actually.
I'm just blown away.
I couldn't even breathe when I ran marathons. I mean, the guy's taking cigarettes in.
Yeah.
Couldn't even breathe.
Mowing through cartons, bro.
God.
There it is. It's a Sports Hodgepodge with you in the G-Bag Nation. Time now for the G-Bag of the day. We go into the Pimp Cut.
Yeah.
It's like the Godzilla song.
It is. It 100% is a Godzilla song, man.
It is.
Yeah. It's slowed down and everything, but
There you go.
There he is. It's Godzilla.
Wonder whose side he's on. He's probably not on our side today.
Love Godzilla, bro.
The lips were moving too fast. Yeah.
There was one where like Perry Mason was like the head guy in Godzilla, and Godzilla sacrificed himself for the humans. He jumps into the volcano. I was like, this is not real whatsoever. He'd be lighting us up out here. We make room.
Perry Mason, he was. He was trying to convince everybody, hey, this is a problem, guys. Oh, no, it's not. No problem here.
Well, I sat down and watched that stuff. I was raised by the television. Our winner is Zion Williams. He hit a reporter with the Drewski. I pulled the Drewski this time so you guys can hear it.
Yep.
Little meme. He's an internet comedian. What do you mean by that?
What do you mean by that?
What do you mean by that?
All right.
Hey, man, I know about you, buddy. And he says a lot of stuff. Here's Zion Williams.
How would you rate your defense tonight? You tell me, man. I'm going to know something about you. How would you rate my defense tonight? Be honest. There's no wrong answers. Be honest. I can accept that.
Some great acting. Some great acting right there.
Yeah.
By the big fella.
I love it, man.
Sit my ass down.
Does he accept a C+ in that situation, or does he become
a wrong answer?
No,
I don't know, bro. Like if this was Dallas, like if he said that in Dallas, he's cool with a B-. Oh, that'd be headlines out here. How dare he?
Doesn't want to be great. He's fine with second place.
Yeah, don't tell that to Sharif.
Yeah, he won't be.
Let's see what else I got for you boys. How about the disappointed boyfriend? You guys seen that?
No.
Disappointed boyfriend.
Nope, but I'm voting for it.
He wanted to hang out and watch, football on a Sunday and said his girlfriend made him go to the Butterfly Festival.
No way.
Coward.
And then he ends up on the news like this, it's a small little festival. It's not too many people out there at the Butterfly Festival, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So he ends up out there on the news and he kept it real.
The colorful event is a blend of creativity and educational fun for the whole family. Hundreds of people stopped by the Watersound Town Center Pavilion for some live music, lawn games, art exhibits, and so much more.
I was thinking it's Sunday, I'm going to watch football, stay at my house, have a cold one. But my girlfriend wanted to come out here, and I'm actually glad I did. It's a great day. You know, what a vibe.
Lies.
I'm going to go get my face painted soon and have a grilled cheese. So it's going to be a good one.
What a vibe.
I can tell you from personal experience, I did have a grilled cheese there, and it was absolutely delicious.
Oh my God.
She's all excited.
Yeah, I'm having a great time. What a vibe out here.
Sounds like a
Butterfly
living
contest. I'm going to drink beers all day, chill out on my couch, watch some football. But I'm going to get my face painted and have a grilled cheese sandwich later. How about you? Take it back to you, Jim.
I had a grilled cheese and it was quite good.
The things we do.
I don't do that stuff anymore, man.
I'm not
There's
doing
a cutoff.
Oh, no.
I don't know if I ever
why I'm
did.
still single.
Monday
You
through
wanna do what?
Saturday.
Oh, I went to the farmer's market like Sunday morning early.
I went Saturday.
Got it in early because football starts at noon. It did start earlier, but I'm not waking up for watching the NFL Network.
You're not going to wake up and have a little Tom Brady and Geno Smith for breakfast?
No, I'm happy for Tom though. He was going off.
He was.
Yeah. Ooh, you seen that? Look, you seen the update on that situation, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
He's got his wife.
She been there, right?
Yeah.
That's probably why he came back in the situation.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna come home, and we'll do this family thing. Then he ran up on the kickboxer guy. Oh, he's in the picture. I'm going back to the game.
Yep. Yeah. Let me go get back that pigskin.
Let me get back to the game.
Jiu-jitsu to a
She has a
whole level.
she's getting the first laugh, but wait till off-season Tom makes an appearance.
Yeah, and
off-season Tom's going to be a different animal.
She's moving across the street from him. Well, across the canal. You can't bring your new boyfriend across the canal. Anyway, this is supposed to be G
Yeah, well, he's not putting up any blinds or anything. He's going to let Giselle see it all.
That's right.
Yeah. Oh, the same body we seen at the NFL Combine. You might want to get them blinds up, bro.
He doesn't want Giselle seeing his body.
What's your
It's
blind
the
people,
other bodies.
Dawson? Get your blinds up, bro.
He's going to be Tom Hefner in the office.
Oh, yeah.
All right, here we go. We got a grandma. She's posing like a little thotty. It's supposed to be, hey, Grandma Cheese. And Grandma was just supposed to stand there and smile, but it said she turned around like a little thotty, put her hands on her hip, and bent over.
Oh.
When she bent over, though, she farted.
Uh-oh.
Twice.
Yeah.
Then the second one is like oh.
Slow down. Fool me once.
Cheese. This is disgusting.
Ooh. That second one, bro. I got to run it back on that second one.
It has some hang time.
Is that Martha?
Cheese. This is disgusting.
Yeah.
Yeah, that second one came by like a...
It sounded like that busted up car from that dude last week when he's driving off.
Yeah. Sound like she like a Kawasaki Ninja.
I heard her depends were showing through her dress.
At what age can you just never trust a fart anymore? Like, are you there, Broadus?
What age can you trust it, man?
Yeah, I'm not there yet. I'm not there yet.
You feel it, though.
My mom and dad, I kind of feel for. Like walking around the house, it happens. You're kind of like, I don't even say anything anymore. I don't. I used to like, oh, and now I'm like, man, you're 83 and 78.
Yeah.
Come on, it
Yeah.
happens.
Yeah.
Just walking, it happens.
The granddaughter was so surprised in that, by the way. She was taken aback.
The second one, oh my gosh.
She
Yeah,
was
I
saying
learned my
that's
lesson.
disgusting.
I think I was in my 30s when I started realizing, you just can't do this like you used to.
Yeah.
I slipped up and left my drawers at El Chico's in Arlington. Right over there by Sherlock's. Yeah, I left my drawers over there. I eat too many pears and drink too much water to be doing that now. I don't play around.
Over there by Sherlock.
Yeah. Oh, speaking
I'm
of.
gonna say ponchos or something like that. Raising that flag.
That's a death wish.
Speaking of, if you can't eat a lot of dairy products, what is that called?
Lactose intolerant.
This poor guy, his family just put him out there. You could tell he did not know why she asked him again, but he said it again.
What is that thing called when you can't drink milk?
Lactose intolerant.
Lactose and what?
Lactose intolerant.
Okay.
That's when you can't drink milk and stuff. That's how you say it.
Lactose intolerant. That's when I can't drink milk. I'm lactose intolerant.
I'm liking it. Yeah.
Sounds like a dream.
White Russian. Yeah.
Man, that reminds me.
Jeez.
Abby was in first grade and she came home. She's like, "Can we have a investigation into my aunt's sisters?" And I'm like, "Huh?" She's like, "My aunt's sisters." and she was trying to say the word ancestors.
Oh,
ancestors.
Yeah. Close.
Okay.
Cutest thing ever.
Ancestors.
Ancestors. Yes.
That's some Alexander resident stuff. Ancestors.
I still
over
remind
here.
her of it. I loved it. Okay, any of the nominees, Lucius?
Tell her we all trace back to Nick Cannon some way, somehow.
We sure will.
That's right.
We sure will. Let's see what else I got for you, boys. Oh, have you guys heard LaJames Tucker? He got his heart broke. Little kid named LaJames Tucker.
James.
Yeah, he's welcome to the family, LaJames. A heartbroken man. Get this little boy some Capri Sun and some fruit snacks.
Doing this. And Bianca, if you're seeing this, just know LaJames Tucker is done with you. He's done with you. Cause you hurt me. That's a pain that nobody can fix.
James, how the girl hurt you?
Oh!
James, it's not that serious. You
know
really getting your feelings.
You know what it is? It's them pretty girls that just the work.
Yeah, it's the pretty ones, bro. They get you every time.
Pretty guys.
James Tucker got torn up by a girl.
Yeah.
Okay, it's a pain that nobody can fix. Is it guy who is lactose in Toronto? What was that? Grandma posing like a thotty, disappointed boyfriend, or Zion, our one-time G-Bag of the Day champion? I'm gonna go with the champ Zion Williamson there over there.
What do you
Chief,
mean
how
by
about
that?
you?
I'm gonna go with the grandma.
Try to win, Lucius.
Oh, grandma letting it rip.
2-1. We'll check.
Just because I've seen it, and she was hella surprised. She turned around trying to be a little thotty, and it jumped on out of her.
That is great. I'm going with the poor guy who had to go see the butterflies.
Oh yeah,
horrible.
damn! I forgot about that fella.
It's 2-1, Brian.
I'm going to go with the grandmother today.
By a score of 3-1, and your new G-Bag of the Day champion, it's Grandma. Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Where are we going with that, sir?
Guys, has Dan Quinn been masking these problems the whole time? Let's talk about that next.
Coming up Wednesday morning on
Take control of Barricade Rentals. Buys Barricade as a full-service provider, taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size from start to finish. It is the Texas Authority in Barricade Rentals. BuysBarricades.com.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Former Cowboys quarterback Ben DiNucci is coming up on the show at 3 o'clock. We'll get his thoughts on where the Cowboys go from here, his memories of being a Cowboys quarterback. It is time now for Krusty's Corner. Here's Broadus.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. I've got some questions in mind that I want to get with you guys. You know me, I always have these questions about the football team, especially after what we saw last night with the Commanders and the Eagles and all. So maybe something that can draw some conversation. And Zach, I'll start with you on this one. Jason Peters working at tackle only, does that mean that Tyler Smith is going to be moving to guard?
I think so. I think that was my initial guess, was if they keep talking about Tyron. So if they're excited about Tyron, he's going to get his spot back at left tackle. And I think that you just move Tyler over to left guard. I just think he's played too well. And we thought he played better than McGovern. I know they didn't necessarily say that.
No, they didn't see it our way for sure.
But they also haven't necessarily wanted to tip their hand on what they actually will do along the offensive line. So who knows if they would have actually played McGovern over Tyler if that was the case week one. So, yeah, I think you kick Tyler Smith into left guard and you play both Smiths on the left side. And hopefully that's a really good left side. And then Jason Peters ends up being your backup to Tyron and McGovern is your backup to Tyler.
How about that, Chief?
Yeah, Jerry's been talking about Tyron coming back since the day he got injured, and we all knew when he comes back, he's going back to his Hall of Fame left tackle position. So Tyler Smith is going to have to move over, and having Jason Peters is really nice insurance for you.
Yeah, I think so. But it's just weird that you wouldn't go Peters at left tackle because they're talking about how they like what he's doing in practice and put Tyler Smith at left guard now.
Yeah.
Why not do it now? Because you have the possibility and you've been telling us. So I'm not going to rule out something weird with somebody going to right tackle.
Is there any possibility? Oh, you said we're going to right tackle.
Yeah.
Okay. So
it's where Tyron played in college in his rookie year.
I wonder, do you think there's a possibility that Tyron Smith would just be a backup?
I don't think so.
I wouldn't imagine they're talking about him this much and that they're getting an all-pro back and all that.
Exactly.
If they were considering transitioning him to retirement, basically.
But you're saying right tackle, though, that maybe that's...
Maybe. I mean, sure. I'm going to go with 55% the scenario you guys throw out there.
Sure.
I'm going to go with 30%. Something weird's going to happen with somebody at right tackle, and then a 15% of I don't know what the hell they're going to do because they've been so random about it.
I thought initially that it was automatically that he was going to move to guard, but
Tyler Smith?
Yeah. But I'm not too sure.
Why not do it now?
That's a damn good point. I mean, if you go ahead, but maybe they're just like, listen, we think Jason Peters is just a backup.
Yeah, I mean, they can say anything they want about, we like Jason Peters and how he's practicing and everything like that, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that's factual. It doesn't mean it's true. They might be looking at Jason Peters practicing every day going, dear God, this
they
guy
might just be saying nice things.
Right.
Yeah,
but we need O-line depth. It's hard to come by O-line depth here.
Yeah, exactly. Chief, which helps the Cowboys right now? Fix the run defense or add Odell Beckham?
Well, I just think it's unrealistic I think fixing the run defense is, I don't know how you go about really doing that. Because you're not able to bring anybody else in. Feels like Dan Quinn is doing everything in his power.
Yeah, he's adamant that he feels like he has the right people to do it.
Yeah, and they've been talking about it all season. They haven't been good at stopping the run all season. They still haven't fixed it. So would you love to fix the run defense? Absolutely. I don't know that you're doing that. I think Odell Beckham Jr. can come in here and actually really help you. So to me, Odell Beckham Jr. would be the most realistic option here.
Zach?
Well, what helps you right now would be...
Which helps the Cowboys right now?
Would be the run defense, right? Because I don't know realistically how quickly Odell Beckham Jr. is going to be available. I mean, he's saying he needs 2 weeks just to get into football shape before he wants to go and meet with a team. So Odell's going to need a little bit of a ramp-up period. Right now, today, if I could wave a magic wand and this run defense is fixed and Dan Quinn can maybe find a way to get this thing corrected, hell yeah, give me that.
Gavin?
Yeah, I think Chiafalo made a great point. It's much more realistic. You could get Odell Beckham Jr., but in a fantasy land, let me fix the run defense. Yeah, I'll take that. I think Odell Beckham Jr. is going to help you maybe once or twice, throughout the course of the season. You'll be like, wow, he was the difference here. But it's like every series, that's a threat to crush you.
Kind of feel like that having him on that 4th and 3 might have been a play to him, or maybe you're not in that situation.
In a playoff game, he can make a difference for you.
Is, absolutely. All right, Gavin. Should the Cowboys worry about teams figuring it out for the playoff race? And I'm talking about Tampa, Green Bay, Washington, San Francisco. Should the Cowboys be worried about teams figuring it out for the playoff race?
I think you absolutely should with San Francisco. With Green Bay and Tampa Bay, I think you need to be confident that even though that went against you, you were the better team than Green Bay and you're the better team than Tampa Bay. You need to have the right game plan. And I think the Cowboys would have that. But it's San Francisco's ability to bully you that I would be most concerned with. And I think it's just a matter of them getting healthy. I think on paper, maybe the best team in the conference.
Eric?
Yeah, I think that you're getting to a place where you have to, as long as you're taking care of business, you're good. But you can't think you can just go have 9 or even 10 wins and think you're getting into the playoffs. You're gonna need to go get 11 wins because the Niners are right there, the Giants are right there. Right now, New York, and the Niners are all the wild card teams. But Washington's floating around. I don't really trust in what they got, but they're a tough out for anybody with the way they're starting to play defense, getting Chase Young back, they're running the ball. And then Aaron Rodgers, the mystery box of Aaron Rodgers, I wasn't buying into it on Sunday. Walchuk was. You were. It bit you. Yeah. So, yeah, there's a little bit of concern here. You got to go win 11 games, so go do that, and you're fine.
You say it all the time, Brian. The NFL is a strange lady.
It is.
You got to win football games and make sure that you don't start to let this thing become a slide. You got a tough game coming up against Minnesota. All right. If all of a sudden you lose back-to-back games, we're all going to be feeling a little bit sick on Thanksgiving Day with the Giants coming to town. So you best damn well win that one because things are starting to get a little bit cluttered here in the NFC playoff picture.
I would worry about Tampa, and I think the Commanders are an interesting team because of how they do play defense. And they've kind of figured something out with their quarterback.
I think the Cowboys own Heineke.
Okay. I mean, it's
they don't scare
last
me,
game
but you're
of the
right.
year.
They're a tough out, and they're a
yeah.
competitive football team, but I'm not worried about them when it comes to against the Cowboys.
Okay. Coming back to you on this one, are we going to see more big games from CeeDee Lamb, or was that just a one-off of the year?
You will see more games because CeeDee Lamb is all they have. Michael Gallup is a shell of himself. I don't think he's playing with a lot of confidence. I don't know that if it's the knee or what's going on, but he's not really getting a lot of separation unless teams are just playing off coverage. And maybe they watch the All-22 and they realize best way to defend Michael Gallup, play tight, play some man press against him. But if you want to play off like Rasul Douglas did, allow him a slant inside, then Michael Gallup's still good for you. Otherwise, he's not giving you a lot of separation. Neither is any other receiver outside of CeeDee Lamb. But yeah, he's going to have to be big for you, or else what are you getting out of anyone else in your receiving room?
Eric?
CeeDee Lamb is first in the sport in target share. They're force feeding him. Just by the nature of that, yeah, he's going to have big games.
Gavin?
Well, he's getting a lot of target. That's crazy, but he's not. He's only had one 100-yard game.
Yeah.
I guess I'm going to go with the no because that's been his career up to this point. For 2.5 seasons, he doesn't have monster games. So I guess not, but I think he's a really good player.
Yeah, I kind of worry about that a little bit. I think what you're talking about, the receivers around him need to improve, and maybe that's why you talk about going to get Odell Beckham, that maybe that helps it even more. But man, he has not been as consistent as I thought he might be, with these games. So, and the game plan might have something to do with that too. All right, Eric, let's go with you on this one though. Has Dan Quinn been masking problems all year, and are our opponents starting to figure out the defense?
Yeah, the opponents are starting to figure out the defense for sure. Dan Quinn, He's trying to, but it's hard to say that he's been masking them because they've still sucked at it. So he's trying to mask it with different things, playing some guys in the box, doing all the stunting that he's doing, stunting more than anybody in the sport by a wide margin, but it's not working. Yeah. So it's hard, for me, it's hard to say that he is masking them because it's the same conversation every week that their run defense isn't good, and now you just gave up all the big plays. So, and that's because Dan Quinn was overcompensating for the run defense that is struggling with, and even while overcompensating for it, still failing to stop it. So, I think Dan Quinn we were lamenting Kellen Moore yesterday. Dan Quinn, I think we're all looking at you now. What's the deal?
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. I wasn't sure how to answer that until Chiafalo just did right there, and I think he makes a hell of a point. And I would add to that it's just teams figuring out how to attack them better.
Yeah.
You know, just like last year at midseason where they were like, hey, this is how we stop Dak. Now they're like, hey, this is how you beat the Cowboys defense. Just keep running it again and again and again and again. Even if you think you're in a must-pass situation, think again.
And avoid Trayvon Diggs.
Yes.
If I just don't throw Trayvon Diggs' way, I can have my way with anybody, especially when Dan Quinn's going to not have a safety over top of Kelvin Joseph or Anthony Brown.
Yeah, I don't really know what more you really can expect out of Dan Quinn. I think he's doing everything he can for you. I think this is a player issue, and they need to step up. Jaron Kearse, where are you? Yeah. You know, that when you do keep Malik Hooker back, he's not doing anything for you, right? Yeah. You don't have a good enough second corner right now.
Jerry said something yesterday, pass rush is a privilege. I think that's the message they're trying to get to their players. Like, if you don't play the run, we're not going to let you rush the pass. Yeah. They're trying to go to every motivational tactic they can to try to get the players to play the run a little bit better. And I hope it's possible. I really do, because it's been a problem for a while, and not fixing it to this point makes me believe they can't fix it. So I'm looking to be surprised.
Gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thank you, Brian. Great stuff. Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 2:40. Coming up next, former Cowboys starting quarterback Ben DiNucci right here. It's the G-Bag Nation and the Fan.
You can wait 24 hours. myfitnessstore.com studios. Let's do this. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It is hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. Joining us now is a special guest. It's the former Cowboys quarterback. He is in Vegas for the XFL draft and just got selected by the Seattle Sea Dragons today. It's quarterback Ben DiNucci here on The Fan. He's in the building! Good afternoon, sir. Thanks for joining us.
What's up, guys? I appreciate the warm welcome.
Oh, man, it's good to have you here and talking football, and congrats. How's it feel to be a Sea Dragon?
Thank you. It's good. It's been a little weird the past 2 months, just sitting on my couch on the weekends watching games. I'd probably be lying if I told you it didn't, piss me off a little bit. So I'm excited. I'm excited to have a job again, still be playing football. So I'm grateful. Can't ask for anything else.
What do you know about the organization up there? Do you have a head coach and some teammates you're familiar with?
I do. Jim Haslett is the head coach. June Jones is the OC, so they're going to let me sling the ball around a little bit, which is right up my alley, so I'm looking forward to that. The actual draft for the rest of the players is tomorrow and Thursday. They did the quarterbacks today, but now I'm excited. I'm looking forward to it. Should be a good product. I know there's a lot of excitement around the XFL right now.
Well, Ben, I'm going to be real honest with you. I had somebody from the Houston Roughnecks call me, and they were asking me about you, and I think the Roughnecks were 2 picks behind where you were selected. I think there was a possibility you might have ended up in Houston if you'd have got past Seattle.
That's interesting. Yeah, I've known that I've been going to Seattle for about a month now. So,
oh, really?
They've been trying to keep this thing under wraps for as long as possible. And today was the day where they're kind of announcing, doing all that stuff. So yeah, I mean, I would have loved to stay in Texas. The Arlington team would have been awesome too, but. Honestly, it's pretty cool. The whole league is based in Dallas, so Dallas will be the whole central hub for everything, and then we're going to fly out to the different cities on weekends. So that'll be kind of perfect storm for me. It worked out really well.
Oh, that's exciting. I mean, we're pumped about the Renegades out here for sure. It's a bummer you didn't get to be a Renegade. Now you got to go play in Seattle. But
the Renegades need some drafts, some DBs, baby. They got to stop this offensive attack.
Yeah, no doubt, dude. We'll be pulling for you, man. We saw you out there in training camp. You're always winning the quarterback drills. But what's been going on out there in Vegas? Like, what's the hype around the XFL right now for the fans out there that want to get involved?
Yeah, they've got us doing a bunch of engagement stuff out here. They flew all of us in last night. There's 12 or 13 guys, so it's actually pretty cool. They've kind of taken us behind the scenes around a bunch of stuff. It's us, the head coaches, and then all the XFL operations, and we're supposed to meet The Rock, I think tomorrow or tonight or something, so that'll be pretty cool. See if he wants to do some arm wrestling or something like that. But no, there's a lot of excitement around it. We're doing some meet and greets, some different stuff. Some guys are already down big at the craps table, so we've had some good laughs already.
That's fantastic. Is the Sea Dragon? The Sea Dragon seems like it's the most kick-ass of the mascots for the XFL. Am I wrong about this?
I would agree. No, I think you're probably right. Yeah, I mean, Sea Dragon has a nice ring to it, right?
Yeah. I think it's. I mean, the Battlehawks is pretty strong. We know the Renegades, the Vipers. You got the Guardians. I don't know. I think the Sea Dragon is up there for sure. Now, I'm curious what the transition, Ben, of playing for you're at Pitt and then you go James Madison, okay, and you dominate, and then you blink your eyes and it's Sunday Night Football and you're the starting quarterback for the Dallas Cowboys in Philadelphia. Like, is there even a way to describe the difference in what it was you were seeing going from James Madison playing these teams to all of a sudden playing an NFL defense? Like, describing that, is it hard to even compute?
Hey, stay in the huddle, boys. Stay in the huddle.
Yeah, it's actually pretty interesting you guys brought that up. I tweeted about an hour ago that, my journey has always been very different than everybody else's. Wouldn't have it any other way. That's just kind of been my MO. I mean, I wasn't a 5-star guy coming out of high school. I had to scrap and claw for Power 5 offers, ended up at Pitt. Things didn't go the way I wanted. Didn't even know if I was going to play football again. Was I going to graduate, just get on with my life, blah, blah, blah. Decided to keep playing football. Just wanted to have some fun, go play. I went to JMU, played really well. And the NFL just was kind of one of those things. And 6 months later, I was suiting up on Sunday Night Football back in my home state for the first time I was ever on the field in the NFL. So, yeah, kind of a crazy whirlwind of 2 or 3 years there. But that's just the business of how this thing all works. Listen, I'm 25. I'm still playing ball for a living, so I can't really have no reason to stress, no reason to kind of harp on the past. But I'm a firm believer in just control what you can control. Stuff happens for a reason, so I'm going to keep trying to put my best foot in front of the other, and hopefully be back in the NFL when this thing's all said and done in a few months.
It's quarterback Ben DiNucci here with you on 105.3 The Fan, drafted in the XFL today. We're talking football. You bring up that start for the Cowboys a couple of years ago. What do you remember about that? And just a side question, is the sidearm throw a normal part of your repertoire?
I think it's pretty normal at this point. It is, yeah. I'm looking forward to seeing how many of those I can complete in the XFL, since I didn't complete too many of them that Sunday night game. So hopefully that'll be a better turnout. But the one thing that kind of sticks out for me from that Sunday night game was Brandon Graham talking shit to me every play before I walked in. Oh, sorry about that. Talking crap to me every play before I got in the huddle. So I think it would have been a little different had there been 75,000 people in the stands. It was a little different because it was that COVID year, so I think they were only allowed to have like 4,000 fans or something like that. So I didn't really even have time to get nervous or worry about any of that stuff. I just tried to tell myself that this is the game you've been playing for the past 10 years. Just go have fun and try to just put the team in good positions to score and put points on the board. And so I did a decent job of that. I mean, it was the first time I'd ever, started, got to have some experience in an NFL game. So, I mean, all positives, honestly.
Incredible memories. And with that Brandon Graham talking mess like that, I bet you enjoyed the conclusion of last night's Monday Night Football game. Did you see what he did?
Well, we were in the casino watching that, and I was telling some of the guys, I was like, yeah, he was saying some pretty choice words to me every time I got in the huddle before the game. So I think it was pretty sweet to see Philly lose last night. I don't really have a team anymore. I mean, I'll still root for Dallas because I've got True Brand and all that stuff, but I know that people in Dallas are probably pretty happy to see the outcome of that game last night.
Always.
How does that work when Brandon Graham is spitting vitriol at you? Do you even have time to really register it, or you're so focused? And like, are you trash talking back as a quarterback?
Maybe if I was a 10-year guy and won 7 Super Bowls like Tom Brady, but I had no right to say anything back to those guys. I kind of just
agree with them
when I got. I mean, yeah. Some of the stuff he was saying was probably pretty accurate in the time. I can't say on air what he was saying, but I mean, you could probably use your imagination and muster up some of the stuff that he was coming up with. But no, I mean, I was just getting into the huddle with a smile on my face, and Zach Martin and some of those guys were just like, yeah, that's just who he is. Kind of. Just take it with a grain of salt and let it be. So that was kind of my welcome to the NFL moment, I guess you could say.
So you mentioned you're still pulling for the Cowboys. Did you get to watch the game against the Packers, and what were your thoughts?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I watched the game. I mean, it's tough. Penalties. I mean, I hear that talk a lot. I don't know. It was a good game as a fan. Just kind of watching the game, I've had a different perspective on the whole. It's very different watching from your couch opposed to watching on the field and being able to see everything. I was told for them to pull that out when they went up 28-14. I almost shut the TV off. But Aaron Rodgers was my favorite player growing up, and I kind of expected that he would have something to say about that, considering that Coach McCarthy, that was his first time going back, and he had such a integral part of Aaron's career. So. It was as a fan, it was a great game to watch. As somebody from Dallas, as a Cowboys fan, I could see how they'd be very, very frustrated, if that makes sense.
Ben, you've lived playing quarterback here, so you're very equipped to answer this question. Does Kellen Moore call a different game between Dak and, say, any backup quarterback or like Cooper? Is there a different way of the game plan? Do you feel like that the offense is going to be called differently with him, depending on who the quarterback is?
Yeah, I think that's probably pretty fair to assume, and it's really not hard to tell if you're just watching. Lean on the run game a lot when I was playing, and earlier in the year when Cooper was in there, just kind of trust the O-line, let Zeke and TP kind of do what they do, and kind of lean on the defense. But I just think that's probably how every OC in the NFL is going to be. Your starter can do some things that the backups probably can't do, so the game plan is probably going to be a little more expansive, if that makes sense. He's probably going to try to let Dak do a little bit more than say Cooper or myself. So, but that being said, I think you kind of just got to I'm not sure you necessarily need to call the game any different. Just kind of play to the strengths of your team. And right now, I think the O-line and the run game has been so good that they should probably continue to lean on those guys up front.
Ben DiNucci with the show on 105.3 The Fan. We've kind of been wondering about Kellen in as an offensive coordinator, and you've played for several throughout your football career, and now going to Seattle and playing with the Sea Dragons. You'll have June Jones. But, watching that Packers game, it kind of seemed like that offense just kind of got stagnant, maybe helping receivers get open with motion or some other offenses we see, whether it's Miami or San Francisco or Minnesota. How do you think the Cowboys offense compares to some of the other offenses we see in the NFL?
That's a good question. I think the Cowboys are probably right up there in terms of, playmakers and guys just that can play and are very good at football. I would say Kellen's probably a little bit more on the conservative side of game planning, of play calling. They've got the guys, CD, MG. They've got the playmakers around. It just sometimes just got to get guys the ball in space and let those guys go make plays. The quarterback's one of 11, so it doesn't do any good if everyone's not doing their job. And sometimes the best play is just getting the ball in your playmakers' hands and letting them go do what they do.
Did you ever look at Dak and just kind of like feel for him in terms of the type of spotlighting criticism a Dallas Cowboys quarterback gets?
Yeah, 100%. I guess I never really understood that until I kind of played and saw what people were saying on Twitter about me, and some of it was probably justified, honestly. But yeah, I was just watching that game the other night. Those 2 interceptions, I'm not sure either of them were on Dak, honestly. The first one is cover 2, so both safeties shot out. They got the guy running through the middle of the field. CD's supposed to cut that in front of the safety's face and help Dak out there. You can see Dak kind of let the ball go before CD made his break, anticipating that he was going to be in that hole. Just a miscommunication there on that part, and then kind of looked like the same one in the red zone, whether Dalton was supposed to cut it off or CD was supposed to cut it off. Just looked like guys were too close to each other. Anytime you got two guys on the same within a few yards of each other on the field, generally someone's wrong or spacing's just messed up. So.
It's Ben DiNucci here with you. So everybody's wearing this hat with the upside down Dallas. What made you come up with it?
So I actually didn't start it. My business partner started it in 2020. When COVID started, his whole thing was the world felt upside down, Dallas felt upside down. Let me flip Dallas upside down on a hat, see if it looks good. Looked really good. People bought it. After my rookie year, he kind of just asked me to be business partners out of the blue. He had reached out to me and just kind of got me a few hats, and we kept in touch for a few months. It was just very natural how the thing grew. I knew I could get guys on my team to wear it. Every time I wore it out, guys were like, hey, that's pretty cool. What's the deal with that? So I knew that it was a talking piece, a conversation starter, and just naturally, I think if Dak Prescott or Luka Doncic or any of these guys wears anything, and it's in the media, it's like, what is it and how do I get it? So the kind of natural growth of that and Hard Knocks really helped last year too.
So it's the brand is called True Brand, right? What's next for you guys?
That's a good question. I think for 2023, we're going to start rolling out just some different types of materials, apparel. We're basically, I'd say we're probably 90% hats right now. We can get some, T-shirts, hoodies, all different kinds of stuff, made that's Dallas pieces. I'm not sure all of it's going to say upside down Dallas. We kind of want to be different, be creative, and kind of give Dallas, the city, some pieces that they can kind of wear with pride, show that they're from Dallas, represent Dallas, and stand behind us in the city. So a lot of exciting things coming up. Also, I appreciate you guys. I was listening a few weeks ago when you name dropped us, and we had about 200 people flood to the store as you guys were on air. So I appreciate that. I'll have to I'll get you guys some hats, and that'll all be good.
Sweet. I could use an upside down Garland hat while you're working on it.
Special one of one. I'll see if I can get it done.
Sweet.
I'll tell you what, your Mavs gear looks really, really good too, by the way. That's some really some
appreciate
sharp
that.
stuff.
Yeah.
If I could ask you another football question, and it's about Mike McCarthy and sideline interaction with Kellen Moore. When you were down there, how much does Mike click over and talk to Kellen about game plan or how he's calling a game, or is he pretty quiet and letting Kellen do his job?
I do not have an answer to that. My microphone was, I could hear Kellen, and that was it. So I'm not necessarily sure how much they're communicating or interacting or any of that stuff. I don't know. If I had to guess, I'm sure Mike probably would butt in every once in a while on just kind of critical downs.
Sure.
Third, yeah, I don't know, but I think for the most part, Mike probably lets Kellen call it. I know that was a big thing for him when he first got here in 2020. I think he always called it in Green Bay, and kind of having somebody call it for him, I think was kind of something new for him, and rightfully so. I mean, if you'd been doing something that you love to do for that many years and just had to give it up, I think there's probably some learning curves and stuff going on there too. So yeah, I guess that's a good answer for that. I'm not necessarily sure how much they communicate during the games.
So Brandon Graham's the biggest trash talking opponent. Who was the biggest Cowboy trash talker to you during practice and camp and stuff like that?
Oh man, Micah Parsons, you could hear him every day. He's everybody and anybody. He didn't matter who you were, what position you were. Trayvon Diggs is another one. So we tended to throw at him a lot just to see if we could get it out of him. Some guys on the offense had some juice to them. Some of the younger tight ends, Jake Ferguson, Peyton Hendershot, those guys carry some stuff with them. They can definitely talk, back it up. They've been playing really well this year, so it's kind of exciting to see that young group of guys kind of play well.
Looks like your guy Coach McCarthy's pretty good at trash talking the refs.
I guess, yeah. And I have nothing to say about that.
All right, Nucci, you're in the party capital of the world there in Vegas. What is Ben DiNucci's claim to fame? What is your best party story?
Oh, man. What's my best party story? I don't even know if I have an answer for that. And you're going to put me on the spot on air, too.
Always.
That's a good question. What's my best party story? Oh man, I don't know. I'm just trying to think of something I can say on air. I'm not sure if I can.
That's fine.
Better make it happen tonight. In Vegas.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'll
Got
probably lose $100 on my first hand of blackjack here in a few hours anyway.
There you go.
Maybe you can go with that. Yeah,
you're the best, brother.
I thought that's how the True Brand started. You were so hammered, you thought Dallas was upside down,
Exactly.
I didn't want to say it on air, but I'm glad you brought it up.
Legendary. Thanks, dude. Enjoy playing football. Enjoy Seattle, and we hope to catch up with you soon.
Of course, guys. Appreciate it. You guys are the best.
Cheers. There he goes. Ben DiNucci here with you on your home of the Cowboys 105.3 The Fan, now with the Seattle Sea Dragons.
Up
there in the Northwest. How does Luka start compare to other MVP candidates? And what are people saying about this idea of trading for the suspended guy? It's next in the nation, but there is no way to sugarcoat this. Mac Nation, hope you're having a terrific day. Segment here is brought to you by Soda. That's state of the art. And it's time to talk some basketball. Okay, salute to the Nooch. Ben DiNucci was just on with us. And if you go back with the Odyssey app, 1053thefan.com, Twitch, or YouTube, you can listen to the top of the hour. Nice little conversation with the former Cowboys backup and one-time starting quarterback, one of the most unlikely starters in league history, I think, for any given game. Had a great attitude about it, and now he's up there playing with June Jones, who's going to put together a sophisticated passing attack. So don't be surprised if you see a little Nooch on SportsCenter having like a 5-touchdown game now in the XFL. How does Luka's start compare to other MVP candidates? We're going to give you that detail right here. I also have a little rumor-rooski that I'd like to chat about with you when it comes to this basketball team. There's no doubt you got to make a move. You know, going back to 2 ball handlers, they're in a similar spot to last year. Before they acquired Dinwiddie, where it's just too easy to gang up on their unskilled players now. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. You think there will be less big company trucks on the road this summer because of gas prices? Think again. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them. So get the representation that won't settle for less. It's the Frankels at truckwreck.com. Yeah, summer, fall, winter, it doesn't matter. There's still more trucks out there. Okay, Callie Kaplan in the Morning News did a nice article about this. I think a huge thing is team wins, and I do believe the team wins will get there. I think even if they don't really address what's going on, they should be a 50-win team this year or somewhere around there if they don't make a trade. But the Vegas numbers do have Luka as the favorite. Do you expect Luka to win MVP? He is now at plus 450. Joel Embiid, coming off his monster game, is at plus 500. Giannis 550. KD 1,000. And Jokic, the 2-time reigning MVP, is sitting at a plus 1,000. That's $100 to win $1,000 on a couple of pretty dang good players. So it's a tight group there between Luka, Embiid, and Giannis. It's basically like a 3-way tie for the best odds, even though Luka has a slight favorite. Now, Callie points out last year he was preseason favorite. He came out and played like crap. And this year, he's playing 1.5 minutes per game more than last year, while averaging 5.5 more points and almost 1 more steal for a total of 34 points, 8 rebounds, and 8 assists per game. Was that weed? Did something happen?
Broadus over there coughing.
Yeah, oh, he's coughing.
Yeah, if you ain't choking, you ain't smoking. You know what I mean?
You don't cough, you don't get off, baby.
All right now.
I knew exactly when he saw me do it. I knew exactly what was about to happen.
Broadus stays with that loud pack on him.
He's sneaking in them hits at the break.
He really the plug.
He's Walter White over there.
You got to be careful with those vape pens, man. They pack a punch sometimes.
They do.
With Embiid, they're just 7-7, but he's coming off 59, 11, and 8, and he's averaging 32 and 10. And then Giannis, guys, I'm sorry. I hate to do this because I want it to be Luka too, but he is 6th right now in the NBA in defensive rating. He leads the league in player impact estimate, which is a big catch-all stat, and Luka's 2nd in that, but this dude's doing 32 points, 12 rebounds, 5 assists. He's an incredible defender. I don't know if Luka is going to get as good as Giannis unless Giannis gets old, because this guy is just... He's a freak with the long arms.
Yeah, he is.
And the defense and the athleticism. Like, the best play in the game is just letting Giannis get into the lane and, like, lay it up off the glass because nobody can get to where he's going to put the ball.
Well, what about this? I think 2-way player, Giannis definitely better. Luka might be able to be a better offensive player, though, than Giannis ever was when it's all said and done.
Maybe. Yeah. Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, Luka's game is going to age extremely well offensively because of the way he goes about it. And Giannis is going to have to develop some type of outside shooting game, you would think, as time goes on, where he's no longer the freakiest guy on the court. He's always going to have his size and his strength and his length, but the quickness and the athleticism might not necessarily always be there. So how do you overcome that? But right now, yeah, Giannis is... outside of the jump shooting, there's not much to his game that you feel like, man, he could work on that. The defense is always going to be much better than Luka's, but when it comes to the MVP stuff, I think the biggest thing that would hold back Luka is really just, is the team going to win enough games? And is he going to be able to sustain the usage throughout the year? Because you've already had Jason Kidd saying, yeah, by Christmas, this dude's just going to be out of gas.
Yeah.
And Christmas is way too early to be out of gas, but that's the way you're conducting your offense right now. That's the way your team is built. So Luka's numbers are insane, and that's because he's a monster and he's great, and they're running everything through him. He's got the 3rd highest usage rate of all time. to this point. And then when you go even more into it of how much he's actually just dribbling the basketball and how often the ball is in his hands, he is going to put up the numbers. But are they going to win enough games? And is he just physically going to last? I don't know.
And they should, because anytime you have a player as good as Luka, it should be like, all right, that dude's going to get you. And Basket's talked about this too. Like, that player should get you 45 to 50 wins just based on his skill set and his talent alone. And I do think the Mavericks should still be around that as a team. But yeah, it is. The question is, how long can you sustain this? How long can Luka sustain this and he not just fatigue and fade out with that type of usage? Because right now it's him, and then it's Dinwiddie or it's bust for the Mavericks.
All righty, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Jokic is a distant fourth, by the way, because 20 points, 9 rebounds, 9 assists. It's nice, but he's coasting, right? He's coming off a busy summer, back-to-back MVPs. I don't feel like he's got anything to prove, and he's not out there trying to score 30 a game or anything like that. Okay, elsewhere in Mavs land, there's been a lot of discussion over the last 24 hours. I don't think our conversation last night kicked it off. Maybe it's just as we're waiting for the next shoe to drop with Kyrie Irving. He didn't play last night. He has missed 7 games in a row, essentially on suspension. But it's picking up momentum with Mavs fans, and I was surprised to see. I was reading through Dalton Trigg, who's a Mavs blogger and reporter, and he comes up with a lot of great ideas. And in his comments, it was like 50-50. There is more support for Kyrie Irving amongst MFFLs than you might think. And we were kind of wondering, like, how might the Mavs think about this? And we happen to come across just a couple of things that you might want to have in your back pocket. Number one, with it being the last year of his contract, this would be a very temporary situation. I do not believe, based on what I know, the Mavs would want to do a long-term deal with Kyrie Irving. But maybe if a couple of X factors could fall into place, maybe the Mavs wouldn't be totally closed-minded about this because of the relationship that Jason Kidd might have. And Jason Kidd might be on a very short list of kind of guys that could inspire or motivate Kyrie Irving, and get him sort of out of his malaise or non-committal attitude towards sacrificing for the game. Like, if anybody can get Kyrie Irving back and focused on playing championship basketball, maybe it is Jason Kidd. But they also feel like, and this isn't anything to do with the controversy, there's just some things going on with Kyrie Irving as a person that they would want to get assurances on. Like, hey, we got to do A, B, and C every day to make sure we're ready to be a basketball player.
Yeah.
And if he's willing to say, okay, I'll come to the Mavs, I can play for Jason Kidd, it's going to be me and Luka cutting down the nets, and I'm willing to commit to that, I think there's a chance the Mavs could be talked into this. We did get the news today they're definitely out on Ben Simmons. Don't blame him for that. Ben Simmons wants to retire.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't want a guy that doesn't want to play basketball.
Yeah. He's done.
What are the chances, though, that Kyrie does agree to the things that you're saying?
I don't know.
Do you think that would be pretty dang small? Like, maybe Jason Kidd is one of the few guys that would have that chance, but even that chance is still under 10%?
It's so unpredictable, when you're talking about the kind of things that we are. And, I would say 25% maybe.
Yeah.
But you got to spell out to him, like, hey, I know you're kind of satisfied with how life is going, but your career is just diminishing to nothing. We got to get you back to doing the things every day that make you the professional basketball player that you were earlier in your career. A guy that's focused and is every day on task. I'm a pro basketball player, and it's time to come show up and kick butt at the arena, not sort of indifferent towards it. And there's a distracted nature to everything that's going along with Kyrie Irving right now. And, maybe those are distractions that he wants to pursue. Maybe he's done with basketball and he just wants to pursue it. That's why I put it at 25%. I don't know if he wants to take the steps to be a basketball player anymore, or if he's happy in his position in life and wants to be, I don't know, an influencer or just a regular guy, who knows exactly what is motivating him. But there is obviously a tremendous basketball player over there.
No question.
And he can probably be had for close to nothing. They are still approaching a buyout with him. Would you want us to? I think it's bad enough with the Mavericks that I'm definitely willing of giving up something of significance, an expiring contract like Dwight Powell. I don't know if the Mavs are, though. I think it would have to be complete crap.
Yeah, I don't think they're interested in giving up Powell. That's the one thing I kind of get a vibe on. When you talk about Hardaway, guys like that, maybe that's something worth discussing.
Yeah, because you can't turn to anybody. I know, like, we lament Dwight Powell all the time, but then you're just going to go back to the McGee minutes, and those are god-awful minutes.
Yeah, maybe you can give McGee up.
No,
no one's taking that contract right now.
Not right now.
They wanted him.
But I think
the Nets did?
I think that, Gavin, I think you're onto something, though, about this whole thing with Kyrie. I mean, I think there's a lot more interest there if, in fact, he gets bought out. I think there is an.
Isn't he going to the Lakers if that happens, though?
You know what? I think the Mavs.
The Jason Kidd factor.
Yeah, they would jump in there. I think that's that's where things kind of for the Mavs that. Yeah, if they had to, there's so many things, and just talking to guys around the league, I didn't know a lot of things about this guy, with Kyrie, and there's a lot of things that you have to do just to get him to the court.
Yeah, there's really nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, and he's got to be committed, and he's got to be committed about it. And I was surprised. Yeah. I mean, I've dealt with players that have had issues that hey, we have to do this, we have to do that, and if they're not willing to do those things, then they're no good to you.
Yeah,
it's going to be more of the same,
right? Yeah, he's taking personal leaves.
I mean, I was like, really, that's what you in it. But yeah, he's such a talented basketball player, though.
Yeah,
that you'll jump through hoops, but is there a willingness for him to kind of hold your hand and go through the hoops together?
He's one of those few players like Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. Is that the corner with the Jets? No, that's a different guy. The rookie. Sauce Gardner.
Sauce Gardner, yeah.
Like just the way that he moves compared to the other players, it's just different. Gavin, you're going to get my hopes up that the Mavs are going to do nothing. Well, I said it, 25% that he would be willing to, and I'll put the chances that the Mavs are jumping on it at like 30%. So we're like in single digits of percentiles, if I wasn't clear on that. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. It's not likely or anything, but I think there is a path that could make it a reality. Zach Wolchuk has the NFL news of the day coming up. Wooly Bully, where are we heading with it?
Well, we got news on Cooper Kupp. Also, some audio for you. Is this head coach overrated? One former NFL running back thinks so. We'll have that for you next on The Fan.
I'll tell you one thing that is not
created the Classic Chevrolet Easy Pass online buying tool. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com to get started. Chevrolet, find new roads.
Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Back Nation here on the Fan. Time now for Zach Wolchuk and the NFL news of the day. Wooly.
Thank you very much, Gavin Dawson. Oh, there's so much NFL news to get into. Cooper Kupp apparently has a high ankle sprain. He's been placed on IR from the Rams. So if you are a fantasy footballer out there, get your moves done. Zach Ertz is out for the season. The Cardinals also released Eno Benjamin, Wiley East product yesterday. He was claimed by the Houston Texans. So now the Texans have Rex Burkhead. They have Eno Benjamin, 2 Dallas-Fort Worth products, plus the greatness that is Dameon Pierce.
But only one of those Dallas-Fort Worth products did you used to pee next to in high school.
It's very true. That would be Rex.
Not Eno Benjamin.
Not Eno.
Yeah.
Wolchuk came away very, very impressed with old Rexy. Not just for his dominance on the field at Plano Senior High.
I wasn't a peeker.
Liar.
But I loved Rex. Chase Young, we mentioned this earlier, he's going to be activated Sunday for the Commanders. So he's going to be back for that defense that's now won 4 out of their last 5 games. Did you guys see the slipping that was going on in Munich?
Yes.
Early breakfast football
Yes,
that we
it
got
did.
to indulge.
Yes, it did. Tom Brady running a route slipped down.
Oh, my gosh. Brady.
That's hilarious.
What the hell was going on there?
Giraffe on ice.
Why would you do that? Why would you call a play designed to go to Tom Brady as a wide receiver? That was a bit foolish. But Bruce Irvin, the linebacker of the Seattle Seahawks, said, quote, the NFL made us fly 10 hours to play on a terrible bleep field like that. Bleep crazy.
Yeah.
He is
terrible bleep field. What's the bleep there?
You can go ahead and Google.
Terrible S field?
Oh, man, use your imagination, buddy. Use
You
your
don't know, that's
imagination.
why.
Yeah, because the way
It
that
literally says bleep.
they've literally taken out all of
The
what
expletives?
It could be. Yeah. So your guess is as good as mine.
Trying to just fill in the gaps here.
It could just be the rear end, for all we know. And then the S word.
Terrible A field. Yeah, okay.
That sounds right if I had to fill in the blanks, but now the NFL is looking into the expansion because it was so successful, and it did. It looked like an amazing scene there in Munich. I mean, they didn't want to leave the stadium.
Yeah.
They stayed an hour after the game. We were trying to bum rush the field.
They were singing songs,
It's beautiful.
chanting, drinking beer by the pitcher.
NFL's eyeing games now in Spain and in France. But is this field stuff a concern, Brian Broaddus, a man who was a part of NFL Europe?
No, the field thing is interesting because that seems to be a big push now by all these players, and not only the players. I mean, they're talking about not only fields overseas, but they're talking about the grass here. That all these
Right, the turf.
Yeah.
Well, that
Was
Packers, we were calling out the Packers field.
Well, J.C. Treader, who's the president of the Players Association, you're starting to see a lot more players, step up around the league and tweet about field conditions and the synthetic turf and and the problems that they're having. So yeah, I mean the thing that's interesting, the field at Tottenham, was I heard nothing but praise for it.
Spurs.
Yeah, I heard nothing but praise for it. So yeah, this just seems to be a situation where these players are taking an opportunity at every turn to take a shot at the league and these stadiums for the field conditions.
Big loss for the Eagles. Dallas Goedert is going to miss extended time due to the shoulder injury that he suffered during Monday night's loss to the Commanders. So that's something to monitor. Hopefully the Eagles can stack up a couple of L's. It's a big loss for them. Dallas Goedert, I mean, look, you highlighted him all week leading up to that.
They
Eagles
played great
game.
against him, though. The Cowboys did
They
a
did.
super job against him.
But that's a big loss as Jalen Hurts loves him. So here's Shady McCoy. LaShawn McCoy, teammate of our buddy Dave Hellman there on Fox. He joined, Kay Adams on her podcast. And, well, LaShawn McCoy, listen to his response as Kay went ahead and was talking about Bill Belichick as a legend in coaching. And LaShawn McCoy disagrees.
But it's so funny that you bring that up because obviously coaching is what everybody's talking about right now, LaShawn. And everybody, even if you look at odds or you look at anything, it's, Dable, it's McDaniel. Yes. And they're incredible and they deserve. But people, people still are crediting Bill Belichick because he's obviously a legend and he's turning that team around in November and they're winning. They're still alive in the AFC East. Andy Reid, what is that face?
You were going great until you said the Belichick.
Because he's not. You don't think he's a great? He's not one of the better coaches in the league. No.
He's at Tom Brady. I mean, if you take away Tom Brady, do you know who he is? He's under 500.
He's under
That's what he
500.
is.
So you think? So you would take? What do you take away from him then after seeing what he's been like without Brady?
I think he's very blessed to have Tom Brady, and I think now that he doesn't have Tom Brady, he's like all the other coaches, all the other good coaches, the Marvin Lewises, the Rex Ryans. He's on that class. I mean, I'm just being honest. People they hate for you to be real about Belichick. I think he's a good coach, but all the greatest, and we've never seen anything like him. That's bullcrap.
Agree or disagree?
Can you imagine when Bill Belichick, and this gets back to him, and he gets put into the same sentence as Marvin Lewis and Rex Ryan? He is not going to like that.
I like Shady carving out a career in media as sort of this irritable hot taker. I kind of like it, but I'm not buying it. I think it's more shtick than reality. If you want to say he's not special, put him in the category with like Andy Reid and Sean McVay and Kyle Shanahan. I'm with it. John Harbaugh. I'm fine.
Jeff Saturday maybe.
Sure, yeah, but you can't demote him down 3 tiers.
No, like Bill Belichick. I think it speaks, like he went to the playoffs last year with Mac Jones as a rookie quarterback.
Yeah.
He has them with a winning record right now.
Huge differential too, 37. Like they're probably better than 5-4.
I mean, Brian,
thank God for that line.
You've been around the best in the sport.
No. I mean, I've been very fortunate, very blessed. I think he makes a point, though. I do. And the thing about it is, though, I think what I worry about Bill is he trying to prove a point by having coordinators who aren't, and maybe, the guy, the defensive coordinators and a special teams coach, is that helping with your development of your quarterback? But yeah, they win games.
He sucks now. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. For him, I respect opinions. And if McCoy feels like that he's not the best because of, you can't take that away from him. He had a career with Tom Brady. You can't take that away. It's
been
like
a lot of coaches with good quarterbacks.
It's like taking away Bob Greasy and Dan Marino from Don Shula. What's his record without those guys playing? I mean, you could play that game with all these. Tom Landry, without Roger Staubach? Look what happened when Roger Staubach started to retire. Well, they got Danny White. They had some success, but then they started drafting poorly, and Tom Landry wasn't the same coach.
No coaches can make average to below average players great.
Yeah. Well, we could also say, who would Tom Brady be without Bill Belichick? Took the balls of Bill to even turn things over to Tom.
It's funny how these quarterbacks come about. Dick Vermeil with Kurt Warner, like they were locked in on Trent Green. That was their guy until Trent Green got whacked in a preseason game. They were going to play with Trent Green.
R.I.P.
Yeah. So it
was gruesome.
That's kind of where I've talked to people. I'm like, you didn't even know Kurt Warner was that good.
Yeah. It's tough to say sometimes. Bill Belichick cheated, though. He's not great, says the 817. I do like that point. Okay, 2 hours down and 3 to go here in the G-Bag Nation. We have a Stephen A. Smith cut that Jerry doesn't appreciate. It's going viral, and I'll tell you what the Cowboys need to do about it next to the Fan.
He brings the energy to your hump day. G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation here. Stephen A. Smith might have crossed a line that we can no longer tolerate. Okay, we have 3 audio cuts here for you that will take you through a very interesting broadcast day. Not only do we have Stephen A. Smith saying Jerry's not getting his money's worth, we have Jerry's reply, and then we'll have Stephen's reply to that, and he mentioned us. He might have gone Dale Hansen here and called out our credibility. I'm not sure. But we will find out. General, at your service. Salute to you. There's Brian Broaddus. Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cup. Wolchuk and Chiafalo. You have Carter Freeman coordinating your video, and along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, so there's a lot to get into and multiple takes, multiple branches on this topic tree because we have to evaluate what Steven said about Dak. We have to evaluate what Steven says about us. And Jerry's going to be sandwiched there in the middle. Here's Stephen A. Smith getting the party started.
When the brothers got $95 million over the last 2 years,
Right.
you got to show up. And you damn sure can't have the backup looking better than you. The backup's QBR is over 9 points better than Dak Prescott, for crying out loud. You got 6 touchdowns and 4 interceptions in the 4 games that you played, all right? The reality is that more is expected. So it's not that Dak Prescott can't play, RC. It's not that he's not a damn good talent. It's not that I'm sitting there and retroactively talking about how he don't deserve his money, which is utterly ridiculous because he deserved it when he's got it. But with those with that money comes expectations. And I'm going to say this, and I'll give it to you. Jerry Jones has not gotten his money's worth out of Dak Prescott.
Wow.
I'm going to say that. And it ain't just because he's my Libra buddy. The fact of the matter is, he's right. You understand? If he feels that way. He has not gotten his money's worth from Dak Prescott because the Dallas Cowboys go where Dak Prescott takes them.
It's crazy that he said, it's not like I'm saying he doesn't deserve the money, but Jerry Jones has not gotten his money's worth. He really did some verbal gymnastics there to go around and talk about the money one way or another. It's a factor. It's pro sports. It's a salary cap league. It's not the biggest offense. But inside there, pointing to the difference in the total QBR, and it's on a scale of 0 to 100, so 9 is about 10% of efficiency. I said earlier, I'll just mention it quickly. I think the Cowboys have played great complementary football around Cooper Rush. They're not doing the same thing around Dak. Therefore, I think he's significantly less efficient, and I can't wait to see if the Cowboys get it through their thick skulls that they really have to run the same game plan they did with Cooper Rush. I think they're getting greedy. They get aggressive. The numbers will tell them keep on passing. But how many years are we going to let go by where they keep trying to pass and it doesn't add to wins? And then when we do see them play a run-first game, it's not going to make sense in the analytical world. But have a little bit of faith. It just equals wins better. I don't know how to explain it. There's not an analytic that explains it. So you're going to have to put the analytics to the side a little bit. It's a leap of faith, especially in this era where all of the young NFL people are trying to quantify everything into numbers. There's something that happens to the defense when you keep running it at them that makes it easier to pass. And it's the coaching, it's the players deciding I'm not going to let them run anymore. I got to get up and make this tackle. Or it's just a half second of putting that front foot in the dirt and boom, the wide receiver is past you. But there is something to it that has made Dak's career much less friction for 7 years now when you run the hell out of the football. And now you have people who can't sort through those multiple points of information saying Cooper Rush is better than Dak. That's what you're doing to Dak with this crap game plan.
I think we got to stop talking about the contract crap. I think it's no longer relevant.
Yeah, it's a distraction.
It really isn't, because Dak Prescott is now the 9th highest paid quarterback in football. He is ahead of Jared Goff, who is 10, Kirk Cousins, who is 11, and Carson Wentz, who is 12. And I think we all believe that that's probably about the range that he's in, right?
Yeah.
Like maybe you could argue Kirk Cousins is better than Dak. I think we think Dak is better than Goff. Dak is better than
Absolutely.
Wentz.
Sure. Yeah.
Right?
Sure.
So, I mean, we keep just throwing the contract in Dak's face. Like, no, that is the going rate for a starting quarterback in the NFL. And every year that number just goes higher and higher. And where Dak is paid will just get lower and lower. The question will be, do you end up re-upping with Dak?
Yeah.
And right now, I think you're leaning probably not.
Because a season and a half into this one, it's fair now. It's a good market value.
But I'd also really like to just get away entirely from the Jason Garrett offensive coordinator lineage.
Yeah.
And Kellen Moore, maybe he's not technically off of that tree, but he was here under Jason Garrett, and we just had Ben DiNucci on, who's been quarterbacking under that system, and he even called Kellen Moore a little bit shaky there. He called him conservative.
Yeah.
So I think you just need a clean house when it comes to the offensive coordinator.
For sure. Yeah, I would agree with that.
Man, I thought like that we gave, I know in the post-game, Zach, we probably gave Kellen Moore a lot of credit for his game plan that day, didn't against the Bears?
Oh, I was on the post.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was, okay.
I was listening, but yeah.
Eric, I mean, do we feel like, I felt like he called a really good game that day. I thought the first 30 plays that they ran, stuff like that, I thought they were on it, you know? I mean, I know I was giving him credit for that.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, the question is it?
I think after the bye, they decided, okay, enough with that game plan. Now we got time. We got the rust off. Now it's time to.
Yeah, maybe so. I mean, I can't believe, because like I say, I know I tweeted out the first 15 were fine. They scored the first 4 possessions of the game, right?
Yeah.
In that Bears game, you know. And I just, the thing that bothers me is though,
more runs than passes in that game.
Yeah. See, that's what I'm saying. I don't know why, if you got up 14 the other day, that you didn't try it. And maybe it's because Ezekiel Elliott wasn't playing in that game. But I don't think he played in the Bears game either.
Okay,
right?
Now here was Jerry Jones' response to Stephen A. Smith. I told you there's multiple branches on this topic tree. Okay, we're halfway through the segment already. We just got one branch taken care of. Here's Jerry this morning responding to Stephen A.'s idea that he's not getting his money's worth on the quarterback.
I can say that's not correct. The reason that, not the reason, that's unfair to Dak, unfair to all the other players on the team, but the strength that I look at of our chance to win a championship is Dak and his leadership at that position. But his leadership, but because he plays that position. Let me say it that way. And so I would not, and he didn't expect me to, I'm sure, but I don't think that's accurate. Dak brings us the separator. But now, does that mean that Dak's going to win every game or make every comeback or every key situation? You can answer that one. Of course not. But by the same token, if you were constructing the possibility of competing for a Super Bowl, I would start on this team. I would start right there with Dak. He's that integral to us really being able to have the year we want to have.
Yeah, Jerry disagrees, and that's the right answer because unlike replacement-level quarterbacks, Dak is capable of going out there and putting you on his back and throwing you to victory. Maybe it doesn't happen consistently, but I would say you're absolutely getting your money's worth because if the defense and the running game is there and you have the right game plan, I think the Cowboys could beat anybody. I mean, hell, they went to Lambeau and Heinz Field against good Packers and Steelers teams his rookie year, 6 years ago, before he, in theory, learned what it's like in the NFL. He had what it took to beat even better Packers teams.
Yeah, that's the problem, though. And that's what I've been holding on to, and that's what a lot of Dak supporters have been holding on to. And I thought R.J. Ochoa made a pretty good point last night on the Get Right. When's the last time we saw that guy? When's the last time games on the line we've seen that guy come up with the drive?
The year they got Amari Cooper, I remember it vividly happening. What was that, 2018?
4 years ago?
Philadelphia, right? In overtime?
4 years ago?
I mean, no, I'm just talking about when
New
Amari
England
Cooper
was the last time.
Yeah,
New England overtime would be the last
sure.
time.
Yeah.
And that's probably the best version of Dak we've seen. And that was the calf injury, right?
Calf injury game.
And since the calf injury, we haven't seen that guy.
Yeah, there's been so many moments that come up late in these games against teams that have had you on the ropes. You've made the comeback. You're within one score. It's like, okay, here we go. And it's like fizzle. Fourth down. Got to go for it. Oh, didn't get that one either.
Right. And that's the frustrating thing because we know it's in him. Yeah. We know it's in him. He's done it before. We just haven't seen it lately. And this is a what have you done for me lately league. And we've been loving Dan Quinn. We're kind of crushing him right now. A lot of people are crushing him right now.
Yeah.
That drive right before half was really good for Dak.
Sure was.
Football. Get it back to 14-all.
Yeah, and there were good moments in the third quarter as well. But you have it 12, 13, 14 times. You're 30% on third down again, and you score 4 drives. When you had the ball 4 times towards the end of the game with a chance to make it 31 or 35 points. We're sort of splitting hairs. I think the big idea is Jerry's getting his money's worth. Dak can put you over the top. He's better than Cooper Rush. We got to get into this game plan. And nobody's letting Dak off the hook when we're talking about the game plan, okay? If you have a truly elite quarterback and good wide receivers, the game plan's not nearly as big of an issue. But for 95, I'd say 99% of quarterbacks to ever play this game, the game plan has to match your skill set if you're going to be able to pull it off. And there's a really troubling thing going on right now with the Cowboys going back to a more pass-first approach that didn't work last year, got them in real trouble last year. And then for a month and a half, they had a chance to see what it was like. They actually get Dak back. They're still doing it. They put up 49 points running more than passing. And they're like, we better go back to the pass. And I don't think after so much time has passed that Kellen Moore and Mike McCarthy are going to have a light bulb go on. I feel like they're going to be pretty stubborn here, insisting that they continue to pass, and I'm waiting to be proven wrong.
I do wonder how much the autonomy Dak has right now at the line and change in plays, and how much is it him that's dictating these things. And that's just me wondering, because I don't know. I don't know, Broadus, if there's any way for us to really know, but
that's why I asked
would love
Ben.
to know.
I mean, how many times do you think that he clicks over and tells him, you need to think about throwing the ball here. You need to, throwing or running the football.
There's definitely a lot more killing going on these days there at the line of scrimmage compared to Cooper Rush. And, maybe less of that is there, but I don't know what the number is. Maybe that's a challenge for the next game. Like, how many do you feel like Dak switched out of something into a run? And the mics are good enough. I think I could chart that. Okay, here was Jerry about it. Or no, I'm sorry. Here was Stephen Jones back to what Jerry said with the getting the money's worth. Here we are.
Well, first of all, let me say this. What was that? What would that radio say? That 105.3.
The Fan. You know what it is.
105 The Fan. Let me tell y'all something. Let me tell y'all something out there. You can't divide me and Jerry. You can try. You can't divide me and my Libra brother. It ain't going to work. Now, I understand Jerry Jones got to take that posture. He's got to take that posture. But he's the one cutting that check, not me. He's the one that's been waiting for a Super Bowl championship, not me. He's the one that doled out $95 million over the last 2 years for that quarterback, not me. So he could take that position and y'all could listen to exactly what he's saying. And I'm not saying he's lying, but what else is he supposed to say? Is he supposed to sit up there and say, in Rush, I trust? I don't care about Dak Prescott. Is that what he's supposed to say? 105 The Fan. Stop it. The fact of the matter is, Jerry Jones is going to take the posture that he's going to take because he has no choice. Listen, I don't have anything against. That's my brother right there. It's them damn Cowboy fans that get on my nerves. But Jerry Jones, he should run hot and cold because it looks like I'm rooting against the Cowboys. I'm not rooting against them. I'm rooting for the misery of that damn sorry, nauseating, disgusting fan base that gets on my last damn nerves.
Well, he didn't call out our credibility. I guess he had to figure out a way to talk about that. And yeah, we're not trying to divide Stephen A. and Jerry. I think Jerry said it before the exchange even happened with Sean this morning. He runs hot and cold on Stephen A. Smith. It's show business, though. I think that's the thing to keep in mind with both Jerry and Stephen. There's no dislike in there. It's just talking sports,
not at all.
having takes.
Because first fake, we know the truth.
Yeah.
Stephen A. is a Cowboys fan.
Yeah. And Skip's not.
That's why he's, well, and I mean, everyone, they're doing what they have to do, and that's get the ratings.
Yeah. So there you have it, Jerry and Steven on Dak. Very interesting conversation to be had indeed, and we'll continue to monitor it. I hope this coaching staff can get it figured out. Because you're doing your guy a big disservice. That's the message. Like, I'd be mad at Kellen if I'm Dak. Like, Aaron Rodgers was mad at Mike McCarthy for not running the ball on that big third down play in the fourth quarter. That'd be me if I'm Dak coming over. Like, you're hanging me out to dry here. You've seen all game long where it's incomplete pass. You're asking me to convert these kinds of things when we're running all over them. You know, let's take the opportunity to run the ball a little bit more. That'd be me. I'd be going full Aaron Rodgers on Kellen Moore if I was Dak. We got the Woolly Bullies top 10 at 420 coming up next. Where are we heading with that, sir?
National Raisin Bran Day. Let's have a cereal conversation, baby. The top 10 cereals in the US of A plus are the stars in on this NHL star. I'll tell you who it is next on The Fan.
All right, but it is Miller time here in the DFW Metroplex, so make sure, ladies and gentlemen, you are getting in on it. Celebrate your TD Tuesday with the only beer the Dallas
do it better at Meta.
The upcoming segment of the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by Permapeer. Yeah.
Temperatures are falling and Texas soil is shifting. When shift happens, it's time to call the dirt nerds at Permapeer. Get a free no-obligation appraisal today. Permapeer.com. That's Permapeer, P-I-E-R.com. Serving DFW for over 20 years.
Alrighty, welcome back, Nation. Segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you are hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, call the Frankels, 214-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. Now here he is, the woolly bully himself, Zach Wolchuk.
Thank you very much, General. We have the best breakfast cereals of all time. I got the top 10 for you on National Raisin Bran Day. Happens to be Brian Broaddus' favorite cereal.
Raisin Bran?
Raisin Bran.
It's terrific.
It is good. It's really good when you put it with yogurt.
No kidding. Oh, yeah.
I'll pass.
Yeah, remember
Broaddus
that?
likes it with prunes.
I did notice you doing that, actually.
Yeah, I don't use milk.
Yes.
I just mix it with yogurt.
When we were out there in Oxnard, I did notice you doing that in the mornings.
I do. I'm one of those, I notice people that like put the milk in the bowl and they eat the cereal and then they drink the milk. Nah.
Not for you.
Not for me at all.
Not for you.
Nope.
You're lactose and tonic or whatever.
I am tonic. I'm gin and tonic.
Gin and tonic.
Yeah.
877-881-1053. Let us know your favorite cereal. The Twolos and the Tubers can go ahead and get in on this conversation as well. I was just talking with the hockey hawk Gavin Spittle as Bleacher Report put together 5 teams that could be the best suitors and put together the best trade packages to land Chicago Blackhawks winger Patrick Kane in a trade.
Let's go.
So he's in the final year of a $10.5 million deal that he signed with Chicago. So he's got, at the deadline, if you make it, you cut that in half. It's probably about 5.5 left of that. Stars right now, according to Bleacher Report, and I think we do believe this should be taken seriously as a contender in the West. Their top line's as good as it gets. Yeah, Jason Robertson, Joe Pavelski, Rope Hintz. They're dominating every time they're on the ice. And right now, their free agent acquisition of Mason Marchment has been absolutely fantastic. Otter getting back healthy. You got Miro Heiskanen as your top defenseman. So what can the Stars do to make this happen? Well, you've got a few guys that could be a centerpiece for this trade. You got defenseman Thomas Harley. He'd probably be at the top of the list for the Chicago if they want him back. You've also got guys like Wyatt Johnston, who we've talked about quite a bit, very young. Maverick Bourque as a potential top-line player. They've also got defenseman Niles Lundqvist, who they traded for in the offseason from the Rangers, and veteran Denis Gurianov, who you could be giving back to Chicago to try and throw in to balance some of the salary, give the Blackhawks a talented player that they might just need a fresh start with. And Gurianov's one of those young players, and a pick maybe would be worth it for Chicago to try and make this deal happen. So that'd be interesting, Stars fans, if you want to try and get a player like Patrick Kane. Maybe you're mortgaging your futures. The Hockey Hawk said when we were just talking about this, he's not super interested in it, especially if they're having to give up some of the young players that we mentioned. But if it's Gurianov and maybe a pick and one of those guys, maybe it makes sense because you got a guy in Peter DeBoer. His track record is year one, you go to the Cup final. And then after that, who the hell knows? But if the Stars are in all-in mode right now, maybe it makes sense to go ahead and be all-in and try and get a guy like Patty Kane.
Yeah, I say you unload it. Do whatever it takes to get a guy like Patrick Kane. I feel like he's got a bright future here at North Texas.
Yeah, me too, man. Go for the gusto any chance you get. Now
Is he that problematic guy from back? Did he have some problems, some issues? Maybe it flare up?
He might have had one problem.
Okay.
Isn't that a
I got to do some digging, but I do think I remember one issue with Patrick Kane.
Is it a van?
Skated right past that one, huh?
No, I know it's a good point.
Patrick Kane issues.
Yeah, there is. There is a big one.
Kane. Okay.
The R word.
Ooh.
Yeah.
All right.
I
think there's another.
I think that's still under investigation.
Hockey player that's got some weird stuff going on.
Oh, there is an.
Gavin, I ask you again. Are you in for Patrick Kane?
Well, I gotta do research on it. I gotta look into what's going on here.
Right.
The headlines don't follow him, huh? It's crazy. It's not even in the write-up. He's overcome that one thing.
It's amazing what you can get away with.
Tell you,
it's an upper body injury.
For some of us, it sticks with us.
Yeah. Upper or lower body.
He's gotten through it.
Yeah, he's gotten through it. Skated right by it.
I am curious, Walchuk, were you talking shop at the urinal with the hockey hawk?
I was. I actually struck this conversation up right next to him in the urinal.
Did you give him a little tap on the rear end when you joined next to him at the urinal?
Spitzy stands next to me. He goes, "Baby dolls tomorrow?" I go, "Yeah." So what do you think about Patty Kane?
Shake, shake, shake.
Literally.
Yeah,
flush.
I know.
Did you do a little stick tap after?
Yeah, hell yeah, we did. And then we dropped the gloves.
No gloves, no love.
So baby dolls tomorrow, huh? Might swing through myself, get a little free BBQ.
5 to 7, come hang out. Free barbecue all day, 175 of the most beautiful women in DFW, plus excellent drink specials as well. Might be able to come check out some of the guys that they get one table together and they're getting like 20 beers at one time. Miller Lights, of course.
Obviously.
One of my guys there does the tornado. He just like sticks the whole bottle in his mouth.
Oh, okay.
All right.
And you just wave it around and he chugs this thing in literally 2 seconds.
Yeah, you get the tornado swirl, and it's like it's the cheat code for downing booze as quickly as possible.
Incredible.
Yeah.
And every time he does it, I'm as amazed as the first time I saw it. It really freaks you out the first time you see it.
It does, man.
Okay,
Did I unhinge his jaw or something? Go ahead, bro.
Okay, Patrick Crane parties hard. He beat up a cabbie in Buffalo a few years back. Now, the sexual assault allegations from over the summer, I don't know where they're going. A DNA rape kit did not find his DNA. So is that he's not going to face charges on that? So is that a clean slate? I think it's as close as you can get.
Well, the 817 says Patty Kane F them picks. So just trade everything for him. So we'll see what ends up happening. All right, guys, let's talk some cereal. Happy National Raisin Bran Day. Favorite cereals, guys?
Captain Crunch, Crunch Berries all day.
Crunch.
Thank you. Both delicious. Captain Crunch.
Captain Crunch.
I'm
Oh my
Crunch
goodness.
Berries
all
in
day.
particular.
I'll go with the standard. I appreciate the reminder though, because Captain Crunch definitely belongs in my top 5, and I don't know if I'd have thought about that. I want to throw out Quaker Simply Granola with the oats, honey, and almonds. It's a smaller box. It's often on the top shelf.
It weighs a ton.
It's and it's
You
very
pick it up,
expensive.
It's like a brick.
It is delightful though.
Yeah.
It's honey oats, you said?
Yeah, it's got like some vanilla in there and the honey. Simply granola.
It's
yeah.
heavy, yeah.
But it's amazing.
But like a good heavy.
It's high in fiber too.
Oh no, that's what I'm saying. All that
Run right through
everything you have in there. Yeah, he's right. It's a very small box, and you have to have a third job to buy it.
Yeah, my mom wouldn't let us get it as kids.
It's that expensive.
Yeah.
So
it was like $8 in the 80s.
Do they have an off-brand?
Tricks.
I
Get the
don't know.
Tricks over here. Yeah, don't look at that. Look at the
Silly
Lucky Charms.
rabbit.
Yeah, just a
look at
run-of-the-mill box is going to run you $5-6.
Growing up, I did love me some Rice Krispies, though. It's that Snap, Crackle, Pop. Add a little bit of sugar.
Oh, you always
too
had the
mushy
sugar.
Gotta
with
get a lot of sugar
too
on
mushy
there.
with the milk. Way
You
too
got to eat
much.
it quick, but
It didn't have good staying
I loved
power.
it.
You're right.
Oh, yeah.
LA, where are we going?
I have like 4.
Oh, I want all 4.
I want the Mount
Okay.
Rushmore.
I want the final 4.
Okay. Honeycombs.
Is this going from 1 to 4, by the way, Lucius?
Nah,
or-
it's random order.
Okay.
Honeycomb is underrated.
Yeah, honeycombs, but I have to have like the vanilla flavored almond milk.
Okay.
Gotta have
Bougie
that.
milk.
That's
Yeah.
Lucius Marie.
Yeah.
Right there.
Honey bunches of oats
Okay.
with the almond milk. I mean, but it has to be vanilla flavored too, by the way.
Has to.
The golden, what is that? Golden grams?
Golden Grams.
Oh my God, golden grams. And the Apple Jacks.
Oh, Apple Jacks does cut the roof of your mouth, though. But
Not as
otherwise
bad as
good.
Captain Crunch.
Not as bad
Captain
as
Crunch will
Captain
tear you up.
No, that'll.
But that's the
bleep you.
Captain Crunch. That's like a little bit of a pleasure pain situation that I'm more than willing
yeah,
to.
yeah,
My
yeah.
mouth is prepared for that at every turn.
Yeah.
Of the Cheerios, though, I was always a
Honey Nut.
frosted Cheerio over the Honey Nut.
Really?
I love the Honey Nut. Don't
I
get me
like the
wrong.
Honey
But you know,
Nut.
good
I'm
for
a
the
mixed bowl.
cholesterol.
I'm a mixed bowl guy.
You're a mixed bowl guy. I know
So
that.
I'd go frosted and Honey Nut.
The best Cheerio is the frosted Cheerio, though.
Straight Cheerios.
I don't think I've ever had it.
Man, the
I
frosted Cheerios.
I did like the
smacks.
Honey Nut over the frosted, but I'm not going to hate you on the frosted.
You might
They're
as well eat
delicious.
sawdust.
Y'all was getting name brand cereals when y'all was kids?
Yes.
Sometimes,
Please,
yeah.
man.
I would get a lot of
My dad
off-brand
would get
Lucius.
the bag, bro.
no.
I'm talking about the fruit O's.
The giant bag.
Yeah, the fruity O's,
Hell
bro.
yes.
What?
I'll tell you what. I used to
Eat
get.
all the fruity O's you want, son.
It's not a parrot, it's a mockingbird. or
Hey,
something.
Yeah,
let me
and it's
tell you
not
what.
the same. It's not the same.
It's not the same, but I
Yeah.
grew up on it and I didn't know the difference.
If they had
I did.
a balsa wood plane in there too as a prize, that was coming my way. I would pick cereal out by the prize.
Oh, the
Seriously.
prizes and Fruit Loops were the
Oh,
best
yeah,
too.
these
Those little
just-
octopuses you could
just
throw on the wall.
Dump the whole box
The
out.
octopuses, yeah, they would get all the carpet be all over them pretty soon.
Yeah.
3 days.
Yeah, those were magic.
Get Broadus to say that. See if he can say that one.
Reese's Puff cereal cereal does at least deserve a mention here.
Oh, we'll get to
Reese's
it.
Puffs. Okay,
100%.
very good.
Somebody said King Vitamin, yeah, bro.
King Vitamin. Have breakfast with the King.
King Vitamin, what's this?
King Vitamin. Oh man, they had a great logo too. Yeah,
It's Captain Crunch's cousin.
Got some love on the text for
they shipped him out.
King Chris.
King No Vitamin, it looks like.
Easy, relax.
Frosted mini wheats are getting some love.
Man.
Grape nuts.
That's a horrible.
That's another real heavy box.
The s'mores cereal.
I hate a heavy box.
Fruity Pebbles.
You can't run against heavy box.
No. Well, Tony Pollard can.
Tony Pollard can. The numbers show that Tony Pollard can run against any box.
And Post Toasties.
He's a box man.
Y'all came up with them Post Toasties. Y'all don't know about those Post Toasties.
I don't know about those.
You gotta pour all the cereal that's in the, all the sugar that's in the kitchen in the cereal just to make it edible.
Give you some
That's
flavor.
Cheerios. That's to me. Cheerios.
Bland
Unless you get the
Cheerios.
frosted ones,
You might as well
bro.
eat sawdust.
Or Honey Nut.
Just eating sawdust.
Yeah,
if that's
bland
what you're doing.
Cheerios. You can't do anything with those. You got to add something.
Anybody doing Lucky Charms?
Yeah,
as
I'll
an
do
adult.
Lucky
that-
Charms.
Okay.
But that's a good mixed cereal.
It's a good mix cereal.
trash.
It
Those
is.
little-
mixer.
It sucks because the charms are so fire. Did he just say trash?
It's a trash cereal. It's got those little
We
fruity
need more charms.
Hey,
Yeah.
the charms are incredible.
No,
though.
they're
it's
not.
the cereal itself that sucks.
No, you go
That's
bite
the
your
problem.
tongue over there.
If they could do a frosted Cheerio Lucky Charm combo, now you're talking about a dominant
I like what you're
situation.
doing, Chief. Yeah, no, you're right.
You
You're
just
right.
make it your damn self in
Yeah.
a mixed bowl, baby.
You got to mix that thing.
And
And
then
then
come over to my world.
my other cereal question is: did you guys ever grow up in the house where you're not doing the boxes, you're actually putting them in the containers?
Yes.
And
Yes.
using it. Okay, so
That's
Yes,
how
'cause
my
we got them in
Lisa
the
said
damn
he's getting the bag,
bro.
the big old
So
bag.
of course we got to put them in the Tupperware joints.
Fair enough.
You got to hide your fruit rounds. So when people come over, they really think it's Fruit Loops.
Hell yeah.
But it's fruit rounds, fam.
That's exactly how my parents got me as a kid. I'm thinking we're having the legitimate Fruit Loops, the legitimate Rice Krispies, the real deal. No, we're getting the damn off-brand bags.
Getting the toasted O's.
You know, my parents, my friends come over, they spend the night. They're like, "Oh, something's off about this cereal."
this doesn't taste right.
I'm like, "Believe you, this is delicious." They're like, "No, dude, come over to my house. We got the real box."
They tried that a couple of times on us, and we just shunned it.
Oh.
Like we got like one bowl and kind of ate half of it, and then just left. No, I'm good. I don't want cereal today. Well, what else you got? It just sat there. Oh, we won't do that again.
Here's your most popular cereals. Number 10 is the Rice Krispies. Snap, Crackle, Pop.
Okay.
Number 9, we got the Captain Crunch.
Number 9?
Captain Colossal.
Just the
Colossal
orange.
Crunch.
The real-
Whatever there.
Colossal.
Colossal Crunch, bro. I was raised up on that cheap stuff.
Does it hurt your mouth even more than the
It builds
usual?
character
Yes,
too.
it does.
Yeah, my mouth still ain't right.
You'll chip
Why
a
you think I'm
tooth
eating
on
pears?
You're better for it.
Number 8 is Frosted Mini Wheats. And if you ever get one that is not half frosted, that is going to ruin your day.
You're doing
they're
frosted
bad.
mini wheats.
That's
over
wood shavings
Captain
right there,
Crunch.
man.
It's one of the single most. That's a disrespect to everyone who's ever eaten.
Yeah,
Number
what are we doing?
7, we got the Lucky Charms. My Lucky Charms.
Trash.
Not better than Captain Crunch, but
You'll
sure.
believe yourself, bros. Number 6, Frosted Flakes. They're more
Frosted
than
Flakes.
good.
Gosh,
They're
dog, and I can't
good.
tell you
Tyler
They're great.
Dude, yeah, we're getting Pedro with the thumbs up in the side studio over there.
Frosted
He likes
Flakes
the
are
frosted
stupid.
Not
flakes.
very much.
Full disclosure, for those of you that are into the mixed bowls, Frosted Flakes is the number 1 mixed cereal.
Oh wow,
Like
Yeah,
the
'cause
best
it's so
base.
bad.
Best base.
Yeah.
It goes with everything.
You know, if I was going to go to the grocery store, there's a 50% chance if I'm buying cereal, it's Frosted Flakes.
It's a home
It's
run.
so goated.
Every
Yeah.
time. Should be number 1, actually. Number 5 is Fruit Loops.
Fruity O's.
Pretty good.
Number 4.
Yep. Tutti Fruities. Shoot.
We need to get.
That's not toucan, Sam. Don't worry about it, kid.
What is this?
He's over here.
We
It's kind of
need
a parrot. Don't worry about it.
We got to do the top 10 knockoff cereals one of these
Okay,
days.
next cereal day, I'll do knockoff.
for an LA Live or something.
I got you. Number 4 is Raisin Bran
Yeah, that's really good. 2 scoops. Kellogg's Raisin
with
Bran.
yogurt, of
With
course,
yogurt,
for Brian.
of course, yeah.
Number
milk.
3 is Reese's Pieces, or I'm sorry, Reese's Puffs.
Never
Get
had
your
it.
hands
Oh,
off my Reese's
Dude,
Pieces.
the puffs are fire.
The puffs
You
are
gotta
really
try
good,
them.
and they make it chocolate milk. Number 2 is
That's
Honey Nut
Chocula.
Cheerios.
Onion
Chocula.
Cheerios, fully
It
goated.
is.
Yeah, Count Chocula.
It's Cocoa
Yeah.
Puffs.
Yeah.
That means number 1 is
Cinnamon
Toast Crunch.
Crunch.
Yeah, we
Bam.
got to mention it. You don't like that, Brian?
Not at all.
You're not into the cinnamon and sugar
Nope. Not,
flavor
not,
profile?
Not
You
that
like
one.
cinnamon rolls?
I do, but not the cereal. I'm just not a cereal on that
Cinnamon
one.
rolls.
Cinnamon rolls.
Oh,
I like
wow.
those. I like those Pillsbury cinnamon rolls
You
you
usually
make.
have
Yeah, those are
fantastic
outstanding.
food takes, but today I kind of want to come over there and slap you upside the head.
That caught me off guard right there.
Yeah.
I didn't. I mean, because you have such a refined palate, I thought for sure you'd like cinnamon toast crunch.
I don't know, man. I tell you what, that it just does it. The texture of it is not good for me. You know why? I did the cinnamon challenge. I did the cinnamon challenge.
Traumatized.
And I almost died.
Trying to show
I did.
off.
I almost died. I think it's on YouTube if you want to watch me do it.
Keep up with you millennials.
Yeah, is there good audio to it?
Oh yeah, I'm just like
You know what? That payoff. We should
Seriously,
have a challenge on there.
Yeah, I don't think he can. I don't think Odyssey lawyers will let that happen.
You don't think so?
No,
it's
I
a
did.
choking violation.
You can die.
I mean,
I almost did.
Yeah.
Because you breathe it, right? You breathe
That's
it,
exactly
and then
what happened.
Boom! That happened to me in 8th grade.
I'm glad you're still here.
Sound like
bro.
Mike Leach at the podium.
Thanks. Shout out to Pops for 972. Pops is good.
Gotta have them pops.
Pops, corn pops. Yeah.
Yeah, with the frog. Yeah,
They were good.
Those are good. Okay, sports audio bonanza coming up. Is that right, Chief?
Yes, and Doggy's calling out the hypocrites. Next.
All right, let's talk Window Nation, though, because winter, it's dang near here if you feel outside today. They're saying it's going to be even colder and temps.
business, backed by the best warranty in the business. Moritz Kia in Fort Worth, Hurst, and Alliance. Or visit us online at moritzkia.com.
The upcoming segment of the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by Willard Heating and Air.
Willard AC is now Willard Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing. With the fall season upon us, you can count on the friendly professionals at Willard to ensure your home's HVAC system is ready for the change in seasons. Visit willardac.com today to schedule your appointment.
It's time for the 9th annual Peace-a-thon, Wednesday, November 23rd. From 5:30 a.m. to 7 p.m., we'll be going 13 and a half hours to raise money for My Possibilities. We'll also have auction items, cards, and memorabilia autographed by Micah, Dax, Zeke, Dirk, Luca, Sagan, Simeon, Seeger, Michael Young, Nick Bosa, Bob Lilly, Marshall Falk, and Joey Logano, and many, many more. Tune in, 5:30 a.m. to 7 p.m. on The Fan.
Even though shortages in demand are driving up prices, Classic Chevrolet will never charge over MSRP. Not now, not ever. This is Texas. This is Classic. Find new roads, y'all.
Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and this segment is brought to you by Metter Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. Here he is, Eric Chiafalo with the Sports Audio Bonanza.
And we go right to the doggy, Mad Dog. And he's screaming into a microphone about the hypocrites. He's calling you out, Bill Cowher. He's calling you out, Joe Thomas. His guy, Jeff Saturday, just got the damn dub. He did not disrespect football the way that a lot of these Hackett's and McDaniels are around the sport right now. Here is Doggy.
How'd they do Sunday in Vegas? They were crisp. They were ready to play. They committed 4 measly penalties. They had a good drive in the fourth quarter. He played the right quarterback. He used his time management properly. He did not waste any timeouts. He didn't fart around with that stupid data, that analytical nonsense with the 23-year-old kid in a sprint bike with the freaking, John Carroll sweatshirt on. He went out there and he coached against Josh McDaniels, who learned at the feet of Belichick. Belichick, one of the all-time greats, there forever with Brady. He outcoached him. The Raiders were awful. And the Colts were crisp, raring to go, no penalties, fired up, happy to win for him. He hit the right notes in the 6 days. But somehow, someway, the great Bill Cowher, who got his job without working in Milwaukee, the great Bill Cowher is annoyed that Jeff Saturday got a head coaching job. It's an insult to the profession. Pipe down, all right? Pipe down. You know it's an insult to the profession? That you're walking in a CBS set and you never worked a day in your life anywhere else in broadcasting. Never a day. Never a day.
Got him.
What, we're going to put John Fox in? Haven't we seen enough of John Fox over the year? The same John Fox who drafted freaking Trubisky and traded up to get him. We're going to put him in there. You want to go look at Gus Bradley's resume as a head coach? Colin Russo's better than Gus Bradley. We're going to go look at him? I mean, calm down. Joe Thomas, hey, he's a hell of a football player. 100% doesn't make a great broadcaster. Gets these jobs with no experience, yet somehow Jeff Saturday can't go. Played 13 years in the NFL. Won a championship. More than I can say for Thomas's Browns. Won a title. Good for Saturday. Good for Irsay. I don't even like Irsay. Good for him.
That man was inducted to the Radio Hall of Fame this month, by the way.
Yes, he was.
Stay low.
Congrats to him.
Say it to somebody.
I believe that was 2 straight minutes of no breaths being taken. Just going into the microphone.
Well, I'll tip my cap, man. That's a good take. It's well thought out. Usually when I hear Mad Dog or getting ready for it, I'm like, man, here comes a bad Force Sports rant. But that was strong.
That was strong.
If he could just get rid of his meth lisp or whatever that is, I'd put him in the Hall of Fame again. I would.
He is hysterical at what would really get him riled up. It was crisp. He didn't fart around with the analytics. He just went with his gut.
I love it.
I do love the dismount of I'm happy for Jim Irsay. I don't even like him, but I'm happy for him. Good for him.
Irsay's supposedly doing victory laps.
Yeah, Irsay is doing victory laps. Of course he is. Okay, so there is number one. Let's do Jake Paul here. So we played some sound of Tyson. Is it Tyson Fury?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Tyson Fury's kid, Tommy Fury.
Tommy Fury.
Tommy.
Half brother.
That's right. Okay, so Tommy Fury had some level of boxing match over the weekend, and Jake Paul was doing some level of commentating on it, and like a different broadcast that was doing the legit commentating, their mics were picking up Jake Paul, who was sitting ringside and just mother bleeping Fury. And it's just hilarious. Here's Jake Paul.
You fucking suck, Tommy.
Well, there's
you fucking suck.
We'll apologize for the language, folks, but
you are a fucking amateur still. This is embarrassing. You have no
my commentator Jake is letting him know how he feels,
you
but
have no
guys in the ring giving a little showmanship as well.
You have no
There's round number 2.
Everybody come here.
Hell no. Hell no. I do not want to get knocked out to the cha-cha slide, fam. Hell no.
Cha-cha real smooth.
I got to keep the music in there on
Jake
that one.
Paul is saying you have no man piece?
Yeah, I believe he's alleging that Fury still has his testicles. He just doesn't have the sword. And he's just peppering him with it the entire time.
Smokes.
It is just, it's pretty spectacular. So hopefully we get that fight. I think that would actually be decent amount of fun.
Now after the fight, Tommy challenged him, right? Tommy said, we can fight right now.
Yeah,
Fight right now.
Right now.
But it
Hold
can
me
only
back. We can fight now.
It can only happen in England.
No, just got me finished with me fighting. I'll fight another one right now.
All right, let's see here. Oh, head coach of the Tennessee Titans, Mike Vrabel.
Oh, we know he's got a man piece.
We know he does because he hasn't won a Super Bowl since becoming the Titans head coach, and that is what's hinging on him continuing to have his man piece or not. So we'll see what happens. Maybe they go on a magical playoff run.
Stakes are high.
You haven't heard Vrabel say that he was willing to cut off his sword in order to win, even though he's got 3 Super Bowl championships as a player. He needs the one more as a head coach, and he's willing to risk
this from Vrabel.
Literally risk it all. I'll go back into the archives and pull it out.
We got it.
It's a pretty good clip there.
Pause.
But yeah, pause.
Literally a clip.
Here was Mike Vrabel after the game on Sunday, and he just doesn't really care for this particular reporter.
I understand you and Todd have said consistently with him you would like to, but you don't. So I'm trying to understand how it goes from liking to doing.
We'll see where it goes this week, and as far as helping you out, that's probably the last thing I would do.
Man, I love the back and forth with reporters and coaches.
It is so great. It is so great. And that reporter has probably written all sorts of articles or gone on the radio in a way that has Mike Vrabel not much of a fan of him and his work. And so that's a great response. And I wanted to find the sound of this response, but it was the quote is fantastic in and of itself. Mike Vrabel, his kicker, Randy Bullock, hurt himself in warm-ups before the game. So it's like moments before the game and your kicker is basically going down. He couldn't play. So the question after the game is, how much of a concern was it to not have your kicker, Randy Bullock, healthy? And his quote return was, how much of a concern when you don't have your kicker 10 minutes before the game? A bleep ton. That was the response. I love Mike Vrabel to death. He's amazing. And Tim Hardaway, Sr., you got lucky.
Oh, boy.
But we'll come back to you in the 6 o'clock, brother.
All right, 6 o'clock hour for Tim Hardaway Sr. and the cut from him that went viral. There it is, a little fun with sports audio for you. What we learned from Jerry this morning about where the Cowboys go from here. That's next on your home of the Cowboys, 105 through the Fan.
Friday morning, audio gold.
Oh, yeah, RJ, that's a no-brainer where he went.
Cowboys head coach Mike. MyFitnessStore.com studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Yes, sir. It's hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Got a question for you. Which wild card opponent would be the toughest for the Cowboys right now? This is off John Machota's Twitter account. It was an interesting poll. Is it the Niners?
Yes.
Buccaneers?
Yes.
Squawks?
No.
That's the Seahawks. Or your Minnesota Vikings? Which opponent in the wild card round would be the most difficult for the Cowboys? Go ahead and get the truckwreck.com fan text fired up on that as we take a listen to Jerry Jones' updates on some pretty big topics of the week here for the Cowboys. Let's start out talking about Odell Beckham Jr. Could have really used him on 4th and 4. Why isn't a deal done yet with OBJ? Here's Jerry Jones with Sean and RJ.
Well, first of all, we've got, in this particular case, excuse me, in this particular case, start by asking, why is it that you're able to sign him? Ask that question. Why? Well, because he's not on the team. At this time of year, a player of that caliber, that's rare. Trading's over. Well, it is because we're dealing with a situation where he's free, but potentially very capable of helping a team right now win and him play at a high level. But that'll tell you alone it is a rarefied set of circumstances, and those don't just happen, or this wouldn't be possible.
So you're looking at supply and demand is what you're talking about. The demand is one. Or the demand is multiples. The supply is one. To me, it kind of sounds like Jerry is letting us know this is going to be a bidding war, and I don't know if we're going to be in on it. That did not sound like we're heading for Odell Beckham Jr. to me. That was my takeaway this morning listening. How about you guys?
I mean, I kind of with the way Sean, he was like, "Hey, CeeDee Lamb had such a monster game. Would you? Does that mean OBJ isn't really necessary?" Which was a great angle to take there.
Can we listen to that cut, Lucius? Is it possible to jump down to cut 4, if you don't mind? Because Jerry has that answer as well.
Yeah.
And I think we might need that for further context. Here's cut 4 on the big OBJ game or the big CeeDee Lamb game. Does that make you think twice about needing OBJ?
I don't think so. I don't think so. A talent like Beckham is additive, and it just stacks on top of whatever. Now, we thought a lot of CD. Your question was, does the performance? No, we thought and think a lot of what he's capable of being for this team. And Beckham is really the whole nature of it is, can he get us substantively above where we are? And the answer is, we'll see how that is.
So, yeah, sorry to cut you off there, Chia.
No, you're good. That was, to me, that one stood out as, okay, he's not shooting this down.
Right.
And that's something they've been adamant. They've had at every turn. Him, McCarthy, the players, Steven, have had opportunities to kind of shoot it down, and they're not doing it.
See, I would think that the game against the Packers would just emphasize the need for Odell Beckham Jr. And if teams are going to start doubling CD, if he's now gotten that respect because he had a good game, and Jerry called it the best game that CD's had in his career as a Cowboy, and it might have been, then
a giant one in early in the year when that drive he went on that helped him win that game.
It was a great drive.
It was.
Sure, but I mean, this was a hell of a game. 11 catches, 150 yards, 2 touchdowns, no doubt. I mean, but he's had great moments, but complete game, it's hard to argue that with Jerry. I don't know, Brian, in watching this, can other receivers win single coverage on this roster right now?
Having problems.
So you're desperate for Odell Beckham Jr. I mean, these other teams that are competing with you, like the Giants are finding ways to win, and they don't have a good receiver on their team. And I've seen some people say it's going to be between the Cowboys and the Giants. It's not confirmed. I think these are all guesses. Everybody's trying to be the first right now with everything. I think the Cowboys is a situation where, for the first time ever, if you're Stephen Jones, I think you got to overpay. I think if you really want to go for it, this is something your team absolutely needs. You need help in that room. You need another playmaker. And there are question marks as to how healthy this guy would be. And if you bring him in and Britt Brown and the rest of your training staff, they don't like the way that knee looks and they have doubts how this guy is going to be ready, and if he can't play for you in the playoffs, then fine. Then scrap it. Then it's not worth it. But if he can suit up in one of those wild card games, you're not beating the Niners. I got news for you. You're not. Without him, you're not. You're not going to be good enough to do it.
No, I would agree with you right now. Yeah.
I'm kind of in that mode right now where I'm a little worried because Odell is now in a suit of, he's just sued Nike for $20 million. So now I'm a little bit worried about that. Is it going to be about football? Is it going to be about the focus? Is it going to be, there's no question he can help you. And I think the Cowboys understand that. I just wonder though, if he's going to, say, listen, I'm going to go play somewhere else. And the Cowboys could make a great offer. The Cowboys could be, I don't know if it's going to be an outbid. I really do feel like it's going to be where he feels like that someone really, really, likes him long term.
Yeah.
And if Dallas can commit to being long term with this guy, then they got a shot. But I have no
problem paying him for the rest of this year a significant amount, but long term, Brian, with this injury history, that's reckless.
Yeah, that's where, like I say, I believe it's going to be whatever team is able to offer him the best opportunity going forward.
Yeah.
Not for just the month that he's going to play here, the 2 months.
Yeah, that's his move. Only a fool would take a short term at 30 years old coming off an injury. If you could get 3 or 4 year deal, that would cinch it. And I would just be shocked if the Cowboys are willing to lock into him, knowing CeeDee Lamb's number is going up in a significant way here in the next offseason or two at the most. Even by the time you get to the 5th-year option, it's going to be a significant jump, and paying 3 wide receivers would be tough. I don't know if this salary cap can handle that even. But for the rest of this year, they have $7 million and half season prorated. That's $15 million a year basically for Odell Beckham Jr. That seems like a no-brainer to give him $7 million to play the remaining 8 games of the season. But maybe that's not enough. Maybe other teams that need a wide receiver are willing to beat that for 1 year and go 3. And I guess I don't want the Cowboys to do it. I don't think it's a lock that Odell Beckham Jr. is going to make you so much better that you should give up your long-term flexibility for an injury-prone guy.
I think you're absolutely right, though. The people I've talked to around the league and friends of mine that, that cover this stuff, that they feel like that you're going to have to, whatever cap space you have right now, you're going to have to give it to him. You're going to have to say, okay, well, here, like you said, Gavin, $7 million. Here you go. And if it's for, a month and a half or 2 months, that's what you're going to have to do. But I do believe that he is looking for more. That he's going to look for more, like, again, who wants me now, but who wants me going forward. I think this Nike suit's at a bad time.
What's he suing him for?
He's a contract that they didn't comply to his contract, and that he feels like he's getting slighted. He feels like he's done everything to uphold his contract, and Nike says, no, you haven't.
Well, Jerry does feel Beckham would be additive to this. He doesn't believe that CeeDee Lamb going off negates the need for him, but he also talked about how it's a rarity out there, and maybe Odell Beckham Jr. is going to have a number of teams bidding on him, and if that's the case, then you tip your hat to him and you wish him good luck. I would love it if he'd come here for the rest of this year in a prove-it type of contract situation, but maybe that's wishing for too much. He is definitely a superstar, a level celebrity, and he can still play football at a high level, or at least he could last time we saw him. Do you wish you had done a deal to help the run defense? Here's Jerry Jones, Cut 8.
Well, I think that we've got the personnel to play defense at a level that could really give us success as we go forward. I really do. Now, that's a wordy answer, but the answer is yes. I think we're in really good shape. We've got good depth. We're, as of this morning, we're in great shape injury-wise across the board on our defense. Actually got a little help on the way coming. And so I feel real good about our defense. And, man, I like the way we're coached. I like the way we are basically addressing, if you will, the run and how to stop the run. You know, I immediately always go to, well, if you can't stop the run, it must mean you're being big boyed in the middle, or that be an issue. I don't believe that's the case here. I think we've got a combinations of things. We get the right fits, right execution, which we can do. We have the players to do it. We can be better than we were the other night.
Are they getting big boy, Brian?
No, not inside. They're not. And he's right about this. And Jerry's really repeating what Dan Quinn said yesterday about what he believes can be done. If you watch this team play, a lot of it is perimeter, and Dan's trying to do his best to kind of, and I use the word mask, some of the deficiencies that he might have on the edge. He knows he has a corner that's not really, he's got a couple of corners that aren't really interested in coming up and tackling. You know, he's got a couple of defensive ends that he plays that tends to get hooked. He had, Micah Parsons wasn't great in the run game the other day either. And I know that's blasphemy to say anything bad about Micah Parsons, but you can't run around blocks. You can't go behind blocks and expect to get to the ball. You know, you have to play scheme. And I think that's what Dan Quinn and these guys are telling Jerry. It's like, hey, I called a twist and we didn't twist.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I called a slant. We didn't slant. Micah here can't run around that block. He's got to stay front side. You know, the Dorrance Armstrong can't get hooked here. You know, Diggs can't retreat wide. He's got to step up here. You know, those are the things that I'm sure that Dan Quinn and the defensive coaches are telling Jerry Jones that, hey, we're fine with the personnel, but we got to get the personnel to play how we need the scheme to be.
Yeah, the run game issues, that's the problem, is you can't really isolate one thing. You have it at every level. These guys are messing it up if they don't know the proper stunt. Yeah. Or they're not setting the edge, or the linebacker is too eager to get up into the traffic and get lost in the sauce, or the linebacker goes to the gap that is not his, or the crackback blocks are crushing you. I mean, the linebackers are hurting you. I think the edge rushers are hurting you. Your corners are hurting you at times. It's just across the board, you have issues at every level. There was no trade deadline move that was fixing this run defense.
No.
You did your best you could with Hankins, and he's certainly helping you.
Yeah.
But even that shows this guy's playing well, and you're still getting ran on because it's everybody has to do it. Everybody's got to be on the same page here. All it takes is one of the 11 to bleep it up, and there's 6 yards, or there's 16 yards, or 26 yards.
Well, the move that might have helped you would have been Roquan Smith, but I don't know that he even alone would have been enough. You know, I think he's going to help the Ravens defense.
It would have helped.
Would have helped. And the compensation, I don't think was actually crazy. I think that we thought that he would have gone for higher. Yeah, we assumed that it'd be a 1 for a guy like Roquan Smith. I'd have done that in a heartbeat to get a player of that talent level.
Yeah.
But yeah, and a lot of people I've seen on Twitter, you know, the nickel and the dime stuff. I mean, the reason they're in that is because you have two safeties that are essentially like hybrid linebackers in Wilson and Curse, and they haven't played well.
Generally tackle well. Generally tackle well. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on with it. I think overall, you know, it's the point to make is one that's going to have to be fixed in the off seasons, and it's let's find better tacklers. You know, the NFL is definitely changing to being a running league for now. And for now, I would say we can't have pure pass rushing defensive linemen or pure coverage whatever's behind them. It's got to be, players that can do both at a high level, especially if we're using top picks on bringing these guys in.
They thought they were going to help their run defense by playing Mike at linebacker.
Yeah.
And I think this is the most snaps he's played at linebacker since the Saints game.
And he wasn't good. And Jerry kind of alluded to that.
Yeah.
He's like, I just like Micah when he's on.
Yeah.
And I don't know if he was on.
And you can watch the All-22 and go back and watch the game. There were times, like I say, I'm not making up stuff about him running around blocks or running behind blocks. That's a no-no when you're playing run defense.
And it's not the easiest thing in the world to say, hey, I've been basically an edge defender for however many weeks now.
Well, they ran at him, too.
Yeah.
Well, they ran at him on the edge.
It's a great way to neutralize him.
Yeah.
And other teams are going to do that.
But to go from, hey, It's just a lot to ask of a guy to say, hey, you haven't really played linebacker in about a month. Go stop a pretty damn good rushing attack.
Yeah, but he's a unique, special player.
World.
You can't talk about a guy like he might be a Lawrence Taylor, all-time great defensive player.
Lawrence Taylor wasn't doing that.
Brian.
Is Lawrence Taylor going from one game playing edge to one game playing Mike linebacker?
Well, he was an outside linebacker.
Thank you.
In that scheme.
So it's just
an outside linebacker.
The point that's being made
he's
here,
a 3-4 outside linebacker, really is what he was.
But the point is being made is
stand-up player.
It's not saying, hey, Lawrence Taylor, you're an edge this week as a 3-4 outside linebacker, and then in a month we're going to make you for an entire game against a really good rushing attack, we're going to make you a Mike linebacker.
I think it's a weak excuse.
That's fine, but it is not the easiest thing in the world to do that, especially at this point in the season when Mike is clearly banged up.
The injury stuff, I think, definitely plays into it.
So that's a good excuse.
I think that's a real.
I think the bigger problem with this team is they don't play the scheme. That's a bigger problem. They just don't. They will play hero ball.
Okay, what wild card opponent would you find most difficult for the Cowboys? Is how we opened the segment. Let's get some of these texts in before we got to go. Buccaneers, the boys have never beaten Tom Brady, says the 830. 940. I like the Niner matchup actually. Minnesota is the most dangerous in my opinion. Yeah. Niners.
You'll see that this week. That might change your tone after you see that firsthand.
San Francisco, toughest as always. A lot of Niners in here and a lot of Tampa Bay. Nobody's scared of Minnesota or Seattle right now. Okay, we got to run the expressway. 35 minutes of uninterrupted sports content. When we return right here, it's the G-Bag Nation on the Fan. But I want to chat about D&M Leasing before we